The man used to be an ordinary working man in the city, until a sudden car accident changed his life. He traveled to a strange and alien world. In this world where force is respected, he has no prominent background, and his talent is so ordinary that it is helpless. No matter how hard he tries, he can only live his life like an ordinary person. However, he has one unique advantage: his handsome sword-like eyebrows, bright eyes, slender and upright figure, like a banished immortal, with extraordinary temperament. In this world, the primordial realm, the strong are respected, and the realms of cultivation are divided into body-tempering realm, blood-moving realm, spirit sea realm, Shinzong realm, titled Marquis, Xinghe realm, titled King, divine power realm, titled Emperor, and Dharma realm, venerable. The Qin family of Qingfeng City is a small family, and the strongest members are just a few elders in the spirit transformation realm. However, the Han family of the imperial city of the Qinglong dynasty is a family of grandmasters, and there are many grandmasters in the Wheel of Sea realm in the family. At this moment, Qin Xian suddenly felt a burning sensation rising from his back, as if there was a flame burning on his back. Startled, he turned around suddenly, and saw a woman standing in the flames. The woman's face was as beautiful as a fairy, her skin was as white as snow, and her curves were graceful, just like the most perfect work of the Creator. The woman said slowly, "Alas, judging from your appearance, you should not be a bad person. I'm lucky you." As soon as she finished speaking, a ball of fire rose from under Qin Xian's feet and burned his clothes to ashes. The next moment, Qin Xian was pushed down on the bed by the woman. Only then did he realize that he was in an extremely dangerous situation. Was he going to be raped? At this moment, the system's voice sounded in his mind. Ding. Congratulations to the host for hitting the target with one shot. The system is bound to fertility and happiness. Do you want to receive the novice gift package? After a night of fierce fighting, Qin Xian slowly woke up from the bed, holding his waist. Ding. The novice gift package was successfully received. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Sun God Body, Immortal Kidney, 10 Breakthrough Cards, 10 Epiphany Cards, 10 bottles of top-grade Heavenly Spirit Pills, the Heaven-grade top-grade Weapon Juk Sword, and the Eye of Breaking Delusion. As the system's prompts continued to sound, Qin Xian's body began to change. The Sun God Body made his talent soar instantly, breaking through the realm and becoming the legendary demon genius. And his waist also radiated brilliant golden light, and the shadow of his kidney was looming. After the fusion was completed, Qin Xian was determined to break through his own realm of cultivation. He began to consume the realm-breaking cards, and quickly broke through to the second and third levels of the spiritual sea realm, and finally entered the first level of the Tiangang realm. Qin Xian's current cultivation level was enough to rival most of the strong men, and he became one of the top strong men. Qin Xian looked down at the treasures on the table. The Juk Sword and the top-grade Tianling Pill were quietly placed there. He put these items into his pocket, but the image of the beautiful woman could not help but appear in his mind. Half a day had passed since he merged the Sun God Body, the Eye of Truth, and the Immortal Kidney to break through the realm. But the beautiful woman who had been with him last night had disappeared when he woke up. Qin Xian knew nothing about her and was full of doubts, wondering if she would come back. "What are you doing?" Qin Xian felt a little embarrassed. He turned around and saw the beautiful woman standing behind him, staring at his clenched hands. Obviously, she noticed his action just now. Qin Xian quickly put down his hand and smiled awkwardly. At this time, the woman's cheeks were slightly red, and she looked a little uncomfortable. She said softly, "What happened last night was an accident. I was framed by a villain at the time, and my mind was blurry. I don't remember anything." Qin Xian nodded, secretly sighing in his heart. He was right. Next, she should say something like, "Forget about what happened last night. We are not from the same world," and continue to distance them. However, unexpectedly, the woman did not say those words, but looked at Qin Xian solemnly. "But don't worry. I, Ji Yingyue, will be responsible for you. Since you and I are already husband and wife, I will come to pick you up after I return to the Holy Land to avenge my hatred, and I will never forget you." Qin Xian was stunned when he heard this. He never thought that things would turn out like this. Ji Yingyue in front of him was so responsible. "In that case, shouldn't you tell me who you are?" Qin Xian asked with some curiosity. Ji Yingyue nodded and said formally, "My name is Ji Yingyue, and I am the saint of this generation of Taishan Holy Land. 2 days ago, when I was in Nirvana, I was framed by a villain. Not only did they destroy my Nirvana and cause me to be seriously injured, but also..." When she said this, she seemed a little angry, clenched her teeth, and was unwilling to continue. Qin Xian felt a complex emotion in his heart, and even wanted to thank the traitor. If it weren't for him, Qin Xian might not even be able to bind to the system, and might even suffer a worse fate. Okay, then let me introduce myself. Qin Xian said. You don't need to introduce yourself. Ji Ingyue interrupted him. I've been out for half a day and have already found out about your situation. My husband, Ji Ingyue, may have ordinary talents and may not be a genius, but he will never be a treacherous and evil person. When she said this, her tone became cold. Otherwise, even if you and I are already husband and wife, I will kill you without mercy. Qin Xian wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he usually accumulated virtue and did good deeds and was considered a good young man in Qingfeng City. Otherwise, this romantic luck might have turned into a romantic disaster. Huh? How come your realm has become the Tiangang realm? I remember you were still in the Bangshu realm last night. Ji Ingyue sensed Qin Xian's breath slightly and said in surprise. Qin Xian was secretly surprised that Ji Ingyue could actually detect the change in his realm. However, due to the confusion last night, Ji Ingyue did not think about it carefully, but thought that she remembered it wrongly. At your age, you can actually cultivate to the Tiangang realm in a place like this. It seems that you have good talent. Ji Ingyue added with a smile. Qin Xian was a little unconvinced and asked, Not bad? Then what realm are you in? Ji Ingyue chuckled and said, My physique awakened late, so now I am only at the 6th level of the divine martial realm. Qin Xian was stunned. Divine martial realm? You are actually a grandmaster. The divine martial realm is an extremely rare realm in the entire Qinglong dynasty, and Ji Ingyue has actually reached this realm at this age, which shocked Qin Xian a little. Qin Xian couldn't help but use his vision-seeing eyes to carefully check Ji Ingyue's specific situation. He found that her aptitude was red, and her talent was the Purple Phoenix Divine Body. Purple Phoenix Divine Body. This physique can condense the Purple Phoenix Divine Fire and burn everything. Each nirvana can greatly enhance the strength and qualifications. I see. Qin Xian sighed in his heart, and finally understood why Ji Ingyue was so powerful. So, how is your injury now? Is it serious? Qin Xian asked with concern. A trace of pain flashed across Ji Ingyue's eyes. My injuries are indeed serious. The villain poisoned me and suddenly attacked me when I was about to complete my nirvana, causing me to suffer serious Dao injuries. Now I can only suppress the injuries and cannot recover. Qin Xian's heart tightened after hearing this, and then asked, Then is there any way to help you heal your injuries? You need a powerful person in the Dao Palace realm. Ji Ingyue replied. Qin Xian was stunned. A powerful person in the Dao Palace realm? There are only a few people like that even in the Imperial City. How can we find them so easily? Ji Ingyue smiled bitterly. Indeed, only a great being at the Dao Palace level can help me recover from my injuries. Qin Xian suddenly felt helpless. Although he wanted to help Ji Ingyue, a Dao Palace realm expert was indeed hard to find. However, Ji Ingyue then added, If you have some high-level elixirs, the top-grade Earth Spirit pills can also help me recover from some of my injuries. Qin Xian was stunned. He didn't have these precious pills. Top-grade Earth Spirit pill? I don't have it, he said helplessly. Although Ji Ingyue was a little disappointed, she also understood. After all, the top-grade Earth Spirit pill was very precious, and Qin Xian's family was not rich. However, just when Ji Ingyue was disappointed, Qin Xian took out 10 small crystal jade bottles from the bedside. I don't have any top-grade Earth Spirit pills, but I do have some top-grade Sky Spirit pills. See if these can help you heal your wounds. Ji Ingyue stared at the 10 small jade bottles, a hint of surprise flashing in her eyes. Top-grade Tianling pill? Do you really have it? What? You don't allow me to have some adventures? Qin Xian smiled. There are 10 bottles of 100 pills here. Is that enough? Ji Ingyue took the pill bottles in a daze, took out a pill and examined it, then looked at Qin Xian. Are you sure you want to use all these top-grade Heavenly Spirit pills to heal my wounds? Of course. Qin Xian nodded. These pills are of no use to me. The key is that you have to recover as soon as possible. Ji Ingyue's eyes were filled with emotion. Even though she knew how precious these pills were, Qin Xian still took them out without hesitation to treat her injuries. At this moment, she really felt that meeting this handsome young man might really be destined. Okay, I'll take it. Ji Ingyue finally nodded. Qin Xian looked at her with a smile. That's good. Ingyue, it's getting dark. Well, let's take a rest then. Ji Ingyue replied in a gentle tone. Okay. Qin Xian responded with a chuckle. Qin Xian's combat power, after integrating the immortal kidney, became extremely powerful, unparalleled in the world. The fierce battle lasted until noon of the next day. He ended the battle only when he saw that Ji Ingyue was exhausted. Although the battle lasted for such a long time, Qin Xian was still in a refreshed state, without a trace of fatigue. After walking out of the room, Qin Xian first went to Qin Peng and borrowed Qin Peng's clan elder badge. Before, Qin Xian was unable to practice even if he had the best skills in martial arts because of his ordinary talent. However, after binding the system, he can easily master both the heavenly level techniques and other advanced techniques. With the badge, Qin Xian came to the attic where the Qin family collected martial arts. As the elder of the Qin family, Qin Peng had high authority and could choose almost all the martial arts. He selected several suitable skills in martial arts, including the top-grade Xian-level skill Heavenly Fire Art, the bottom-grade Earth-level Swordsmanship, Breaking Waves Sword Technique, and the top-grade Xian-level Body Movement, Treading on the Clouds. The difficulty of practicing these skills and martial arts and the corresponding realms are very consistent with his current strength. As one of the three major families in Qingfeng City, the Qin family possesses many Earth-level skills. Although these skills are very powerful, Qin Xian did not choose to use them because they are not completely compatible with his sun god body. As for martial arts, the Breaking Waves Sword Technique can be used in conjunction with his Juk sword for attacking, while the Treading Clouds step is suitable for chasing or escaping. The two are a perfect combination. After choosing the technique, Qin Xian returned the badge to Qin Peng and returned to his room. Ji Yingyue was practicing the technique to recuperate in the room, and Qin Xian did not disturb her, but sat aside and began to practice his own technique and martial arts. Of course, Qin Xian's cultivation was not to rely solely on himself. He decided to use the system's plug-in function. He shouted, "System, I want to use the Epiphany card." As Qin Xian's voice fell, a steady stream of profound information suddenly poured into his mind. This information gave him a feeling of sudden enlightenment, just like a saint who was born with knowledge, and countless mysteries and familiarities emerged in his mind. Ding! Consume an Epiphany card, and you have mastered the technique, Heavenly Fire Technique. The technique, Heavenly Fire Technique, you have practiced has been upgraded to the minor success stage. Ding! The technique, Heavenly Fire Technique, you have practiced has been upgraded to the major success stage. Ding! Consume one Epiphany card, and the technique you are practicing, Heavenly Fire Technique, is upgraded to the perfect stage. Qin Xian consumed 4 Epiphany cards and successfully upgraded the Xian-level technique, Heavenly Fire Technique, to the perfect stage. In this way, this perfect Xian-level technique, combined with Qin Xian's sun god body, can greatly improve his practice speed and efficiency. Even though his Dantian and Sea of Consciousness had been greatly expanded, his endurance and reaction speed had also been significantly improved, and his combat power had skyrocketed. As the skills improve, there are only 6 Epiphany cards left, which are enough to upgrade a martial art to the perfect stage. Qin Xian began to think about whether to use these Epiphany cards on the Breaking Waves Sword Technique, which focuses on attack, or on the Treading Clouds step, which focuses on body movement. He pondered for a moment and finally decided to use the Epiphany card in the Breaking Waves Sword Technique. He believed that if he could beat the opponent, he would go all out. If he couldn't beat him, he would have to fight to the death. Ding! Consume an Epiphany card, and the martial art, Breaking Waves Sword Technique, you practiced has reached the entry level. Ding! Consume an Epiphany card, and the martial art, Breaking Waves Sword Technique, you practiced has been upgraded to the perfect stage. With the consumption of 4 Epiphany cards, the Breaking Waves Sword Technique was successfully upgraded to the perfect stage. Qin Xian also comprehended the ultimate move of this sword technique, breaking thousands of waves with the sword. This ultimate move can instantly slash out thousands of sword beams, like thousands of ocean waves, carrying the power to destroy everything and capable of killing any enemy. Ding! Congratulations to the host for upgrading the martial arts, Breaking Waves Sword Technique, to the perfect stage. You have comprehended the sword technique's ultimate move, breaking thousands of waves with the sword. Special skill, Sword Breaking Thousand Waves. Thousands of sword beams are slashed out in an instant, just like thousands of waves, carrying the power to destroy all things, killing all enemies. Ding! Since the host has improved his swordsmanship to the perfect stage, his comprehension of the way of the sword has reached the pinnacle. The host will comprehend the sword intent, currently at the first level. As the system prompt sounded, Qin Xian's momentum also changed. His eyes flashed with star-like light, and a cold light flashed in his eyes, like a beam of light that opened up the world and opened up a path for the sword. At the same time, his aura became extremely sharp, like a sword drawn from its sheath, piercing through everything. After comprehending the sword intent, Qin Xian suddenly felt that his connection with the sword became closer, as if as long as he thought about it, he could cut off everything in the world. The power of sword intent far exceeds that of conventional martial arts, and can instantly unleash a powerful attack force. Fuck. Sword intent. Qin Xian exclaimed, with a look of shock on his face. Sword intentions. This is the killer weapon that only the peerless geniuses can possess. For the geniuses, the artistic conceptions of sword intentions, knife intentions, and spear intentions are their reliance for challenging opponents of higher levels. After comprehending the sword intent, Qin Xian can use the sword intent to kill any enemy, even the strong ones in the spirit transformation realm. As long as the sword intent is attached to a weapon or any object, his attack power will burst out with amazing power, and nothing can be cut. Qin Xian used the remaining 2 epiphany cards on the Stepping Cloud's body movement, successfully raising it to the minor success stage. Although the current Stepping Clouds cannot reach the ultimate speed, it is not slow anymore. After all the epiphany cards were used up, Qin Xian's strength changed dramatically. After fusing with the Sun God body, Qin Xian's combat power was already among the strongest in the Tiangang realm. Husband, have you comprehended the sword intent? Ji Yingyue, who had just finished bathing, felt the sword intent bursting out from Qin Xian and asked in shock. Qin Xian smiled and nodded, and Ji Yingyue's heart was in turmoil. Even in Taishan Holy Land, people who could comprehend the sword intent in the Tiangang realm were rare, and Qin Xian's achievement was simply a miracle. Ji Yingyue's heart was filled with excitement and pride. As Qin Xian's wife, she was sincerely happy for Qin Xian's talent and achievements. It was late. Ji Yingyue had just finished bathing. Her face was as beautiful as a lotus emerging from water. Qin Xian's heart was burning, and he couldn't help but pounce on her. In the next month, Qin Xian concentrated on his cultivation. He was immersed in practice during the day and shared joy with Ji Yingyue at night. He was completely addicted to this bliss on earth. Thanks to the support of the immortal kidney, Qin Xian did not leave his room for a whole month. During this period, Qin Xian's realm broke through to the 5th level of the Tiangang realm, and his strength was significantly improved. Ji Yingyue's Taoist injuries have recovered by 80% to 90%. Although her strength has not yet returned to its peak state, with her purple phoenix divine body and the 6th level of the divine martial realm, plus the various advanced martial arts and secret techniques cultivated in the Holy Land, she is almost invincible among the masters of the entire Qinglong dynasty. As Ji Yingyue recovered from her injuries, she decided to go to the Imperial City. A month ago, Qin Xian told her about the Han family's demon Bo Gang, and the two agreed to practice in the room for a month, and then take action after Ji Yingyue recovered from her injuries. The goal is to sneak into the Han family and seriously injure Bo Gang, making him unable to have sex for at least 1 or 2 years, thereby temporarily eliminating the threat of being taken into Bo Gang's harem and buying more time for Qin Xian to develop. After Ji Yingyue sneaked into Qinglong Imperial City, the tranquility of Qinglong Imperial City was soon broken by a bombshell news. It was reported that the daughter of the Han family was attacked by a mysterious master at home, causing her meridians to be severed, bones to be broken, and she was seriously injured and dying. When this matter spread, the whole Imperial City was shocked. The news shocked all the major forces in the Imperial City, especially the Han family, a family of great masters, who were unexpectedly infiltrated by a master of the divine martial realm and seriously injured the eldest daughter of the Han family. What is even more unbelievable is that this strong man actually escaped unscathed after the attack, and the furious head of the Han family has not been able to find the murderer yet. Who is this person who is so mysterious? All the major forces discussed and were confused. Some people thought that the eldest daughter of the Han family was a waste of cultivation and was addicted to pleasure every day. What was the point of attacking her? What's even more strange is that since that master was able to sneak into the Han family, why didn't he attack and kill those talented young masters of the Han family? Is it really worth it to attack such a useless young lady? The powerful leaders of the entire Imperial City were all confused and didn't know how to understand this incident. When Ji Yingyue returned from the Imperial City, Qin Xian immediately checked her body with concern. How is she? Are you not injured? Don't worry, my husband. They are just a few grandmasters. They can't hurt me. Ji Yingyue looked at Qin Xian gently with a tender smile. Qin Xian breathed a sigh of relief and was relieved to see that she was fine. That's good, as long as she's not injured. The eldest daughter of the Han family has her meridians broken and her bones shattered. With her current level, she may not be able to recover even within 3 years. Ji Yingyue continued, but the Han family's patriarch is a bit troublesome. He has a secret technique that can use spiritual power to mark others, so that he can track them thousands of miles away. Qin Xian raised his eyebrows when he heard this. Then what should we do? Fortunately, my purple phoenix divine fire can suppress it. After I achieve nirvana, I will be able to completely eliminate it. Ji Yingyue's expression contained a hint of pride. After hearing this, Qin Xian couldn't help but applaud. The meridians are broken, the bones are shattered. Yingyue did a great job. Humph. I didn't want to be so harsh, but when I found her, she was actually doing shameful things with many men. Ji Yingyue said indignantly, as if she was furious when she thought of that scene. Qin Xian smiled after hearing this. So you ran into them having a silver party. No wonder you were so angry. Silver party? What is that? Ji Yingyue asked, obviously curious about the word. Qin Xian scratched his head and said, you don't understand this yet. I'll tell you when you understand it. As he said that, he smiled mischievously and then pounced forward. After resolving Bo Gang's threat, Qin Xian felt a lot more relaxed and began to enjoy a more stable life. Although he enjoyed this period of time, he also knew that his talent was already strong enough, and it would be a waste if he did not continue to practice. After all, he had just embarked on the path of cultivation, and his current realm and strength were still very weak. In order to cope with possible crises in the future, he must continue to improve himself. Therefore, Qin Xian still maintained the rhythm of cultivation, and while enjoying a good life, he practiced hard. Time flies, 9 months passed quickly, and Qin Xian finally welcomed his first offspring in this world. As the cry of a baby resounded throughout the room, Qin Xian and Qin Peng were shocked. It's born. It's born. Congratulations, Master Qin Xian. It's a boy, the midwife shouted excitedly. At the same time, the system's prompt sounded. Ding. Congratulations, host. Your first offspring is born. Offspring Talent Level Assessment, Qualification Assessment, Purple. Talent Assessment, Sun Flame Holy Body, Eye of Fire Element. Talent Level Assessment, Top Level Prodigy. Talent Level Classification, Ordinary, Elite, Genius, Prodigy, Great Prodigy, Top Level Prodigy, Peerless Prodigy, Monster Prodigy, Supreme Prodigy. Ding. Congratulations to the host's first offspring for being rated as a top-level genius. The system will issue a reward. Ding. Since this is the host's first offspring, the system will issue an additional first-generation reward. When the midwife's voice came, Qin Xian almost stopped paying attention to the system prompts. He immediately performed the cloud step and quickly came into the room. Looking at Ji Yingyue lying on the bed and the baby in the cradle, Qin Xian's heart was filled with excitement and joy. The baby in the cradle is very cute, with a smooth face. Faint flames can be seen burning in his small eyes, and tiny flame lines can be seen faintly on his body's surface, showing his uniqueness. This child inherited Qin Xian's talent of the Sun God body, became the Sun Flame Holy Body, and controlled the power of Sun Flame. And those eyes seemed to have merged Qin Xian's eyes of truth and Ji Yingyue's purple phoenix fire talent, forming eyes of fire element. The talent was undoubtedly extremely powerful. Yingyue, thank you for your hard work. Qin Xian gently stroked the back of Ji Yingyue's hand, his heart full of gratitude and tenderness. However, just as he was comforting Ji Yingyue, his tightly closed eyes suddenly opened, and Ji Yingyue looked at Qin Xian anxiously. Husband, take our child away from the Qin family. Seeing Ji Yingyue's sudden change, Qin Xian was startled and quickly comforted her. What happened, Yingyue? Don't worry, you are still very weak. I am here, tell me slowly. Husband, do you remember the spiritual power mark that the Han family master left on me? Ji Yingyue's eyes were full of anxiety. I have been using the purple phoenix divine fire to suppress it, but just now, I was too weak, and the purple phoenix divine fire went out of control and released the pressure. Now, the Han family master must have known my location. After hearing this, Qin Xian's face changed. Husband, don't worry, I will take you and the child away now. Husband, don't forget that the head of the Han family is a powerful grandmaster. Ji Yingyue explained hurriedly, seeming worried that Qin Xian would not be able to cope with it. Qin Xian looked at Ji Yingyue, still full of confidence. Yingyue, don't worry. He is just the head of the Han family. He can't be a problem for me. You should recover first. If he dares to come, you will die. Hearing Qin Xian's response, Ji Yingyue was stunned for a moment. She didn't expect Qin Xian to be so firm. She thought about it, and finally did not refute, but held Qin Xian's hand. Husband, I believe you. She believed in this man. No matter what happened, he would create miracles, just like the top-grade Tianling pill and sword intent before. At the same time, the head of the Han family was discussing with his clansmen in the hall of the Han mansion in the imperial city. Suddenly, a cold light flashed in his eyes, and a powerful aura burst out instantly, making all the Han family members in the hall feel a chill. Master, what happened? A member of the Han family asked cautiously. The evil thief who sneaked into my Han family before. I have found him. The master of the Han family said coldly. The evil villain who sneaked into the Han family before. Everyone instantly remembered the strange master who sneaked into the Han family and killed the eldest daughter of the Han family 9 months ago. 3,000 miles southeast of the imperial city, what is that place? The head of the Han family continued to ask. Master, that is the border between the Qinglong dynasty, the Linglong dynasty, and the Minglong dynasty. Our Qinglong dynasty once built a small city they're called Qingfeng City. A clan member who was an official in the court replied. Qingfeng City. The Han family patriarch snorted coldly. Pass the patriarch's order to summon 9 clan elders to come with me to Qingfeng City. Damn little thief. This time, I will definitely grind him to ashes. The Han family patriarch spoke in a cold and ruthless manner and immediately ordered the 9 great masters of the clan to go to Qingfeng City with him. The news of the Han family's 10 great masters' dispatch quickly spread throughout the imperial city and shook all forces. Such a powerful lineup is enough to destroy some small and medium-sized forces in the imperial city. All the major forces began to inquire about the news, wanting to know why the Han family suddenly dispatched such a huge force and what their intentions were. As the investigation deepened, other forces learned that the Han family dispatched 10 grandmasters to hunt down the strange grandmaster who sneaked into the Han family 9 months ago. In order to kill a master of the divine martial realm, such a powerful force was mobilized, which shocked all forces. Husband, please give our child a name. Ji Ingyue looked at the child in her arms with a doting face and said softly. Qin Xian thought for a moment. A hint of tenderness flashed in his eyes. There is Fusu in the mountains and Lotus in the marshes, so let's call him Fusu. Fusu, Qin Fusu, Ji Ingyue said softly with a gleam in her eyes. Qin Xian was pleased to see that Ji Ingyue was very satisfied with the name. Fusu, Qin Fusu, that's great. After naming his eldest son, Qin Xian stayed with the mother and son for a while until Ji Ingyue and Xiao Fusu fell asleep, and then he quietly left the room. At this time, he finally had time to check the rewards issued by the system. The system issues rewards. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 10 breakthrough cards, 5 enlightenment cards, 1 upgradable card, 10 bottles of top-grade heavenly spirit pills, Phoenix blood essence, 2 family grandmasters, 1 heaven-level random martial arts book, and 3 earth-level random martial arts books. The system issues the first generation of extra rewards. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 5 breakthrough cards, 5 enlightenment cards, 10 bottles of mid-grade heavenly spirit pills, a 9th-grade spirit gathering array, and a map of the low-grade spirit stone mine. Upgrade card can increase the host's level of understanding by 1 level. 9th-grade spirit gathering array. After use, the speed of spiritual energy generation within a radius of 10 miles will be increased by 3 times, and the concentration of spiritual energy will be increased by 2 times. It can also slightly increase the growth and maturity speed of some spiritual plants. Phoenix blood essence, the blood essence of the mythical beast Phoenix. After taking it, those with the blood of the Phoenix clan or close relatives can enhance their cultivation speed, understanding, aptitude, chance of successful nirvana, chance of blood evolution awakening, etc. It can also be used as medicine. Low-grade spiritual stone or vein map. It shows the location and route of a low-grade spiritual stone or vein. The results of the random heaven-grade martial arts extraction are heaven-grade top-grade boxing, mountain shaking boxing. The results of the random earth-grade martial arts extraction are earth-grade top-grade spearmanship, mysterious ice spearmanship, earth-grade low-grade boxing, subduing tiger fist, earth-grade high-grade staff technique, Chongfeng staff technique. After checking the rewards from the system, Qin Xian's eyes lit up, and his heart was filled with surprise and expectation. These rewards were extremely generous, especially the rewards brought by the offspring of the top geniuses. If there are peerless geniuses, monstrous geniuses, or even supreme geniuses born in the future, the rewards will surely be even more incredible. Prosperity card. This is simply a magical item. Qin Xian widened his eyes and looked at the prosperity card in the reward list, and couldn't help but say excitedly. Although improving one's realm also requires time and accumulation, it is undoubtedly more difficult than improving one's artistic conception. Many strong men have never even reached the threshold of the realm of artistic conception in their entire lives, let alone improving it. Therefore, the value of the artistic conception enhancing card is simply incomparable to Qin Xian. However, despite his inner excitement, Qin Xian forced himself to suppress the impulse in his heart and decided to look at other rewards first. The phoenix blood can be used to increase Inue's chances of successful nirvana. He murmured to himself. The family has 2 grandmasters. The Qin mansion currently lacks strong people. These 2 grandmasters are enough to intimidate some small families. He continued to think about the role of each reward. The 9th grade spirit gathering array is only owned by big families in the imperial city. The Qin family finally has the foundation to become a strong family. Qin Xian thought again. As for the low-grade spirit stone or vein map, it can fully provide the Qin family with 10 years of spirit stone resources. When the time comes, let the head of the family send people to mine, and let my second uncle go first. After checking out these rewards, Qin Xian's eyes fell on the last 4 martial arts. Xianbing spear technique and Changfeng stick technique are both earth-level martial arts, extremely rare in the outside world. Although he cannot use them himself, they can be placed in the Qin family scripture pavilion to enhance the family strength. As for the mountain shaking fist and the tiger subduing fist, one is a top-grade heavenly boxing technique, and the other is a lower-grade earthly boxing technique. He naturally did not hesitate and directly chose to practice the mountain shaking fist. A heaven-level martial art, a rare treasure that even some powerful men in the Dao Palace realm would envy. The power of the mountain shaking fist far exceeds that of earth-level martial arts, more than 100 times. It's good to learn a boxing technique. After all, not everyone can fight with me with a sword. Qin Xian said softly, and then consumed 4 epiphany cards to upgrade the mountain shaking fist to the perfect stage. Ding! Consume an epiphany card, and you have mastered the martial arts, mountain shaking fist. Ding! Congratulations to the host for upgrading the martial arts, mountain shaking fist, to the perfect stage. You have mastered the ultimate boxing move, shaking mountains and rivers. Ultimate move, shaking mountains and rivers. A punch has the power to destroy mountains, and shake rivers. As the mountain shaking fist reached its perfect stage, Qin Xian felt a heavy and steady feeling in his heart. He clenched his fist, and suddenly a yellow light burst out, with an extremely powerful aura. Qin Xian felt the power of this force. He knew that this punch could even kill Qinda, who was far away in the main room of the house. It's worthy of being a top-grade martial art. Its power is truly unparalleled, Qin Xian said with satisfaction, feeling the powerful force contained in the tip of his fist. Then, Qin Xian consumed 2 more epiphany cards to upgrade, stepping on the clouds, to the perfect stage. Ding! Congratulations to the host for upgrading the martial arts, stepping on the clouds, to the perfect stage. You have comprehended the ultimate skill of body movement, stepping on the clouds. Special skill, walking on clouds. Clouds are generated under the feet, which can instantly burst out 10 times the speed, like walking on clouds. After the walking on clouds was upgraded to the perfect stage, Qin Xian still felt very satisfied. He thought to himself, the speed of this body movement can make me more flexible in combat. I can burst out 10 times the speed in an instant. I am simply invincible. After completing the improvement of his martial arts, Qin Xian decided to break through his realm. 15 realm-breaking cards directly raised his realm from the 3rd level of the Divine Realm to the 8th level of the Divine Martial Realm. With the expansion of Dantian and Linghai in his body and the condensation of the power of the Sun God, a powerful aura rose from Qin Xian's body. He felt full of strength and even longed for a hearty battle. The Divine Martial Realm. The Grandmaster Realm. Qin Xian whispered, his eyes gleaming. At this moment, he had become a prominent figure in the Qinglong dynasty. However, Qin Xian was not satisfied with this. He knew that this was not his limit. He took a deep breath and decided to use the upgrade card to further enhance his sword intent. Ding! The upgrade card was used successfully. Congratulations to the host. The sword intent has been upgraded to the 2nd level. As the system's prompt sounded, an invisible shackle seemed to be broken in Qin Xian's body, and an extremely sharp aura burst out instantly. A clear light flashed in his eyes, as if 2 divine swords were born in them, revealing their sharpness. As the 2nd level of sword intent increased, the tables, chairs and benches in the room were shattered by the leaked sword energy. After a few seconds, Qin Xian gradually adapted to the sword intent in his body, and his breath gradually became stable. Master Han, I wonder if you can block my sword? Qin Xian murmured to himself, his eyes full of confidence. The 2nd level of sword intent is a level that even some giants in the cave heaven realm find difficult to comprehend. He believes that even 10 heads of the Han family may not be able to block his sword. At the same time, outside Qingfeng City, 10 figures rushed over with extremely powerful momentum. This momentum made the residents of Qingfeng City feel terrified. What a terrifying aura! A resident of Qingfeng City said in a trembling voice. Is this the aura of a master? They seem to be heading towards the Qin family, another resident said in shock. The aggressive approach of these 10 strong men made the residents of Qingfeng City wonder if the Qin family was in trouble. At the same time, more powerful people came from the sky with extraordinary momentum. The residents of Qingfeng City discussed what was going on and headed towards the Qin family. What kind of challenges will the Qin family face this time? Everyone had questions in their minds, and all eyes were focused on the Qin family. With the arrival of the powerful men, the Qin family of Qingfeng City has become the focus of everyone's attention. Everyone is waiting for the answer to how the future will develop. The voice of the Han family's patriarch sounded in the void, cold and threatening. Little thief. The patriarch is here. Come out quickly and die. As the Han family patriarch finished speaking, the other 9 Han family elders began to disperse in various directions and surrounded the Qin mansion. The overwhelming aura of the 10 great masters came upon them, shocking the Qin family members in the Qin mansion. It was as if a mountain was pressing down on their shoulders, and they felt that they were about to face a catastrophic disaster. Clang! Suddenly, the sound of a sword rang out. Along with the sound, a sharp sword intent quickly rose up, cutting off the momentum of the 10 grand masters in one fell swoop. The Han family's patriarch narrowed his eyes slightly, obviously sensing the sudden sword energy. Sure enough, that little thief is here. He thought to himself, otherwise, how could the sword energy of a remote town be so pure? As the sound of swords rang out, the door opened and Qin Xian, dressed in white and carrying a sword, walked out, followed by a middle-aged man in a brocade robe. Xiao Xian, what are you doing? Don't be impulsive. Let Uncle Da talk to them first. Seeing Qin Xian take the initiative to come forward, the head of the family, Qin Da, was shocked at first and then hurriedly chased out. When Qin Da saw that this group of strong men were able to walk in the air, he immediately became frightened, fearing that Qin Xian's actions would bring disaster. He quickly looked at the head of the Han family in a flattering manner and said respectfully, Excuse me, sir, what can the Qin family do? My Qin family will go through fire and water and swear allegiance to you until death. Before, Qin Da had only contacted the Han family's housekeeper, and he naturally did not dare to contact a big figure like the Han family's patriarch directly. Therefore, he carefully showed great respect in order to gain the favor of the Han family's patriarch. Qin Xian stood aside, and seeing Qin Da being so flattering, he couldn't help but frowned, thinking to himself, why is this happening? Can't I just kill them? Although Qin Da tried his best to be humble, the head of the Han family did not take him seriously at all. Whoa, are you worthy enough to talk to this patriarch? The patriarch of the Han family snorted coldly, then slapped out with his palm. Instantly, a palm print formed in the air, and its powerful force caused the air to vibrate violently. Even a master of the divine martial realm would be seriously injured if hit by this palm. No, patriarch, Qin Da shouted in horror, patriarch, run away. When everyone in the Qin family saw this scene, their hearts were in their throats, fearing that Qin Da would be beaten into a pulp by this palm print. Feeling the palm wind coming from the sky, Qin Xian's eyes flashed with a cold light, and murderous intent instantly filled the air. However, just as he was about to attack, a powerful aura suddenly pressed over and blocked Qin Xian's way. Hey, who dares to offend my Qin family? A middle-aged man wearing black armor and holding a long axe stood in front of the gate of the Qin mansion, looking directly at the head of the Han family with anger and murderous intent in his eyes. Brother Darong, it seems we came back at the right time. Another tall man with clear features walked slowly over and smiled softly. When these 2 great masters appeared in front of the Qin mansion, both the nobles of the imperial city and the residents of Qingfeng City were shocked. The aura emanating from these 2 people is almost the same as that of the Han family elders. Obviously, they are also Grand Masters of the Wheel Sea realm. Where did these 2 Grandmasters come from? A resident of Qingfeng City whispered. A small city like Qingfeng actually has 12 Grandmasters. It's incredible. Who would have thought that there would be so many powerful people in such a remote place? Another person said in shock. The onlookers were talking about it, and the Qin family members began to exclaim. Uncle Jinglong, is that you? I'm Xiaoya. A young man ran forward excitedly. Uncle Darong, you are finally back. Another member of the tribe also shouted excitedly. Seeing these familiar people, Qin Darong and Qin Jinglong nodded and smiled. These 2 great masters are actually from the Qin family. At this moment, all the onlookers were shocked. The Qin family actually has such a powerful background and foundation. Qin Darong, Qin Jinglong. These 2 are members of my Qin family who went out to travel 20 years ago. Now, they have returned to the Qin family, and have reached such a level. It's really exciting. Chinda was extremely happy, and his face was full of smiles. He knew that it was the first time in the Qin family's history that clan members like Qin Daorong and Qin Jinglong returned as Grand Masters of the Wheel Sea realm. In the past, those clansmen who returned, even if they reached the Tiangang realm, were considered to have returned home in glory. But now, Qin Daorong and Qin Jinglong returned directly at the level of Grandmaster, which made Qin even more excited. Qin Xian also felt that these two Grandmasters should be the two powerful family members rewarded by the system. Although they did not appear out of thin air, but had their own backgrounds, their return was undoubtedly a strong support from the Qin family. Are you also from the Qin family? The head of the Han family's eyes narrowed slightly, obviously surprised at the identities of Qin Daorong and Qin Jinglong. Although he had not expected that the Qin family would have such a strong person, he still said disdainfully, "In that case, the two of you should be buried together." Qin Daorong's face suddenly darkened, and he said angrily, "Do you know who we are? How dare you speak so shamelessly? Oh, who are you? Tell me about it." The head of the Han family asked with a sneer, obviously wanting to see if there was anyone supporting these two grandmasters. Qin Daorong said in a deep voice, "I'll scare you by telling you my name. I am General Qin Daorong of the Linglong dynasty. This is the Minglong god of war, Qin Jinglong, who was personally appointed by the previous king of the Minglong dynasty." As Qin Daorong's voice fell, the Qin family members and the onlookers were all shocked. These two great masters actually had such a prominent identity. Qin Xian patted his forehead, feeling somewhat helpless. It's over. Even the names match. After hearing the introductions of Qin Daorong and Qin Jinglong, the head of the Han family remained expressionless. He sneered and said, "General Linglong, god of war Minglong? Are you two generals of the Linglong dynasty and the Minglong dynasty?" He looked around and said, "This is the territory of the Qinglong dynasty. Do you really want to provoke a war between the three dynasties?" As a grandmaster family that has been passed down for hundreds of years in the Qinglong dynasty, in the eyes of the head of the Han family, even the royal family has to be polite. The two foreign grandmaster generals are not worth mentioning at all to him. When we returned to the Qin family this time, we had already resigned from our positions as generals. Now, we are just members of the Qin family. Qin Jinglong spoke firmly and looked at the head of the Han family with a cold tone. These words touched the Qin family members, and many of them looked at him with admiration. "Uncle Jinglong, they actually gave up the positions of generals of the two dynasties for the sake of the family. So touching. I want to take them as an example." The Qin family members discussed one after another, and they were very emotional. However, the head of the Han family sneered, "Okay, in that case, killing you will save us from subsequent troubles." Before he finished speaking, he slapped out with his palm in an instant, and the momentum caused the air to distort, and the entire void shook. Arrogant. Qin Daorong was instantly furious when he saw this. He gripped the long axe tightly and rushed towards the head of the Han family like a cannonball. The long axe was swung out, and the crescent arc attack swept through the void with huge force, causing strong shocks and amazing power. "Cloak Divine Axe." Qin Daorong roared, and the powerful aura made the onlookers marvel. However, Qin Xian stood aside and watched this scene, but he couldn't bear it. Although Qin Daorong's realm had reached the 6th level of the Wheel Sea realm, in his eyes, the gap between such strength and that of the Han family's patriarch was too great. Qin Xian has seen the realm of the Han family master through the pupil of delusion, the 9th level of the Wheel Sea realm, only one step away from the Dao Palace realm. Even if Qin Daorong and Qin Jinglong join forces, they will never be his opponent. You overestimate your own abilities." The head of the Han family sneered, drew the sword from his waist, and slashed with it. The sharp sword light instantly broke Qin Daorong's axe. Then, the Han family patriarch slapped out with his left hand, and Qin Daorong was immediately knocked back, spurting blood from his mouth, and fell heavily beside Qin Jinglong. Puff! Qin Daorong spat out a mouthful of blood, his eyes full of shock. How is this possible? Seeing Qin Daorong being knocked back by a palm, Qin Jinglong's eyes showed surprise. How can the head of the Han family be so strong? "Admiral Linglong, that's it." The head of the Han family had a look of disdain on his face, and the powerful aura of the 9th level of the Wheel Sea realm burst out from his body, shocking the surrounding audience. "Holy crap, he's at the 9th level of the Wheel of Sea realm." Some viewers exclaimed. The last time the Han family patriarch attacked, he was only at the 7th level of the Wheel of Sea realm. How did he break through 2 realms in 2 years? If it was 2 years ago, the 7th level of the Han family head's Wheel of Sea realm would have been very terrifying. I didn't expect him to advance to the 9th level within 2 years. It's really shocking. Another person also exclaimed. At this time, the onlookers around were talking about it, their eyes full of awe. In the 9th level of the Wheel Sea realm, except for the ancestors in the royal family, the head of the Han family is almost the strongest existence. Qin Daorong stood up with the help of a long axe and gritted his teeth. Brother Jinglong, fight him. There was a determined light in his eyes. Qin Jinglong glanced at the sword in his hand, then looked at the Qin family members behind him, and finally sighed. Let's fight. As soon as he finished speaking, the two of them simultaneously displayed their strongest martial arts and rushed straight towards the head of the Han family. Seeing this, Qin Xian couldn't help but sigh in his heart, and was glad that Jinglong was not as impulsive as last time. After sighing, Qin Xian began to mobilize the sun god power and sword intent in his body. He understood that even if Qin Daorong and Qin Jinglong tried their best, they would not be able to defeat the head of the Han family, not to mention the threat from the 9 elders of the Han family. Seeing that Qin Daorong and Qin Jinglong's strongest martial arts were once again easily broken by the head of the Han family, Qin Xian knew that it was finally time for him to take action. However, just as the patriarch of the Han family was preparing to attack again and kill the two men, suddenly, a ball of black mist quickly condensed from behind the patriarch of the Han family, and then a slender figure suddenly rushed out. The person was dressed in black, with a cold and beautiful face and a slender figure, giving people a sad and beautiful feeling. She held a short blade in her hand, which contained a powerful destructive spiritual power. She stabbed the back of the neck of the head of the Han family fiercely, intending to kill him with one blow. What the hell? Who is that woman? What is she going to do? Assassinate the head of the Han family? A spectator exclaimed. The aura of that woman. She is only a grandmaster. What's going on today? There are more grandmasters than cabbages. Another audience member clicked his tongue. With the appearance of the woman in black, the whole scene was once again in turmoil. The onlookers sighed that today's scene in front of the Qin mansion was like a performance, with various dramas being staged one after another, which shocked everyone. Sun Yinshuang, you really showed up. The Han family's patriarch sneered when he saw the woman in black. Today, you will die here for me. Following the order from the head of the Han family, the 9 elders of the Han family took action together, quickly flew into the air, and surrounded the woman in black. Prisoner locking formation. As the Han family patriarch shouted angrily, a gray light burst out from the 9 elders. Spiritual energy chains circled like dragons, eventually trapping the woman in black and forming a cage. The woman in black felt the suppression of spiritual energy, and a helpless look appeared on her face. Did you fail after all? Nian Yang, I'm sorry for you. Ding. A possible marriage partner has been detected. Do you want to check? At this moment, the system's prompt sound suddenly rang in Qin Xian's mind. A marriage partner? Qin Xian was stunned for a moment, then reacted and fixed his eyes on the woman in black in the air. Check. As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Xian immediately activated the Eye of Illusion and locked his gaze on the woman in black. Then all her information appeared in his mind. Sun Yinshuang, Realm. 5th level of the Wheel Sea Realm, State of Mind. Prototype of Sword Will, Qualification. Purple, Talent. Body of Disaster, Divine Bone of Disaster. Body of Disaster. A physique that controls disasters and sufferings. The owner can stir up the misfortunes of others and spread endless disasters. But if the power of disaster is not fully mastered, the leaked power of disaster will also bring disaster to the people around. Divine Bone of Disaster. A divine bone containing the power of disaster, which can greatly enhance the power of the body of disaster and improve the owner's talent, understanding, and practice speed. Qin Xian stared at Sun Yinshuang, his eyes flashing with surprise. The body of disaster, what a terrifying physique, he whispered. He had just used the Eye of Delusion to investigate Sun Yinshuang's physique and learned that she had the ability to control disasters and suffering. She can stir up the bad luck of others and spread endless disasters. This ability sounds extremely terrifying, especially if the owner has not fully mastered this power. The leaked power of disaster will bring misfortune and disaster to the people around. This is just like the legendary Star of Misfortune. Qin Xian couldn't help but show a trace of pity in his eyes. Although a person with this kind of physique may eventually become powerful, she is destined to experience countless hardships and other people's contempt in the early stage. It turns out that the real purpose of the Han family's patriarch's trip was her, the disaster girl, Sun Yinshuang. Qin Xian had some realization in his mind. No wonder the Han family dispatched a team of 10 great masters. It turns out that arresting that strange master in the divine martial realm was just a cover. The real purpose was to kill the disaster girl. The people around discussed it, and the topic turned to Su Ninshuang's past. Someone revealed that Su Ninshuang lost both her parents when she was young, and she depended on her younger brother for survival. Although she showed extraordinary talent in cultivation, disasters always followed her. Because of the constant disasters, no force was willing to take her in, and all the forces that had taken her in disappeared because of the disasters. Later, she lived in seclusion with her brother. However, fate played a trick on her. When Su Ninshuang was traveling, her brother was discovered by the eldest daughter of the Han family. An insider continued, the eldest daughter of the Han family saw her brother's handsome appearance and brought him back to the Han family. A few days later, Su Ninshuang's brother died in the eldest daughter of the Han family's boudoir. Su Ninshuang was furious when she learned about this and began to attack the Han family's strong men, vowing to avenge her brother. However, the Han family was very powerful, and she was seriously injured every time, but her desire for revenge never changed. The head of the Han family felt threatened and decided to take this opportunity to send out 10 grandmasters to kill her completely. So that's how it is. Qin Xian pondered, and a feeling of depression rose in his heart. The woman in black in front of him had a tragic fate and was always trapped by disasters, but she still insisted on revenge. Her tenacity was moving. Lock up the prisoner and kill him. Suddenly, the head of the Han family shouted coldly in the air. As the order was issued, the 9 elders quickly formed seals. Their spiritual power surged, and they instantly created thousands of weapons in the formation, full of murderous intent, and rushed towards Su Ninshuang. Su Ninshuang's disaster body was undoubtedly powerful, but she was still unable to resist the formation of the 9 elders of the Han family. In just a few breaths, she was injured by the weapons in the formation, her body was covered with scars, and she was dying. What was even more desperate was that, even though she had the secret technique to transform into black mist, she still couldn't escape from this powerful formation. At this moment, she felt unprecedented despair, as if she was really going to die here. She thought helplessly, maybe it's better to die like this, at least I don't have to endure those disgusting looks anymore. But before I die, I still haven't been able to avenge my brother. How can I face my dead parents and brother? Among the crowd of onlookers, someone sneered and said, the daughter of disaster is finally going to die. The one who brought disaster should have died long ago. Others echoed, yes, the patriarch of the Han family killed her to really get rid of harm to the Qinglong dynasty. Do you know? Her parents and brother were killed by her, which led to all the tragedies. Some people continued to attack her with sharp words that hurt her heart. Su Ninshuang's face turned paler and tears began to fall. She was used to being seen as the embodiment of disaster, and everyone avoided her. But now, even the sharpness of these words made her feel more painful than the weapons in the battle. It was obviously you who killed your brother, but you put all the blame on me. The head of the Han family sneered. Daughter of disaster, you deserve to die. Then, he walked into the formation step by step, long sword in hand, releasing powerful spiritual power and giving off a terrible aura. The head of the Han family personally killed the daughter of disaster. The people next to him whispered, this is what it means to act in the name of justice. There was a sudden roar from the crowd, and voices supporting the Han family master rose and fell. However, just as the Han family master was about to kill Su Ninshuang himself, a clear voice rang out, mountain shaking fist. With this order, a powerful force swept in all directions. The onlookers were instantly shocked by this force and vomited blood, flying backwards. This punch releases the depression in my heart. Qin Xian's voice was like thunder, shocking everyone. After he punched out, he immediately turned it into a palm, stepped into the air, grasped the hilt of the Juk's sword, and looked around. His voice was like a bell. Although you are not accompanied by disasters, your hearts are already full of disasters and ugliness, which is most despicable. Qin Xian stood in the sky, looking around coldly. Those people who once sneered and watched coldly were as small as ants in his eyes. Who are you? The head of the Han family finally couldn't help but ask. Qin Xian of the Qin family is also the one who killed you. Qin Xian's voice was full of majesty, and he responded coldly. As soon as Qin Xian finished speaking, the world suddenly changed, the wind roared, and a powerful aura swept in all directions. All the long swords trembled at the same time, as if the ministers had seen the king and were trembling. As the Juk's sword was unsheathed, a sharp sword intent rushed straight into the sky, instantly bursting out with earth-shaking power, fiercely slashing at the prisoner-locking formation. This is sword intent, the Han family elder said in horror, his eyes full of shock. Sword intent? How is it possible? Another person widened his eyes. Qin Xian is only in the divine martial realm, and he can actually comprehend sword intent. The entire crowd was completely shocked. They couldn't understand how Qin Xian, who was at the divine martial realm, could comprehend the sword intent at such a low level. This was simply incredible. Who are you? The Han family patriarch was shocked, unable to believe the facts before his eyes. Qin Xian sneered and said, "Your daughter was beaten by my wife. As for you, you old immortal, you still dare to say something like, good daughter. It makes people want to vomit." Chapter 11. The Juk opens the front, and the sky of the Qinglong dynasty is about to change. Good. Very good. Very good. The voice of the patriarch of the Han family was full of anger. I didn't expect that someone in the world would dare to speak to me like this. The anger in his eyes was like a raging fire, and his heart was beating extremely violently. Since he broke through to the Luanhai realm and became the head of the Han family, it has been a long time since he heard someone dare to offend him like this. Especially when someone like Qin Xian insulted him directly to his face, he felt unprecedented anger. At this moment, the head of the Han family had only one thought in his mind, and that was to wipe out all the people related to Qin Xian, exterminate the entire clan, and dig up their graves. Boom! As he roared, a strong momentum swept around like a storm. The peak pressure of the 9th level of the Wheel Sea realm enveloped the entire battlefield. Everyone around felt extremely oppressed, as if they had difficulty even breathing. However, Qin Xian stood there, expressionless, unmoved. "Juk, use this man's blood to sharpen your sword," Qin Xian whispered, and a clear voice sounded. Breaking waves sword technique. The sword breaks thousands of waves. He took a step, and his figure leaped out like an arrow, his white clothes shook, and his pupils instantly turned red gold, like two eternally burning suns, shining brightly. Qin Xian quickly drew out the Juk sword behind him, holding the hilt tightly with both hands, and the qi and the power of the sun instantly attached to the edge of the sword. With the momentum of destroying the world, he slashed at the head of the Han family. Boom! Wherever the sword energy passed, scorching flames swept in all directions. The sword energy rolled like waves, carrying the power to destroy mountains, rushing towards the head of the Han family. You little master of the divine martial realm, even if you have comprehended the sword intent, so what? How can you shake the foundation of this head of the family? The head of the Han family sneered, with contempt in his eyes. He also slashed out with his sword, and the wind and clouds in the void suddenly changed, and the sword energy turned into a tornado. In the sword energy of this tornado, a sword dragon broke through the air and collided fiercely with the 1,000 sword waves slashed by Qin Xian. Boom! A violent explosion sounded through the sky, and the energy wave hit all directions, shaking the entire void. The crowd watching was terrified. If they were standing in the center of the explosion, they would have been reduced to ashes. The Qin family members also looked at Qin Xian in shock. In their impression, Qin Xian was just a useless cultivator who was only at the blood-moving realm. How could he suddenly become so powerful? The eyes of Qin Daorong and Qin Jinglong, who were injured by the Han family patriarch, almost popped out of their heads. They originally thought that they were the most powerful in the Qin family, but they didn't expect that a monster like Qin Xian would appear. Qin Xian, relying on the Grandmaster realm of the divine martial realm, was able to compete head-on with the Han family patriarch who was at the 9th level of the Wheel Sea realm. This battle, no matter whether Qin Xian lives or dies in the end, will definitely leave a strong mark in the Qinglong dynasty. As the energy wave after the explosion dissipated, two figures appeared in front of everyone. Qin Xian and the head of the Han family confronted each other, and the air around them solidified due to the sword energy. The Qin family's Qin Xian was able to fight the Han family's patriarch to a draw. The audience on the side commented in amazement. For a Grandmaster of the Divine Martial Realm to fight against a peak Grandmaster of the 9th level of the Wheel Sea Realm, this is simply too terrifying. The crowd of onlookers sighed. Although the Han family patriarch had initially tried to vent his anger, this duel gave Qin Xian full recognition of his strength. Everyone was shocked by Qin Xian's sword intent and powerful aura. Hearing everyone's discussion, the face of the patriarch of the Han family became more and more ugly. What do you mean by being evenly matched? He didn't even try his best. Qin Xian was just a small master of the Qin family. Why could he be on equal footing with him? The patriarch of the Han family gradually felt uneasy. He felt that something was wrong with his situation. At this time, he decided to go all out and completely suppress Qin Xian. He began to circulate the spiritual power in his body, and the powerful momentum slowly rose, as if to break through the barrier between the Luanhai realm and the Dao Palace realm. As the momentum increased, the head of the Han family raised the long sword high, and the sword edge flashed with a terrible light, which made people shudder. Hiss! The Han family patriarch didn't even use all his strength in that sword strike just now. This sword strike is even more powerful. The onlookers couldn't help but take a deep breath. The Qin family members also felt the pressure. Although Qin Xian's sword intent was already powerful, he was still in great danger facing the ultimate attack of the Han family patriarch. How are you going to block this sword from my patriarch? The patriarch of the Han family stared at Qin Xian with eyes as sharp as knives, his eyes filled with overwhelming power. Facing the pressure from the Han family patriarch, who was gradually returning to his peak state, Qin Xian did not show any fear at all. Instead, he smiled. Old thief, who told you that I only comprehended one level of sword intent? Boom. This sentence was like dropping a huge rock on a calm lake, stirring up huge waves around it. Is it impossible? Absolutely impossible. Even the first level of sword intent is difficult for some powerful people in the Dao Palace realm to comprehend, let alone the second level of sword intent. Everyone discussed in amazement. Yes, the second level of sword intent is simply a legendary existence. Even some giants in the cave heaven realm find it difficult to comprehend it. They couldn't believe it and couldn't imagine that Qin Xian had comprehended the second level of sword intent. At this time, Qin Xian ignored the shocked expressions of the crowd, but slowly raised the Juk's sword and completely released the sword intent in his body. He had just used one level of sword intent to test the combat power bonus brought by one level of sword intent. Now, he had confirmed that one level of sword intent alone was enough to suppress the mighty of Dao Palace realm. Then, the power of the second level of sword intent was his real trump card. Buzz, buzz, buzz. As the Juk's sword was raised, countless sword chi spread between heaven and earth, churning in the void, making clanging sword sounds. All the long swords within 100 miles roared, as if they were about to fly. At this moment, Qin Xian's sword intent completely erupted, and his sharp eyes locked onto the head of the Han family like a knife. Breaking waves sword technique. The sword breaks through thousands of waves. Qin Xian shouted, and thousands of sword energies gathered again, turning into a huge wave, surging and pressing towards the Han family master with destructive force. Han family master, how are you going to block this sword? Qin Xian asked coldly. The Han family head's face changed drastically. He knew that the power of the second-level sword intent was far beyond his ability to bear. The oppressive feeling from the sword intent filled him with fear. Run. At this time, the Han family head's instinct told him that only by running away could he survive. However, Qin Xian's sword light was so swift that no matter how fast he ran, how could he be faster than this fierce sword intent? Ah! A scream came from afar, and as blood filled the sky, the Han family head fell down. He is dead. The blood-red sky made the 9 Han family elders who were watching freeze their eyes, and their hearts were filled with fear. He's dead? What about us? They were full of panic, and their eyes looking at Qin Xian could not help but waver. Some of the elders even turned around and prepared to escape. However, no matter where they fled, the final result was doomed. They would not be able to escape Qin Xian's edge. In shock and panic, Qin Xian stepped on the clouds, and his speed increased instantly. Then each sword directly killed a grandmaster. After 9 swords, blood rained down from the sky, and blood was scattered all over the sky. The strong men from the imperial city stood in the distance, looking at the handsome young man in white clothes walking in the blood rain. 2 thoughts emerged in their minds at the same time. The Qin family is about to rise. The sky of the Qinglong dynasty is about to change. Oh my God! A great master with 1 sword? Am I seeing things? Is this really a member of my Qin family? Qin Daorong said in shock, his eyes full of disbelief. Second-level sword intent. It's actually second-level sword intent. Such a terrifying talent. If he grows up, even the geniuses in the Holy Land can fight him. Qin Jinglong couldn't hide his inner shock. Even these 2 self-proclaimed knowledgeable grandmasters were shocked by Qin Xian's performance just now. The second level of sword intent, this kind of talent is undoubtedly amazing, enough to make anyone's eyes light up. Uncle Daorong, Uncle Jinglong, there are too many people in front of the Qin mansion, please disperse them. Qin Xian said lightly after falling from the air. Qin Daorong couldn't help but feel excited when he heard this. He was called Uncle by a peerless genius who had comprehended the second level of sword intent in the divine martial realm. He felt that at this moment, his life seemed to have been greatly satisfied, and he even felt that it was worth dying at this moment. TSK, can you be more reserved? Look at your silly look. Qin Jinglong said helplessly, but a smile appeared on his lips involuntarily. Qin Xian was so stunning today that even he, a master who had seen the courtesan in a brothel, couldn't help but want to laugh. On the other side, Qin Xian walked up to Sun Yinchuang. Seeing her bloody face from multiple injuries, Qin Xian couldn't help but feel pity for her. He couldn't help but recall Sun Yinchuang's past, and his heart was moved. Miss Su, now that the head of the Han family is dead, what are your plans next? Qin Xian asked softly, his eyes full of concern. Sun Yinchuang couldn't help but fall into deep thought when she heard this. Faced with Qin Xian's concern, she was a little overwhelmed. Her heart was full of gratitude. In her most desperate moment, Qin Xian not only suppressed those enemies with one punch, but also avenged her. She was deeply grateful for everything. I don't know what to do. Sun Yinchuang lowered her head, her voice a little confused. She knew very well that she was the daughter of disaster, with a physique of disaster. Although she always wanted to help others, she always brought disaster to others. Perhaps, the best choice for the rest of her life is to hide in the darkness, silently guard Qin Xian, and be a silent guardian. She even thought that it would be nice if she could be a maid by Qin Xian's side to repay him. At this moment, a gentle voice came. Since you don't know where to go, why not stay in the Qin family? Qin Xian turned around and saw Ji Yingyue wearing a purple dress, with a curvy figure and a beautiful face. She walked slowly towards them with a gentle smile on her face. Yingyue, why did you come out too? How is your recovery? Qin Xian saw this and hurriedly walked towards Ji Yingyue, asking with concern. Ji Yingyue smiled and replied, Don't worry, my husband. I am the holy maiden of Taishan. How can I be so fragile? Her voice was as gentle as water and full of confidence. As a master of the Purple Phoenix divine body, Ji Yingyue's recovery ability far exceeds that of ordinary people. Her body has fully recovered. In fact, Ji Yingyue had been behind Qin Xian the moment he stepped out of the door. She saw Qin Xian suppress the enemy with one punch and kill the head of the Han family with one sword. She believed that Qin Xian, the young man in white, would create his own miracle. Your name is Sun Yinchuang, right? Ji Yingyue turned to look at Sun Yinchuang and asked with a smile. Yes. Sun Yinchuang nodded and looked at Ji Yingyue shyly. Facing this beautiful woman, Sun Yinchuang felt a little ashamed. Although she thought she was not bad-looking, Ji Yingyue's temperament was too outstanding. She was bright and beautiful, elegant, and her every move revealed a charm that could not be ignored. Then I will call you Sister Yinchuang. Ji Yingyue smiled gently. Just now behind the Qin mansion, I heard about Sister Yinchuang's past. It was indeed pitiful. Sun Yinchuang was stunned for a moment, then nodded gently, with a hint of gratitude in her eyes. Since Sister Yinchuang has nothing to worry about now, why don't you stay in the Qin mansion? Ji Yingyue suggested, her voice soft, but full of warmth. Stay in the Qin mansion? Sun Yinchuang hesitated, full of questions. She didn't understand why Ji Yingyue wanted her to stay in the Qin mansion. Seeing this, Ji Yingyue walked to Sun Yinchuang and whispered a few words in her ear. After hearing this, Sun Yinchuang blushed slightly, and a trace of yearning appeared in her eyes. However, after a moment, she seemed to think of something and hurriedly shook her head. No, I am the daughter of disaster and will bring you bad luck. Although she was grateful for Ji Yingyue's suggestion, she was still worried that her misfortune would bring misfortune to the Qin family. Daughter of disaster? TSK. Don't listen to the nonsense of those shallow-minded people. Ji Yingyue sneered and said lightly, Those so-called misfortunes are just the result of your lack of control over the power of disaster in the early stages of your cultivation, which led to some of them leaking out. She paused and continued. The reason why you affected the people around you was because your realm was too low at the time, and most of the people around you were ordinary people. The higher the realm of the martial artist, the less likely they are to be affected by the power of disaster. When martial arts reach the extreme, they can even break the sky, so how can they be afraid of this little power of disaster? Moreover, it is recorded in the scripture pavilion of the Holy Land that in the early stages of the disaster body, as long as one practices with someone who has a very strong and young physique, or a strong person who has comprehended the state of mind, one will be able to suppress the influence of the power of disaster until the power of disaster is completely controlled. Ji Yingyue explained patiently, her words full of determination. Qin Xian was also moved when he heard this. She was indeed worthy of being the saint of the Holy Land. She had a wide range of knowledge, far better than these native warriors. So, no matter in terms of martial arts realm or artistic conception and physique, in the entire Qinglong dynasty, this is the only place that is most suitable for you to stay. Ji Yingyue smiled, raised her right hand, and purple phoenix flames rose between her fingers. Sun Yinchuang's eyes sparkled, and she seemed to understand Ji Yingyue's meaning. She asked softly, So, as long as I practice with you, I can avoid the disaster? Ji Ingyue nodded. That's right. As long as you practice with us, the influence of the power of disaster on you will become negligible. However, Ji Ingyue shook her head. Although my purple phoenix divine fire is a fire-attributed divine power, it cannot be called the most rigid and yang. Hearing this, Sun Yinshuang's eyes dimmed instantly. Ji Ingyue smiled and changed the subject. But, have you forgotten that there is a more suitable candidate here? Before she finished speaking, her eyes turned to the other side. Sun Yinshuang followed her line of sight and saw Qin Xian standing there, holding a ball of golden flame in his left hand and a sharp sword in his right hand. A bright smile appeared on his handsome face. Young power of disaster. Was it this extremely strong and yang power of the sun god that fell into the river, or was it this sword energy with the second level of sword intent? Ji Ingyue smiled gently, her eyes full of anticipation. Chapter 13, Ba Qing Feng, Destroy the Han family, and become a real family. After Ji Ingyue finished explaining, Qin Xian used the eye of truth to look at Sun Yinshuang. There was indeed a wisp of gray mist constantly emanating from Sun Yinshuang's body. These gray mists should be the leaked power of disaster. And when Qin Xian summoned the power of the sun and the sword intent, the gray mist began to sway constantly, as if it was very afraid of these two things. So, Qin Xian pushed his palm and attached the ball of sun divine power to Sun Yinshuang's body, and it kept moving around Sun Yinshuang's body. Only after all the leaked power of disaster was completely melted and annihilated did Qin Xian take back the ball of sun god power. Alright, there shouldn't be any more calamity power leaking out in the short term. Qin Xian looked at the two girls and said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Sun Yinshuang woke up from the state of enjoyment she was in. The ball of solar power wandered over her body. Not only did it not make her feel hot or scorching, but it gave her a long-lost feeling of warmth that made her somewhat addicted. Thank you. Sun Yinshuang looked at Qin Xian and thanked him seriously. We're a family from now on. What's there to thank for? Upon hearing this, Ji Ingyue walked over, took Sun Yinshuang's arm, and said, A family. Qin Xian was a little confused, but the two girls ignored him and walked into the Qin mansion on their own. Seeing this scene, Qin Xian couldn't help but smile. Unexpectedly, Ji Ingyue is so generous. Not only is she willing to let Qin Xian take a concubine, but she will also help Qin Xian to conquer a concubine. Such a good wife is rare in the world. She has a gentle and generous personality and always thinks about Qin Xian. This makes Qin Xian feel that with such a wife, what else could a husband ask for? Of course, there is another possibility. It might be because Ji Ingyue really couldn't stand Qin Xian's powerful fighting ability, so she couldn't wait to pull Sun Yinshuang into the house. Immediately, after the two girls left, Qin Xian came to Qin Da's side. Uncle Da, show me the way. Huh? Xiao. Qin Xian, where are you going? At this time, Qin Da had not yet recovered from the shock of Qin Xian beheading the head of the Han family with one sword, killing a great master with one sword. After all, the scenes just now were so shocking. His worldview, outlook on life, and values were severely impacted. He even suspected that the Qin Xian in front of him had been possessed by some evil powerful being. Where else can we go? Of course we should go to the Yin family and the Jiang family. Could it be that Uncle Da has forgotten that these two big families wanted to destroy the Qin family before? Qin Xian said with sharp eyes when he heard this. The Qin family and the other two families were blood enemies, and if the two major families had not wanted to destroy the Qin family before, Qin Xian would not be forced to marry into the Han family and almost become the plaything of the Devil Bow gang. Now that Qin Xian has grown up, he will naturally not let the two major families go. Looking at Qin Xian's sharp eyes, even Qin Da felt a chill in his heart. He hurriedly pointed out the direction of the Jiang and Yin families to Qin Xian. After seeing Qin Da point out the direction, Qin Xian nodded, then performed the cloud stepping step and left the Qin mansion. Just like that, a quarter of an hour later, Qin Xian carried a large bag of bloody heads back to the Qin mansion and threw them at Qin Da's feet. All the members of the two major families who are above the Tiangang realm are here. As for the rest, I'll leave it to Uncle Da to handle. After throwing a large bag of bloody heads to Qin Da, Qin Xian went straight back to his room to accompany Ji Ingyue and Sun Yinshuang. Only Qin Da was left standing there with a numb look on his face. Oh, okay. Just like that, after Qin Xian killed all the high-end combat forces of the two families, Qin Da also took advantage of the situation to lead the Qin family to completely destroy the Jiang and Yin families, and finally made the Qin family the most powerful family in Qingfeng City. After annexing the businesses of the Jiang and Yin families, the Qin family also completely took control of the entire Qingfeng City. Now, In this Qingfeng city, even if a gold coin falls from the sky, it will belong to the Qin family. There were also some spiritual mineral resources near Qingfeng city, which the Qin family took over and sent clansmen to mine. Among them, according to Qin Xian's instructions, Qin's second uncle was also very honored to become the captain of the Qin family's mining team and was often separated from Qin's second aunt. At the same time, Qin Xian also gained the respect and gratitude of all members of the Qin family and became the highest-ranking person in the Qin family. If he hadn't refused again and again, Qinda would probably have passed the position of head of the family to him. Uncle Da, pick some strong and capable members of the family and head to the imperial city tomorrow. On the second day after the destruction of the two major families, Qin Xian found Qinda and said, "Heading to the imperial city? What are you going to do in the imperial city?" Qinda asked with some confusion. "Destroy the Han family, move the resources, and take over the Han family's business." A small Qingfeng city cannot satisfy Qin Xian's appetite. Besides, the head of the Han family was killed by him, so the Han family was naturally his trophy. Okay, I'll go pick it out right away. Suddenly, he was told that he could take over the resources and industries of a grandmaster family that had been passed down for hundreds of years. Qinda just felt that happiness came too suddenly. After hearing Qin Xian's words, Qin Da's face turned red, and he turned around and ran into the Qin mansion to select his clansmen. After Qinda left, Qin Xian talked to Qin Daorong and Qin Jinglong about going to the imperial city tomorrow. It is impossible for Qin Xian to stay in the imperial city, but if he wants to take over the Han family's business, it will not work without a grandmaster in charge. So they could only bring Qin Daorong and Qin Jinglong, who had just returned. Qin Daorong and Qin Jinglong both gladly accepted Qin Xian's request. After all, who can refuse a peerless genius who calls him uncle? After giving these instructions, Qin Xian returned to his room. After last night's conversation, Sun Yinchuang has completely opened her heart to Qin Xian and Ji Yingwei. And today is the day when Qin Xian and Sun Yinchuang become a real family. After entering the room, Ji Yingwei and Sun Yinchuang were sitting on the bed chatting, so Qin Xian joined them. Until the night fell, Ji Yingwei smiled and slipped out. After closing the door, only the two people who were honest with each other were left on the bed. Chapter 14, Stabbing Su, the Emperor's Mind. This time, facing the weak and shy Sun Yinchuang, it was the first time that Qin Xian was not so rude, but very gentle. In this way, the spring atmosphere in the room gradually became stronger, and the feelings between Qin Xian and Sun Yinchuang continued to heat up. It was not until the sun rose the next day that Qin Xian walked out of the room with a refreshed look on his face, leaving only the limp Sun Yinchuang in the room. Today is the day when Qin Xian leads the Qin family to destroy the Han family and take over the Han family's business. He ended the battle early and walked out of the room to rush to another battle. At this moment, in the front garden of the Qin mansion, Qinda had already gathered dozens of clansmen, all of whom were the elite of the Qin family. These elite members of the Qin family were also extremely excited when they saw Qin Xian coming. After all, they were going to destroy a grandmaster family today. After Qin Xian arrived at the front garden of the Qin mansion, he didn't say much, and the group set off directly to the imperial city. After arriving at the imperial city, Qin Xian and everyone else had a clear goal and went straight to the Han family. At this moment, there are still several grandmasters left in the Han family. After all, it is a family of grandmasters that has been passed down for hundreds of years, and the foundation is still very deep. However, as Qin Xian flew into the Han family alone with a sword in hand, after a few sword strikes, several surviving grandmasters of the Han family were killed on the spot. After dealing with several grandmasters of the Han family, Qin Xian unleashed his sword intent and intimidated the sky above the Han family for a while, like a sword god guarding the four directions, intimidating the villains in all directions and making others dare not covet this place. As one of the largest families in the Qinglong dynasty, there are many forces that want to share the big cake of the Han family. However, when they felt the terrifying sword intent emanating from Qin Xian, they finally chose to wait and see and retreat. After all, even the Han family's patriarch, a powerful warrior at the 9th level of the Wheel Sea realm, died under Qin Xian's sword. How could those of them who were not as good as the Han family's patriarch dare to stand out? As for the remaining strong men of the Han family, it would be easier to suppress them with the two grandmasters Qin Daorong and Qin Jinglong around. And the demon Bo Gang, the source of all evil, was also turned into a ghost under Qin Daorong's axe. At this point, seeing that no other force dared to covet this place, Qin Xian then threw all the remaining matters to Qin Da, Qin Daorong, and Qin Jinglong to handle. He rushed back to Qingfeng City overnight and returned to the Qin mansion to continue his baby-making campaign. This time, Qin Xian fought 1 against 2, and in just 3 days, he hit both targets and hit home runs. In the Qinglong dynasty, in the imperial palace, a strong young man in armor came before the Qinglong king. "Father, the Han family has been destroyed. The Qin family's genius, Qin Xian, has indeed comprehended the second level of sword intent." Han Feihong. Humph. Over the years, relying on his relationship with the man from Hahuan Dao sect, he actually broke through to the 9th level of Luanhai realm. No wonder the Han family members act so radically in the officialdom, buying people's hearts and minds and contacting various forces. It turns out that they want to wait until Han Feihong breaks through the Dao Palace realm, and then unite with the Hahuan Dao sect to usurp the throne in one fell swoop. King Qinglong became angry when he thought that the patriarch of the Han family had hidden the 9th level of the Wheel Sea realm. What a wolfish ambition. Fortunately, Han Feihong hit a wall this time and caused a huge disaster. Otherwise, he would have been a real threat. The sturdy young man in armor also said with emotion. "Sure how, the genius who comprehended the second level of sword intent you said was actually from the Qin family in the small town of Qingfeng City." King Qinglong no longer mentioned the head of the Han family, but asked in surprise. "That's right. Qin Xian is indeed a member of the Qin family in Qingfeng City, and he has hardly ever left Qingfeng City since he was a child." The eldest prince Sure Hao nodded and said, "I didn't expect that in a small Qingfeng City, there is actually a real dragon hiding." After getting confirmation, King Qinglong said with some emotion, "The second level of sword intent was out of reach even for a powerful being like him in the Dao Palace realm. The first thing to do is to send people to the vicinity of Qingfeng City to search for any traces of rare spiritual objects. Remember, do not alert the Qin family's genius." The eldest prince Sure Hao showed an understanding expression when he heard this. Qingfeng City is just an ordinary little city, but for a peerless genius like Qin Xian to appear in it, there must be something extraordinary about it. Either there are relics of a powerful person, or there are rare spiritual or divine objects left behind. Otherwise, how could a small city that didn't even have a grandmaster before suddenly have Qin Xian, a peerless genius who is both a grandmaster with just one sword? The second thing is to send an envoy to the Qin family and deliver some resources to show the Qin family's genius the goodwill of the royal family. It would be best if we can win him over to the imperial city. Third, send assassins to Hahuan Dao sect and tell the news that the Han family was destroyed by the Qin family's genius. Remember this. Apart from you and me, no other living person is allowed to know about this. King Qinglong spoke cautiously to the eldest prince, Sure Hao. "Father, are there any conflicts between the second and third matters?" Sure Hao was a little confused when he heard this. If he wanted to express goodwill and win over the Han family, why did he tell the person from Hahuan Taoist sect the news that Qin Xian had destroyed the Han family? According to the spies trained by the royal family, the man from Hahuan Dao sect has a special relationship with the head of the Han family. If that person knew the news that the Han family was destroyed by Qin Xian, there is no doubt that he would attack Qin Xian. Sure Hao, you will enter the Holy Land to practice in the future, so I will not explain these imperial tricks to you. You just need to understand that everything I do is for the continuation of the Qinglong dynasty. Chapter 15. I will use this blood to open a road to heaven for my wife. A month has passed since Qin Xian took over Qingfeng City, destroyed the Han family, and became famous in the imperial city. During this month, Qin Xian still lived a boring life of practicing during the day and sleeping at night. It is worth mentioning that as Qin Xian's realm becomes higher and higher, the power of the immortal kidney becomes stronger and stronger. Even Ji Yingyue and Su Ninshuang find it difficult to resist. In addition, within this month, the Qin family's development has entered an extremely rapid stage. First, Qin Xian set up the 9th grade spirit gathering array rewarded by the system, which dramatically increased the concentration of spiritual energy in the Qin mansion. The Qin family's cultivation environment has become better than that of the Qinglong royal family. Afterwards, Qin sent members of the Qin family to the spiritual stone or vein according to the map of the mineral deposits given by Qin Xian. A large number of low-grade spirit stones were excavated to provide for the Qin family's practice. In addition, after destroying the Han family and the 2 major families, Qin sent people to seize the various resources accumulated by the Han family and the 2 major families over the years. All kinds of rare treasures, magical herbs and elixirs, martial arts skills, etc. were moved back to the Qin family. It can be said that since the Qin family was founded, it has never fought such a prosperous battle. With an unlimited supply of various resources, members of the Qin family also started a crazy practice mode. After losing a large number of strong men in the secret realm, among the Qin family members, not to mention those who have reached the spiritual transformation realm, even those who have reached the heavenly gang realm are very rare. And now, after more than a month of crazy development, the number of Qin family members who have recently broken through to the Tiangang realm has reached double digits. With such a massive supply of resources, not to mention the Qin family members, even a dog can cultivate into a spirit. Moreover, during this month, the royal family and various forces within the imperial city, they also sent envoys to present expensive gifts and express their goodwill to Qin Xian, the peerless genius. The royal family even promised that as long as Qin Xian was willing to serve the royal family, they would marry the royal princess to Qin Xian and give Qin Xian the title of Marquis of Jinghua, which would be hereditary. However, all of these were rejected by Qin Xian one by one. How could any royal princess be as beautiful as the peerless Taishan saint and the shy and charming daughter of disaster? And what's so special about that damn hereditary title of Marquis of Jinghua? As long as Qin Xian has 2 more children, he can even let the royal family of the Qinlong dynasty have the surname Qin. Only your own strength can provide you with eternal immortality. Qin Xian was also well aware of this. Therefore, facing the goodwill and solicitation of the royal family and various forces, Qin Xian just treated it indifferently. In this way, another 2 months passed peacefully. Qin Xian and Ji Yingyue both broke through to the 9th level of the divine martial realm and are only 1 step away from becoming a grandmaster in the Wheel C realm. Of course, with Ji Yingyue's talent, she shouldn't have practiced so slowly, mainly because all the time was spent on healing and recovering and adjusting her body. During this period of time, Ji Yingyue also adjusted her body to its peak condition. Because next, Ji Yingyue will begin her first nirvana on the road of cultivation. Qin Xian placed all the remaining top-grade Tianling pills, mid-grade Tianling pills, and some high-grade spiritual herbs and pills he had brought back from Han's house in the room. He and Sun Yinshuang were guarding outside the door, waiting for Ji Yingyue's nirvana. "Husband, do you want me to leave here for a while?" Sun Yinshuang said in a low voice. Although Qin Xian often used the power of the sun god to eliminate the disastrous power that leaked out during her practice, Sun Yinshuang was still a little worried that she would bring bad luck to Ji Yingyue. After all, Sun Yinshuang also learned from Qin Xian and Ji Yingyue how important this nirvana was to Ji Yingyue, who possessed the purple phoenix divine body. There is absolutely no room for error. Don't worry. It's okay. I've made all the necessary preparations, and I believe that after Yingyue's nirvana is successful, she will definitely want to see us first. Qin Xian held Sun Yinshuang's hand tightly and said comfortingly. Before preparing for nirvana, Qin Xian deliberately used the power of the sun god to carefully move around Sun Yinshuang's body, observed her 3 times with the eye of truth, and finally used the sword intent to move close to her body to intimidate her. It can ensure that not a trace of the power of disaster leaks out. After hearing Qin Xian's comfort, Sun Yinshuang felt relieved, drew out the short blade, and looked around vigilantly. Seeing this, Qin Xian couldn't help but smile, but as a burning breath spread out from the room, Qin Xian also became a little nervous. The first nirvana was definitely the most difficult one. It's not because the level of nirvana is high. In fact, the first nirvana is the lowest level, which only involves the nirvana tempering of muscles, bones, and blood. This is also the reason why Ji Yingyue dared to achieve nirvana during her pregnancy, because the first nirvana would not affect the fetus in her belly. However, after nirvana is successful, as Ji Yingyue's talent improves, the talent of the fetus in her womb will also improve accordingly, which is beneficial rather than harmful. Therefore, the difficulty of the first nirvana was mainly due to Ji Yingyue's lack of experience. In addition, Ji Yingyue's nirvana had been destroyed by someone else before. Although her injuries had fully recovered, the shadow in her heart could not be completely eliminated. This makes Ji Yingyue's nirvana more difficult. Boom. As nirvana began, wisps of purple phoenix divine fire overflowed from all around the room. The purple glow illuminated the sky, causing the temperature around to rise instantly. Seeing this scene, Qin Xian raised his right hand, and immediately, sword chi formed a huge sword chi cage, surrounding this place to prevent the purple phoenix divine fire from leaking out. "Sister Yingyue, come on." Sun Yinshuang was cheering for Ji Yingyue from the side. Ji Yingyue, who was in the room, was in endless pain at this moment. The first nirvana will temper Ji Yingyue's bones, muscles, and blood from the inside out with the purple phoenix divine fire, which is equivalent to rebirth and sublimation after destruction. If it were before, with Ji Yingyue's strong will, these pains would not be a big deal. But now, whenever the pain in her body came, Ji Yingyue's mind always emerged the scene of the last time she was destroyed and failed and seriously injured. Just like a cold maggot on the tarsal bone, it constantly corroded Ji Yingyue's will, causing Ji Yingyue to gradually sink. Buzz, buzz, buzz. As Ji Yingyue's will gradually sank, the purple phoenix divine fire that maintained nirvana also began to riot. All of a sudden, the temperature inside and outside the room rose suddenly, becoming scorching hot and filled with a destructive aura. Husband, is something wrong with Sister Yingyue? After feeling the turmoil of the purple phoenix divine fire, Sun Yinchuang couldn't help but speak anxiously. Alas, it seems that Yingyue still can't get over the shadow of the last failure. Qin Xian also sighed helplessly. These days, Qin Xian thought that Ji Yingyue had adjusted her mentality and body, but he didn't expect that something would go wrong in the end. Then what should we do? Is there any way to save Sister Yingyue? The kind-hearted Sun Yinchuang was already crying at this moment. However, as soon as Sun Yinchuang's voice fell, she suddenly felt a more burning breath blowing on her face. Husband, what is this? Sun Yinchuang looked forward and saw a drop of crystal red blood floating on Qin Xian's fingertips. The shadow of a phoenix was reflected in the blood, emitting a fiery and noble aura. It was as if a real mythical beast, the phoenix, had descended from the sky, possessing the power to burn the world to ashes. Phoenix blood. I will use this blood to open a path to heaven for my wife. As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Xian snapped his fingers, and the phoenix's blood turned into a stream of blood-red light and bounced into the room. The next moment, a loud and high-pitched phoenix cry rang out. Endless purple phoenix divine fire gushed out from the room, like a raging fire, burning in the void. In the fiercely burning purple phoenix divine fire, a purple phoenix phantom, which was completely purple and exuded a powerful and noble aura, was reborn from the fire. Purple Phoenix, Nirvana. Chapter 16. Leader of the Hahuan Dao sect, follow me back to the sect and be my first lover. As Ji Yingyue successfully achieved nirvana, a vortex of spiritual energy instantly appeared above the room, continuously absorbing the spiritual energy from the surroundings. The spiritual energy within a 10-mile radius was like 100 rivers converging, rushing in from all directions. The purple phoenix divine fire in the room burned even more fiercely, melting all the elixirs and treasures beside Ji Yingyue into spiritual liquid. The spiritual liquid serves as the nutrient for breakthrough, wrapping Ji Yingyue inside, and providing Ji Yingyue with the energy to break through the realm. Boom. As the roar resounded, a powerful aura rose into the sky. We'll see realm. Sister Yingyue has also become a grandmaster. After sensing Ji Yingyue's breakthrough to the grandmaster level, Sun Yinchuang smiled and said, however, even though Ji Yingyue has broken through to the grandmaster level, the aura in the room continues to increase. After feeling this situation, Qin Xian couldn't help but smile. It seems that Yingyue is going to catch up with you in one fell swoop through this nirvana. As the holy maiden of Taishan Holy Land, Ji Yingyue has her pride and determination in her heart. As for the two people beside her, although Qin Xian is at the same level as her, Qin Xian is a peerless genius who has comprehended the second level of sword intent. With the blessing of sword intent, even the powerful ones in the Dao Palace realm may be able to fight against him. Although Sun Yinchuang's combat power is not as strong as Qin Xian's, he is also a genuine grandmaster of the Wheel Sea realm. But now she is only a master of the divine martial realm, so she naturally feels a little disappointed. After all, among the three of them, her starting point was definitely the highest, but now she is the weakest one. Therefore, Ji Yingyue also wanted to rely on this nirvana to catch up with the gap between her and the other two. Just like that, over the next few days, the room was constantly filled with the roar of breakthroughs, and the aura exuded by Ji Yingyue became increasingly powerful. Qin Xian and Sun Yinchuang did not waste their time either. They both started practicing. At the same time, outside the Qinglong dynasty, in a magnificent mountain gate, an extremely powerful aura also rose into the sky, containing an extremely cold, murderous intent. What did you say? The Han family was destroyed by a genius named Qin Xian? Han Feihong is also dead. The assassin sent by the Qinglong dynasty gritted his teeth, controlled his body from shaking, and said to the beautiful woman in red robes in front of him, yes, although Qin Xian is a master of the divine martial realm, he has comprehended the second level of sword intent and has unparalleled combat power. Even the head of the Han family was killed by him. Damn it! How dare you kill my Feihong? Even if he is a genius who has comprehended the second level of sword intent, this sect master will make him pay with his life. The beautiful woman in a red robe and with a plump figure was so angry that her breasts kept rising and falling. The powerful aura emanating from him made the death warriors feel extremely oppressed. The beautiful woman in red robe in front of the assassin is the leader of the Hahuan Taoist sect, and also a real powerful person in the Taoist palace realm. The Hahuan Taoist sect is a powerful sect. The disciples in the sect practice the Hahuan technique and the dual cultivation technique. Although the Hahuan Taoist sect is weaker than the Qinglong dynasty, the difference is not much. There are also several powerful Tao palace masters in the sect. The beautiful woman in red robe in front of him is the strongest person in Hahuan Taoist sect and also the sect leader of Hahuan Taoist sect. Her name is Fei Qian, and she is a powerful person in the third level of Tao palace realm. The leader of the Hahuan sect, Fei Qian, and the head of the Han family, Han Feihong, have a dual cultivation relationship. He even has a daughter, who is the eldest daughter of the Han family. This is also the reason why Han Feihong is so caring towards the eldest daughter of the Han family. Over the years, relying on this relationship, Han Feihong has obtained a lot of resources from Fei Qian. Otherwise, it would be impossible to break through to the 9th level of the Wheel C realm so quickly. Of course, the reason why Fei Qian, the leader of the Hahuan sect, funded Han Feihong. In addition to Han Feihong's better skills, another reason is that the Han family is not weak. It also plays a very important role in the Qinglong dynasty. Therefore, Fei Qian gave Han Feihong a lot of resources, wanting to help Han Feihong break through to the Tao Palace realm. In this way, the combination of the Hahuan Taoist sect and the Han family has the power to fight against the royal family of the Qinglong dynasty. By then, if it succeeds, the Han family will be able to replace the Qinglong royal family, and the Hahuan Taoist sect will also be able to gain huge benefits from it. This is the deep meaning behind the dual cultivation relationship maintained by Fei Qian and Han Feihong. However, now Han Feihong was killed by Qin Xian. This not only made Fei Qian lose a fellow cultivator, but also shattered her hope of replacing the Qinglong royal family with the Han family and thus controlling the Qinglong dynasty. How could she not be angry? How could he not want to cut Qin Xian into pieces? Which faction are you from? Thinking of this, Fei Qian turned around and stared at the assassin and asked. In an instant, the assassin felt cold sweat on his back. Being stared at by a great Taoist master, he felt as if his life was no longer under his control. However, to be able to become a death warrior, he still has some resilience and awareness. Although he was almost forced to his knees by Fei Qian's powerful aura, he still didn't say a word. Humph. Even if you don't tell me, I know it. It's nothing more than that old silver coin of the Azure Dragon King. You want to kill someone with a borrowed knife, right? Fei Qian said coldly. As an old neighbor of the Qinglong dynasty, Fei Qian knew the Qinglong king quite well. However, even though she guessed that the Azure Dragon King wanted to kill someone with a borrowed knife, Fei Qian was still willing to be the knife. After all, she also needs to kill people to vent her anger. After hearing this, the assassin standing by remained silent. As long as he doesn't clearly state the person behind the scenes, even though Fei Qian can guess it, speculation without evidence is ultimately just a false accusation. Okay, then I will treat this as a knife. To show you the way. Seeing the death-ready expression of the assassin, Fei Qian guessed his identity and spoke directly. As soon as she finished speaking, Fei Qian waved her hand, and a palm of spiritual power instantly condensed. Then he grabbed the assassin and flew towards Qingfeng City in the direction he pointed. As a powerful person at the 3rd level of Tao Palace realm, Fei Qian is not afraid of any strong person in the entire Qinglong dynasty except for the 2 old immortals in the royal family who have long been corrupt. He directly and openly crossed the territory of the Qinglong dynasty and came straight to Qingfeng City from the Hahuan Taoist sect. Along the way, her extremely powerful aura and her voluptuous and charming appearance and figure attracted many strong men to follow her to Qingfeng City. They all wanted to see what the leader of the Hahuan sect was going to do. Boom. Arriving at the gate of Qin's mansion, Fei Qian first crushed the assassin to pieces, then smashed the gate of Qin's mansion, along with the 2 stone lions outside the gate, with one palm. Qin Xian, come out and die. Hearing these words, the onlookers were all shocked. The leader of the Hahuan sect came here across the entire Qinglong dynasty, actually to kill the newly rising genius of the Qin family. So the leader of the Hahuan sect is here to kill the Qin family's genius. Why? The Qin family is so far away from the Hahuan Dao sect. How did Qin Xian offend the Hahuan sect master? That's right. I don't understand it either. Hush. I'll tell you something in secret. This Hehuan sect leader has a favorite lover named Han. Hiss. When you put it like that, I instantly understand. Inside the Qin mansion, Qin Xian, who was practicing, suddenly frowned, and then appeared in front of the door of the Qin mansion. Looking at Fei Qian, who was wearing a red robe and had an extremely plump figure in front of him, Qin Xian couldn't figure out who this crazy woman who threatened to kill him was. Who are you? Qin Xian asked with some confusion. However, Fei Qian, who was so aggressive just now, was shocked when she saw Qin Xian's handsome face like a banished immortal, his tall, strong body, and his moving masculine aura. All of a sudden, his body became somewhat limp, and the Hehuan technique and dual cultivation technique he had been practicing became even more active. So, Fei Qian pointed her finger at Qin Xian and gently licked her red lips. A powerful pressure belonging to a powerful person in the Dao Palace realm erupted completely, sweeping in all directions and making everyone tremble with fear. Qin Xian, come back with me to the sect, and I will let you be my first lover. Chapter 17 Qin Xian deserves to die. As soon as these words were spoken, the onlookers were all in an uproar. What? Did I hear it right? The leader of Hehuan's sect asked Qin Xian to be her first lover? Fuck. What happened? Didn't the leader of Hehuan's sect want Qin Xian to die just now? Why did he suddenly change from hatred to love? People of the Hehuan sect practice the Hehuan technique and the secret art of dual cultivation, and their personalities are naturally affected. They like to practice dual cultivation with people of the opposite sex who have outstanding looks the most. It is said that the leader of Hehuan's sect has 3,000 male lovers. Each of them is a handsome young man. Why does she want Qin Xian to be her first male lover? Just look at Qin Xian's appearance. Do you think he should be the first concubine? Well, if you say so, there's nothing wrong with that. Qin Xian does have a good-looking face. TSK. This Qin Xian is really lucky. A powerful person in the Dao Palace realm, but with such a plump figure, that chest, that hip. I'm already craving for it after seeing this. Qin Xian deserves to die. After hearing Fei Qian's words, the onlookers looked at Fei Qian's figure again, and then they all felt inexplicably jealous of Qin Xian. A powerful and strong man in the realm of Dao Palace, or such a charming and beautiful woman, why not take them as concubines? Even if they die in the process of reclaiming fertile land, it would be worth it. However, Qin Xian, who was standing in front of the Qin mansion, did not have the same thoughts as them. On the contrary, after hearing these words, Qin Xian's face instantly darkened. A concubine? If he remembered correctly, if he had been captured by the Devil Bow gang, he would probably have been called this. When he thought of this, Qin Xian became furious. Your grandmother, get out of here right now. As soon as the words fell, Fei Qian's coquettish face instantly turned gloomy, and the people around started talking again. Damn it, what's wrong with Qin Xian? He actually dared to reject the Hehuan sect master. He just killed the Han family's patriarch. Does he really think he is invincible? The Hehuan sect master is a powerful person in the Dao Palace realm. I don't know if he is invincible or not, but I think there might be something wrong with Qin Xian, like Yang Wei. That's right. With such a charming beauty in front of him, he actually let her go. What a waste of talent. After seeing Qin Xian's attitude, the onlookers all felt that Qin Xian was somewhat ungrateful. Although Fei Qian is much older than Qin Xian, in the cultivation world, Fei Qian's age is just the most charming time for a woman. Not to mention that Fei Qian's appearance and figure are both top-notch, especially her voluptuous figure, which makes people excited just by looking at it. Qin Xian, don't be so ungrateful. Do you really think that this sect master has a good temper? If it weren't for your good looks, I would have killed you right here on the spot. Do you know that Han Fei Hong, the head of the Han family, was my favorite concubine before, and his daughter Han Li is my 16th daughter? You have committed a capital crime by destroying the Han family. This sect master is giving you a chance to atone for your sins. Don't neglect it. Otherwise, your family will be destroyed in Qingfeng City. Fei Qian's coquettish face seemed to be covered with frost, and her voice was extremely cold. As the leader of the Hehuan Taoist sect and a powerful person at the third level of the Dao Palace realm, she did not kill Qin Xian but instead made him her first lover. This was already a huge gift to Qin Xian. I didn't expect that Qin Xian was not only ungrateful, but also dared to insult her. It seems that he needs to be properly disciplined in the future. After saying this, Fei Qian thought Qin Xian would beg for her forgiveness in panic. Unexpectedly, Qin Xian, who was not that angry at first, suddenly became extremely furious. So you are the source of all evil. After learning that Fei Qian in front of him was actually the biological mother of the Devil Bow gang, Qin Xian could no longer suppress his anger. The despair before activating the system, and the tragic death of Su Ninshuang's brother, Weren't they all caused by that devil Bo gang? And now, Fei Qian is just like her daughter and wants to take her as her lover. You and your daughter have pretty damn similar aesthetic tastes. Thinking of this, a sharp and awe-inspiring sword intent instantly burst out. Qin Xian's eyes revealed murderous intent, and he was about to fly into the air and kill him. Seeing this scene, Fei Qian also became full of vigor, and the pressure from a powerful Taoist master swept over. It seems that if one wants to include this genius of the Qin family as a concubine, he must be suppressed first. Boom. The sharp and stern sword intent and the powerful pressure from the mighty Taoist master collided in the void, causing the vibrating air to explode. Clang. However, just as both sides were gearing up for a battle, suddenly, a resounding phoenix cry was heard, and soon after, a phoenix transformed from the purple phoenix, divine fire flew out from the back garden of the Qin mansion. In an instant, the temperature between heaven and earth soared, and the destructive power of the purple phoenix was contained in its body, biting towards Fei Qian. Lingering bloodblade. Seeing this, a blood-red long sword suddenly appeared in Fei Qian's hand. She slashed with the sword, and the powerful sword light flashed across the void, colliding with the purple phoenix condensed by the divine fire. Boom. After the two powerful martial arts collided, countless sword chi burst out, and endless purple fire fell. The powerful energy aftermath made the onlookers step back dozens of steps before they stopped. What a powerful force. It can actually match the sword skills displayed by the master of the Hahuan sect, who is a great master in the Dao Palace realm. Who is this powerful person who has descended? I think the attack came from the back garden of the Qin mansion. Could it be that there is a powerful Taoist master hiding in the Qin mansion? Oh my god, is this true? Apart from the royal family, only the powerful sects near the dynasty can have powerful people in the Dao Palace realm. The Qin family is just a small family in Qingfeng City. How could there be a powerful person in the Dao Palace realm? This Qin family is becoming more and more mysterious. When they saw that the purple fire phoenix could actually block Fei Qian's sword light, the onlookers couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Then, they turned their gaze towards the scattered purple flames, trying to see the figure clearly. Just like that, as the purple fire faded, the smoke and dust dissipated. A woman in a purple dress, with a slim figure and curvy curves on her slender waist, but without any sign of being cumbersome. She had a stunning appearance and top-notch temperament, like a goddess descending to earth, and her graceful figure slowly walked out. After experiencing nirvana, Ji Yingyue's skin became whiter and smoother, and her temperament became more noble and elegant. The peaks on her chest are also more rounded, and both her appearance and figure can be described as stunning. At this moment, not to mention the onlookers, even Qin Xian's eyes lit up. It's so beautiful. Under the infatuated gazes of the onlookers, Ji Yingyue walked out from the purple flames. She came to Qin Xian's side, held Qin Xian's hand tightly, then looked at Fei Qian with sharp eyes and said, "Aunt, let's not talk about your age. Just based on your old and ugly appearance, are you worthy of my husband to be your concubine?" Boom. As soon as these words were spoken, the crowd around him went wild. Husband? Such a beautiful woman is actually Qin Xian's wife. Oh my god, how could Qin Xian have such a stunningly beautiful wife? She is so beautiful. There is such a beautiful woman in the world. No wonder Qin Xian refused to become the concubine of Hahuan's sect master. Yes, although the leader of Hahuan's sect is also a great beauty, she pales in comparison to this woman. It's more than just eclipsed. There's no comparison between the two. Even the grandmother that Hahuan's sect master is most proud of is not as plump and round as hers. It's damnable. I think Qin Xian deserves to die even more. From the moment Ji Yingyue tightly grasped Qin Xian's left hand, the jealousy of the onlookers towards Qin Xian reached a peak. Not only did he gain the favor of such a beautiful lady as the leader of the Hahuan sect, but he also wanted to practice dual cultivation with her. There is also a goddess-like wife hidden in the house. If it weren't for their low realm and the fact that they felt they could not defeat Qin Xian, they would have shouted the slogan of killing Qin Xian and snatching the goddess. Of course, compared to the jealousy of the onlookers, there was another person in front of the Qin mansion whose anger had reached its peak. At this moment, the eyes on Fei Qian's charming face were already blood-red. The aura of a powerful warrior at the Dao Palace realm burst out like a volcanic eruption, tearing apart the clouds above the sky. The power of these four words, old and ugly, is no less than Ji Yingyue's close attack on her with a set of heavenly martial arts. Although she didn't feel any physical pain, Fei Qian's heart had been completely ignited by these words, and she even lost her mind. What first lover? She no longer cared about him. All she wanted at the moment was to tear the man and woman in front of her to pieces. Husband, who is this ferocious looking at? Why is she so ugly? At this moment, Sun Yinshuang, who was wearing a black dress, also walked over quickly, grabbed Qin Xian's other hand, and looked at Fei Qian and said, "TSK, I'm not familiar with this guy either. I don't know where this ugly freak came from." Qin Xian couldn't help but sneer when he heard that. Then he pinched Ji Yingyue and Sun Yinshuang lightly with one hand each. These two little girls have quite strong attack power. As a grandmaster of the Wheel Sea realm, Sun Yinshuang has extremely sensitive hearing. Sun Yinshuang heard every word of Fei Qian's words just now, whether it was about asking Qin Xian to be her lover or her identity as the biological mother of the eldest daughter of the Han family. Therefore, even though Sun Yinshuang was kind-hearted and gentle, she couldn't help but scold Fei Qian at this moment. One was to vent Qin Xian's anger, and the other was to vent her anger for her dead brother. However, when Sun Yinshuang came out, the people around him became even more uneasy. I thought that having a wife who was extremely beautiful and looked like a goddess was already the limit for Qin Xian. Unexpectedly, there appeared another concubine who was sad, gentle, with a completely different style but equally beautiful appearance. Seeing the two women holding Qin Xian's hands tightly, one on the left and one on the right, everyone felt their hearts bleeding. Chapter 18. The sect leader is dead, so let's destroy another sect. Oh God, can you please send down a divine punishment to kill this Qin Xian? What right does he have? He has only comprehended the second level of sword intent. He doesn't have two cons. How can he have a wife and a concubine who are both so stunningly beautiful? The appearance of Sun Yinshuang was undoubtedly another stab in the hearts of the onlookers. Of course, this also added fuel to the fire for Fei Qian, the already extremely furious leader of the Hahuan sect. All of you, go to hell. Boom. As Fei Qian's sharp voice rang out, the energy between heaven and earth instantly rioted. Fei Qian's internal organs all burst out with divine light, and when connected together, it looked like a palace where gods lived. This is the performance of a powerful person in the Dao Palace realm, mobilizing all the spiritual power in his body without leaving any effort. Fei Qian was so furious that she had no other thoughts except to grind the three people in front of her into ashes. Fei Qian raised the deep red sword in her hand and chopped fiercely at the three men. In an instant, a fierce and sharp sword light slashed out, and the terrifying power caused cracks to appear on the earth. What a terrifying sword light. Retreat quickly. The leader of the Hahuan sect is going all out. After feeling the sharp sword energy and the terrifying power, the onlookers all hurriedly retreated and found a safe distance to observe the battlefield. At the same time, seeing Fei Qian slashing with the sword, Qin Xian also mobilized the sword intent and sun power in his body and was about to draw his sword to fight. When he reached the 6th level of the divine martial realm, Qin Xian could kill the head of the Han family in seconds. Now Qin Xian has reached the 9th level of the divine martial realm. Even if Fei Qian is a powerful being in the Dao Palace realm, Qin Xian has the confidence to kill her with his sword. However, just as Qin Xian was about to draw his sword, he saw a slender purple figure stepping forward beside him. "My dear husband, leave this old lady to me. You have always protected me before, but this time, let me protect you." Ji Yingyue took a step forward, and her body instantly blocked the huge knife light. A thin sword slid out from his hand, with the scorching purple phoenix divine fire lingering on the sword tip. At the same time, there was an extremely sharp sword intent attached to it. Divine phoenix slashes the sky. Ji Yingyue swung out with her sword, and the sword light was like a phoenix with its wings raised, colliding fiercely with the knife light in front of her. Boom! A violent roar resounded, and powerful energy waves swept around. However, neither Ji Yingyue nor Fei Qian retreated, but moved forward against the wave of energy. The two of them displayed various martial arts and fought each other in the sky. Qin Xian, standing in front of the gate of the Qin mansion, was also looking at the battlefield in the sky. He knew that Ji Yingyue had just succeeded in nirvana, and her realm had finally caught up with him and Sun Yinshuang, so she also wanted to have a hearty battle. In that case, let's let the leader of the Hahuan sect test the sword on Ji Yingyue. With him here, even if Ji Yingyue really can't win, he'll be there to cover for her. Thinking of this, Qin Xian also used the Eye of Truth and looked at Ji Yingyue. Ji Yingyue, realm, 8th level of the Wheel Sea realm, artistic conception, embryo of sword intent, qualification, purple, talent, purple phoenix divine body, purple phoenix spiritual vein. Purple phoenix divine body contains the purple phoenix bloodline in the body, can condense the purple phoenix divine fire, burn the world, and can achieve nirvana. Every time nirvana is achieved, the strength and qualifications will be greatly improved. Already achieved nirvana once. Purple Phoenix Spiritual Vein. The powerful spiritual vein awakened by the Purple Phoenix divine body after nirvana can improve the blood purity, innate comprehension, cultivation speed, the power of the Purple Phoenix divine fire, etc. of the owner of the Purple Phoenix divine body. After the first nirvana, Ji Ingyue not only upgraded her aptitude to purple, but also comprehended the rudiments of sword intent and awakened the Purple Phoenix spirit vein. It can be said that even if Ji Ingyue's realm has not been broken through, her combat power can still be increased by more than 100 times. Not to mention that after absorbing numerous elixirs and spiritual liquids from natural treasures, Ji Ingyue's realm also broke through to the 8th level of the Wheel C realm. Now Ji Ingyue could probably crush her previous self to death with just one hand. This is the terrifying thing about the Purple Phoenix divine body. Although every nirvana involves great risks, the rewards after success are incomparably great. After checking, Qin Xian was no longer worried. With the dual blessings of the embryonic form of sword intent and the Purple Phoenix divine body, if Ji Ingyue cannot even defeat a powerful strong man of the 3rd level of the Dao Palace realm, then she is not worthy of being the holy maiden of the Taishan Holy Land. After all, for the geniuses, fighting against opponents of higher levels is an essential quality for them. However, for Qin Xian, Ji Ingyue's performance was nothing. But for the onlookers, it was simply jaw-dropping. Oh my god, could it be that this Qin mansion is a disguised holy place? First, Qin Xian killed the Han family's patriarch in seconds with the 2nd level of sword intent. Now, his wife has comprehended the rudiments of sword intent and is defeating a Dao Palace realm master with the realm of a grandmaster of the Wheel C realm. After this battle, I'm afraid the Qin family will become the real first family of the Qinglong dynasty. With Qin Xian and his wife in charge, even the royal family wouldn't dare to provoke the Qin family easily. Brother next to you, what do you think? How can I watch? I can watch while standing, lying down, or sitting down. Now I just think that Qin Xian deserves to die. Who on earth would marry a wife who is both beautiful and good at fighting? Boom. As the onlookers talked about it, the battle in the air came to an end. Although Hehuan's sect leader Fei Qian has a high realm, his talent is indeed average. Moreover, she is obsessed with male beauty, and her fighting skills are definitely not as good as Ji Ingyue, who has been practicing in the Holy Land since childhood. Moreover, Ji Ingyue became more and more courageous in the battle, as if she was gradually adapting to her own strength. This also made Fei Qian even more desperate. Let me go? I'll give you all my noodles. I have whatever flavor you like. Fei Qian's red robe had been burned to tatters by the scorching Purple Phoenix divine fire, and the exposed white robes were covered with deep scars that could be seen to the bone. So she could only beg Ji Ingyue to spare her life. She had cultivated to her current level with great difficulty, and she didn't want to die yet. However, in the face of Fei Qian's pleading, Ji Ingyue was as indifferent as ever. As the holy maiden of Taishan, she is well aware of the dangers of the world of cultivation, so how could she feel pity? Seeing this scene, Qin Xian also silently tightened the hilt of the sword. Damn it, this guy actually wants to give all his lovers to Ingyue, and he has all kinds of tastes. He really wants to kill Fei Qian with a sword. Boom. As the Purple Phoenix divine fire burned the sky, the sharp sword energy shattered the clouds. After a shrill scream, the voluptuous body under the red robe was also annihilated by the bright sword light and turned into a ball of blood mist. The powerful and mighty one in the Dao Palace realm, the leader of the Hehuan Dao sect, Fei Qian, is dead. After Fei Qian's death, Ji Ingyue landed in front of the Qin residence with a sword in her hand, like a goddess descending to the world, independent and detached from the world. Ji Ingyue didn't smile until Qin Xian and Sun Yinshuang came over. Possessing great combat power, she will definitely be able to take revenge after returning to the Taishan Holy Land, suppress the geniuses of her generation, and obtain more resources and greater voice. At that time, Qin Xian can be brought to the Holy Land to practice. After all, with Qin Xian's talent, even the Holy Lord Taishan would be moved, and might even personally accept Qin Xian as his disciple. And with the support of Taishan Holy Land, Qin Xian will be able to go further on the road of cultivation. It is possible to be crowned king or emperor in the future. How are you? Are you not hurt, Ingyue? Qin Xian looked at Ji Ingyue and asked with concern. Although Ji Ingyue has been crushing the opponent, Qin Xian is still a little worried. After all, Fei Qian is a powerful person after all. Don't worry, my husband, nothing's wrong. Ji Ingyue said with a smile. That's good. By the way, since the leader of the Hahuan Dao sect is dead, it seems that there is no need for the Hahuan Dao sect to exist anymore. Qin Xian looked at Ji Yingyue and said with a smile, "Hey, that makes sense." Ji Yingyue's eyes lit up when she heard this, and she instantly understood what Qin Xian meant. She killed Fei Qian, the leader of the Hahuan Taoist sect, and thus formed a mortal enemy with the Hahuan Taoist sect. Even if Qin Xian and Ji Yingyue were confident, they were not afraid of people from the Hahuan Taoist sect coming to seek revenge. But the resources possessed by the Hahuan Taoist sect, a powerful sect, are extremely precious. Since we have become mortal enemies now, why not just send the Buddha to the West? He and Ji Yingyue are not saints, and they have no burden at all about the extermination of their sect. After all, this is how the cultivation world is, the strong prey on the weak. At most, we will kill fewer people. Chapter 19. One sword splits the mountain gate, and purple fire burns Hahuan. Thinking of this, Qin Xian stretched out his hand, and a spiritual palm instantly condensed in the air, grabbing a lucky spectator from the crowd in the distance. That man was also a master of the divine martial realm, but he was completely powerless in front of a genius like Qin Xian. Do you know where the mountain gate of Hahuan Dao sect is? Qin Xian asked in a cruel tone. I know, the man replied quickly. Take us to the gate of Hahuan Dao sect, or I will kill you. Qin Xian said even more brutally. Okay. The man was also frightened and said quickly again. After solving the route problem, Qin Xian and Ji Yingyue set out on the journey to Hahuan Taoist sect. As for Su Ninshuang, Qin Xian also wanted to take her with him. But although Su Ninshuang is the daughter of disaster, she is still kind-hearted. When she heard that Qin Xian and the other two were going to destroy the sect, she did not follow them, but stayed at the Qin mansion to look after the house. Just like that, as Qin Xian and Ji Yingyue went to Hahuan Taoist sect, those onlookers also passed on the news one after another. The wife of the Qin family's genius, with the level of a grandmaster, defeated the powerful and mighty one, Fei Qian, the leader of the Hahuan Taoist sect. After the war, the Qin family genius and his wife went to the mountain gate of the Hahuan Taoist sect, which was in danger of being destroyed. As soon as the two pieces of news came out, the entire Qinglong dynasty was in an uproar. A powerful person in the Dao Palace realm is invincible in the Qinglong dynasty. Even the royal family did not dare to provoke this existence easily, but unexpectedly one of them fell in front of the Qin mansion. Doesn't this mean that the Qin family is stronger than the royal family? Moreover, the one who fell was Fei Qian, the leader of the Hahuan Taoist sect, a powerful warrior at the third level of the Taoist Palace realm. Even among the powerful sects around the Qinglong dynasty, he is not considered a weakling. All of a sudden, hundreds of masters and grandmasters of the Qinglong dynasty flew towards the direction of the Hahuan Taoist sect. They all wanted to see whether the Hahuan Taoist sect, which had been passed down for thousands of years, could withstand the combined efforts of these two genius couples and continue to pass on its legacy. Or will it just perish and become history? And so, 2 days later, the mountain gate of Hahuan Taoist sect exploded with the sound of thunder in the sky. A brilliant sword light came from the sky and instantly smashed the gate of Hahuan Taoist sect into pieces. Even on the ground, there was a deep sword mark and a chasm, which was terrifying. The Qin family's genius has arrived. As soon as he arrived, he smashed the mountain gate into pieces with one sword. How domineering. I heard that there are several powerful Dao Palace realm masters in the Hahuan Dao sect. I don't know if they can resist the combined forces of the Qin family's Tianjiao and his wife. I think it is not impossible. As long as 2 or 3 Dao Palace realm masters can join forces to stop the Qin family's genius wife, and another Dao Palace realm master leads some great masters, they can definitely stop the Qin family's genius. Indeed, although the Qin family's genius has extraordinary talent and has already comprehended the legendary second-level sword intent, he is only a master of the divine martial realm after all. He has realm limitations. It only takes a powerful warrior to stop him. That being said, the Hahuan Dao sect might still have a chance to fight back today, if there are enough Dao Palace realm masters in the sect. That's tough. I estimate that the number of powerful people in Hahuan Dao sect is at most 1 palm. Otherwise, Hahuan Dao sect would have swallowed up all the powerful sects around it long ago. Some masters and grand masters who were closer and arrived earlier were talking about it. All around, some disciples and elders from other powerful sects also rushed over after hearing the news. They also wanted to know what would be the final fate of the Hahuan Taoist sect. Today, the Hahuan Dao sect must be destroyed. Those who withdraw from the sect will not be killed. When the sword light shattered the mountain gate, an indifferent voice came from the sky. What a terrifying sword light. What happened? The Hahuan Dao sect is going to be destroyed? What's going on? Fuck. Who is that idiot? He almost frightened me to death. Countless disciples in the Hahuan Taoist sect looked towards the direction of the mountain gate. Some disciples who were practicing dual cultivation in the room almost scared Yang Wei and shouted and cursed. Purple Phoenix burns the world. However, perhaps because he felt that shattering the mountain gate with one sword was not enough of a deterrent, Ji Yingyue directly used a bloodline martial art. Boom. As a purple pillar of fire rose from the ground and pierced through the sky, countless fireballs suddenly fell from the clouds towards the Hahuan Taoist sect. It smashed to the ground like a fire meteor, and the scorching breath and scorching heat instantly swept through the entire Hahuan Taoist sect, as if the end of the world had come. At this moment, the disciples of Hahuan Taoist sect, who felt the burning sensation, finally realized the seriousness of the problem. Enemy attack. Help! Run away. You'll be burned to death if you don't run away now. Countless disciples were in a panic, and some even wanted to flee. How dare you? How dare you, you bastard, to offend our Hahuan Dao sect? You are seeking death by destroying my mountain gate and burning my sect. As the purple fire descended, 3 extremely powerful auras rose into the sky. The 3 elders of the Hahuan Taoist sect raised their hands together to form a spiritual power barrier to block all the purple flames in the sky. Afterwards, the great elder of the Hahuan Taoist sect slapped his palm directly towards the outside of the mountain gate, and the huge spiritual power palm print swept away everything. However, a sword light broke through the air and directly shattered the spiritual power palm print. The 3 elders of the Hahuan Taoist sect looked carefully and saw 2 figures walking in the air from the ruins of the mountain gate. One was a young man in white with an upright figure, sharp eyebrows, bright eyes, and a handsome appearance, like a banished immortal. The other one is of a woman in a purple dress who is extremely gorgeous, has a slim figure, and has a stunningly beautiful face. The 2 of them came side by side, like a pair of immortal lovers, attracting the infatuated gazes of countless disciples on the ground. Only the 3 elders of the Hahuan Taoist sect looked solemn after sensing Ji Yingyue's aura. Who are you? Why are you attacking my sect? The great elder of Hahuan Taoist sect said in a loud voice. My name is Qin Xian. 2 days ago, Fei Qian, the leader of the Hahuan Dao sect, came to my Qin family and destroyed the gate of my Qin mansion. Later, he wanted to destroy my Qin family. Now, Fei Qian has been killed by my wife. Since the Hahuan Dao sect has lost its leader, there is no need for it to exist anymore. When Qin Xian said this, the 3 elders of Hahuan Taoist sect were all shocked. Sect leader Fei Qian is dead? How is that possible? Although the aura of the beautiful woman in front of him is powerful, she has not yet reached the Dao Palace level. How can she kill sect master Fei Qian, who is at the 3rd level of the Dao Palace level? Chapter 20. Yin Yang Dear Blood, the secret of Hahuan bliss, a rich harvest. Young man, stop talking nonsense. Do you really think we are kind people? The 2nd elder of Hahuan Dao sect said angrily. A master of the divine martial realm and a grand master of the Wheel Sea realm actually dared to speak so arrogantly in front of the 3 mighty masters of the Dao Palace realm. He also killed sect leader Fei Qian. Could they have killed him with just the 2 of them? It's best if they are not good people, so that I won't have any psychological burden when killing them. Go ahead, Yingyue, I'll support you. Qin Xian took a step into the air, and then the 2nd level of sword intent burst out, blocking the entire mountain and leaving the battlefield below to Ji Yingyue. Compared to Qin Xian, Ji Yingyue, who had just achieved nirvana, needed to hone herself through battle and adapt to the surging power. So Qin Xian did not take action, but instead supported Ji Yingyue in the air. After feeling the 2nd level of sword intent from Qin Xian, the 3 elders of Hahuan Taoist sect finally changed their expressions. The sword intent was so strong that it made the 3 of them feel their lives were threatened. Wait a minute. I wonder if there is some misunderstanding between you and our sect. The 2nd elder of Hahuan Dao sect raised his hand and said, but it was too late. The thin sword in Ji Yingyue's hand slid out, and the purple phoenix divine fire around her body suddenly burned, like a stream of purple light, killing towards the 3 elders. This should be her last battle before returning to Taishan Holy Land. She will use the 3 powerful Dao Palace Realm Masters to hone her combat power and perfect her state. After returning to the Holy Land, I will be able to suppress the geniuses of my generation. Boom. Faced with Ji Yingyue who came up to fight, the 3 elders of Hahuan Taoist sect certainly could not sit still and wait to die, and could only fight with all their strength. However, except for the Grand Elder of Hahuan Taoist sect who is at the 2nd level of Dao Palace Realm, the 2nd Elder and the 3rd Elder are both at the first level of Dao Palace realm. The combined fighting power of the three of them is about the same as that of Hahuan sect's leader Fei Qian, so Ji Yingyuan naturally doesn't feel any pressure. Even the people watching outside the sect had already anticipated the outcome of this battle. It's over. The Hahuan Dao sect only has 3 Dao Palace realm powerful elders, so they definitely can't stop the Qin family's genius and his wife. Yes, not to mention stopping the Qin family's genius and his wife. It looks like the Qin family's genius wife alone is enough to kill the 3 elders of the Hahuan Dao sect. I didn't expect that such a terrifying couple of geniuses would appear in the Qinglong dynasty. With such powerful and outstanding talents, I'm afraid that even some disciples from the Holy Lands are not as good as them. As the onlookers continued to talk, time passed quickly and the battle on the mountain was coming to an end. Possessing the blessing of the Purple Phoenix divine body and the embryonic form of Sword Intent, plus the awakened Purple Phoenix spirit vein. Whether in terms of attack power or endurance, Ji Yingyue is far superior to the 3 elders of the Hahuan Taoist sect. Just like that, with the 3 elders of Hahuan Taoist sect being beheaded, a battle without any suspense came to an end. Seeing that the time was almost right, Qin Xian swung his sword, and the brilliant sword light split the mountain. He stared at the ground below indifferently and said, "I still say the same thing. Those who withdraw from the sect will not be killed. Get out now, and I will spare your life." Qin Xian's voice resounded through the mountains like thunder. All the disciples of Hahuan Taoist sect quickly fled from the sect after hearing it. The sect leader and the elders are all dead, so what else do they have to stay here? Of course, they have to save their lives. After all the Hahuan disciples had left, Qin Xian's eyes flashed with divine light, and his eye of truth was activated, scanning the entire Hahuan Taoist sect. In less than a quarter of an hour, Qin Xian found the treasure house of Hahuan Taoist sect and then took Ji Yingyue into the treasury. 4 symbols pills, Tiangang refining spirit pills, Yang boosting pills, Tianling pills. This Hahuan Dao sect is quite wealthy. As soon as he entered the treasury, he was greeted by a dazzling array of various elixirs and natural treasures, which made Qin Xian sigh with emotion. A horse cannot grow fat without night grass, and a man cannot become rich without unexpected wealth. No wonder the emperors of previous lives always liked to confiscate property when the treasury was empty. It really works. What's this? From the shelf of rare treasures, Qin Xian took down a jade bottle, which contained a bottle of crystal red blood, emitting a strong bloody smell. Blood of the Yinyang deer. The blood of the Yinyang deer has powerful and mysterious effects. After taking it, it can improve Kuin's endurance and ability to reproduce, greatly increasing the chances of having offspring. After using the Eye of Truth to check the information, Qin Xian's eyes suddenly lit up. Good stuff. As expected of the Hahuan Taoist sect, they actually have such a treasure. This bottle of Yinyang divine deer blood is the most precious treasure to Qin Xian. Every profession has its own specialty. You are worthy of being the Hahuan Dao sect. In my eyes, the value of this bottle of Yinyang divine deer blood is more precious than all the resources I have collected from the Han family before. Qin Xian contentedly put the bottle of Yinyang divine deer blood into his arms. With this bottle of Yinyang deer blood, plus his immortal kidney, he will definitely make the 2 girls' legs go weak and their mouths numb tonight. After collecting the blood of the Yinyang divine deer, walking forward you will find various weapons and spiritual tools. Although Qin Xian and Ji Yingyue cannot use them, they can be used to enhance the strength of the Qin family. After searching the treasure house, Qin Xian and Ji Yingyue came to the Sutra Library, where various martial arts techniques were hidden, which could be used to enhance the Qin family's strength. From the Sutra Library, Qin Xian also found a set of martial arts that was very suitable for him. The Secret of Hahuan Bliss, a heavenly grade, top-grade technique, a dual cultivation technique passed down from an ancient sect. Practitioners can practice it during sexual intercourse to achieve a state of harmony between yin and yang. During the dual cultivation process, they can improve their realm, increase their physical strength, and improve their mood. Dual cultivation makes people happy. After seeing the introduction of this technique, Qin Xian had already reserved 4 enlightenment cards as a reward from the next system for it. Kuin can improve your realm and physical strength at the same time. This is exactly the martial art that every man dreams of. No wonder, although both are powerful sects, the number of disciples of Hahuan Taoist sect is several times more than those of the surrounding sects. If Qin Xian were to choose, he would definitely choose the Hahuan Taoist sect. I didn't expect that in addition to the Yinyang divine deer blood, the Hahuan Dao sect actually gave me another surprise. Qin Xian once again put the book, The Secret of Hahuan Bliss, into his arms with satisfaction. Just like that, after walking out of the sutra library, Qin Xian and Ji Yingyue prepared to return to the Qin mansion. However, just as Qin Xian walked to the residence of the three elders of Hahuan Taoist sect, the mechanical prompt sound of the system suddenly came to his mind. Ding! A potential match has been detected. Do you want to check? After hearing the prompt tone, Qin Xian was suddenly stunned. Then he used the eye of truth to look towards the residences of the three elders. What's wrong, husband? Seeing Qin Xian suddenly standing there in a daze, Ji Yingyue asked in confusion. After hearing this, Qin Xian did not reply to Ji Yingyue, but put his fingers together to form a sword. A beam of sword light slashed out, directly cutting the residence of the second elder of the Hahuan Taoist sect in half. Boom! As the huge house collapsed, a dungeon-like building emerged below. In the wide crack in the middle of the building created by sword energy, dozens of figures appeared in the sunlight. Some of them were half-naked, and some looked desperate. But when the sunlight shone into the building, they all looked up at the two people in the sunlight. Perhaps I should make their death more painful. Looking at the scene in front of her, Ji Yingyue said in a cold voice. Chapter 21. The best choice in this life. There is no reason not to choose it. The second elder of the Hahuan Taoist sect actually hid dozens of women under his residence for his own pleasure. Whether it was Qin Xian or Ji Yingyue, they both felt anger rising in their hearts after seeing this scene. Especially Ji Yingyue, as a woman herself, she can empathize with the pain and despair of these women in front of her. The Hahuan Dao sect has been destroyed. You are free. Qin Xian swung out with his sword again, and the fine sword light broke the shackles on the women, giving them freedom. After hearing Qin Xian's words, the girls' eyes gradually regained their spirits. Can they finally escape from the sea of suffering? After seeing that there was no one outside except Qin Xian and Ji Yingyue, the women also fled one after another. At this time, a woman in a light blue dress, neatly dressed, with a pair of smooth and translucent long legs, a charming face, and a seductive figure, who was obviously more radiant than others, slowly walked out of the crowd. Jiang Fangmu, Realm, second level of Divine Martial Realm, qualification, Red, talent, mysterious Yin charm body. Xian Yin charm body, a physique that controls the Xian Yin Qi, which has the most charming attraction to the opposite sex. When the Yin and Yang are harmonized and the Xian Yin Qi is balanced, the owner will gain a huge improvement in talent and strength. The harmonizer will also have the supplement of Xian Yin Qi, and will also gain a huge improvement. After using the eye of truth to check the information of the woman in front of him, Qin Xian finally understood why the woman in front of him was treated so differently from other women. The Xian Yin charm body, to put it simply, is a dual cultivation body. The harmony of Yin and Yang mentioned in the introduction is Kuan. After the first Kuan, the injection of male Yang essence is called the harmony of Yin and Yang. In other words, the Xian Yin phantom will gain a huge boost after the first Kuan, and the same is true for the people who Kuan her. Moreover, the Xian Yin maiden was also practicing the harmony of Yin and Yang in Kuan later, which could naturally be considered a kind of cultivation. Therefore, a woman with a mysterious and charming body is the best cauldron in the world of cultivation. Such a woman, if she does not have a prominent background and strong power, will generally live a miserable life. After all, who would miss a chance to become even stronger? The reason why this woman named Jiang Fangmu is so clean is that not only is she a virgin, but her realm has also reached the master level of the divine martial realm. It is estimated that the second elder of the Hahuan Taoist sect is keeping her in captivity, just like a canary. When her cultivation reaches a bottleneck, he will practice dual cultivation with her to achieve a breakthrough in one fell swoop. Unfortunately, before that day came, he was killed by Ji Yingyue's sword. Why does it feel like there is a strong Yin energy emanating from this woman? Ji Yingyue, who possesses the purple phoenix divine body, also felt the peculiarity of Jiang Fangmu. Because her physique is the mysterious Yin charm body. Qin Xian explained to Ji Yingyue. Xian Yin phantom body? That means we have found a treasure. Husband, quickly bring her back to the Qin mansion and make her your concubine. As the holy maiden of Taishan Holy Land, Ji Yingyue had heard of the name of Xian Yin phantom. Unexpectedly, she would meet him in a powerful sect. She had to say that her husband was really lucky. Yingyue, what are you talking about? After hearing Ji Yingyue's vicious words, Qin Xian couldn't help but pretend to be dumb. The wife is eager to help me take a concubine. This feeling is really indescribably comfortable. Xian Yin charm body. I don't believe that you don't know what this physique means. Moreover, this sister is also good-looking, and she is qualified to enter the Qin family. Ji Yingyue rolled her eyes at Qin Xian, then spoke in the tone of the Qin family's mistress. After she finished speaking, seeing that Qin Xian had not moved, Ji Yingwei actually stepped out and came straight to Jiang Fangmu. "Are you willing to be my husband's concubine?" Ji Yingwei looked at the woman in front of her who was wearing a light blue dress and whose appearance and figure were not inferior to hers, and said, "So direct?" Seeing Ji Yingwei step forward and ask directly, Qin Xian couldn't help but tremble in his heart. Yingwei is indeed still inexperienced. She is a girl who has never experienced sexual relations. If you ask her so directly, she will definitely feel embarrassed to agree directly. "It seems that my husband still has to take action." Thinking of this, Qin Xian was about to step forward, but he heard a pleasant voice. "I do." After these words came out, Qin Xian almost staggered. "Do you agree to this?" The overly concise conversation between the two women made Qin Xian feel a little unreal. However, seeing this, Ji Yingwei smiled as if it was natural. Of course, the people who understand women best are women. With a physique like the Xianin maiden, Jiang Fangmu must have already realized his future. Now, being able to be a concubine of Qin Xian, a young genius with both outstanding looks and talent, isn't it much better than being captured and used as a plaything by those greasy and ugly old monsters? Are you really willing to be my concubine? Or are you just pretending to be so because you're afraid that we too will embarrass you? Qin Xian also came over and asked. Although he was very greedy for Jiang Fangmu's body, there were still some things he wanted to know clearly. "I really want to. With my physique, I don't have many choices in my life. Now that I finally have a good choice, there is no reason for me not to choose it." Jiang Fangmu also spoke after hearing this. She possesses a mysterious and charming body, and since she became an adult, she has been emitting a temptation that no man can refuse. At first, her family married her to a great master in the Qinglong dynasty. It was called a marriage, but in fact, she was exchanged for a large amount of resources, which was more like a sale. Later, by chance, the second elder of the Hahuan Taoist sect saw her when he went to the Qinglong dynasty, so he killed the grandmaster and snatched her away. Although she was supported by good food and drink as well as resources for cultivation, she knew that both the great master and the second elder of the Hahuan Taoist sect were. In their eyes, she was like a plaything and a consumable. I had supported her before and didn't abuse or play with her at will because her realm was too low and she couldn't perform better. She knew all this, so she already had a clear understanding of her future destiny. Until today, when the dungeon was split open by a sword, when the sunlight shone on her face, when she saw the white clothes bathed in the sunlight. Her life finally made the best choice. Appearance, talent, strength, and the character revealed in the words just now. Every point makes Jiang Fangmu yearn for it. What could she be dissatisfied about being able to be the concubine of such an outstanding and handsome genius? Not to mention that even a peerless woman like Ji Yingwei, who was not only not inferior to her in appearance, figure, and temperament, but was even better than her, was willing to be his wife, and even willing to take the initiative to take a concubine for him. From this alone, it can be seen that being the concubine of the young man in white is definitely the best choice she has ever encountered in her life. In that case, then follow me back to the Qin family. Even though you are my concubine, I will not treat you unfairly. Now that things have come to this, Qin Xian will definitely not be polite to her. After all, the great cause of creating humans still requires more fellow Taoists to work together, so that he can improve himself quickly. In this way, Qin Xian, Ji Yingwei, and Jiang Fangmu returned to the Qin family together. In the Qin mansion, Sun Yinshuang was very happy to see a new sister. After all, for Sun Yinshuang, she no longer has any relatives in the world. Now, every new sister in the Qin mansion is her new relative in Sun Yinshuang's eyes. So, after Jiang Fangmu entered the Qin mansion, the three sisters chatted for a while. 3 women in one drama. The ancients were right. After the 3 sisters gathered together, they completely opened up and began to chat about everything. But it was mainly Ji Yingwei who was talking, and Sun Yinshuang and Jiang Fangmu who were listening. After all, the pasts of Sun Yinshuang and Jiang Fangmu were rather miserable, while the past of Ji Yingwei, the saint of the Holy Land, was very exciting, almost catching up with the heroines of female novels. Moreover, Ji Yingwei also intended to ease and adjust the emotions of Sun Yinshuang and Jiang Fangmu. After all, the pasts of these 2 girls were rather tragic, and they still needed to be properly counseled, otherwise, shadows would remain in their hearts. After the 3 sisters finished chatting, just like last time, Ji Yingwei and Sun Yinshuang quietly walked out of the room and closed the door. As it was the first time for the new sisters, they would naturally leave some time for Jiang Fangmu and Qin Xian to be alone. Just like that, looking at Jiang Fangmu, who was exuding a charming temperament on the bed, Qin Xian felt his blood boiling instantly. Jiang Fengmu, who possesses a mysterious and charming body, is the biggest temptation to men. Even though it was only the first time, Qin Xian still couldn't control himself from being gentle. After all, it was really too tempting. So Qin Xian pounced directly on him. Chapter 22 Golden Legend, Emperor's Body, Twin Medicine, and Fire. In the midst of the violent storm, the power of the sun and the power of Xianin combine perfectly. Yin and Yang are harmonized, and spring is in full swing. During the process, Qin Xian took a drop of Yin-Yang divine deer blood with the idea of giving it a try. The direct result was that even Jiang Fengmu, who possessed the mysterious and charming body, was frightened by Qin Xian's amazing fighting style and almost thought that her husband was a ferocious beast in human skin. In the end, there was no other way, so Qin Xian had to call Ji Yingyue and Sun Yinchuang in. He finally realized the horrific effect of the Yin-Yang divine deer blood. This thing, combined with his immortal kidney, has the power to destroy the world. He should be used with caution in the future. After destroying the Hahuan Taoist sect, Qin Xian returned to his happy life of practicing during the day and sleeping at night. He was also waiting for the birth of Ji Yingyue's second child and Sun Yinchuang's first child. It is worth mentioning that the Xianin charm body is worthy of being a dual cultivation body. After the first harmony of Yin and Yang, Qin Xian relied on the supplement of Xianin power to break through to the first level of Luanhai realm and became a true grandmaster. Jiang Fengmu even broke through 6 small realms and reached the 8th level of the divine martial realm and was very close to becoming a grandmaster in the Wheel Sea realm. At the same time, under the terrifying effect of the Yin-Yang divine deer blood, after the second harmony of Yin and Yang, Jiang Fengmu became pregnant with her first child, which made Qin Xian even more delighted. In this way, Qin Xian stayed in the Qin mansion, waiting for the birth of his 3 children. However, in the outside world, when the news of the demise of Hahuan Taoist sect spread, both the Qinglong dynasty and the surrounding powerful sects were in extreme shock. After all, since Qin Xian and Ji Yingyue can destroy the Hahuan Taoist sect, they can naturally destroy them as well. Qinglong dynasty, in the imperial palace. The Azure Dragon King looked at the eldest prince, Shi Hao, and said solemnly, "The Qin family has become powerful. We cannot provoke them. We can only win them over." "I understand, father." Shi Hao was also very shocked when he heard the news. He didn't expect that there was a genius in the Qin mansion who was more powerful than Qin Xian, and she was also Qin Xian's wife. Although Qin Xian's talent is stronger, everyone knows that Qin Xian's realm is only the grandmaster of the divine martial realm. Moreover, whether it was to kill Fei Qian or destroy the Hahuan Taoist sect, Qin Xian did not take any action, but just watched from the side. Therefore, the outside world also believes that Ji Yingyue is the strongest person in the Qin family. Their degree of fear of Ji Yingyue has now far exceeded that of Qin Xian. But you don't have to underestimate yourself. As long as you can pass the Holy Land assessment in a year and successfully join the Jinwu Holy Land, your future will not be worse than that Qin family genius. King Qinglong said to comfort the eldest prince, Shi Hao. "Don't worry, father. I will definitely pass the assessment of the Jinwu Holy Land and be admitted to the Jinwu Holy Land." Shi Hao's eyes lit up when he heard this, and he spoke with determination. The Jinwu Holy Land is the Holy Land force that controls this area, with countless powerful people and geniuses everywhere. It also has rare resources and advanced training places, and is the paradise that martial artists in the training world dream of. As long as you can enter the Holy Land and become a disciple of the Holy Land, your future achievements will be limitless. King Qinglong also spent a lot of resources to secure an assessment opportunity for the eldest prince, Shi Hao, 1 year later. Otherwise, the strong men from the Jinwu Holy Land would never come to such a remote place to select disciples. "Well, I believe you, go ahead." Seeing the determination and confidence on the face of the eldest prince, Shi Hao, King Qinglong said with satisfaction. In this way, in order to express the greatest goodwill to the Qin family, the royal family once again sent envoys to the Qin family and sent a large amount of resources. This time, the royal envoys didn't even dare to mention marrying the princess or granting a title. The resources they sent were simply to gain favor. However, for the Qin family, which had already emptied out the Hahuan Taoist sect, the resources sent by the Qinglong royal family were no longer worth the Qin family's attention. As the head of the family, Uncle Da even felt that the royal family was too stingy and was simply seeking death. It was not until Qin Peng educated him on some ideological issues that Qin Da restrained his recent somewhat frivolous temperament. After the royal envoys arrived, other forces of the Qinglong dynasty and even some powerful sects in the surrounding area that witnessed the demise of the Hahuan Taoist sect, all sent envoys to curry favor. All the masters or grand masters who were arrogant in the outside world were submissive and humble after entering the Qin mansion, for fear of displeasing the genius couple. The old residents in Qingfeng City looked at the masters and grand masters flying around, feeling the terrifying aura that made them shudder and feel like they were living in a dream. In their decades of life, they have never seen such a scene. In this way, with the development of the Qin family, time kept passing, and in a blink of an eye, Sun Yinshuang, Ji Yingyue and Jiang Fangmu gave birth to children one after another. Ding! Congratulations, host. Your second offspring is born. Offspring's talent level assessment, qualification assessment, gold. Talent assessment, Emperor's body, accompanied by Dragon spirit. Talent level assessment, monster and genius. Ding! Congratulations, host. Your third offspring is born. Offspring's talent level assessment, qualification assessment, purple. Talent assessment, companion fire, companion medicine spirit. Talent level assessment, peerless genius. Ding! Congratulations, host. Your fourth offspring is born. Offspring's talent level assessment, qualification assessment, purple. Talent assessment, Yin-Yang holy body, Yin-Yang divine pupil. Talent level assessment, peerless heavenly pride. One is a monster and the other is peerless. When Qin Xian heard the system prompt, he couldn't help but feel extremely surprised. After Ji Yingyue's nirvana, and the improvement of his realm and artistic conception, plus the powerful effect of the Yin-Yang divine deer's blood, the quality of the children born this time also rose sharply, and at least they would be peerless geniuses. And when the three children were born, there were manifestations of natural visions. A golden beam of light rose from the room and shot straight into the sky. A dragon shadow was circling and flying in it, accompanied by the sound of dragon roars, emitting a majestic and aura. There was a phantom of a medicinal lotus in the void that slowly blossomed, and its fragrance filled the area for dozens of miles. There was also an invisible fire burning fiercely, devouring endless spiritual energy. There is also the flow and spread of yin and yang, black and white, like an ink painting splashed across the world, exuding an aura of perfection and balance. A natural phenomenon. This is a natural phenomenon. According to legend, only a peerless genius with extremely strong talent and luck will experience a natural phenomenon when he is born. Today is the date when Master Qin Xian's wife and concubine gave birth. So this birth phenomenon was caused by Master Qin Xian's offspring. As expected of young Master Qin Xian, even his talent in giving birth to offspring is unparalleled. There is hope for the rise of our Qin family. When strange phenomena appeared in heaven and earth, each member of the Qin family spoke with great shock and excitement. The Qin family can be what it is today, thanks to Qin Xian's strength. So in the hearts of the Qin family members, the worship of Qin Xian has reached an extreme, even comparable to the status of the Qin family's ancestors. After all, if it weren't for Qin Xian, the Qin family would have been destroyed at the hands of the Jiang and Yin families long ago. The ancestor of the Qin family founded the Qin family and had the merit of pioneering the family, but Qin Xian saved the Qin family from destruction and had the grace of rebuilding the family. The two are equally matched. Therefore, when they saw that the strange phenomena in heaven and earth were caused by the birth of Qin Xian's child, all the members of the Qin family were extremely excited. After all, the stronger Qin Xian's descendants are, the more secure the inheritance and development of the Qin family will be. Perhaps one day, the Qin family can also become the legendary immortal family. After 3 children were born one after another, Qin Xian also named them. It is also worth mentioning that these 3 children are all boys, including the eldest son Qin Fusu. Qin Xian now has 4 sons. You have the body of an emperor, and you rank second. You will be called Shimin. I hope you will become an emperor in the future, and everyone in your court will be the people of the world. With a companion strange fire and a companion medicinal spirit, you have the qualities of a flame emperor. Then your name should be just Yan, the holy body of Yin and Yang, the divine pupils of Yin and Yang. All things carry Yin and embrace Yang. This is the Yin and Yang universe. You are called Qiankuan, Qin Shimin, Qin Yan, Qin Qiankuan. Ji Yingyue, Sun Yinshuang, and Jiang Fangmu's eyes lit up when they heard it, and they all thought that the name Qin Xian gave was very good. Not only does it sound good, it also contains unique meanings and expectations. From this, it can be seen that Qin Xian puts thought into every child. This touched Jiang Fangmu, who had just joined the cause of having a baby. Her choice was indeed correct. Chapter 23 Powerful Talents. Generous rewards. After naming his 3 sons, Qin Xian used his Eye of Truth to start checking the talents of his 3 sons. The first one is the second in command of the Golden Legend, the monstrous genius Qin Shimin. Emperor's body. Born an emperor, the possessor of this physique is born with the aura of an emperor in his body. Once he successfully ascends to the throne of the emperor, his physique will be completely awakened, and he will become the greatest emperor of all time. The stronger the country he rules, the stronger his emperor's body will be. Companion Dragon Spirit. The spirit of the real dragon that suppressed the supreme imperial dynasty in ancient times. It can provide warriors with dragon energy to protect their bodies in practice, and dragon power to suppress. If the owner is an emperor, he can use it to suppress the national pulse and enjoy eternal prosperity. After suppressing the national pulse, the dragon spirit can also be taken into the body and combined with the emperor's energy, bringing a huge improvement to the owner's talent, combat power, qualifications, etc. As expected, he is a demon-level genius. Whether it is the emperor's body or the dragon spirit, they are all extremely powerful talents. If one day, Shimin can really become the master of the imperial dynasty, even if he does not practice, the imperial dynasty's luck alone can push him to the pinnacle. After checking Qin Shimin's talent, Qin Xian couldn't help but sigh. A monstrous genius, he is 1 in a billion even in the entire Yulong domain. Even among the major holy forces, if a monstrous genius grows up, he will be enough to suppress a generation of strong men. When Shimin grows up, I will build a dynasty for him. Qin Xian couldn't help but think in his mind. Since his son is born to be an emperor, as a father, he naturally has to support him. When the time comes, we will first conquer a dynasty as a gift, and then we will talk about whether it can become an immortal dynasty in the future. After checking Qin Shimin's talent, Qin Xian turned his attention to the third brother Qin Yan. Companion Fire. Void Devouring Flame. Born in the void chaos, invisible and formless, can devour all the fires in the world to strengthen itself. Companion Medicine Spirit. The residual spirit of an ancient imperial pill. The owner is naturally proficient in pharmacology, has strong vitality, and has improved alchemy talent. It seems that the reason why Xiao Yanzi is regarded as a peerless genius is mainly due to the void devouring flame. Qin Xian said after checking. Logically speaking, with only a companion strange fire and a companion medicinal spirit, Qin Yan is at most a top-level genius. However, because Qin Yan's companion strange fire is the void devouring flame, which ranks among the best among thousands of strange fires, it is able to break through the talent threshold of the peerless genius in one fell swoop. Moreover, the void devouring flame can also devour other strange fires to strengthen itself. It is a growing strange fire. This shows that Qin Yan's talent may improve in the future, just like the nirvana of his mother Jingyue. At the same time, the strange fire and the medicinal spirit complement each other, and Qin Yan will possess an extraordinary talent in alchemy that is difficult for ordinary people to match. Finally, Qin Xian also looked at the fourth son, Qin Xiankuan. Yin Yang Holy Body. A physique that controls the 2 energies of Yin and Yang. The possessor can mobilize the 2 energies of Yin and Yang. Yin is extremely cold, and Yang is extremely hot. Yin and Yang are interdependent and can cover all things. The possessor of this physique has a very strong understanding. Yin-Yang divine pupils. One pupil is Yin, and one can see into the underworld. The other pupil is Yang, and one can see into the universe. The Yin-Yang holy body, at first glance, is a combination of the physiques of Qin Xian and Jiang Fengmu, a combination of excellent genes. The Yin and Yang energies are the basis of all things in the universe. Qin Xiankuan, who possesses the Yin-Yang holy body, may really be able to turn the universe upside down in the future. Plus a pair of divine eyes that can see through the Yin and Yang of heaven and earth, he definitely deserves the reputation of a peerless genius. After checking the specific talent introductions of his 3 sons, Qin Xian felt a little excited. Because next we have to see what kind of rewards the system gives this time. Ding! Congratulations to the host's second offspring for being rated as a demon genius. The system will issue a reward. The system issues rewards. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 5 breakthrough cards, 5 enlightenment cards, 1 upgraded will card, 10 bottles of mid-grade Yuanling pills, True Dragon Bloodline, Gangsha Demon Suppression Sword Formation, Sword Cultivation Technique, 7th grade Gathering Spirit Formation, 2 Family Giants, 3 random wild level skills, and 5 random wild level martial arts. Middle grade Yuanling pill. A pill for the powerful marquis of the Xinzong realm to assist in their practice, 10 pills per bottle. True Dragon Bloodline. the bloodline of the divine beast true dragon. After practicing, the physical strength of those who possess this bloodline can be comparable to that of a true dragon. Dragon energy will be generated in the body to help them practice and fight against enemies. They can practice dragon fighting skills and cultivate dragon magical powers and techniques. Gangsha Demon Suppressing Sword Formation. It uses 72 Earth-level top-grade spiritual weapons as the foundation of the earthly demons, 36 Heaven-level top-grade spiritual weapons as the spirit of the heavenly demons, and 1 Shin-level top-grade magic weapon as the heart of the sword formation. After it is in operation, it can cover an area of 100 miles. The foundation of the earthly demons can suppress and kill thousands of great masters, and the spirit of the heavenly demons can destroy and kill hundreds of powerful beings. The combination of Gangsha and the heart of the sword formation can kill even giants. Sword Cultivation Technique. The longer you cultivate your sword, the more powerful it will be. 7th grade Spirit Gathering Array. After use, the speed of spiritual energy generation in a radius of 30 miles increases 5-fold, and the concentration of spiritual energy increases 3-fold. It can greatly increase the growth and maturity speed of some low-level spiritual plants, and can also cover up a small number of strange phenomena in the world. Listening to the introduction in the system prompt voice beside his ear, Qin Xian's heart seemed to be surging with waves, and a smile of great surprise appeared on his handsome face. True Dragon Bloodline. The evil sword array to suppress demons. The art of sword cultivation. The rewards for giving birth to a genius. Each one is earth-shattering. True Dragon Bloodline is one of the most top-level bloodlines in the world. After possessing the blood of a true dragon, Qin Xian's physical strength will be greatly enhanced, and his talent will soar to several levels again. The Gangsha Demon Suppressing Sword Formation. 72 Earth-grade top-grade spiritual weapons. 36 Heaven-grade top-grade spiritual weapons, plus 1 Shin-grade top-grade magic weapon. Even the strong men in the Holy Land may not be able to afford such a luxurious sword formation. And there is the sword cultivating technique, which is the real killer move in the way of the sword. By relying on long-term sword training, one can eventually unleash a sword that is thousands of times stronger than one's own strength. As for the 7th grade Spirit Gathering Array and the rewards for the family's giants and strong men, they are also extremely precious to the Qin family. After possessing the 7th grade Spirit Gathering Array, the Qin family's spiritual energy is even richer than some small secret realms. After the 2 great giants return, the Qin family's high-end combat power will be enhanced again. Under the marquee families, the Qin family will be the strongest family. After marveling at the generous rewards brought by the descendant of Qin Shimin, the genius and charismatic man, Qin Xian also began to receive the rewards brought to him by the descendants of Qin Yin and Qin Xianquan, 2 peerless geniuses. Ding! Congratulations to the host's 3rd offspring for being rated as a peerless genius. The system will issue a reward. Ding! Congratulations to the host's 4th offspring for being rated as a peerless genius. The system will issue a reward. The system issues rewards. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 5 breakthrough cards, 5 enlightenment cards, 10 bottles of lower-grade Yuanling pills, secret burning technique, heaven refining furnace, alchemy general principles, strange fire golden emperor burning heaven flame, a wilderness-level random skill, and 3 wilderness-level random martial arts. The system issues rewards. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 5 breakthrough cards, 5 enlightenment cards, 10 bottles of low-grade Yuanling pills, Yinyang Liangyi formation, Yinyang spirit fruit treasure tree, 10 bottles of Yinyang god deer blood, Yinyang spirit field, 1 random wild level technique, and 3 random wild level martial arts. Low-grade Yuanling pill, a pill for the great masters of the cave heaven realm to assist in their practice. 1 bottle contains 10 pills. Secret burning technique, a secret technique created by a powerful person in ancient times. After practicing, one can devour strange fire to improve realm and talent, and confuse strange fire to fight against enemies. Heavenly refining furnace, a divine iron furnace that contains the heavenly refining fire. It can be used to refine pills and forge weapons. Using this furnace will greatly increase the success rate. Alchemy general principles, a powerful alchemist in ancient times compiled and summarized the alchemy general principles, which records thousands of recipes, hundreds of alchemy techniques, and the alchemist's unique alchemy skills. Gold Emperor Burning Heaven Flame, a strange fire controlled by a powerful man named Golden Emperor in ancient times. It contains the sharp edge of gold, which can shatter the earth, and the fire of burning the sky, which can burn the sky. The combination of the two has the power to burn the sky and split the earth. Yin-Yang Tai Chi Formation, a protective formation based on the yin and yang energies. It condenses the Tai Chi formation and can block the attacks of giants and strong men. Yin-Yang Spiritual Field. It can produce yin-yang qi to nourish spiritual plants, increase the maturity speed of spiritual plants, and increase the yield of spiritual plants. Yin-Yang Spiritual Fruit Treasure Tree. A heavenly spiritual plant that can produce yin-yang spiritual fruit when mature. Yin-Yang Spiritual Fruit contains yin-yang spiritual energy and can help warriors below the Tao Palace realm to break through. Chapter 24. A Complete Transformation. The third level of Sword Intent. Burning Technique. This familiar secret technique, my son Qin Yan is indeed capable of becoming the Flame Emperor. Qin Yan's companion fire, Void Devouring Flame, already has the ability to devour other fires. Now coupled with this secret technique of burning, maybe Qin Yan will be able to earn the name of the Flame Emperor in the future. The Heaven Refining Furnace and the Alchemy Principles. The main functions of these two are alchemy and weapon forging. Now it can be given to the Qin family members who can make pills and forge weapons, and then taken back for personal use when Qin Yan grows up. As for the Golden Emperor's burning sky flame, this strange fire, like the Void Devouring Flame, is also a powerful strange fire that ranks among the top among the thousands of strange fires. Qin Xian already possesses the body of the Sun God, and after refining this Golden Emperor's burning sky flame for his own use, the power of the Sun God combined with the strange fire will be increased by more than 100 times. And the rest are the system rewards for giving birth to Qin Xianquan. The Yin-Yang Formation, the Yin-Yang Spiritual Field, and the Yin-Yang Spiritual Fruit Tree are all used to enhance the strength and foundation of the Qin family. With these things, plus the previous 7th grade Spirit Gathering Formation, the Qin family's development speed will be raised to another level. The distance to the legendary immortal gods is getting closer and closer. In addition to these, the system actually rewarded 10 bottles of Yin-Yang Deer Blood, which surprised Qin Xian. It seems that even the system has already known the powerful effect of Yin-Yang Deer Blood. But you only rewarded me with 10 bottles this time. Do you want me to pierce the sky? After seeing the number behind the Yin-Yang Divine Deer Blood, Qin Xian couldn't help but complain. You should know that before, Qin Xian had a bloody battle with the 3 heroes for a whole day and night after taking just 1 drop of the Yin-Yang Divine Deer's blood. He suddenly gave 10 bottles as a reward. Did he want Qin Xian to fight for a whole year? After checking all the rewards, Qin Xian also extracted all the wild level skills and martial arts. The results of the random extraction of wild level skills are wild level top grade skills, 9 Suns Divine Art, wild level mid grade skills, Flying Rainbow Mysterious Art, wild level. The results of the random wild level martial arts are wild level top grade swordsmanship, Zixiao swordsmanship, wild level top grade knife skills, Zhama knife skills, wild level top grade body skills, Tinglong body skills, wild level middle grade boxing skills, Meteorite boxing, wild level middle grade spear skills, Yinlong spear skills, wild level. There are a total of 5 wild level skills and 11 wild level martial arts. Qin Xian selected the top grade wild level martial arts, 9 Yang Divine Art, the top grade wild level swordsmanship, Purple Sky sword technique, the middle grade wild level boxing Meteor fist, and the top grade wild level body movement, Tinglong body movement. These 3 martial arts techniques to practice. As for the remaining wild level martial arts, Qin Xian planned to leave them all to the Qin family members to practice in order to enhance the Qin family members' strength and combat effectiveness. However, the wild level martial arts techniques are practiced by giants and powerful men. Even if one is a genius with extraordinary comprehension, he must reach the level of a great master in the Tao Palace realm or a grandmaster in the Wheel Sea realm to practice. But now, the Qin family doesn't have many great masters in the Tao Palace realm, let alone grandmasters in the Wheel Sea realm. Even if there are these wild level skills and martial arts, it will probably take some time before the Qin family can use them. After choosing his martial arts technique, Qin Xian was ready to start improving it madly. However, when Qin Xian thought about the number of mirror broken cards awarded this time, his brows couldn't help but frown slightly. The previous novice gift pack and the reward for giving birth to Qin Fusu both rewarded 10 broken mirror cards. But now the reward for these 3 sons is only 5 broken mirror cards. The number was cut in half. If this trend continues, then the next generation will only have 2 or 3 broken mirror cards, right? Thinking of this, Qin Xian could not help but say with enlightenment, more children means more blessings. Having more children means more upgrades. It seems that the great cause of creating human beings needs more Taoists to join. No wonder the system rewards 10 bottles of yin-yang deer blood. It makes sense. After realizing it, Qin Xian no longer worried about gains and losses, but used all 15 breakthrough cards to break through. Boom. As the sound of barriers being broken rang out in the room, Qin Xian's aura continued to increase and become stronger. After practicing dual cultivation with Jiang Fengmu 10 months ago, Qin Xian's realm was raised to the first level of the Wheel C realm. After 10 months of practice, Qin Xian broke through the third level again and reached the fourth level of the Wheel C realm. Now, after consuming 15 realm-breaking cards, Qin Xian has made further progress. Not only did he become a powerful person in the Dao Palace realm, but he also became a peak powerful person in the 9th level of the Dao Palace realm. After breaking through the realm, Qin Xian first fused the true dragon bloodline and the Golden Emperor's burning sky flame. After the fusion, dragon roars suddenly resounded in Qin Xian's body, and strands of golden dragon energy flowed through his limbs and bones, finally attaching to every muscle. It made Qin Xian's body become extremely tough, and its strength was almost as strong as that of a heavenly-grade weapon, making it a human-shaped ferocious beast. At the same time, wisps of golden flames ignited from Qin Xian's body, emitting an extremely hot breath that seemed to be able to burn everything in the world. After fusing the two magical objects, Qin Xian was ready to use the Epiphany card to practice his skills and martial arts. 15 Epiphany cards can upgrade 3 wild-level martial arts to the perfect stage and 1 wild-level martial arts to the great success stage. In this case, then we will improve the 3 martial arts techniques of Nine Suns Divine Art, Purple Sky Sword Technique, and Tunglong Body Technique to perfection, and then... Wait, I seem to have forgotten something very important. Thinking of this, Qin Xian took out a yellowed heavenly-level martial arts book, The Secret of Hahuan Bliss, from his arms. Damn it, I almost forgot about this technique. This dual cultivation technique, The Secret of Hahuan Bliss, was found by Qin Xian and Ji Yingyue in the scripture library of the Hahuan Taoist sect after they destroyed the Hahuan Taoist sect. Although this dual cultivation method is only a heavenly-level method, just based on the 2 sentences written in it, it can enhance the level of happiness in one's mood, and dual cultivation makes people happy. In Qin Xian's heart, its value has surpassed all the wild-level skills. Therefore, among the 3 books, Nine Yang Divine Art, Purple Sky Sword Technique, and Tunglong Body Technique, one is difficult to complete and can only be upgraded to the Great Success stage. As for the Meteor Fist, let's throw it into the Qin family's Hidden Power Pavilion. The Nine Yang Divine Art is my main cultivation technique, which must be cultivated to perfection. This is the only way to ensure my cultivation speed and combat effectiveness. So I have to choose one from the Purple Sky Sword Technique and the Tunglong Body Technique. Then there is no need to hesitate. It is better to fight as soon as possible. If you can win, fight. If you can't win, die. Why are you running? As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Xian used up all 15 Epiphany cards. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The heavenly level technique, Hahuan Jiaoju, that you practiced has been upgraded to the perfect stage. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The wild level technique, Nine Yang Divine Art, that you practiced has been upgraded to the perfect stage. Ding! Congratulations to the host for upgrading the wild level martial arts, Purple Sky Sword Technique, to the perfect stage. You have comprehended the sword technique's ultimate move, Purple Sky breaking the blue slash. Ding! Consume an Epiphany card, and the wild level martial arts, Tunglong Body skill, you practiced will be upgraded to the Great Success stage. After using up all the Epiphany cards, Qin Xian felt that countless insights and familiarities suddenly emerged in his mind. No matter whether it was the techniques or martial arts, he was familiar with them all. The solar power in his body condensed into 9 small suns, hanging in his dantian, providing Qin Xian with a constant supply of power. Qin Xian felt that there was abundant spiritual power surging in his body. Both his endurance and reaction speed increased significantly, and his combat effectiveness increased by at least several times. After finishing all of this, it is finally time to improve my sword intent. This time, although only the genius Qin Shimin received a promotion card as a reward among his 3 sons, Qin Xian was very satisfied. After all, each level of artistic conception improvement is hundreds or thousands of times more difficult than the previous one. Many strong men may find it difficult to break through the first 3 levels in their entire lives, but Qin Xian is less than 20 years old and can break through to the 3rd level of sword intent. The 3rd level of sword intent is difficult to break through even for some powerful marquee-level warriors in the Shinzong realm. This is enough to prove how difficult and powerful it is to break through the third level of artistic conception. Thinking of this, Qin Xian said with anticipation. System, use the Ascension card. Ding. The upgrade card was used successfully. Congratulations to the host. The sword power has been upgraded to the third level. Chapter 25. 3 great dynasties unite to destroy one person. Buzz buzz buzz. As Qin Xian's sword intent rose to the third level, it seemed as if countless sword sounds echoed between heaven and earth. A sharp and awe-inspiring aura burst out from Qin Xian's body. The aura rushed straight into the sky, cutting a gully in the clouds. The Qin family members in the Qin mansion felt even more panicked, as if a sharp sword was pressed against their chest. The Qin family members who were in charge of the weapons pavilion were so frightened when they saw the thousands of swords in the attic suddenly trembling that they screamed and ran out to look for the head of the family, Qinda. In several boudoirs near Qin Xian's room, Ji Yinghua suddenly opened her eyes full of shock and surprise. Third level sword intent. My husband has actually broken through to the third level sword intent. As the holy maiden of Taishan Holy Land, Ji Yinghua knows even better the horror of the third level of sword intent. I didn't expect Qin Xian to be able to break through to the third level of sword intent at such a young age. With such terrifying comprehension and talent, he is a rare genius even in the Taishan Holy Land. I thought that with the Purple Phoenix divine body and after experiencing nirvana, I could catch up with Qin Xian. But the result was that Qin Xian was pulling him further and further away. This made Ji Yinghua feel both happy and disappointed. The joy was due to Qin Xian's breakthrough, while the disappointment was due to the fear that she would not be qualified to fight alongside Qin Xian in the future. Thinking of this, Ji Yinghua devoted herself to cultivation again. As Qin Xian's wife, she couldn't fall too far behind. In the room, feeling the powerful sword intent hidden in his body, Qin Xian also revealed a surprised smile. 3 levels of sword intent. The 9th level of Dao Palace Realm. True Dragon Bloodline. Golden Emperor's Burning Sky Flame. The ultimate wild level martial arts and swordsmanship at the perfect stage. This improvement made Qin Xian seem to have been reborn. Both his realm and combat power were improved by thousands of times. If Qin Xian went to Hehuan Taoist sect again now, he could probably raise the entire Hehuan Taoist sect to the ground with just one sword. To truly shake Kunlun with one sword. After the crazy improvement, Qin Xian was in a good mood. He first ran to Jiang Fangmu's boudoir, then when it was evening, he went to Sun Yinchuang's room. Finally, early the next morning, he came to the room and saw Ji Yinghua still sleeping on the bed. Qin Xian woke her up directly and began to favor his wife. Just like that, after the battle was over, Ji Yinghua lay down beside Qin Xian, lazily stretching her seductive body, then looked at Qin Xian and said, "Husband, I should go back to the Holy Land." Several months ago, Ji Yinghua told Qin Xian about her plan to return to Taishan Holy Land. Ji Yinghua's realm now has broken through to the first level of Dao Palace Realm and has become a powerful being. Coupled with the Purple Phoenix divine body and the embryonic form of sword intent after nirvana, his combat power is considered strong even among the powerful people in the Dao Palace Realm. The reason why Ji Yinghua was able to be named the Holy Maiden of Taishan Holy Land with the realm of a master of the divine martial realm was because of her. This is mainly because the powerful people in Taishan Holy Land believe that Ji Yinghua has great potential and will undergo a gorgeous transformation after experiencing nirvana. But now, Ji Yinghua has completed her transformation. After returning to Taishan Holy Land, she can forcefully suppress the disciples of the same generation and truly obtain the authority and power of the Taishan Saintess. Moreover, after Ji Yinghua returns this time, she will take revenge on her senior brothers and sisters who colluded with each other, and they are the villains who destroyed Ji Yinghua's nirvana. One of her senior brothers and sisters wanted to forcefully penetrate her and take possession of her body. One wanted to destroy her nirvana in order to fight for the position of Taishan Saint. This time when she returns to the Holy Land, she will make that treacherous couple pay with blood. Okay, be sure to pay attention to safety when you return to the Holy Land. It's easy to block an open attack, but it's hard to guard against an arrow from the dark. Qin Xian instructed with some reluctance. In fact, Qin Xian wanted to go with Ji Yinghua. After all, with Qin Xian's current realm and combat power, he was definitely one of the strongest even among the disciples of the Holy Land. However, Qin Xian is an outsider after all. If he rashly gets involved in the dispute among the disciples of the Holy Land, it will inevitably make things complicated. If at that time, another powerful marquis in the Holy Land were to be lured to the battlefield, even Qin Xian would not be absolutely sure of success. In addition to Ji Yingyue's strong personality, Qin Xian had no choice but to let Ji Yingyue go back alone. Don't worry, husband. After I have suppressed all those unconvinced disciples and completely controlled the authority and power of the saint's position, I will come back and take you and the sisters to Taishan Holy Land. Ji Yingyue also said to comfort Qin Xian. Okay, if you can't handle it, just send someone to call me and watch how your husband kills his way to the Holy Land with just one sword. Qin Xian also smiled when he heard this. Okay, my husband is the best. Seeing Qin Xian smile, Ji Yingyue also praised him. Just like that, after spending a few more days with Ji Yingyue also left the Qin mansion and returned to the Taishan Holy Land. So, of the 3 heroes who fought against Lu Bu before, now there are only 2 women left. With one person missing, the 2 women felt that the burden on their shoulders was heavier. After all, Qin Xian's terrifying fighting power was difficult to resist even with 3 people, let alone the 2 of them. Just like that, a month after Ji Yingyue left, both girls mastered the techniques skillfully, hit the target, and became pregnant with their second child at the same time. Qinglong Dynasty, in the Imperial Palace. Brother Shiwu, is there a genius named Qin in your dynasty who has already comprehended the second level of sword intent? A middle-aged man in a martial arts robe in the palace looked at the Azure Dragon King and said, "This middle-aged man in martial arts robes is a core disciple in the Zhenwu Holy Land." The reason why the Azure Dragon King was able to secure an opportunity for the eldest Prince Shi Hao to join the Zhenwu Holy Land was because he made a deal with this core disciple using a large amount of resources. How did Brother Song know? Hearing this, King Qinglong suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart and asked hurriedly, "Alas, I also heard this incident accidentally in the Holy Land. A deacon has learned about this Qin family prodigy from somewhere and has now reported it to the elders, intending to take this Qin family prodigy into the Zhenwu Holy Land. After all, a warrior who can comprehend the second level of sword intent when he is a grandmaster in the divine martial realm is definitely a genius among geniuses. Even in the Zhenwu Holy Land, this is a once-in-a-lifetime talent. The Zhenwu Holy Land will naturally not let him go." The Zhenwu disciple named Song said. "Then, will this have any impact on my son's assessment and his admission into the Zhenwu Holy Land?" The Azure Dragon King pondered for a moment and then asked, "If the Zhenwu Holy Land simply wanted to accept Qin Xian into the Holy Land, it would have no impact on the assessment of the eldest Prince Shi Hao. Presumably, this Zhenwu core disciple would not open his mouth, but would sigh. If the elders really agree, I'm afraid Shi Hao's nephew's assessment will need to be postponed for a while. After all eyes will be on the Qin family's genius. Although Shi Hao's nephew is also very good, he is still a little inferior to that genius." The Zhenwu disciple named Song explained. "How long will it be postponed?" asked the Azure Dragon King. "I don't know about that. Maybe a few months, maybe a few years, or maybe never," said the Zhenwu disciple named Song, waving his hand. "Why is it so far away?" When the Azure Dragon King heard this, his expression turned somewhat ugly. He is a peerless genius who was able to comprehend the second level of sword intent when he was a master of the divine martial realm. If he can really be admitted to the Zhenwu Holy Land, the Holy Land will definitely allocate resources and power to him. By then, maybe even senior brother Xingzi's resources will be taken away by him. How can the Holy Land have the resources to train new disciples? At this point, the Zhenwu disciple named Song stood up and walked to the side of the Azure Dragon King, patted the Azure Dragon King on the shoulder, and said meaningfully, "Although I have a good relationship with senior brother Xingzi, I was able to secure an opportunity for nephew Shi Hao to take the test. But if the Qin family's genius really enrolls him in the Holy Land, then even senior brother Xingzi's own position will be threatened. How can he have the time to deal with these trivial matters? Alas, there is no way. After all, a peerless genius appeared in your dynasty. You can't let him disappear suddenly, right?" After the words fell, the Zhenwu disciple named Song also looked at the Azure Dragon King deeply. Then he walked out of the palace, leaving only the Azure Dragon King with an increasingly gloomy expression. After the Zhenwu disciple named Song left, King Qinglong pondered for a while in the palace. Finally, he made some kind of decision and sent someone to call the eldest Prince Shi Hao to his presence. "Follow me tomorrow to see the Spirit Dragon King and the Bright Dragon King." The Azure Dragon King looked at the eldest Prince Shi Hao and said with deep eyes, "Why does father want to meet the Spirit Dragon King and the Bright Dragon King?" The eldest Prince Shi Hao was puzzled when he heard this. Although there have been no large-scale wars between the 3 dynasties in recent years, the situation is not so bad that the three emperors can have dinner and chat together, right? Because I want to discuss with the second prince the matter of the three great dynasties working together to kill Qin Xian, the Qin family's genius. Chapter 26. The family giants and strong men have arrived. Qin Yuanba, Qin Qingdu. The three great dynasties join forces to kill Qin Xian. The eldest prince Shihao was extremely shocked when he heard this. He didn't understand why King Qinglong wanted to join forces with the other two emperors to kill Qin Xian. Not to mention whether the other two emperors agree or not. Even if they agree, what are the chances of success? The destruction of the Hahuan Taoist sect is imminent. Why did father want to kill Qin Xian? The eldest prince Shihao asked his doubts. Afterwards, King Azure Dragon told Shihao everything about the Jinwu Holy Land's plan to accept Qin Xian into the Holy Land, and that this would affect Shihao's participation in the assessment. Upon hearing this, the eldest prince Shihao could not help but clench his fists, feeling unwilling. He was born with a companion spirit bone in his body, although it was not a very advanced and powerful talent. But it also makes his training speed and combat effectiveness stronger than those of warriors at the same level. It's just that the resources in the Qinglong dynasty are too scarce, which has resulted in him only being able to break through to the 7th level of the Wheel Sea realm now, and he hasn't even reached the threshold of the Dao Palace realm. Therefore, joining the Jinwu Holy Land is not only the Azure Dragon King's expectation for him, but also his own dream of becoming stronger. And now, the dream is about to come true, but the Azure Dragon King tells him that the dream is not going to come true, but to be shattered. Anyone would feel unhappy about this. Father, since Qin Xian has been noticed by the stewards of the Jinwu Holy Land, if we kill him rashly, will it displease the stewards of the Holy Land and make them angry with us? The eldest prince Shihao was no fool, and he immediately thought of the interests involved. Don't worry. The conversation between Song Tao and me clearly hinted to me that the true martial saint's son doesn't want Qin Xian to enter the Holy Land either. Compared to a deacon, the power of the true martial saint in the Holy Land is even greater. And if we don't do it, there will be no hope for you to be accepted into the Jinwu Holy Land. But if we do it, there will be hope. Being able to ascend the throne of the Qinglong dynasty, it is natural that King Qinglong would not fail to understand some hints. What's more, Song Tao has already made it so clear. He was just about to point at the Azure Dragon King's nose and say, "Go kill Qin Xian, and I will let your son join the Jinwu Holy Land." The second oldest of the Linglong dynasty and the 6th oldest of the Minglong dynasty, like you, also used a lot of resources to get the chance to pass the assessment and join the Jinwu Holy Land. I guess Song Tao left just now to talk to the two people from the Linglong dynasty and the Minglong dynasty about this. As the confidant of the true martial saint, Song Tao will never allow a genius who may threaten the status of the true martial saint to enter the Holy Land. By then, Song Tao will give the hint first, and I will organize it tomorrow. This will surely succeed. Also, last month, a spy reported that Qin Xian's wife had left the Qin family for some unknown reason. Now, the only person the Qin family can afford is Qin Xian. Although Qin Xian has comprehended the 2nd level of sword intent, his realm is at most the grandmaster of the Wheel Sea realm. When the time comes, the ancestors of the 3 dynasties, as well as ourselves, will take action, and Qin Xian will surely die. The Azure Dragon King said in a cold voice. In the battle after the destruction of the Han family, whether it was with the leader of the Hahuan sect, Fei Qian, or when he destroyed the Hahuan Taoist sect and fought against the 3 great Dao Palace elders alone, it was all done by Ji Yingwei, and Qin Xian was just watching from the side. So except for Ji Yingwei and the other 2 girls, even Qin Peng and Qin Da didn't know Qin Xian's current true realm, let alone the Qinglong royal family. The Azure Dragon King's impression of Qin Xian is still at the stage of the grandmaster of the divine martial realm after the destruction of the Han family. Even though more than a year had passed, no matter how extraordinary Qin Xian's talent was, the best he could do was to break through to the grandmaster level of the Wheel Sea realm. As for the ancestors of the royal families of the 3 dynasties, although their lifespans were short, they could die if they made a move once. But they are all powerful warriors at the 5th or 6th level of Dao Palace realm. Together with the emperors of the 3 dynasties and other powerful men, there are more than 30 Dao Palace realm masters gathered together. Such a luxurious lineup is used to kill an early grandmaster. Even if Qin Xian has the 2nd level of sword intent, they are still confident of victory. Tomorrow, I, your son, will go with you, father. After hearing what the Azure Dragon King said, the eldest prince Shihao revealed a hint of cruelty. Ruining someone's future is like killing their parents. Since you have a perfect chance of winning, Why not give it a try? He didn't believe that the three major dynasties combined could not kill Qin Xian alone. Qingfeng City, Qin Mansion. Today, two heavyweights have returned to the Qin Mansion. One was a skinny man with a haggard face and a thin body like a sick ghost, but he was holding a pair of powerful magical weapons, the golden hammers. One was a tall and strong man with tiger eyes, thick eyebrows, and also holding a powerful magic weapon, the phoenix wing gilded halberd. You are? Qin Yuanba and Qin Qingdu. Looking at the two people in front of him with terrifying aura, Qin couldn't help but swallow and asked, After the Three Kingdoms and the Ming Dynasty, it's time for the Sui and Tang dynasties. Qin Xian, who was standing next to Qin Da, also complained in his heart. When he felt the powerful aura of these two people when he was practicing in the back garden just now, he had already guessed that the rewards from the system to two powerful family giants had arrived. But Qin Xian didn't quite understand why it took more than a month to arrive this time. What? As the head of the Qin family, you don't even dare to recognize your two uncles? Qin Yuanba said in a muffled voice. Qin Yuanba and Qin Qingdu are not only recorded in the family tree. In Qin Da's childhood memories, he did have an impression of these two uncles who traveled away, but he didn't expect that so many years had passed. Not only did these two uncles not die outside, they also returned to the family with extremely powerful cultivation. May I ask what realm you two are in now? Feeling the terrifying aura emanating from Qin Yuanba and Qin Qingdu, Qin Da couldn't help but ask. After traveling outside for so many years, I am now just a small cave realm. Not worth mentioning. Qin Qingdu said after hearing this. Dong Tian realm giant? When Qin Da heard this, he felt a surge of hot blood rushing to his head. A giant in the cave heaven realm is a powerful person who is one realm higher than the great men in the Dao Palace realm. The word giant is enough to illustrate how powerful the warriors in the cave heaven realm are. Even in the Holy Land with countless powerful people, the giants in the cave heaven realm are qualified to become senior deacons. Outside the Holy Land, there are powerful giants in the cave heaven realm who can decide the rise and fall of a dynasty in the blink of an eye. And now, such a strong man has returned to the Qin family, which makes Qin Da feel like he has won a billion-dollar jackpot. Thinking of this, Qin Da felt a little resentful in his heart. Why can't these two uncles come back earlier? If they had returned 2 years earlier, the Qin family wouldn't have been almost wiped out by Jiang Yin and the other two small families who only had members at the spirit transformation realm. By the way, I also have some complaints about Qin Daorong and Qin Jinglong in my heart. If only they had come back a year earlier. I met Yuanba on the way back, and I couldn't help but compete with him, so it was a bit of a waste of time. Perhaps seeing the resentment in Qin Da's eyes, Qin Qingdu began to explain. Yes, Qingdu lost every competition, but he refused to accept the loss and fought many times outside before coming back. Qin Yuanba spoke frankly, while Qin Qingdu silently clenched the magic weapon, the phoenix wing gilded halberd, in his hand. It's normal for you to be dissatisfied. It's your destiny that one of you will be killed. However, Qin Qingdu is still alive after so many competitions, which can be considered a blessing. Hearing this, Qin Xian couldn't help but complain in his heart again, and at the same time he understood why it took more than a month for the money to arrive to their account. Is this child also from my Qin family? Perhaps wanting to divert the embarrassment, Qin Qingdu looked at Qin Xian and asked. At the same time, Qin Yuanba also looked at Qin Xian. He could actually feel an extremely sharp aura from Qin Xian's body. This aura actually made him feel threatened. That's right. This kid, young Master Qin Xian, is the strongest person in my Qin family now. 2 years ago, he saved the Qin family from destruction. He is the benefactor of all Qin family members. Upon hearing this, Qin Da began to introduce. Due to Qin Xian's special status and his unwillingness to be the head of the Qin family, all members of the Qin family respectfully call Qin Xian, young Master Qin Xian. Moreover, compared to the two uncles who had not returned home for a long time, Qin Da had more affection for Qin Xian, and his tone was full of respect. Master Qin Xian, how can you, the patriarch of the Qin family, call a descendant of the Qin family master? Qin Qingdu frowned when he heard this. After hearing this, Qin Da first glanced at Qin Xian. After seeing that Qin Xian was not angry, he was ready to explain to Qin Yuanba and Qin Qingdu. However, at this moment, a huge roar suddenly came from outside the Qingfeng city gate, like a thunder explosion. This made Qin Xian, Qin Yuanba, and Qin Qingdu frown instantly. Chapter 27. The enemy is at the gate. Why not live well? After a violent roar sounded outside Qingfeng city, the figures of Qin Xian, Qin Yuanba, and Qin Qingdu disappeared in an instant, and then appeared on the city wall of Qingfeng City. Qin Xian stood on the city wall and saw that outside Qingfeng City was a densely packed army of armored soldiers. Looking around, there were actually 200,000 people, including tens of thousands of low-level warriors. Moreover, the 200,000-strong army was formed into a military formation, with giant siege crossbows, fire spirit catapults, and other siege equipment in the rear. The loud noise just now was caused by a fire spirit stone thrown from the army. Not only did it blow up the gate of Qingfeng City, but it also killed all the Qin family guards at the gate. Staring at the pools of blood at the city gate, Qin Xian couldn't help but feel a cold, murderous intent rising in his heart. Today's Qingfeng City has completely become the Qin family's base camp, and the guards at the city gates are naturally also members of the Qin family. And now, there is an army that dares to march to the city, bombard the Qin family's city gate, and kill the Qin family's people. How could Qin Xian not be angry? Not only was Qin Xian angry, but Qin Yuanba, who was standing by, was so angry that he wanted to pick up the pair of golden hammers and smash the entire army into meat paste on the spot. After all, in the eyes of the giants in the cave heaven realm, let alone an army composed of 200,000 low-level warriors in the body-tempering realm and blood-moving realm. Even if there are 1 million of them, it's only a matter of time before they start killing each other. Calm down and stay on the city wall. Just as Qin Yuanba was about to step over, a slender hand pressed down on his shoulder. Hearing this, Qin Yuanba, who had a hot temper, was about to lose his temper on the spot. However, when he turned around and saw the murderous eyes of the young man in white behind him, a sense of crisis suddenly arose in his heart. The young man in white in front of him was like the sharpest sword in the world. Even though he was a giant in the cave heaven realm, he seemed unable to withstand the sharpness of this sword. At this moment, the usually unruly Qin Yuanba actually followed Qin Xian's instructions, restrained his breath, and was no longer manic. Seeing this scene, Qin Xian nodded, then took a step forward and appeared in front of the 200,000-strong army. Outside the empty city, the solemn atmosphere blended into the strong wind, making people feel lonely. Qin Xian stood in the void, looking behind the 200,000-strong army with sharp eyes. You even dared to bombard the gate of my Qin family, but you still don't dare to come out to see me? Boom, boom, boom. As Qin Xian finished speaking, 25 powerful auras rose into the sky from behind the army and swept around. Led by Ling Long Wang and Ming Long Wang, 2 emperors of the 3rd level of Dao Palace realm, a total of 25 Dao Palace realm masters from the 2 royal families gathered here. Today, the 2 dynasties formed an alliance to attack the Qinglong dynasty. People of Qingfeng City, you all have 1/4 of an hour to get out of the city, or you will be buried here along with the city. The Spirit Dragon King held a heavenly-grade spiritual spear in his hand and pointed directly at Qin Xian. The 2 dynasties formed an alliance to attack the Qinglong dynasty and entered the country from Qingfeng City, a city located at the junction of 3 kingdoms. Qin Xian, the prodigy of the Qin family in Qingfeng City, died at the hands of the strong men of the 2 dynasties because he tried to stop the conquest of the 2 dynasties. There is nothing wrong with it, both emotionally and logically. Even if the deacons of the Jinwu Holy Land really wanted to vent their anger on them, they would have a reason to prevaricate, saying that it was Qin Xian who started it first. It can also give the true martial saint space to operate, which is much better than directly killing Qin Xian. When Qin Xian heard this, he had some enlightenment in his mind. It seems that these 2 dynasties are really coming for him, or for the Qin family. Otherwise, if they really wanted to conquer the Qinglong dynasty, they would definitely bypass Qingfeng City. After all, the Qin family's powerful strength has spread to nearby dynasties and sects. If the real target of the 2 dynasties was really the Qinglong dynasty, they would never provoke the Qin family first. Wouldn't it be better to just go around and attack Qinglong Imperial City? So it is clear at a glance that the target of the 2 dynasties this time is definitely the Qin family. What the hell? Are the 2 great dynasties crazy? They are actually confronting the Qin family. That's right. The Hehuan Dao sect was destroyed not long ago. Don't the 2 great dynasties know about it? I heard that Qin Xian's wife seemed to have left the Qin family a month ago. Could it be that the 2 dynasties wanted to destroy the Qin family directly when his wife was not around? It's possible. But why? Coveting the Qin family's resources? Afraid that the Qin family will help the Qinglong dynasty conquer them after their rise? Or do you think Qin Xian deserves to die for having 3 stunning beauties? When the roar and powerful momentum erupted outside Qingfeng City, some powerful people in the surrounding area were attracted and watched from a distance. Seeing that the 2 dynasties were approaching Qingfeng City, they were filled with shock. Why don't you get out of the city? It seems that the people of Qingfeng City are determined to resist our conquest for the Qinglong dynasty. Seeing Qin Xian's calm expression, the Spirit Dragon King spoke again. After hearing this, he looked at the powerful royal Taoist palace masters behind Linglong King and Minglong King, who were full of energy and ready to take action. Qin Xian couldn't help but sigh. Isn't it good to live a good life? Why do you have to seek death? Boom. As soon as these words were spoken, the crowd was filled with excitement, and the onlookers were also agitated. Is Qin Xian really confident, or is he just pretending? Yes, his goddess-like beautiful wife has already left. Can he, by himself, resist so many Dao Palace realm masters from the two great dynasties? TSK, you're as beautiful as a goddess. Brother, you seem to have the best relationship with Chao thieves. Hey, don't tell me. I'm already prepared. If Qin Xian is defeated, I will rush into the Qin mansion and carry away his two concubines. Chill, keep your voice down. If Qin Xian really wins later, you'll be in big trouble. There are 25 Dao Palace Realm Masters, including the 5th and 6th level Dao Palace Realm Masters from the two royal families. How can Qin Xian win by himself? After hearing Qin Xian's words, the onlookers also talked about it, but most of them were pessimistic about Qin Xian. After all, the two dynasties have brought out all their strengths this time. Even the royal ancestors who have kept their secrets as a deterrent have come out. It is obvious that they are going to kill Qin Xian with a thunderous force. The two great dynasties invaded my territory. Are they thinking that I, the Azure Dragon King, don't exist? As soon as Qin Xian finished speaking, another voice came from behind him. In the direction of Qinglong Imperial City, 12 powerful figures appeared in the air. Leading the group was none other than the emperor of the Qinglong dynasty, the Qinglong King. However, although King Qinglong said that the two dynasties had invaded their territory, he did not come over to stand with Qin Xian. Instead, they stood separately in the rear with the ancestors of the Qinglong royal family, blocking Qin Xian's retreat. They even formed a siege with the strong men from the two dynasties, surrounding Qin Xian tightly. Seeing this scene, Qin Xian couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth slightly, but an extremely cold smile appeared on his handsome face. It seems like there are more people looking for death. Chapter 28. The Gangsha demon-suppressing sword formation appears, and I'm going to show my cards. What is the Azure Dragon King trying to do? As the emperor of the Azure Dragon dynasty, he is standing behind Qin Xian. What is he thinking? Stupid. Can't you see it when the situation is so clear? What two dynasties are conquering the Qinglong dynasty? This is a trap set by the three dynasties. The purpose is to kill Qin Xian and destroy the Qin family. A tree that stands out in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. This Qin Xian actually attracted the three great dynasties to join forces to kill him. It seems that being too talented is not a good thing. Seeing that the Azure Dragon King had joined forces with the two dynasties to encircle Qin Xian, the onlookers began to discuss the matter, and one smart person even revealed the secret. Humph. So many people from the three great dynasties teamed up to bully the younger generation of our Qin family. Do they really think that the elders of the Qin family are all dead? On the city wall, Qin Qingdu said angrily. Just as he was about to kill all the people from the three dynasties with the phoenix wing gilded spear in his hand, a hand beside him pushed him down. Yuanba, what are you doing? Qin Qingdu asked in confusion when he saw this. Don't worry. This Qin Xian is not that simple. Not to mention these ugly guys. Even if the two of us take action, I'm afraid we may not be able to kill him. Thinking of the sense of crisis that Qin Xian had just brought him, Qin Yuanba couldn't help but speak in a low voice. Really? Are you kidding me? Qin Qingdu was a little skeptical when he heard this. But when he saw Qin Yuanba's serious and ferocious eyes, he stopped talking. He knew Qin Yuanba's character. He was unruly and violent by nature. He would not submit to anyone and wanted to swing a hammer. Therefore, Qin Xian must be no simple man to have made Qin Yuanba say this. Thinking of this, Qin Qingdu stood on the city wall, silently looking at the white figure standing in the void, wondering what was so special about it. Boom. Let's do it. We've been acting for so long. It's time to end it. Behind the Spirit Dragon King, an old ancestor of the royal family could no longer hold back and burst out with all his might. The long sword in his hand condensed a huge sword energy, and the awe-inspiring momentum swept through the void, rushing towards Qin Xian. Seeing this ancestor taking action, the strong men from the Qinglong dynasty and Minglong dynasty all exerted their full strength. Various powerful martial arts were displayed one after another. Sword and knife energy tore through the air, and endless waves of spiritual power carried the intent of killing, heading towards Qin Xian to annihilate him. What a terrifying power! More than 30 Dao Palace realm masters attacking together. It is simply a power that can destroy the heavens and the earth. Is this the foundation that allowed the three dynasties to stand firm? No wonder the powerful sects around them dare not provoke the three dynasties. It turns out that the foundation of the three dynasties is so terrifying. Alas, it seems that Qin Xian is in great danger this time. Why are you sighing? I'm ready to rush into the Qin residence to snatch the goddess. Is your surname really Chao? Feeling the terrifying power of the strong men from the three dynasties attacking together, the onlookers were all extremely shocked. More than 30 Dao Palace realm powerful men attacked together, just to kill a young man who was not even 20 years old. This made the onlookers shocked and deeply moved. Yuan Ba, do we really not need to take action? Looking at Qin Xian, who was surrounded and attacked by people from the three dynasties, Qin Qingdu couldn't help but ask again. Need not. Qin Yuanba said this in a decisive tone. At the same time, he was staring at the white figure in the void, wanting to see how Qin Xian would resolve it. However, in Qin Yuanba's field of vision, he saw Qin Xian suddenly put his fingers together to form a sword and placed it across his chest. Gangsha demon-suppressing sword formation, destroy. As a cold voice filled with murderous intent rang out, sword energy suddenly appeared between heaven and earth, and spiritual energy also began to surge. Above the earth, 72 earth-grade top-grade spiritual swords broke out of the ground and pierced straight into the ground. The sword energy stirred the earth, generating waves of evil sword energy that were shocking and froze and blocked the ground. In the void, 36 heavenly-grade top-grade spiritual swords broke through the air and stood in a row in the void. An extremely sharp Tiangang sword energy burst out, piercing through the void and shaking the heaven and earth. In front of Qin Xian, there was a long sword emitting a monstrous bloody light floating in the air. The words Zhenma were engraved on it, and an extremely powerful killing sword energy burst out. Moreover, with the demon-suppressing sword as the center, the 108 spiritual swords all burst out with strong sword energy, forming continuous waves of sword energy. At this moment, the strong men from the three dynasties were all enveloped by the sword formation that suddenly appeared. The martial arts they displayed were instantly annihilated by the terrifying wave of sword energy in the sword formation. Feeling those terrifying waves of sword energy, the strong men from the three dynasties suddenly showed expressions of horror. Seeing this scene, everyone present was shocked. Spiritual weapons. Spiritual weapons. They are all fucking spiritual weapons. Who can tell me why Qin Xian has so many spiritual weapons? And the lowest grade ones are all earth-grade spiritual weapons. And a small half of them are heaven-grade spiritual weapons. How can he be so rich? Oh my god, the value of these spiritual weapons alone is enough to buy out the three great dynasties. The value of a top-grade heavenly spiritual weapon is even higher than that of some mid to low-grade yellow-grade magical weapons. Even if the three great dynasties were emptied, they still couldn't gather 10 swords. And now, there are 36 swords surrounded in the void. Even the three emperors of the three dynasties do not have such a wealthy fortune. You are a bunch of country bumpkins. What's the use of a spiritual weapon? Look at the blood-red sword in front of Qin Xian. That is the most precious treasure. Based on my 30 years of experience in tomb robbing and treasure hunting, that blood-colored sword is at least a mysterious level magical weapon. As soon as these words were spoken, they caused an uproar. Oh my god, a mysterious magic weapon. It corresponds to a powerful marquee-level warrior. That's right. Even if it's not a marquee-level strongman, it must be a magical weapon that only a very wealthy giant can afford to use. Damn it. Not only does Qin Xian have so many beautiful wives and concubines, he is also so rich. Damn it. Damn it. Why am I not Qin Xian? As the Gangsha demon-suppressing sword formation appeared, the onlookers' eyes suddenly turned red, and they all felt hatred towards the rich. They thought that although Qin Xian had extraordinary talent, he came from a small family after all, and was relatively short of resources and weapons. Unexpectedly, Qin Xian suddenly took out this powerful and extremely luxurious sword formation. It's like saying to them in person, I won't pretend anymore. I'm going to reveal my cards. I'm a billionaire. Having a beautiful wife and concubines, and stepping on hundreds of spiritual weapons and magical instruments. Who wouldn't be jealous? Even Qin Yuanba and Qin Qingdu on the city wall were silently hiding their Wang Jinshui and Jinshi gilded drill behind them. They are two genuine powerful giants in the cave heaven realm, but the weapons in their hands are just yellow-level magic weapons. As a result, a younger generation of the Qin family was using a top-grade Xian-level magical weapon. How embarrassing it was for them. However, The shock of the crowd was not over yet. A terrifying aura suddenly erupted from the sword formation, shocking everyone in the world. Chapter 29. If you kill 10 of my Qin family guards, I will slaughter 100,000 of your soldiers. The power of a sword formation composed of such a luxurious lineup is naturally not to be underestimated. As the terrifying aura emanated from the sword formation, all the onlookers felt their hair stand on end. It was as if a long sword was placed across the neck, with the terror between life and death. Even Qin Yuanba and Qin Qingdu on the city wall suddenly looked towards the sword formation. From the sword formation, they actually felt a dangerous aura that could threaten their lives. Could it be possible that this sword formation can actually kill giants? Qin Qingdu couldn't help swallowing and said. Upon hearing this, Qin Yuanba turned around and nodded carefully at Qin Qingdu. Damn it, is he really a descendant of my Qin family? When did the Qin family have such a monster? After getting Qin Yuanba's affirmation, Qin Qingdu couldn't help but curse. This descendant of the Qin family. Oh no, the young master of the Qin family. What a fucking evil nature. Compared with the onlookers and Qin Yuanba and the other person, the strong men from the 3 dynasties in the sword formation could more intuitively feel the terrifying aura emanating from this sword formation. At this moment, their bodies are shaking with fear. Some powerful royals at the first or second level of the Dao Palace realm were directly suppressed and fell to their knees, without any trace of the might of the Dao Palace realm masters. King Qinglong felt extremely regretful at this moment. He raised his head and wanted to say something to Qin Xian. But when he looked up, he saw Qin Xian's cold and murderous eyes, which made fear spread in his heart, and he could no longer speak. Qin Xian, standing in the center of the sword formation, also looked coldly at the strong men from the 3 dynasties. It seems that he is usually too kind. When he destroyed the Jiang and Yin families, he did not shake the eggs to separate the yolks. When he destroyed the Han family, he did not pull the earthworms out of the soil and chop them vertically. When he destroyed the Hahuan Taoist sect, he let so many disciples go. As a result, outsiders believed that Qin Xian was a weak and vulnerable person who could be bullied by anyone. So today, he will let the outside world see whether he, Qin Xian, is a good person. Gangsha demon-suppressing sword formation, kill. As the cold voice fell, countless sword lights suddenly rose up from the sword formation and attacked from all directions. The demon-suppressing sword in the center burst out with sword intent powerful enough to cut through the sky, sweeping towards the surroundings. Spare me. I don't want to die yet. Help! Help! Countless sharp sword lights pierced through the bodies of the strong men from the 3 dynasties. The sword intent burst out from the demon-suppressing sword directly cut all the strong men of the 3 dynasties into 2. In the sword formation, clouds of blood mist were floating, making the onlookers tremble with fear. Those balls of blood mist were all powerful men from the Dao Palace realm. However, looking at the blood mist in the sword formation, the murderous intent in Qin Xian's eyes still did not fade. He said that he would let the outside world see today whether he, Qin Xian, was a good person. Therefore, just the death of these few people is not enough, far from enough. Qin Xian pointed his finger forward, and the range of the Gangsha demon-suppressing sword formation expanded, covering the entire 200,000-strong army. If you kill 10 of my Qin family's guards, I will kill 100,000 of your soldiers. Boom. In the Gangsha demon-suppressing sword formation, Qin Xian's words seemed to come true. As the words fell, countless sword lights once again crossed the sky and the earth. It transformed into a surging wave of sharp sword energy, submerging the 200,000-strong army. As countless screams rang out, the ground instantly turned into a river of blood, like a Shura field, with corpses everywhere and blood flowing everywhere. In less than a quarter of an hour, the 100,000-strong army was completely slaughtered by the sword formation. In the sword formation, the remaining 100,000 soldiers looked at the piles of minced meat beside them and sat on the ground in despair. His eyes were dull and lifeless, as if he was frightened out of his wits. The onlookers were even more silent, not daring to breathe. They thought Qin Xian was handsome and sunny, and his character would not be too cruel. As it turns out today, this is no longer just a matter of cruelty. It is already extremely brutal and cruel. One man slaughtered an army of 100,000 without batting an eye. This is simply the devil. Even Qin Yuanba and Qin Qingdu, 2 powerful giants, were shocked by the white figures standing in the void. Compared to this descendant of the Qin family, young master of the Qin family, your personality doesn't seem to be too violent. Qin Qingdu looked at Qin Yuanba, swallowed again, and said. Qin Yuanba nodded quickly upon hearing this. After slaughtering an army of 100,000, Qin Xian looked towards a mountain next to him with clear eyes. Then he grasped the demon-suppressing sword in front of him and slashed towards the mountain. Boom! A huge and sharp sword light slashed on the mountain peak, and the mountain exploded in an instant, and the entire mountain collapsed due to the sword. Puff! Under the astonished gaze of the crowd, a figure in a black robe flew out spitting blood. The figure had a look of horror, and before the blood in his mouth had even finished spitting out, he used his skills to escape. However, Qin Xian was one step faster and used the Tunglong body technique. His body moved like a soaring dragon and instantly appeared in front of the man in black robe. With a punch, Qin Xian directly knocked the man in black robe onto the wall of Qingfeng City, in front of Qin Yuanba and Qin Qingdu. Seeing this, Qin Qingdu stepped on the man in black robe and reached out to take off the mask on his face. Song Tao, why is it you? Qin Qingdu frowned slightly and said, who is he? At this time, Qin Xian also returned to the city wall, looked at Qin Qingdu and asked, his name is Song Tao. He is a core disciple of the Jinwu Holy Land and a close senior brother of the Jinwu Saint. Seeing Qin Xian asking the question, Qin Qingdu quickly replied. As a powerful giant in the Yulong domain, Qin Qingdu still had some impression of this trusted and lackey of the Jinwu Saint. Jinwu Holy Land? Qin Xian also frowned when he heard this. He knew that the Jinwu Holy Land was the Holy Land force in this area, but he had never had any contact with the Jinwu Holy Land. Why would the disciples of the Jinwu Holy Land use secret techniques to hide there and observe the battlefield furtively? If he hadn't used the Eye of Illusion, it would have been difficult to discover Song Tao. Detain him first, and torture him when we have free time. Qin Xian didn't have the time to deal with him now, so he asked Qin Qingdu to detain him first and interrogate him when he was free. After slaughtering all the royal powerhouses of the three dynasties and 100,000 troops, Qin Xian also stood on the city wall. Looking out at the territories of the Linglong dynasty and the Minglong dynasty, his eyes were deep. Uncle Da. Hey, I'm here. Following Qin Xian's shout, Qin Da also walked slowly towards them, holding the handrails of the city wall steps, his body a little limp. But this cannot be blamed on Qin Da. Although as the head of the family, Qin Da has priority in obtaining many cultivation resources. But due to his limited talent, after so much time, Qin Da has only just broken through to the Grandmaster level of the Divine Martial Realm. However, just as he rushed to the city gate from Qin Mansion, he saw Qin Xian slaughtering 100,000 troops with a flip of his hand. There are even dozens of Grandmasters in that army who are much more powerful than him. He saw a Grandmaster who was stronger than himself being beaten to death like an ant by Qin Xian, with blood splattering into the air and his body torn into pieces. How could Qin Da not be afraid? Uncle Da, have you ever heard of kings, princes, generals, and ministers? Are they of the same species? Qin Xian said as he looked out over the territories of the two dynasties. What do you mean by Ning Yuzhong? Qin Da was a little confused when he heard this, just when he wanted to think carefully about what this sentence meant. Qin Xian, who was standing in front, suddenly turned his head, a smile appeared on his handsome face, and he stared at Qin Da and said, Uncle Da, I want you to be the regent of the Qin dynasty. Chapter 30. The Great Qin dynasty was established, and Qin Dahan became the regent? What? The Great Qin dynasty? I'm the regent. After Qin Xian said this, Qin Da's CPU almost burned out. He understood the meaning of the nouns in this sentence, but he didn't understand them when they were put together. Where is the Qin dynasty? How can he be the regent? Also, why should he be the regent? The Qinglong dynasty, the Linglong dynasty, and the Minglong dynasty, all the powerful royal families of the three dynasties have been annihilated. Although there are still some forces in each dynasty that are eyeing them covetously, as long as you, Uncle Da, take these two uncles Qin Yuanba and Qin Qingdu with you, you can put down all the rebellions. After pacifying these forces, we will establish the Great Qin dynasty based on the territories of the three dynasties, with Qingfeng City, located in the center of the three dynasties, as the imperial capital. However, the emperor of the Great Qin dynasty is still young, so Uncle Da will have to serve as the regent for a few years. When Shimin grows up, I will hand over the Great Qin dynasty to him. Uncle Da, what do you think? After he finished speaking, Qin Xian looked at Qin Da, who had a dazed look on his face, and asked. After hearing Qin Xian's words, Qin Da also understood what Qin Xian meant. Master Qin Xian, are you sure you want me to be the regent? I can manage the Qin family, but I don't know how to manage a dynasty. Qin Da said hesitantly after hearing this. 2.5 years ago, he was just the head of a small family in Qingfeng City. In just 2.5 years, he became the regent of a large dynasty in charge of the territories of 3 major dynasties. Qinda felt it was unreal that his status and position improved so quickly. It can be said that in the past 2.5 years, there have been 2 major improvements in the Qin family. One is that Qin Xian's strength increased the fastest, and the other is that Qin Da's status increased the highest. The current status is something Qin Da would never have dared to dream of before. It's okay. There were so many officials before the 3 dynasties. Just order them to do things. Uncle Da is only responsible for watching over them. As for the Qin family's strong men, you can also mobilize them at will. Uncle Da, especially Uncle Yuanba and Uncle Qingdu. I believe that with the assistance of the 2 uncles, it should not be difficult to control a dynasty, right? 2 uncles. Qin Xian looked at Qin Yuanba and Qin Qingdu and spoke in a flat tone. Master Qin Xian, rest assured, with the 2 of us here, we are enough to suppress all the villains. Looking at Qin Xian's deep eyes, Qin Qingdu hurriedly agreed. Qin Da, who was standing by, looked at Qin Qingdu in great surprise after hearing this. What? Did he hear that correctly? Why does uncle from Qingdu call Qin Xian young master? Didn't you say before that as the dignified head of the Qin family, how could you call a junior of the Qin family young master? Now I am quite proficient in calling it. That's good. As for the surrounding sects, we can swallow them up if necessary. I promised Shimin that I would give him a dynasty-level country as a gift when the time comes. Clear. After giving all the instructions, Qin Xian nodded with satisfaction and then returned to the Qin mansion. With the assistance of these 2 giants, Qin Yuanba and Qin Qingdu, as long as the Holy Land-level forces do not take action, they will be able to suppress everything. After Qin Xian returned to the Qin mansion, Qinda also started to take Qin Yuanba and Qin Qingdu with him. First, the forces of the 3 dynasties were cleared out and a unified will was established, which was the will of the Qin family. Afterwards, the Great Qin dynasty was established with the territories of the 3 dynasties as its territory and Qingfeng City as the imperial capital. And after the establishment of the Great Qin dynasty, Qin Yuanba and Qin Qingdu cleaned out all the powerful sects in the surrounding areas. Not only did they move back a large amount of resources, but they also expanded the territory of the Qin dynasty a lot, which also made the regent Qin very satisfied. In this way, as time passed, the development of the Qin family and the Qin dynasty once again entered a period of rapid development. After all, now that they have the resources from the territories of the 3 dynasties, the Qin family no longer has to worry about resources and can just focus on improving themselves. After the establishment of the Great Qin dynasty, Qin Xian's name became even more famous. After all, there were quite a few people watching that day, and they still remember the luxurious and terrifying sword formation that Qin Xian mastered. There is also the brutal scene where Qin Xian slaughters an army of 100,000 alone. Once the news spread, some powerful sects moved away from the Qin dynasty without even Qin Yuanba and Qin Qingdu paying a visit. After all, the Qin Xian in the rumors was like a demon king, and they were afraid that the sword formation would descend and cover the sky above their sect one day. As Qin Xian's reputation became more and more awe-inspiring, even some disciples in the Jinwu Holy Land had heard of Qin Xian's name. A powerful deacon of the Jinwu Holy Land was running among the elders at an increasingly high frequency. Until one day, he finally got the approval of the elders to accept Qin Xian as a disciple of the Holy Land, and directly gave Qin Xian the status of a core disciple, giving him the right to compete for the position of Holy Son. After obtaining approval, the deacon also rushed to the Qin family, ready to recruit Qin Xian, the peerless genius. Qingfeng City, Qin Mansion. Today, the Qin Mansion is considered a holy place for Qingfeng City and even the entire Qin dynasty. A large amount of resources are transported to the Qin Mansion every day, and with the coverage of the Spirit Gathering Array, the spiritual energy in the Qin Mansion is much richer than that of the outside world. Of course, the most important reason is that the legendary genius who actually controls the Qin dynasty lives here. In the back garden of the Qin Mansion, as the sun rose, the popping sounds in the room gradually subsided. The door opened. Qin Xian went out into the sunshine and stretched lazily in the courtyard. After Ji Yingyue left, only Su Nianshuang and Jiang Fangmu were left. Although the 2 of them were at a high level, they still found it difficult to resist Qin Xian's ferocious, beast-like fighting power. He could still handle it at the beginning, but later, as Qin Xian's realm improved, the immortal kidney became more and more powerful. Even though the 2 women used all kinds of martial arts, they still couldn't satisfy Qin Xian and were always killed and fled by Qin Xian. After a while, when Nian Shuang and Fang Mu have children, It will be time to take in another concubine. Qin Xian squinted his eyes, looked at the sun, and talked to himself. With Qin Xian's current status and position, it is naturally not difficult for him to take a concubine. But the difficult part is to find a concubine who is top-notch in terms of realm, talent, appearance, and figure. After all, the determination of system rewards depends on the talent rating of the offspring. If Qin Xian gave birth to offspring with poor talents, even if there were rewards, they would definitely be very little and of low level. It would be better for him to practice on his own. After all, it would take at least 10 months for a wife or concubine to give birth to a child. It's totally useless, and the benefits are not as great as if he found a secret place to search for treasures. Therefore, only by taking the high-end route and creating babies with high-quality women like these 3 girls who have top-notch looks and talents can you maximize the benefits and pleasure. Thinking of this, Qin Xian decided to wait until Sun Yinshuang and Jiang Fangmu had children. So he went out of the Qin dynasty to find a suitable concubine to help him achieve his goal of having a baby. After setting the goal, Qin Xian prepared to return to his room to practice. However, at this moment, Qin Yuanba suddenly came in from outside, found Qin Xian, and said, "Master Qin Xian, there is a deacon from the Zhenwu Holy Land looking for you outside." Chapter 31. Your sincerity touched me. The deacon of Zhenwu Holy Land is looking for me? What do you want from me? Wait a minute. I remember that there was a disciple of the Zhenwu Holy Land named Song Tao who had been imprisoned in the dungeon of the Great Qin dynasty. Could this deacon from the Zhenwu Holy Land be here to look for him? When Qin Xian heard this, he was a little confused at first, and then he suddenly remembered Song Tao. Because he was busy before, he sealed Song Tao's cultivation and locked him up in the newly built dungeon of the Qin dynasty. As a result, he was so busy that he forgot about it. If the deacon of the Zhenwu Holy Land had not come today, Song Tao would have been locked up to death. Now that you mention it, it seems like there is such a person. Qin Yuanba touched his head. After hearing what Qin Xian said, he seemed to remember it. Let's go and meet the deacon of the Zhenwu Holy Land first. I also want to know why the disciples of Zhenwu Holy Land hid there and observed us furtively, Qin Xian said after hearing this. Afterwards, Qin Yuanba brought in the Zhenwu deacon. Qin Xian also saw this Zhenwu deacon in the hall. He was wearing a martial robe and had a head full of white hair tied up. Although his face looked old, his aura was still as sharp and awe-inspiring as a sword. This must be Brother Qin Xian. I am Hai Boyan, the senior deacon of the Zhenwu Holy Land. Hai Bonan said with his eyes lighting up when he saw Qin Xian coming in. That's right. I am Qin Xian. I wonder why Deacon Hai came to see me this time. Qin Xian spoke straight to the point. Seeing Qin Xian being so direct, Hai Bonan no longer hesitated. Instead, he directly said that he came here to accept Qin Xian into the Zhenwu Holy Land, and directly give Qin Xian the status of a core disciple, as well as the qualification to compete for the position of the Son of God. I've heard that Zhenwu Holy Land is full of powerful people and geniuses. Deacon Hai doesn't need to come all the way to accept a child of my small family into the Holy Land, right? Qin Xian was a little surprised when he heard this. He didn't expect that Deacon Hai didn't come here to find Song Tao, but wanted to recruit him into the Holy Land. After being surprised, Qin Xian also asked why Hai Bonan wanted to accept him into the Holy Land. It doesn't matter where a hero comes from. A genius who can comprehend the second level of sword intent in the divine martial realm is a rare opportunity even in the true martial Holy Land. He is a disciple worth cultivating vigorously. What's more, at first, the outside world rumored that your realm was low and that you only had sword power. But until today, when I saw little brother Qin Xian with my own eyes, I realized how false the rumors were. Hai Bonan said with a smile. As a top giant in the 9th level of the Cave Heaven realm, although he could not see Qin Xian's specific realm, he could still feel which level Qin Xian was at. With Qin Xian's realm, I'm afraid even the Zhenwu Saint is not as good as him. There are rumors in the outside world that Qin Xian's realm is low. What a bunch of nonsense. You're right. But why should I go to the Zhenwu Holy Land with you? Qin Xian nodded when he heard this, then looked at Hai Bonan and asked. He has a system of having many children and good fortune. He can become stronger quickly as long as he creates a human being. Why does he need to go to the Holy Land to practice hard? Oh, Zhenwu Holy Land has the most favorable cultivation environment, the most abundant cultivation resources, and the guidance of many powerful people. A genius like you should go to Zhenwu Holy Land to practice. Hai Bonan was a little surprised when he heard this. Then he calmed down and said, ordinary people would beg him for an assessment opportunity to join the Zhenwu Holy Land, but he didn't expect that today he would meet someone who asked him why he should join the Zhenwu Holy Land. It is true that Hai Bonin cannot do anything about it. Oh, to be honest, I'm not interested in resources, Qin Xian said lightly. Hai Bonin was about to frown when he heard this. But suddenly he felt the aura of 108 spiritual weapons appearing out of nowhere outside the hall. After feeling the aura of many spiritual weapons, Hai Bonin's brows paused for a moment. But as a senior deacon of the Jinwu Holy Land, these spiritual weapons alone were not enough to shock him. So he frowned and was about to say something. At this moment, a blood-red sword was suspended in the air beside Qin Xian, and a strong sword energy burst out. A mysterious grade magic weapon. This time, Hai Bonin was finally shocked, and even screamed out in shock. A Xian grade, top-grade magical weapon that is difficult to possess even for an ordinary powerful marquis in the Xinzong realm. After all, the Xian-level magic weapons that have reached the highest quality are the most perfect and pinnacle of Xian-level magic weapons. Not to mention how high the value is, the requirement for the weapon refiner alone is that he must start from the marquis of Xinzong realm. Even in the Jinwu Holy Land, there are only a few Xian-level magic weapons of this quality. After the shock, Hai Bonin couldn't help but feel emotional. It seems that this genius of the Qin family really has a great opportunity. Just like that, the scene fell silent for a while. It was not until Hai Bonin thought of something that his eyes suddenly lit up, and he looked at Qin Xian and said loudly, "There are quite a few female disciples in the Jinwu Holy Land, and the female disciples in the Holy Land have better talents, more unique temperaments, and better figures. At the same time, because of their training, they are definitely more beautiful and more attractive than those women in the outside world." After these words were spoken, Hai Boyan saw Qin Xian's gloomy eyes and couldn't help feeling a little uneasy. Is it possible that this can't take him down? Looking at Hai Bonin's squinting old face, Qin Xian couldn't help but sigh. "Deacon Hai, you've got the wrong person. Do you think I, Qin Xian, am a womanizer?" Hearing this, Hai Boyan's breath fell. He really guessed wrong. According to legend, apart from his sword, Qin Xian is most famous for his beautiful wife and concubines. So Hai Bonin thought that Qin Xian would be more interested in women. Blame me. A genius who could break through to the second level of sword intent when he was still in the divine martial realm must have an extremely strong mind. How could he be shaken by a mere beauty? As soon as he finished speaking, Hai Bonin stood up and was about to leave. Qin Xian didn't want to join the Jinwu Holy Land, but he couldn't force Qin Xian to join. After all, with Qin Xian's talent and strength, even if he didn't join the Jinwu Holy Land, he could enter other holy lands at will, so it was understandable that he didn't want to join the Jinwu Holy Land. However, just as Hai Bonin turned around and was about to leave, a clear and serious voice suddenly came from behind him. "But, I am a person who is always easily moved by other people's sincerity. Obviously, Deacon Hai, your sincerity has touched me." Chapter 32. Is it really okay to accept such a person into the Holy Land? After hearing Qin Xian's words, Hai Bonin was overjoyed. He turned around and looked at Qin Xian and said, "That's great. Believe me, with your talent and strength, you definitely have a chance to fight for the position of Holy Son." Seeing Hai Bonin so happy, Qin Xian couldn't help but ask in confusion, "Do you, the deacons of the Jinwu Holy Land, have any recruitment targets? If you receive a disciple with good talent, will the Holy Land reward you with resources or something like that?" Hai Bonin was stunned at first, then replied, "That's not the case. Why do you say that? If there is no reward, why are you so happy? It's as if you are going to be the son of God." Qin Xian said, "Alas, actually, I have some selfish motives in accepting you into the Holy Land." Hai Bonin sighed when he heard this. "Oh, what's your selfish motive?" Qin Xian narrowed his eyes and asked after hearing this. "The holy son of this generation of Jinwu Holy Land was once a very good friend of my eldest disciple. And my eldest disciple is stronger than the current Jinwu Holy Son in terms of both talent and strength. At that time, almost all the disciples of Jinwu Holy Land believed that the Holy Son of this generation must be my eldest disciple. However, just 1 month before the battle for the Holy Son's position, my eldest disciple died in a secret place in the Wandering Dragon Domain." Speaking of this, Hai Bonin's tone suddenly became excited. "Do you suspect that this true martial saint did it?" Qin Xian also asked after hearing this. The position of the Son of God is equivalent to that of the elders of the Holy Land. It represents infinite resources and tremendous power, and no one would not be tempted. The reason why Ji Yingyue fled to Qingfeng City with serious injuries was because of her senior brothers and sisters. One covets her body, the other covets the position of the saint. It's not doubt, it's certainty. The day my eldest disciple went to the secret realm, The disciples who went with him were all the trusted subordinates of the current true martial saint. Although in the secret realm, in addition to my eldest disciple, several other disciples also died, but I am sure that it was not an accident, but a deadly trap planned by the true martial saint. Haibonen's tone became more and more fierce. Once a teacher, always a father. He once regarded his eldest disciple as his own son, and the relationship between the two was extremely deep. Even if the true martial saint had only destroyed his eldest disciple's cultivation and spared his life, he would not have been so angry. Since you are sure, why don't you tell the higher-ups of the Holy Land? Qin Xian asked again. I said it, but it's no use. As he undoubtedly became the true martial saint of this generation, his master also obtained a large amount of resources. Not only did his realm break through from the cave heaven realm to the divine hidden realm, becoming a powerful marquis, but his status also rose from a deacon to an elder. Their master and disciple are both in high positions and have great power. His master's realm and strength are also far superior to mine. Even if some elders have noticed something fishy, they will not offend the master and his disciple for the sake of a dead disciple and a deacon. Haibonen said somewhat weakly. So, you want me to enter the Holy Land and compete with the true martial saint for the position of Saint's son? If I succeed, you will have the opportunity to avenge them, master and disciple. Qin Xian looked at Haibonen and said, That's right, this is the only method I can think of. Haibonen nodded and said, Then have you ever thought about what would happen if I was like your eldest disciple and was plotted against by the true martial saint and died? After all, compared to before, he is now the true martial saint, so the resources and energy he can mobilize should be greater. Qin Xian looked at Haibonen with sharp eyes and said, No, don't worry. You just need to concentrate on your training and wait for the battle for the Holy Sun to begin. I will help you deal with everything. No matter what, I am also a deacon of the Holy Land. I will stake my life to ensure that you can practice safely until the battle begins. Even if I die, I will die before you. Haibonen looked at Qin Xian nervously, fearing that Qin Xian would not go to the Jinwu Holy Land out of fear. Seeing Haibonen's nervous look, Qin Xian couldn't help but smile. He just wanted to see Haibonen's reaction, not that he was afraid of the true martial saint. That would be a complete joke. With Qin Xian's current strength, let alone the true martial saint, even if the master and disciple were to attack together, Qin Xian would not be afraid. Going to the Jinwu Holy Land is just to find fellow Taoists for the great cause of creating human beings. Since you said so, there is no reason for me not to go, Qin Xian said with a smile. After hearing Qin Xian's words, Haibonen also breathed a sigh of relief. By the way, there is a disciple from the Jinwu Holy Land named Song Tao. Do you know him? Qin Xian then asked about Song Tao. I know him. He is the senior brother of the Jinwu Saint, and also a core disciple of the Jinwu Holy Land. What's wrong? Has he come to see you before? Haibonen frowned and said when he heard this. When Qin Xian heard this, the three dynasties surrounded and killed him. Song Tao used a secret technique to hide aside and observed stealthily. Finally, he found out and told Haibonen everything that had happened since he was imprisoned in the dungeon. After hearing this, Haibonen fell into deep thought. After thinking for a while, Haibonen spoke. As the trusted senior brother of the true martial saint, a disciple like Song Tao, although only a core disciple, can also obtain some authority. For example, giving people the opportunity to take the test and accepting them into the Holy Land. So based on what you said, I think it's very likely that the three great dynasties suddenly united to surround and kill you because of Song Tao's push behind the scenes. It is not uncommon for the royal family of a dynasty to use resources in exchange for assessment opportunities in the past. The reason why you were surrounded and killed may be because your talent is too outstanding. Song Tao is afraid that you will threaten the status of the true martial saint's son after entering the Holy Land, so he wants to kill you in advance. Thinking of this, Haibonen slapped his thigh. It's also possible that they heard about me going to the elders in the Holy Land to fight for your status as a core disciple. So Song Tao came to incite the three dynasties to surround and kill you. Hearing these words, Qin Xian's eyes became even deeper. Your speculation is reasonable and logical, worthy of being the deacon of the Holy Land. In this case, there is no need to interrogate Song Tao anymore. Thank you. It's just a simple deduction. If you didn't miss so much information, I probably wouldn't have to explain it. Haibonen said a little embarrassedly after hearing this. Uncle Yuanba, go kill that Jinwu disciple in the dungeon. Qin Xian nodded, then looked at Qin Yuanba and said, Okay. When he heard that he could kill people, Qin Yuanba responded with a smile, then turned and walked out. Puff. No, no, no. You absolutely cannot do that. Hai Bonin, who had just been praised and drank a cup of tea, spat out the tea immediately after hearing this and hurriedly said, "Why not?" Upon hearing this, Qin Xian looked at Hai Boyan. His deep eyes and fierce aura made even Hai Boyan, a top giant, feel a little chilled. The core disciples of Jinwu Holy Land all have life cards in the Holy Land. You can imprison him for a short period of time, and the Holy Land will think he is training outside. But if you really kill him, the Holy Land will definitely know. Hai Bonin hurriedly explained. To casually kill the core disciples of the Jinwu Holy Land is to offend the dignity of the Jinwu Holy Land. With the Qin family's current strength and foundation, they are still too immature and weak in front of a powerful Holy Land. Hearing this, Qin Xian also stopped Qin Yuanba. Then his eyes were indifferent, and he tapped the back of the chair with his fingers and said, "Since we can't kill him now, let's first let him try the new torture method that Uncle Da's Ministry of Justice has developed. Let him try it once, just don't let him die." Hearing this, Qin Yuanba became even more excited. This was no more interesting than killing someone. Okay, looking at Qin Yuanba, who walked out excitedly, and Qin Xian, who had an indifferent expression, Hai Bonin couldn't help but feel a little nervous. Is it really okay to accept such a person into the Holy Land? Chapter 33 Disaster Holy Dragon, Xianin True Dragon, Qin Sheng, Qin Ro. After everything was settled, Qin Xian and Hai Bonin set a date to go to the Jinwu Holy Land. That is to wait until Su Ninshuang and Jiang Fangmu give birth. Now the date for the second daughter to give birth is very close, and after the birth, Qin Xian can also rely on system rewards to improve himself. After all, there are many powerful people in the Jinwu Holy Land. Although he now has the combat power to match the Marquisites, he can only beat those Marquisites who have just broken through to the Xinzong realm. And in the Holy Land, being granted the title of Marquis of the Xinzong realm is only the lowest realm threshold for the elders of the Holy Land. There are even stronger ones above them, who are invincible to Qin Xian now. So, let's wait until the second daughter gives birth before making another upgrade. Although it is certainly not possible to directly possess the power to suppress a Holy Land, at least it will be more confident. After that, when we enter the Holy Land, we will first get ourselves a true martial saint son. Then, he will go to Taishan Holy Land to find Ji Yingyue as the son of Jinwu, and give Ji Yingyue a surprise at that time. Thinking of this, Qin Xian went back to practice, waiting for Su Ninshuang and Jiang Fangmu to give birth. Just like that, as time passed, the date for the second daughter's delivery arrived in a flash. As a baby cried, the system prompt sounded. Ding! Congratulations, host. Your fifth offspring is born. Offspring's talent level assessment, qualification assessment, purple. Talent assessment, bloodline of the Holy Dragon of Disaster, eyes of Holy Disaster. Talent level assessment, peerless heavenly pride. Blood of the Holy Dragon of Disaster, the blood of the dragon race that carries both disaster and sacred attributes. If the two attributes are combined, it can explode with extremely strong power. Eyes of Holy Disaster, born with different eyes. One contains divine power, the other contains the power of disaster. The first one born was Su Ninshuang's second child, a peerless genius who possessed the blood of the Holy Dragon of Disaster and the eyes of Holy Disaster. After having 4 consecutive sons, Qin Xian finally welcomed his first daughter. It was a little baby girl who was born with different eyes, one golden and the other silver, with extremely smooth skin and looked extremely cute. Holding his daughter in his arms, Qin Xian couldn't help but feel in a good mood. Disaster and holiness, remove disaster and retain holiness. My eldest daughter will be named Qin Sheng. Looking at Qin Sheng in Qin Xian's arms, Su Ninshuang also showed a gentle and doting smile. A few days after Qin Sheng was born, Jiang Fangmu also gave birth. Ding! Congratulations, host. Your 6th offspring is born. Offspring's talent level assessment, qualification assessment, red. Talent assessment, Xianin True Dragon Bloodline. Talent level assessment, top level genius. Xianin True Dragon Bloodline. The true dragon bloodline that controls the power of Xianin. The combination of the Yang dragon power and the Xianin power can balance the yin and yang of the owner, making the cultivation speed extremely fast and the body strong. It might be because Qin Xian had just fused with the true dragon bloodline not long ago, so the 2 fetuses were also gifted with dragon bloodline. Surprisingly, this time the baby was another daughter. The power of Xianin is extremely feminine, so my second daughter will be named Qin Ro. Qin Xian was very happy to have 2 daughters at once. Now the Qin family is almost balanced in yin and yang, and finally no longer has to be full of naughty boys. After naming his two daughters, Qin Xian stayed with Sun Yinshuang and Zhang Fangmu for a few more days. He returned to his room, ready to start a new round of improvement and breakthrough. The system issues rewards. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 3 breakthrough cards, 5 epiphany cards, 10 bottles of low-grade Yuanling pills, the secret method to improve the combat power of the Dragon Clan, 3 steps of the Emperor Dragon, true Dragon Blood Essence, the Family Enlightenment Room, 10 yellow-level magic tools, 1 random wild-level technique, and 3 random wild-level martial arts. 3 steps of the Emperor Dragon, a secret method to increase the dragon's combat power. 1 step causes the dragon to roar, instantly doubling the combat power. 2 steps cause the real dragon to appear, instantly increasing the combat power tenfold. 3 steps cause the Emperor Dragon to appear, instantly increasing the combat power 100-fold. This is very damaging to the body, so please use it appropriately. True Dragon Blood Essence, the blood essence of the true dragon, a divine beast. After taking it, those with dragon blood or close relatives can enhance their cultivation speed, comprehension, aptitude, physical strength, chance of blood evolution and awakening, etc. It can also be used as medicine. Family Enlightenment Room. There are 10 rooms in total. Anyone in the Qin family who enters to practice can temporarily improve their understanding, greatly increase the speed of practicing martial arts, and greatly increase the comprehension of artistic conception and the probability of breakthrough. The system issues rewards. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 2 breakthrough cards, 5 epiphany cards, 5 bottles of low-grade Yuanling pills, Ancient Dragon Clan Combat Skill, World-Shaking Dragon Fist, a map of low-grade spiritual stone or veins, Dragon Origin Fruit Tree, 10 heaven-level spirit weapons, a book of wild-level random martial arts, and 3 books of wild-level random martial arts. World-Shaking Dragon Fist, an ancient fighting skill of the Dragon Clan, a fighting skill passed down by the ancient Dragon Clan. It requires the dragon's energy to wrap around it and the dragon's power to exert itself. A single punch is like a real dragon shaking the world, shattering the vastness. Dragon Origin Fruit Tree, a heavenly spiritual plant. The dragon origin fruit it produces contains a trace of dragon energy. Eating it can increase your physical strength. After checking the system rewards, Qin Xian couldn't help but sigh. The number of realm breakthrough cards had indeed decreased again. Taking more concubines and having more children is already an urgent matter. The secret method to enhance the Dragon Clan's combat power, the Dragon Clan's ancient combat skills, the true dragon's blood essence, and the dragon's source fruit tree. After taking a closer look at the rewards at the back, Qin Xian discovered that most of the rewards this time were related to the Dragon Clan. But it is normal. After all, Qin Xian's 2 daughters are both little dragon girls. Hiss. The Emperor Dragon steps 3 times. The Emperor Dragon steps 3 times. His combat power instantly increases 100-fold. After seeing the Emperor Dragon's 3 steps, a secret method to increase his combat power, even Qin Xian couldn't help but gasp. The combat power instantly increased 100 times, which is almost equivalent to the blessing of an extra layer of artistic conception. Just relying on the secret technique of the Emperor Dragon's 3 steps, coupled with the 3 levels of sword intent, even if Qin Xian does not break through the realm, it is enough to defeat the powerful Marquis. After marveling at the horror of this secret technique, Qin Xian continued to watch. The ancient fighting skill of the dragon race, the world-shaking dragon fist, I wonder how powerful it is. Can it be comparable to the wild-level martial arts or the more powerful king-level martial arts? As an ancient combat skill passed down by the ancient Dragon Clan, its power must be very strong. At least it must be comparable to the power of wild-level martial arts. The true dragon's blood essence will be saved for breaking through the cave heaven realm later. It can also be used to increase the strength of the physical body so that I can perform the 3 steps of the Emperor Dragon. The introduction of the Emperor Dragon's 3 steps also contains a reminder that it causes great damage to the physical body. However, if you think about it, you will understand that if your combat power is instantly increased and your physical body's carrying capacity is insufficient, it will definitely cause damage. This is common sense. The Family Enlightenment Room, the Dragon Source Fruit Tree, and the low-grade Spirit Stone Veins can all be used to improve the strength of the Qin family. But this Family Enlightenment Room is quite powerful. It can actually improve the comprehension of artistic conception and the probability of breakthrough. The improvement and breakthrough of artistic conception mainly depends on understanding and talent. And this Family Enlightenment Room can actually temporarily improve one's understanding, which is simply a magical thing for warriors. Seeing this, Qin Xian waved his hand, and a large pile of spiritual fruits and pills suddenly appeared in the room. The rich spiritual energy burst out suddenly, making people feel relaxed and happy. After feeling the richness of the spiritual energy in the room, Qin Xian nodded with satisfaction and then extended his finger. A drop of golden blood was suspended on the fingertips, with a dragon shadow hovering in it. If one calmed down, one could even hear a slight dragon roar. True Dragon Blood. Chapter 34. Breaking through the cave realm, becoming a giant in swordsmanship. Every breakthrough to a great realm requires a long period of accumulation, and only by accumulating strength can one have a stronger foundation after the breakthrough. So this time, Qin Xian accumulated for a year and did not use the breakthrough card. Instead, he plans to rely on himself to break through the cave realm and become a true sword master. Thinking of this, all the spiritual fruits and elixirs in the room were melted into spiritual liquid by the sun god fire, wrapping Qin Xian inside. Qin Xian also swallowed that drop of golden dragon blood. In an instant, a terrifying vortex of spiritual energy formed above the room, madly absorbing the spiritual energy of the surrounding heaven and earth. A loud dragon roar resounded in the void, shaking the heaven and earth. All the Qin family members in the Qin mansion looked towards the back garden with shock on their faces, and then endless admiration rose in their hearts. Their young master Qin Xian has become stronger again. Qin Yuanba and Qin Qingdu, the two powerful giants, were also astonished as they felt the aura of the back garden. They could clearly feel what kind of terrifying energy was brewing in that room. Boom. As endless spiritual energy and dragon energy continued to wash over Qin Xian's limbs and bones, the sun's divine power and dragon energy continued to nourish Qin Xian's body. A phantom of a cave began to form behind Qin Xian. A brilliant divine light burst out from it, and the sun god fire was burning. Sharp sword intent flowed, and a purple-gold dragon shadow soared into the sky, exuding an incomparably terrifying aura. Master Qin Xian is about to break through to the cave heaven realm. A powerful giant who is less than 20 years old. With such talent, I think Master Qin Xian is even capable of suppressing the geniuses of his generation in the entire Yulong domain. Feeling that Qin Xian was about to break through the cave heaven realm, Qin Yuanba and Qin Qingdu were both even more shocked. After all, when they were Qin Xian's age, their realm and strength were rubbish. It's about the same as Qin now. Boom. As the roars sounded again, the shadow of the cave behind Qin Xian gradually solidified and finally formed completely. The giant of the cave heaven realm breaks through. From this moment on, Qin Xian became a true giant and powerful man. He is also a sword master who possesses the third level of sword intent. Feeling the abundant power in his body, Qin Xian felt that his current condition was better than ever before. However, this is just the beginning of this improvement. System, I want to use the breakthrough card. After Qin Xian used all 5 realm-breaking cards, his realm also broke through to the 6th level of the cave heaven realm. The shadow of the cave behind him expanded dozens of times, and the aura it emitted became even more terrifying and powerful. After breaking through the realm, Qin Xian first extracted the wild-level skills and martial arts. However, the martial arts and techniques this time were not what Qin Xian wanted to practice. Whether it was martial arts, swordsmanship, or body movement, Qin Xian had previously practiced top-level martial arts of the ultimate and upper-grade wild grade. It's already the best at this stage, so there's no need to waste epiphany cards. It is better to keep it for practicing the secret method of improving the Dragon Clan's combat power and the ancient dragon fighting skills that you got as a reward this time. As for these extracted wild-level martial arts, it is better to keep them and throw them into the Qin family's martial arts storage pavilion for the Qin family members to practice. After extracting all the skills and martial arts, Qin Xian also took out the yellow-level magic weapons and heaven-level spiritual weapons. Just like the martial arts techniques, Qin Xian planned to throw them all into the weapon storage pavilion and leave them for the Qin family to use. After all, Qin Xian, who possesses the Gangsha demon-suppressing sword formation, would only take notice of an earth-level or heaven-level magic weapon. After arranging all these, Qin Xian used the Epiphany card. He suddenly realized the secret technique of the Emperor Dragon's 3 steps and the ancient dragon fighting skill of the world-shaking Dragon Fist. He also improved his wild-level body skills from last time to the perfect stage. Ding! Consume an Epiphany card. The secret method you practice to improve the dragon's combat power, 3 steps of the Emperor Dragon, has achieved the first step, and the dragon's roar is heard with 1 step. Ding! Consume an Epiphany card, and the secret method of improving the dragon's combat power that you practiced, 3 steps of the Emperor Dragon, has achieved the second step, and a true dragon has appeared after the second step. Ding. Consume an epiphany card. The secret method of improving the dragon's combat power that you practiced, 3 steps of the Emperor Dragon, has achieved the third step. The 3 steps Emperor Dragon has arrived. Ding. Consume 4 epiphany cards, and the ancient dragon fighting skill, World-Shaking Dragon Fist, that you practiced will be upgraded to the perfect stage. Ding. Congratulations to the host for upgrading the ancient dragon fighting skill, Dragon Fist, that shakes the world, to the perfect stage. You have comprehended the ultimate boxing skill, True Dragon Shakes the World. Ding. Consume an epiphany card, and the wild level martial arts, Tunglong Body skill, you practiced will be upgraded to the perfect stage. Ding. Congratulations to the host for upgrading the wild level martial arts, Tunglong Body Movement, to the perfect stage. You have comprehended the ultimate body movement skill, Tunglong Breaking the Air. After upgrading the Emperor Dragon's 3 stamps and the World-Shaking Dragon Fist to the perfect stage, a wild and ferocious aura emerged in Qin Xian's mind. As one of the most powerful races in the world, the Dragon Clan has inherited extraordinary secret techniques and ancient fighting skills. Before practicing, Qin Xian felt that this world-shaking Dragon Fist was at most comparable to the human race's top-grade wild-level boxing technique. But after reaching the perfect stage of cultivation, Qin Xian had an epiphany in his heart. This world-shaking Dragon Fist is probably powerful enough to rival King-grade martial arts. King-grade martial arts, the corresponding one is the King of the Galaxy realm. Even if it is placed in a holy land, it is an extremely rare and precious powerful martial art. Although there was no card for upgrading the sword intent in the system's rewards this time, Qin Xian's sword intent was not improved. But just the breakthrough in realm and the practice of the Dragon Clan's secret ancient combat skills made Qin Xian's combat power increase 1,000 times. After this breakthrough, Qin Xian's combat power is already enough to suppress ordinary powerful marquises. Jinwu Saint Son, it doesn't sound like a big deal. How about getting a Jinwu Saint Lord? Qin Xian touched his chin and said with a smile. With his current level of strength, competing for the position of Holy Son is indeed a bit like bullying a child. But since I've promised Hai Boyan, I might as well fight for it. After all, taking a concubine as the son of God is definitely better than taking a concubine as the Lord of God. The Holy Lord Jinwu not only has to manage many affairs of the Holy Land, but he also sounds like an old man. How can it be worthy of his image as a handsome young man? Thinking of this, Qin Xian stretched and stretched his body. Then he said with sharp eyes, Jinwu Holy Land, here I come. Chapter 35. Arriving at the Jinwu Holy Land, there are extra elders. After the breakthrough, there were still a few days left before Hai Bonan and I planned to go to the Jinwu Holy Land. Qin Xian also stopped practicing, but slept with Su Nianshuang and Jiang Fangmu day and night. After all, he has been practicing for so many days. Can't he enjoy himself? In the past few days, Qin Xian has also put in all his effort and even took a drop of Yin-Yang deer blood, directly transforming into a crazy pile driver. In addition, more novel postures have been developed. For example, the structure of the character, Zhong, and the structure of the character, Hu, are both extremely stable structures when 3 people are fighting. Su Nianshuang and Jiang Fangmu both gave it rave reviews, and Qin Xian was also very happy about it. Just like that, he took another drop of Yin-Yang divine deer blood. Qin Xian immediately displayed his divine power and summoned hundreds of millions of his descendants and soldiers to launch a fierce attack on the 2 women's base camp. Finally, on the day before leaving for the Jinwu Holy Land, the 2 girls hit the target again. On this day, the date for going to the Jinwu Holy Land arrived, and Hai Bonan arrived as scheduled. Hey, why can't I sense your realm? After seeing Qin Xian, Hai Bonan couldn't help but say with some surprise. You know, the last time he came, he could still feel Qin Xian's specific realm. But when they met again this time, he couldn't see through Qin Xian at all. It's impossible that Qin Xian's realm has caught up with his in just 1 or 2 months. Are you kidding? When you first enter the Holy Land, you must be careful. I used the sword to block the aura in my body. Qin Xian smiled and said when he heard this. At the same time, a sharp sword intent rose in his body, completely sealing off the open sun cave without leaking a single breath. Hai Bonan's words actually reminded him that he really had to hide his state of mind when going to the Jinwu Holy Land this time. After all, there are many powerful people in the Jinwu Holy Land, and there must be many who can see through his realm. So that's how it is. It's right to have such thoughts. It's a good thing to be cautious. Hai Bonan understood and said after hearing this. That's what he was saying. How could Qin Xian's realm break through so quickly? It turned out that he was blocked by sword intent. He was really shocked. Okay, in that case, then follow me to the Junwu Holy Land. After hearing Hai Bonen's words, Qin Xian nodded, and then took Su Ninshuang and Jiang Fengmu with him and set out on the journey to the Junwu Holy Land. The distance from Qingfeng City to the Junwu Holy Land is not short, and it requires spanning several dynasties. Fortunately, Qin Xian and Hai Boyan were both powerful giants in the Cave Heaven realm, and they quickly arrived at the Junwu Holy Land. The mountain gate of the Junwu Holy Land is also among the mountains. The undulating mountains are like a giant dragon, guarding the Junwu main peak in the center. There is a thick spiritual mist in the mountains, which is like a fairyland. There are dozens of dormant spiritual veins underground, providing an endless supply of spiritual energy to the Junwu Holy Land. There is also the majestic mountain gate in front of you, with the words Junwu engraved on it. There seems to be an artistic conception in it, which makes people feel a sense of fighting spirit rising in their hearts just by stopping and watching. No wonder the three great dynasties were willing to surround and kill me just to get the qualification to join the Junwu Holy Land. The foundation of the Holy Land is indeed strong. Feeling the extremely rich spiritual energy in the Holy Land, Qin Xian couldn't help but sigh. No wonder there are so many powerful people and geniuses in the Holy Land. The cultivation environment alone is thousands of times better than those in remote dynasties. Of course, which of these holy places like Yulong territory that have been passed down for thousands of years does not have a profound foundation? Okay, let's go directly to the Elder Hall. As soon as Hai Bonen finished speaking, he took Qin Xian, Su Ninshuang, and Jiang Fengmu to the Elder's Hall. The status of a core disciple of the Junwu Holy Land is the highest level status among the disciples except for the Son of God. The resources he can receive every month are much more than other disciples. Therefore, Hai Boyan, as a deacon alone, is not qualified to directly grant Qin Xian the status of a core disciple. The elders still have to wait until they see Qin Xian before making a decision. Just like that, Qin Xian and the other two followed Hai Bonen to the elders' hall, and along the way they attracted discussions from many disciples of the Holy Land. After all, a combination of handsome men and beautiful women like Qin Xian and his two companions is rare even in the Holy Land. Who are those three people following Deacon Hai? It seems like they are heading towards the elders' hall. I don't know, but you can follow and see. Wow, that young man in white is so handsome. How can there be such a handsome man in the world? He is much better than those ugly guys in our weapon refining peak. Damn, can you please stop praising one and criticizing the other? The brothers from Refining Peak are also very handsome. Okay, you look so dusty and dirty. I can tell from the looks of it that you are from the Weapon Refining Peak. Stop flattering yourself, okay? Stop arguing. Look at those two women. They are both so beautiful. One looks gentle and kind, like the elder sister next door, and the other has legs longer than my life. So tempting. Really? I feel like even compared to senior sister Qingqing from the Formation Peak and senior sister Qiyue from the Martial Peak, she's on par with them. Damn, what's the relationship between the three of them? Why is that young man in white holding the hands of those two women? Real siblings, real siblings, real siblings. Please, they must be real siblings. And they must have the same father and mother. Wow, what a vicious curse. Listening to the discussions of the disciples in the Holy Land, Su Ninshuang and Jiang Fengmu couldn't help but smile, and Qin Xian also found it interesting. The disciples in this Holy Land are indeed more energetic and innocent than the warriors in the outside world. Okay, we're here at the Elders' Hall. There are 3 elders here today. I have already made an agreement with them before you came. As long as you can show the second level of sword intent, the elders will agree to grant you the status of a core disciple. At the entrance of the Elders' Hall, Hai Bonen said to Qin Xian, and Qin Xian nodded when he heard it. Upon seeing this, Hai Boyan immediately pushed open the door of the palace. However, when Hai Bonen pushed open the door of the palace and saw the scene inside, his face suddenly became gloomy. Sensing the change in Hai Bonen's mood, Qin Xian also looked inside the hall. I saw that in the hall, in addition to the 3 elders that Hai Bonen had mentioned, there was actually another elder. The elder was wearing a gray martial robe and had a majestic and awe-inspiring aura. His eyebrows were like those of an eagle, making him look somewhat fierce. After seeing this extra elder, Hai Bonen said in a cold voice, "Liang Ting, what are you doing here?" Liang Ting is the master of the current Jinwu Saint, and also a genuine elder who has been granted the title of Marquis in the Xinzong realm. Chapter 36. Lao Deng accepts disciples, no? How dare you? Hai Bonen, you are just a deacon. Who gave you the courage to question this elder? The master of the Jinwu Saint, Elder Liang Ting, who was dressed in a gray robe, said angrily. All right. Elder Liang Ting just came to take a look. It's no big deal. Among the other three elders, the one wearing a yellow robe and slightly shorter in stature smiled and tried to smooth things over. Although Hai Bonin is only a deacon, his realm has reached the 9th level of the Cave Heaven realm, and he is only one step away from being granted a title of Marquis in the Shinzong realm. Maybe he will break through one day, and then he will be able to be ranked as an elder, so all the elders will give some face to Hai Boyan. Snort. Seeing the yellow-robed elder coming out to smooth things over, Liang Ting snorted coldly and then stopped talking. Although he was also a powerful marquis in the Shinzong realm, he had just broken through to the 1st level of the Shinzong realm. Compared with these senior elders, he is far behind in both strength and realm. Even though his apprentice is the true martial saint of this generation, for these senior elders, they might be more polite to Liang Ting because of this, but they would never be submissive. After all, as genuine powerful marquises, these elders all have the dignity of a strong man. Are you Qin Xian? I heard from Deacon Hai that you already possessed the 2nd level of sword intent when you were in the divine martial realm. Seeing that the situation had calmed down, a tall elder with sharp eyes beside the yellow-robed elder looked at Qin Xian and asked. Qin Xian did not explain after hearing this, and a sharp and fierce sword intent burst out from his body. Buzz, buzz, buzz. As the sword intent came out, the pillars in the hall seemed to be cut by the sword energy, making a buzzing sound. The peak of the 2nd level of sword intent. It's actually the peak of the 2nd level of sword intent. No wonder Deacon Hai is willing to lobby for you. You are really a peerless genius. Feeling the sword intent erupting from Qin Xian, the other three elders except Liang Ting all had their eyes shining and clapped their hands in admiration. The peak of the 2nd level of sword intent is a realm that even those of them who have reached the divine hidden realm have never reached. Just like the tall elder, he is a swordsman. But his current sword intent is only at the late 2nd level, still some distance away from the peak. And now, he actually felt a realm that he had never reached in a disciple who had just entered the Holy Land. At this moment, even Hai Bonin next to him was a little shocked. He originally thought that Qin Xian's 2nd level of sword intent was only in the early or middle stages, but he didn't expect it to be at the peak stage. After the shock, Hai Bonin's face was filled with joy. Now his position as the Holy Son was secure. However, in contrast to Hai Bonin's expression, Elder Liang Ting had a look of disgust on his face. The peak of the 2nd level of sword intent. How is that possible? This kid looks about the same age as us. How is it possible for him to possess such a powerful sword intent? I remember now. I know who he is. A while ago, I heard from my master that Deacon Hai found a genius who had comprehended the 2nd level of sword intent when he was in the divine martial realm in a dynasty in a remote place. He also said that he would bring that genius into the Holy Land and directly grant him the status of a core disciple. Hiss. Is this true? He realized the 2nd level of sword intent when he was a master of the divine martial realm. With such talent, let alone a core disciple, even a holy son. Woohoo! Why are you covering my mouth? If you don't cover your mouth, I'm afraid senior brother Xingzi will hang you on a tree and beat you. How can you be so outspoken? The Jinwu disciples who followed outside the hall were all extremely shocked at this moment. Some Jinwu disciples in the Luanhai realm have already comprehended the rudiments of the artistic conception, and they are more aware of how difficult it is to break through the artistic conception. At this moment, they all felt a sense of awe towards Qin Xian. It's like some poor students saw the top students easily solve the problems that have troubled them for a long time. Looking at the expressions of several elders in the hall, Qin Xian also smiled. He has only revealed the peak of the 2nd level of sword intent, and these three elders are just like this. If the 3rd level of sword intent was revealed directly, the three elders would gasp in shock and exclaim how terrifying it was. Very good. With such an outstanding talent and swordsmanship, in my opinion, the status of a core disciple is a bit unfair to you. The tall sword training elder spoke again. As a swordsman himself, he was extremely satisfied with Qin Xian. However, upon hearing this, Liang Ting's face became even darker. All the core disciples have wronged him. Why don't you just ask him to replace our disciple and become the holy son of Jinwu? Ahem. With your talent, you are indeed worthy of the status of a core disciple, but why can't I sense your realm? The short elder in yellow robe who had just come out to smooth things over also coughed twice, and then spoke. He coughed twice to remind the tall elder that Liang Ting was still here, and not to say anything that was detrimental to unity. You used the sword's will to seal the aura in your body? Upon hearing this, the tall elder guessed the truth in an instant before Qin Xian could even speak. That's right. Qin Xian also nodded and admitted it generously. Very good. This shows that your control over the sword has reached perfection. My name is Gu Xianghan. I am a marquis of the 6th level of the Xinzong realm, and I am also a sword cultivator. If you don't mind, you can become my disciple. Although I have nothing to teach you in terms of artistic conception, I believe I can still give you a lot of help in terms of resources and protection. Seeing Qin Xian's generous admission, the tall elder Gu Xianghan became more and more satisfied, and even directly asked to accept Qin Xian as his apprentice. Hearing this, Hai Bonen's face became even happier. This elder Gu Xianghan is considered to be the most powerful among all the elders of the Holy Land. If Qin Xian could become his disciple, he wouldn't have to worry about the holy son of Jinwu plotting and hindering him in secret. We can now wait without any worries for the battle for the Son of God to begin and fight for the position of the Son of God. Similarly, as Hai Bonen's face showed joy, the darkness on Liang Ting's face became increasingly intense. If I really get accepted as Gu Xianghan's disciple, then things will be difficult. Oh my god, Elder Gu actually took the initiative to ask to accept a disciple. This is really rare. That's right, Elder Gu is a sword cultivator, and his arrogance and superiority are greater than anyone else's. In addition, his own realm is very high, so few people can look down on him. I remember Elder Gu accepted him as his young disciple 20 years ago, right? The youngest disciple has become a deacon, and they didn't even bother to recruit another one in all these years. Isn't it time to collect it? Old Deng really waited until he was satisfied. Seeing that Gu Xianghan, who always looked down on others, actually took the initiative to ask to accept a disciple, all the Jinwu disciples were extremely surprised. However, the next moment, the scene that they had expected, where Qin Xian was flattered and said he was willing, did not happen. In the Elders' Hall, a breeze blew from inside the hall, lifting the hem of the white robe. Qin Xian first looked at the tall Gu Xianghan, then reached out and patted the Juk's sword in the scabbard behind him, as if to comfort something. Then, a clear voice rang out. Don't want. Chapter 37. Those who have a face-saving physique. Those who have an unbridled physique. Since the day he acquired the sword cultivation technique, Qin Xian has been carrying the Juk's sword on his back to cultivate it with the sword spirit. As Qin Xian's first sword, although the quality of this Juk sword is only a heavenly level weapon, it has long been unable to keep up with Qin Xian's pace. But Qin Xian still has a special feeling for it. Therefore, Qin Xian used the sword cultivating technique to continuously nourish it with sword intent. I just hope that one day, I can use this Juk sword which is only of heavenly grade weapon level. Go and kill a powerful marquis, or even a king. Although after one sword strike, the Juk sword might break into pieces because it could not withstand the powerful sword energy. But the fragments of its sword blade were soaked with the blood of powerful men who had been granted the title of marquis, or even king. As a sword of the heavenly grade, the Juk sword was wielded with the blood and lives of powerful men who were granted the titles of marquis, or king. This is the greatest respect Qin Xian gives it. So, at this moment Gu Xianghan wanted to accept Qin Xian as his disciple. Qin Xian seemed to feel the resistance coming from the Juk sword. It's as if it's saying that the person in front of you is not worthy of being your master, because this person can't block its sword. For this reason, Qin Xian patted the scabbard to appease it. Of course, even if he didn't have the Juk sword, Qin Xian would not have become Gu Xianghan's disciple. To be a marquis at the 6th level of the Xinzong realm, he must use the Juk sword. By utilizing his other background and the support of the 3rd level of sword intent, he may be able to defeat it. Qin Xian's most solid support is his own strong strength. So, why would he need the protection promised by an elder whom he could not even defeat? And it would mean lowering his status, so he wouldn't do it. What? Did I hear correctly? He actually rejected Elder Gu's invitation to become his disciple. Oh my god, what is he doing? That's Elder Gu. He is a powerful marquis at the 6th level of the divine hidden realm. He is ranked among the top among the elders. Damn it, this kid is a bit shameless. That's right. Although being at the peak of the 2nd level of sword intent is awesome, he can't be so arrogant. Hearing that Qin Xian actually rejected Gu Xianghan's invitation to become his disciple, many disciples outside the palace gate were filled with indignation. They didn't know Qin Xian's true strength, so they all thought that Qin Xian was too arrogant, relying on his own talent. He even looked down upon the powerful marquises. Not to mention these disciples, even the other 2 elders in the hall showed surprised expressions. As for Hai Bonen and Liang Ting, their expressions changed dramatically, one from sunny to cloudy, and the other from cloudy to sunny. This, Qin Xianyu. Hai Boyan looked at Qin Xian and wanted to persuade him, but was stopped by Gu Xianghan's wave of hand. You really don't want to be my disciple? Gu Xianghan's expression was calm, with no sadness or joy on his face. He looked at Qin Xian again with eyes as sharp as torches and asked, No. Facing Gu Xianghan's gaze, Qin Xian spoke in a calm voice. Good. Sword cultivators should be upright and full of vigor. If you don't want to, just say it out loud. There's no need to force yourself. However, since you refuse to be my disciple, I will not give you resources and protection just because I admire you. This is the consequence you should bear for your decision. As for the fact that you might be worried that I will get angry and secretly trip you up, you don't have to worry about that. I have been practicing swordsmanship for 300 years. I have always acted uprightly and have never done anything shady. You can rest assured. Seeing Qin Xian's firm eyes and calm tone, there was no trace of panic. Gu Xianghan did not blame him for rejecting him, but spoke to Qin Xian as if he was having a normal conversation with his peers. Don't worry, I will bear the consequences of my actions. After hearing Gu Xianghan's words, Qin Xian was also slightly surprised. He thought he had rejected him in public, and as an elder of the Holy Land, he was even more powerful and worthy of a title. There will definitely be some anger, and you might even get angry at him on the spot. But the result was such an open and honest statement, which made Qin Xian look at Elder Gu Xianghan with a higher opinion. How dare you? Elder Gu kindly accepted you as his disciple, but you, as a disciple of the Holy Land, dared to refuse. Do you still have respect for the elders? However, Gu Xianghan did not make any attack, but Liang Ting on the side started biting him madly like an old dog. Hearing this, Qin Xian couldn't help but turn his head to look at Liang Ting, and a cold light flashed in his star-like eyes. Otherwise, how about using this old dog's head to celebrate his joining the Zhenwu Holy Land? Thinking of this, the sword energy in Qin Xian's body began to stir. At this time, Hai Bonan stood up. Liang Ting, stop making random accusations here. Elder Gu didn't say anything. Who do you think you are? How dare you? Hai Bonan, you are too daredevil. Boom. What a waste of words. Liang Ting was almost broken by the explosion. Liang Ting immediately burst out with the aura of a powerful marquis and pressed towards Hai Boyan. Hai Bonan was not willing to be outdone. He directly manifested the phantom of the cave sky and also burst out with the strongest momentum to fight back. Hey, what are you doing? I told you to be more friendly. Can you please give me some face? However, an even more powerful pressure suddenly erupted, directly suppressing the momentum of Liang Ting and Hai Bonan. It was the short elder in the yellow robe. Although he had a smile on his face, he gave people a sense of majesty. Wow, is Elder Pang so powerful? I feel suffocated by his aura. Nonsense. What do you think? Being able to mediate conflicts among so many elders and stabilize the situation, do you think Elder Pang's strength can be weak? That's right. Do you think the face-saving physique is playing a joke on you? What face-saving physique? Oh, it's just a joke. Every time Elder Pang mediates a conflict, he asks both sides to give him some face. So after a while, the disciples all said that Elder Pang had a face-saving physique, and everyone who saw him had to give him face. Puchi, if you say so, then Elder Liang is the owner of the presumptuous physique. After becoming an elder, he has been saying the word presumptuous every day. That makes sense. Congratulations to our Zhenwu Holy Land for producing another person with a powerful physique. Listening to the discussion of the disciples outside, and feeling the powerful aura emanating from Elder Pang, Qin Xian couldn't help but sigh in his heart that the foundation of the Holy Land was indeed extremely profound. Every elder is not a simple person, except for old dog Liang Ting, who has an unruly physique. Snort. This brat is so presumptuous, this elder cannot stand it. If you really want to give him the status and treatment of a core disciple, that's fine, but you have to let him compete with Yang Yin first. Let's see if this kid has the strength to match the status of a core disciple. Otherwise, how could the other disciples be convinced if this kid is not only so arrogant, but also hides his realm and is given the status of a core disciple just because he showed his sword intent? Chapter 38, I was born to love laughing, and we also thought of some funny things. Even though Elder Pang, who was wearing a yellow robe, came out to mediate, Liang Ting still wanted to make things difficult for Qin Xian. After all, he came here this time for this purpose. The Yang Yun he mentioned was his eldest disciple, a peak powerhouse at the 9th level of the Dao Palace realm, and only one step away from becoming a giant in the Dantian realm. Therefore, he proposed that Yang Yun and Qin Xian compete. The purpose is to test Qin Xian's strength, and then severely kill Qin Xian's fighting spirit. Brother Yang Yun? He is Elder Liang's eldest disciple, a peak powerhouse at the 9th level of the Dao Palace realm, Yes, and senior brother Yang Yun is about to be promoted to deacon. How can we let him compete with the newcomer? Although the attitude of this young man in white is somewhat arrogant, Elder Liang's actions are also a bit excessive. Isn't it obvious that he wants to teach this new young man in white a lesson? After Liang Ting finished speaking, the disciples outside the palace gate started discussing again. After all, it was indeed a bit too much to let Yang Yun, a powerful disciple who was about to be promoted to a deacon, compete with a disciple who had just entered the Holy Land. Don't worry, I'm just testing this kid's strength. And with Yang Yun's realm and strength, he will know when to attack, and there is no need to worry about hurting this kid. Liang Ting narrowed his eyes and looked at Qin Xian and said, as if Qin Xian was a prey in front of him, "Three elders, what do you think?" Liang Ting turned to the three elders and asked. Among the three elders, the one who had been silent except for being surprised when Qin Xian revealed his sword intent still chose to remain silent. Upon hearing this, Gu Xianghan closed his eyes and rested. He had already said that he would not give Qin Xian shelter, so naturally he would not care about this matter. Only Elder Pang looked hesitant, wondering how to deal with this problem. However, when the three elders had not yet responded, Qin Xian spoke first impatiently. "If you want to compete, call your apprentice over here and stop whining." Just now, Qin Xian also heard the words of the disciples outside the palace gate and knew that Yang Yun was Liang Ting's eldest disciple. So, since we can't chop off the old dog Liang Ting's head today, we'll just beat up his eldest disciple to vent our anger first. Wow, good man. Is this new guy so fierce? Didn't he hear what we just said? That's right. Senior brother Yang Yun is a great power at the 9th level of the Dao Palace realm. How dare he say that? I just want to know, has he always been so brave? TSK, a country bumpkin from a remote place. I'm afraid he has never seen a strong man at the 9th level of the Dao Palace realm. He is truly ignorant and fearless. Qin Xian's impatient words fell into the ears of the disciples outside the palace gate, and they all thought that Qin Xian was ignorant. I don't know how powerful senior brother Yang Yun is, which is why he said this. Okay. The three elders all heard it. He said it himself. Liang Ting was overjoyed when he heard this. He didn't expect that Qin Xian would agree directly. Seeing that Qin Xian had spoken himself, the three elders and Hai Bonin could not say anything more. He could only let Liang Ting call Yang Yun over to compete with Qin Xian. After receiving the news, Yang Yun walked into the elders' hall in an elegant and graceful manner, because he saw Su Ninshuang and Jiang Fangmu behind Qin Xian. The two girls' absolutely beautiful and elegant faces touched his heart directly, especially Jiang Fangmu's pair of slender, white, and long legs, which almost made him unable to take his eyes away. "Master." After entering the hall, Yang Yun reluctantly withdrew his gaze from his legs, walked forward, and saluted Liang Ting. Liang Ting nodded upon seeing this, and then told Yang Yun about the competition. When Yang Yun heard that he was going to instruct newcomers in front of two beauties, his eyes suddenly lit up. Especially since those two beauties seemed to have some relationship with the newcomer, this made Yang Yun feel a little hostile towards Qin Xian. "Master, rest assured, I will definitely give junior brother Qin good guidance." Upon hearing this, Yang Yun thought he was elegant and handsome, but in fact he was extremely coquettish. He lifted his long hair and spoke with charm. As Yang Yun is about to be promoted to the deacon of the Holy Land, this period of time is when he is most ambitious and high-spirited. If he could conquer Jiang Fangmu's long legs again with his powerful charm, it would be the peak of his life. "This new disciple Qin, please come in." After fantasizing for a while, Yang Yun walked up to Qin Xian and said, looking at Yang Yun in front of him, and his series of coquettish gestures just now, which were as funny as an orangutan seeking a mate, even Qin Xian couldn't help but smile. Qin Xian couldn't bear to beat up this silly young man. However, when Qin Xian thought about how he had secretly looked at Jiang Fangmu's long legs, he decided to teach this young man a severe lesson. Thinking of this, Qin Xian also took a step forward. At this time, Yang Yun on the opposite side suddenly spoke up and stopped Qin Xian. "Wait a minute. Junior brother Qin has just arrived. I'm afraid you don't have a weapon that you can use." "Brother, here I have a top-grade spiritual sword. Please lend it to junior brother Qin first. Otherwise, I'm afraid you won't be able to display your full strength, and this coaching competition won't be fun." As soon as Yang Yun finished speaking, he took out a long sword that was emitting spiritual light. This scene also made the disciples outside the palace gate look envious. A top-grade spiritual weapon of heavenly rank is considered the most precious weapon among the Dao Palace realm disciples of the Holy Land. After all, a heavenly-grade spiritual weapon of the best quality is hard to come by, and a top-grade heavenly-grade weapon is already the ceiling. As expected, Senior brother Yang Yun, who was about to be promoted to deacon. I didn't expect that he could possess a top-grade spiritual weapon of the heavenly level. That's right. Even if I increase my contribution points tenfold, I still can't afford a top-grade spiritual weapon. Senior brother Yang Yun is really rich. Hearing the praises of his disciples, Yang Yun couldn't help but reveal a proud smile on his face. It's like saying, "Country bumpkin, you've never seen such a high-level spiritual weapon, have you?" And his eyes would occasionally sweep over those long legs and Jiang Fengmu's charming face. "Little guy, this can't defeat you?" However, Hai Bonin couldn't help laughing when he heard this. "Puff! How dare you? Hai Bonin, why are you laughing for no reason?" Liang Ting actually heard a hint of ridicule in Hai Bonin's laughter and couldn't help but scold him. "Sorry, I'm naturally fond of laughing, and I couldn't help it." Hai Bonin rarely responded to Liang Ting and even said sorry, which confused Liang Ting. "Puff! Chi!" However, the next moment, behind Qin Xian, the two girls couldn't help but smile and sneer. "How dare you? What are you laughing at?" Seeing that Sun Yinshuang and Jiang Fengmu also laughed out loud like Hai Bonin, Liang Ting felt ridiculed again. Sorry, we just suddenly thought of something really funny. Chapter 39. A punch sends a person flying, a beautiful scene on the ring, a potential marriage partner. When Hai Bonin was in Qin's mansion, he not only felt the aura of the 108 spiritual sword formations, but also saw the demon-suppressing sword in Qin Xian's hand with his own eyes. That demon-suppressing sword is a genuine Xian-grade, top-grade magical weapon. Even Gu Xianghan does not have a magical weapon of this level. As a result, Yang Yun now asked Qin Xian whether he needed to lend him this top-grade spiritual weapon. Puff! When I heard the words top-grade, heavenly grade, and looked at the smug smile on Yang Yun's face, the corners of Hai Bonin's mouth were harder to suppress than a spear. This is a heavenly grade, top-grade spiritual weapon. It's too precious. I'd rather not use it. What if senior brother Yang loses? Besides, I won by relying on the power of my spiritual weapon, which is not fair. Not to mention that Hai Bonin and Sun Yinshuang couldn't hold back their laughter. Even Qin Xian's mouth corners were raised. I've seen clowns before, but I've never seen one as clown as this. What if I lose? How could I possibly lose? Junior brother Qin, do you think highly of me? After hearing this, Yang Yun said with some displeasure. That's right, I just looked down on you. Not to mention you. I even looked down on your master. Qin Xian said directly. Presumptuous. Bull. Liang Ting and Yang Yun shouted angrily at the same time. Since junior brother Qin is so confident in himself, let me see if junior brother Qin is really worthy of the status of a core disciple. Boom. As the words fell, Yang Yun pointed his sword directly at Qin Xian, and a majestic and powerful aura burst out. What a powerful aura. It seems that senior brother Yang is one step closer to becoming a giant in the cave heaven realm. I'm so envious. I feel like senior brother Yang will be able to break through the cave heaven realm and be promoted to deacon in 2 months. 2 months? In my opinion, this aura has already reached the limit of the Dao Palace realm. 1 month will be enough. After Yang Yun's aura burst out, all the disciples watching outside the hall were amazed. After all, the 9th level of Dao Palace realm is already the highest level among disciples, and if you go up further you can be promoted to deacon. Therefore, Yang Yun's realm of strength is indeed among the top among the disciples. It is normal to arouse the admiration of the disciples. Junior brother Qin, be careful. Yang Yun held a long sword in his hand. Although he said to be careful, there was a fierce look in his eyes, and he attacked Qin Xian directly. Seeing this, Qin Xian restrained his smile and prepared to end this clown farce. Tunglong body movement. Tunglong breaks through the air. Boom. As Qin Xian's voice fell, his figure was like a soaring real dragon, instantly breaking through the void and disappearing on the spot. The next moment, Qin Xian appeared in front of Yang Yun. Seeing this scene, Yang Yun's pupils shrank instantly. He had just taken 2 steps when Qin Xian appeared directly in front of him, and the speed was so fast that he couldn't see Qin Xian's movements at all. After arriving beside Yang Yun, Qin Xian smiled at Yang Yun, then clenched his right fist and punched towards Yang Yun's chest. Boom. With this punch, Qin Xian only mobilized the strength of his physical body. Not even a trace of spiritual power was useful, as he was afraid that Yang Yun would be beaten to death. But despite this punch still unleashed an extremely powerful force, and it actually directly hammered Yang Yun's sternum down. Puff! A large amount of blood spurted out of Yang Yun's mouth. His body was directly blown away for thousands of meters by the tremendous force. He was blasted directly from the Elder's Hall to another mountain. At this moment, Everyone looked at the startled birds and the dust raised on another mountain, and they were all shocked to the extreme. Senior brother Yang Yun, who was at the 9th level of the Dao Palace realm, was unexpectedly knocked away by a single punch from this new young man in white. Is this guy new? You told me he's new? Can this guy send Yang Yun flying with one punch? Why is he still being given the status of a core disciple? Isn't it better to just let him be a deacon? No wonder Deacon Hai was so obsessed with this young man in white a while ago. I thought he wanted to recruit a disciple, but it turns out he wanted to bring in a colleague. After being shocked, all the disciples began to discuss the matter. Qin Xian sent Yang Yun flying thousands of meters with just one punch. This scene truly shocked them. After all, Qin Xian's age looks about the same as theirs, yet he is so ferocious. How could it not be shocking? After the competition, is there anything else? After knocking Yang Yun away with a punch, Qin Xian looked at the three elders and said calmly. In Qin Xian's eyes, let alone a clown like Yang Yun, even the son of Jinwu was just a small character who could be suppressed with one punch. If it weren't for the fact that Yang Yun did have some talent for comedy, he wouldn't have tolerated him jumping around until now. There's nothing else to do. Deacon Hai, you can take him to find a courtyard for him to live in. A disciple will deliver the core disciple's identity card to you in due time. Seeing Yang Yun being knocked away by a punch, even the three elders were a little surprised. Of course, what surprised them was not that Qin Xian defeated Yang Yun so easily, but it was because the power of that punch was Qin Xian's pure physical strength. The three elders were astonished that he could blast away Yang Yun, who was at the 9th level of the Dao Palace realm, with just his physical strength. They all had guesses in their minds at this moment. Qin Xian might be the owner of a strong physical constitution, or he might have other physical talents. For example, some kind of powerful bloodline, or some powerful spiritual bones and Taoist fetuses that increase the strength of the physical body. Gu Xianghan felt even more regretful in his heart. Not only did Qin Xian possess the 2nd-level peak sword power, his body was also so strong. With such great talent, you should become his apprentice. Okay, then I'll take Qin Xian to find a place to live first. Upon hearing this, Hai Bonin took Qin Xian and the two girls out of the elders' hall and headed to another mountain to find a place to live. Snort, Liang Ting, who was in the hall, was so gloomy when he saw how powerful Qin Xian was that he just turned away. Hai Bonin has recruited a truly extraordinary genius this time. Yes, it seems that this time the battle for the Holy Sun will be more interesting. After Hai Bonin and Liang Ting left, the three elders also discussed for a while with a smile. The Holy Land of Jinwu, where martial arts is the only one. Martial arts are prevalent in the Holy Land. Compared with other holy lands, it values the true strength of disciples rather than their talent. Therefore, when Qin Xian showed his strength in knocking Yang Yun away with one punch, the three elders valued Qin Xian even more. After all, even Gu Xianghan, a powerful marquis, felt it was a pity that he could not accept Qin Xian as his disciple. After discussing for a few sentences, the three elders left one after another. There were also disciples outside the hall who, after leaving, spread the news that Qin Xian had knocked Yang Yun away with one punch throughout the entire Holy Land. Countless disciples of the Holy Land were shocked, and Qin Xian's name instantly became known to everyone in the entire Holy Land. However, Qin Xian has no interest in becoming a celebrity. But after Hai Bonin helped him find a courtyard with a beautiful environment as his residence, he went out straight away to do his business and started his journey of searching for his fellow Taoist. On the martial arts peak, on an extremely wide arena, two gorgeous figures stood facing each other. On one side was a woman wearing a dark blue tight martial arts robe, with a beautiful face, an extremely plump figure, and huge, full breasts. The waist and hips are in golden proportion, and she is as plump and tempting as a peach. On the other side was a lady wearing a white dress, with a pure and clear face, bright eyes and white teeth. She looked like a white lotus, making people want to protect her. She has a slender figure, fair and translucent skin, and is as pure as a first love. Below the arena, there were disciples from various peaks. Most of them were male disciples. At this moment, they all looked at the beautiful scenery on the stage with shining eyes. And Qin Xian has already squeezed into the first row. Ding! A potential match has been detected. Do you want to check? Ding! A potential match has been detected. Do you want to check? Chapter 40. Two Worlds of Ice and Fire, Dual Talents of Formations and Talismans, Praise to Deacon Hai. As the system prompt sounded in his mind, Qin Xian also used the Eye of Truth. He looked directly at the two women on the ring with completely different styles. Lu Qiue, Realm, 5th level of Dao Palace Realm, Artistic Realm, Embryo of Sword Intent, Qualification, Purple, Talent. Ice Spirit Divine Embryo. Extreme Ice Spirit Bone. Ice Spirit Divine Embryo. An innate Taoist embryo that contains the power of the Ice Spirit. The owner will control the power of the Ice Spirit and have a strong resistance to ice attributes. After practicing to the extreme, it has the power to freeze the heaven and earth. Extreme Ice Spirit Bone. A spirit bone containing the power of extreme ice, which can greatly enhance the owner's ice attribute spirit power and improve the owner's talent, understanding, practice speed, etc. Lu Chiyue was the woman wearing a tight dark blue martial arts robe and had an extremely plump and attractive figure. Unexpectedly, she looked plump and mature, but turned out to be the owner of the ice spirit fetus. Is this the legendary contrast? Thinking of this, Qin Xian couldn't help but recall that wonderful feeling, ice and fire. The purple phoenix divine body and the ice spirit divine fetus should be able to give him the ultimate enjoyment. After checking out Lu Chiyue, Qin Xian turned his gaze to another woman. Xia Qingcheng, Realm. First level of Dao Palace Realm, Artistic Conception, Embryo of Talisman, Qualification, Gold, Talent, Supreme Formation Dao, Body of Divine Talisman. Array Supreme. Born proficient in array, has a very high understanding of array cultivation, can set up arrays very quickly, and once cultivated to the extreme, he will be born as the Array Supreme. Magic Talisman Body. The body contains the ancient magic talisman, which can mobilize the power of the magic talisman. It also has a very high understanding of the practice of the magic talisman. When practiced to the extreme, it can manifest the ancient magic talisman and suppress all demons and evil spirits. Dual talent in formation and talisman, and its golden talent. After Qin Xian checked it, he couldn't help but say with joy. This was the first time he had seen a marriageable partner with golden qualifications, and she had a pure face, a delicate figure, and an appearance comparable to the three daughters of Ji Sujiang. You must know that even though Ji Yingyue has experienced nirvana, her current aptitude is only purple. I guess in order to reach the golden state, one would have to go through nirvana once or even twice. From this we can see how difficult it is to find a marriage partner with golden qualifications. We have made the right decision to come to the Zhenwu Holy Land. Praise Deacon Hai. Looking at the two gorgeous figures on the ring, Qin Xian also gave Hai Boyan a big thumbs up in his heart. If Qin Xian could capture Xia Qingcheng, who possesses golden qualifications, he would go to the top of Wushan Mountain with her and fight for the great cause of creating humans. The offspring born will definitely have stronger talents, and the system rewards they receive will be more generous. Thinking of this, Qin Xian looked quietly at the arena, thinking in his mind how to take down the two women. Senior Sister Qiyu, I'm sorry. On the stage, with Xia Qingqing's delicate shout, rune shadows appeared, bursting out with brilliant spiritual energy of various attributes. It was like sword energy of different attributes, blasting towards Lu Chiyue. Let me see what kind of fighting power you can possess after breaking through the Dao Palace realm. Seeing this, Lu Chiyue also had a slender spiritual sword in her hand. She just swung her sword and countless ice pillars rose up on the arena, containing sharp sword energy, which shattered all the rune shadows. After the rune phantom was shattered, Xia Qingcheng also stepped out, and her pair of jade hands lightly tapped in the void. Then, lines of formations appeared in the air and condensed into small formations. A powerful killing spiritual power erupted from it, attacking Lu Chiyue again. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Upon seeing this, Lu Chiyue also immediately burst out with the embryonic form of sword intent, rushed out with a spiritual sword in hand, continuously slashing the formation, and killed towards Xia Qingqing. Junior Sister Qingqing is so strong. She has just broken through to the first level of Dao Palace realm and is already able to compete with Senior Sister Chiyue. It is said that Junior Sister Qingqing has the legendary divine body and is also quite talented in formations. With such outstanding talent, she will naturally have extraordinary combat power. Indeed, I am from the formation peak. Junior Sister Qingqing's attainments in formations are not even inferior to those of some deacons. Junior Sister Qingqing is good, but I still prefer the mature and plump Senior Sister Chiyue. And Senior Sister Chiyu's ice spirit fetus seems to have developed even stronger power. I can already feel the icy aura just by standing under the ring. Hey, only children make choices, adults of course want them all. I like both Junior Sister Qingqing and Senior Sister Chiyue. They are indeed the two most beautiful girls in our Zhenwu Holy Land. Even their competition in the ring is so pleasing to the eyes. You kid, you don't look that good, but you're so greedy. That's right. A stinky man like you is worthy of two fairy sisters. Stop. Boxing is prohibited outside the ring. As the disciples below the ring discussed, the competition on the ring came to an end. In the end, Lu Qiuyue was better and became the winner of this competition. However, this is also reasonable. After all, Lu Qiuyue is 4 small realms higher than Xia Qingqing. Although Xia Qingqing has an unparalleled talent in both the talisman and array techniques, Lu Qiuyue's prototype of sword intent is more powerful than Xia Qingqing's prototype of talisman intent. It is only 1 step away from the true level of sword intent. In addition, Lu Qiuyue's realm is high, and her spiritual power is also stronger. Therefore, it was normal for Lu Qiuyue to win this competition. Senior sister Qi Yu's ice spirit power is getting stronger and stronger. I deserve to lose. Xia Qingqing raised her innocent face and said with a smile. Although the two of them fight fiercely in the ring, they have a very good relationship in private. Junior sister, you lost mainly because of your realm. With your terrifying talent, if you and I were at the same realm, I would definitely be the loser. Lu Qiuyue also responded with a smile. What she said was indeed true. If they were at the same level, she would definitely not be able to beat Xia Qingqing. Just like that, the battle was over. The two women exchanged a few pleasantries and prepared to step down from the ring to go back and summarize their combat experience. At this time, a figure in white walked directly onto the stage, looked at the two women, and said, I think Senior Sister Xia's formation skills and Senior Sister Lu's ice spirit power and sword intent all need to be improved. Chapter 41. Instructing two Senior Sisters. The Gangsha demon-suppressing sword formation appears again. As soon as these words were spoken, many disciples below the stage were filled with indignation. Who is this person? Is he qualified to say that Senior Sister Xia's formation skills and Senior Sister Lu's ice spirit power and sword intent still need to be improved? Isn't this obviously saying that he is better than the two Senior Sisters in these aspects? That's right. Whether it's Senior Sister Xia's array formation or Senior Sister Lu's ice spirit power and sword intent, they are both the most outstanding abilities of the two sisters. Even some deacons are not as good as the two Senior Sisters. What makes this kid dare to say that? Hush. How come you don't even recognize him? He is Qin Xian, who just entered the Holy Land 2 days ago and knocked senior brother Yang Yun away with 1 punch. Some disciples recognized Qin Xian instantly when they saw his appearance. After all, the shock they felt outside the Elders' Hall that day is still lingering in the hearts of these disciples. Fuck. He is Qin Xian, the monster who possesses the peak of the 2nd level of sword power. What's wrong with Qin Xian? His strength and sword intent are very strong. But when it comes to his understanding of the art of formations and the power of ice spirit, how can he compare with the two Senior Sisters? That's right. Everyone has their own expertise. No matter how strong he is, he can't be omnipotent. I think he just took a fancy to the two Senior Sisters and wanted to attract their attention. Damn it. Not only did he bring 2 beautiful wives to the Holy Land, he even wanted to take the 2 Senior Sisters as well. What a beast. Those 2 women are his wives and concubines. Aren't they his biological sisters from the same father and mother? Damn it. Qin Xian deserves to die. He deserves to die. Senior Sisters, please don't be deceived by his appearance. You're kidding me. At least junior brother Qin is really handsome. After hearing Qin Xian's words, the disciples below the stage all discussed excitedly. Xia Qingqing and Lu Qiuyue, who were about to walk down from the stage, also stopped at this moment. They both frowned when they heard this. Just as the disciples said, everyone has their own expertise. Although they had also heard about Qin Xian knocking Yang Yun away with 1 punch, they acknowledged Qin Xian's strength. But how could Qin Xian be qualified to teach them about the art of formation and the power of ice spirit? Or is it really, as the disciples said, that Qin Xian just wanted to attract their attention? Thinking of this, the 2 girls couldn't help but turn around and confront Qin Xian to see what basis he had for saying that. However, when they turned around, they saw Qin Xian's handsome face, which was as beautiful as a banished immortal. There was also a bright smile full of sincerity on it. The 2 girls' hearts softened, and they spoke in a less harsh tone. I wonder if junior brother Qin can see where Senior Sister Lu and I need to improve? Xia Qingqing asked. Her tone wasn't harsh, but it wasn't very enthusiastic either. Seeing this, Qin Xian continued, Senior Sister Xia, why don't you perform the formation again? This way I can tell you where the shortcomings are. Hearing this, there was another uproar from the audience below the stage. This Qin Xian really dares to give instructions? Good. When Xia Qingqing heard this, a hint of competitiveness appeared in her bright eyes. She didn't believe it either, except for those deacons and elders who had practiced the art of formations for a long time. A new disciple is also capable of teaching her the art of formation? Boom. As soon as the words fell, Xia Qingqing's spiritual power exploded, and runes appeared from the void, finally condensing into a killing array. Xia Qingqing's formations are all based on divine talismans, and are rune formations derived from them. Compared with ordinary formations, it is more complicated and more powerful. Come on, please give me some pointers, junior brother Qin. After condensing one formation after another, Xia Qingqing looked at Qin Xian and said, "The formation that incorporates the way of runes is dozens of times more complicated than ordinary formations. I want to see how Qin Xian can give us guidance." This is an exaggeration. I guess Qin Xian was stunned after seeing the formation that senior sister Xia condensed. There were disciples from the Jindao Peak in the audience, and they all spoke up after seeing the formation condensed by Xia Qingqing. Such a complicated formation is difficult even for the deacons of Jindao Peak. I guess I'll have to observe carefully for a long time before I can give Sister Xia some advice. From this, we can see how terrifying Xia Qingqing's supreme talent in formation is. Looking at the formations in front of him that were emitting spiritual light and had complex veins flowing through them, Qin Xian smiled slightly. He indeed did not understand the art of formations, but he could really see the flaws and shortcomings of these formations, because he has the eyes that can see through delusion. As the clear light flowed in his eyes, Qin Xian put his fingers together to form a sword, with only a little bit of spiritual power condensed on his fingertips. Then his fingertips poked out like a sword drawn from its sheath, tapping the nodes of each formation. Bang, bang, bang. As Qin Xian pointed, one formation after another appeared, which seemed extremely complicated in the eyes of the disciples. But it was just like being butchered, dissected from the weakest point. Boom. At this moment, the disciples below the stage were shocked as they looked at the formations collapsing into points of light in the void. Fuck. He actually really is proficient in the art of formations. Impossible. He destroyed senior sister Xia's killing array with just a few finger taps. How could there be such a terrifying insight and talent for arrays in the world? Damn it. How come Qin Xian knows everything? Where did Deacon Hai find such a monster? Listening to the discussions of the disciples, Xia Qingqing's innocent face showed a look of shock, and her bright eyes opened wide. The young man in white before her destroyed her formation so easily. Doesn't this mean that in front of Qin Xian, she can only be slaughtered by him? Senior sister Xia's formation is actually very profound. The reason why I can break the formation so easily is not because I have a strong talent for formations. It's because I was born with a pair of divine eyes that can see through the flaws of the formation. It can be regarded as relying on external forces, so it's not fair to win. Seeing that Xia Qingqing was somewhat doubtful about her life at this moment, Qin Xian also started to explain. After hearing this, Xia Qingqing calmed down a little and started to feel a little favorable towards Qin Xian. After all, even if Qin Xian didn't tell the truth, she didn't know how Qin Xian did it. But Qin Xian did not hide anything, and his sincerity alone was enough to make people feel good about him. Even though this is the case, I still want to thank junior brother Qin for pointing out the flaws in the formation for me. Xia Qingqing also looked at Qin Xian and thanked him. The flaws in the formation that Qin Xian pointed out to her will be fully corrected after he takes her back, and her combat power will also increase several times. It can be said that Qin Xian did give her some pointers. These are nothing. I have another sword formation here that I can lend to senior sister Xia for observation. I think it should be able to help senior sister Xia gain something. Upon hearing this, Qin Xian waved his hand and said, "The sword formation is not necessary. There are still some powerful formations in the Holy Land, which are enough for me to observe." Xia Qingqing originally wanted to tell Qin Xian that it was not necessary. After all, how could Qin Xian, a disciple from a dynasty in a remote place, have such advanced sword formation in his hands? However, when she saw the 108 spiritual weapons suddenly appearing in the void, and even the demon-suppressing sword in the center, her cherry-red little mouth could never close again. Chapter 42. Take them all and go back to the courtyard together. 72 Earth-level ultimate spiritual weapons, 36 Heaven-level ultimate spiritual weapons, and 1 Xian-level ultimate magic weapon. Oh my god, did he rob the weapon refining peak? I can tell you clearly that it is not, because the elders of the weapon refining peak cannot refine a top-quality Xian-level magic weapon. Don't you say he's a country bumpkin from a remote dynasty? You call this a country bumpkin? Such a luxurious sword formation. I'm afraid, even if I sell myself, I still can't afford it, right? You may have overestimated yourself a little. I guess you can't afford it even if you sell your whole family. You're looking for trouble, aren't you? Puff. Why are you laughing? I'm not laughing at you, don't get me wrong. I suddenly seem to remember that 2 days ago in the Elders' Hall, senior brother Yang Yun asked if he could lend junior brother Qin Xian his heaven-level superior spiritual weapon. But ha ha ha, I'm laughing so hard. When the Gangsha demon-suppressing sword formation appeared, all the disciples in the audience almost popped their eyes out of their heads in shock. Even the elders cannot afford such a luxurious sword formation, but Qin Xian, a disciple who has just entered the Holy Land, can possess it. It was just like before Qin Xian traveled through time. A new classmate who drove a Lamborghini suddenly transferred to a class of ordinary people. The huge gap even seems a little unreal. Moreover, after the shock, all the disciples thought of the top-grade heavenly spiritual weapon that Yang Yun had wanted to lend to Qin Xian. It triggered a new round of laughter. It was not until today that they understood why Deacon Hai was born to love laughing. There were exclamations and laughters from under the ring. On the stage, Xia Qingqing and Lu Qiyu were both in shock. Such a precious sword formation. Do you really want to lend it to me for observation? A sword formation composed of 108 top-grade spiritual weapons and one Xian-level top-grade magic weapon. The profound power of formations contained therein is indeed very attractive to a formation genius like Xia Qingqing. Of course, senior sister Xia, just take it and observe and study it. As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Xian waved his hand, and the 108 spiritual weapons and the demon-suppressing sword suddenly shrank. And in the void it connected into a sword-shaped necklace, emitting brilliant light, and fell into Qin Xian's hands. Qin Xian stepped forward and came in front of Xia Qingqing. Then he directly put the necklace transformed from the Gangsha demon-suppressing sword formation on Xia Qingqing's jade-white neck. Feeling the masculine energy coming towards her, the inexperienced Xia Qingqing also blushed and said, "Thank you, junior brother," in a voice as soft as a mosquito's hum. Afterwards, Qin Xian also looked at the plump and hot Lu Qiyu. As for senior sister Lu's ice spirit power, I don't have a higher level of ice spirit power for senior sister to comprehend. However, I can use the sun god power fused with the strange fire to suppress senior sister's ice spirit power, and even the strong and yang power to stimulate the evolution of the ice spirit power. I think it should be possible. As soon as he finished speaking, a ball of solar divine power fused with the Golden Emperor's burning sky flame suddenly appeared in Qin Xian's palm, emitting an extremely hot breath. The temperature on the ring instantly soared. Feeling the solar power in Qin Xian's palm that was fused with the Golden Emperor's burning sky flame, Lu Qiyue's face showed a hint of surprise. What Qin Xian said does make a lot of sense. Even humans will unleash their potential under oppression, and the same is true for spiritual power. After all, the 8 words survival of the fittest apply to more than just humans. Strange fire. He actually subdued the strange fire. How much potential does Qin Xian have that he hasn't revealed yet? Damn it, how can he be so rich? First he has a luxurious sword formation, and then he has a rare and precious strange fire. Is he a country bumpkin, or am I a country bumpkin? Country bumpkin? How dare you? Remember to call him young master from now on. Maybe he'll reward you with a few spiritual stones when he's in a better mood. You are such a jerk, what a mean thing to say. When the strange fire Golden Emperor burning sky flame appeared, many disciples became jealous again. However, Lu Qiyu was not taken down directly like Xia Qingqing, but just said calmly, "In that case, thank you very much, junior brother Qin. If junior brother Qin has any difficulties, you can come to Wudao Peak to find me." There was still a sense of unfamiliarity in the tone. TSK. It seems that senior sister Qiyu is more mature. That kid Qin Xian wants to win over 2 senior sisters and junior sisters at once. What a joke. That's right. How could a mature and intellectual sister like Sister Qiyu fall for him just with a few words? Alas, junior sister Qingqing is still too young and doesn't understand the wickedness of human nature. Hearing the unfamiliarity in Lu Qiyue's tone, the disciples below the stage also spoke with gloating. However, at this moment, Qin Xian suddenly leaned over to Lu Qiyue's ear and whispered something that no one else could hear. At first, Lu Qiyu almost got angry because of Qin Xian's abrupt behavior. After Qin Xian said 2 words, Lu Qiyu not only turned from anger to joy in an instant, but also shook Qin Xian's arm with great surprise and asked, "Is what you said true or false? How is it possible?" Feeling the surging waves on his arms, Qin Xian quickly suppressed his restless heart and said to Lu Qiyu, "Of course it's true. If you don't believe me, senior sister Qi, you can come back to my courtyard with me, and I'll show you." "Okay, what are you waiting for?" Upon hearing this, Lu Qiyu couldn't wait to speak. Under the arena, the disciples who saw this scene all fell into a petrified silence. They were just saying that a mature and intellectual woman like senior sister Lu Qiyu would never be fooled by Qin Xian with just a few words. As a result, in the blink of an eye, Qin Xian just said a few words in a whisper, and their senior sister Lu Qiyu was actually going to go back to his courtyard with Qin Xian. And he looks very impatient. I seriously suspect that Qin Xian has practiced some evil magic. Otherwise, how could this be possible? My senior sister Qiyu. Is there still justice? Is there still law? Senior sister Qiyu actually wants to go back to his courtyard with this kid. What? Tomorrow I will fight him on the life and death stage. To get my senior sister Qiyu back. If Xia Qingsheng was regarded as the first love by all the disciples because of her pure looks, she was as holy and unattainable as a white lotus. Lu Qiyu became the object of all disciples' fantasies and dream lover with her voluptuous figure and charming appearance. And now, their dream lover is going back to Qin Xian's courtyard with Qin Xian. This even makes them feel like they are being cheated on. However, their roars were destined to receive no response. Because Lu Qiyue's heart is now on Qin Xian. The reason she went back to Qin Xian's courtyard with him was not because she was directly conquered by his powerful charm, but it was because of what Qin Xian had just said in her ear. What he possessed was not the second level of peak sword intent, but the third level of peak sword intent. For Lu Qiyu, who is about to break through one level of sword intent, it is a great pleasure to be able to practice beside Qin Xian, a sword genius who possesses the third level of peak sword intent. It will greatly speed up her breakthrough to the first level of sword intent. This is an irresistible temptation for every sword practitioner. Presumably, if Gu Xianghan knew this news, he would be as eager as Lu Qiyu to go back to his courtyard with Qin Xian. Of course, if it was Gu Xianghan, Qin Xian would definitely not let him in. Can I go with you? I hope junior brother Qin can help me point out the flaws of the formation. Chapter 43. For water pillars surround you, and you will never want to leave. What? What did junior sister Xia Qingqing say? Is she going to Qin Xian's courtyard too? What a beast. What a beast. The pure lotus in my heart is about to be defiled. Junior sister Xia Qingqing, please don't. I have had a crush on you for 80 years, and you have never even looked at me. Now you want to go back to Qin Zhe's courtyard with him. This is too unfair. What's 80 years of secret love? I've been secretly in love with junior sister Xia Qingqing for a full 100 years. Damn Qin Xian, give me junior sister Xia back. You two old men are worthy of having a crush on junior sister Xia. Do you really think that the path of martial arts can keep your youth and you don't have to care about age? I would rather junior sister Xia go back with Qin Xian than let you two get her. No, junior sister Xia can only be mine. Qin thief. I wish I could eat your flesh and drink your blood. Qin thief. I can't stand with you. As Xia Qingqing's voice fell, the male disciples below the stage all had red eyes. If Qin Xian hadn't had the record of knocking Yang Yin away with one punch, they would have gone straight up to duel with Qin Xian. Qin Xian had only been in the Holy Land for 2 days, and he had already kidnapped the 2 most beautiful beauties in the Zhenwu Holy Land. It's no wonder that they denounced the Qin thieves. Okay, senior sister Xia is coming. Of course I welcome her. Qin Xian also said with a smile after hearing this. And before leaving, in front of many disciples, he took out a magical sword that looked like it was made of ice crystals and gave it to Lu Qiyu. I think senior sister Qiyu's sword is a spiritual weapon, so why not use my magic weapon first? Although it's only a yellow level magic weapon, its quality is at least top grade, so it should be usable. The system had previously rewarded 10 yellow level magic weapons, except for the 2 given to Qin Yuanba and Qin Qingdu. Qin Xian also took out the remaining 8 swords from the weapon storage pavilion and brought them to the Zhenwu Holy Land, just for today. Looking at the magical sword in his hand that was as clear as ice crystal, and then looking at the warm smile on Qin Xian's handsome and clear face. Even Lu Qiyu couldn't help but feel her heart beating fast at this moment, and she and Xia Qingqing fell under Qin Xian's attack. Just like that, under the murderous gazes of many disciples, Qin Xian brought Lu Qiyu and Xia Qingqing back to his courtyard. After returning to the courtyard, Qin Xian discussed the way of swordsmanship and the way of formations with Lu Qiyu and Xia Qingqing every day. Just like that, after half a month, they fell in love. In addition to the assists from Su Nianshuang and Jiang Fangmu, as well as Qin Xian's own charm. Finally, in 2 ordinary nights, Qin Xian also gently met the first love of the Holy Land disciples, junior sister Xia Qingqing, and they went to paradise together in the room full of spring. Afterwards, he violently got closer to senior sister Lu Qiyu, the dream lover of the Holy Land disciples, and their feelings warmed up, becoming inseparable. For a moment, Qin Xian actually felt that the air in the Zhenwu Holy Land had become more fresh and pleasant. It turns out this is the feeling of being so happy that you don't want to leave. It's really addictive. Jinwu Holy Land, Holy Zigong. The peak of the second level of sword power, the ultimate Xian-level magic weapon, the rare exotic fire, plus the pure physical strength, can knock Yang Yun away with one punch. It seems that Qin Xian's combat power has even reached the level of a giant in the cave heaven realm. No wonder the Saint Lord said that this generation is a golden age. Many geniuses will emerge one after another, and the major forces in Yulong territory will also be reshuffled. In the Holy Palace, Wan Longxiao, the holy son of Jinwu, who was wearing a scarlet martial arts robe, said to his trusted junior brothers and sisters, "Brother Saint's son, this Qin Xian was recruited into the Holy Land by Hai Bonin, and Hai Bonin also secured for him the status of a core disciple and the opportunity to participate in the next Saint Son competition. I guess he has bad intentions." A trusted disciple said to Wan Longxiao. Judging from the timing when Qin Xian entered the Holy Land and the strength Qin Xian displayed, it was obvious that he was aiming for the position of the Son of God. So what if he comes with bad intentions? With Qin Xian's strength, let alone you, even I may not be his opponent. Upon hearing this, Wan Longxiao glanced around and spoke in a loud voice. After hearing this, all the trusted disciples lowered their heads. Unlike Hai Bonin's eldest disciple, although his talent is much stronger than Wan Longxiao. But because he is younger than Wan Longxiao, his strength is not as strong as Wan Longxiao. Therefore, Wan Longxiao had the opportunity to nip it in the bud. And now, Qin Xian, just based on the strength he has shown now, is enough to be called a fierce dragon crossing the river, with the ability to suppress everything. What? Aren't you guys more aggressive than anyone else in grabbing resources? Are you out of ideas now? Wan Longxiao narrowed his eyes, revealing an invisible aura that frightened all his confidants. These trusted subordinates of theirs are well aware of the ruthlessness of this true martial saint. Brother Xingzi, I have a plan. Is it feasible? Among his trusted subordinates, a junior brother raised his head and spoke. Explain. Upon hearing this, Wan Longxiao signaled his fellow apprentice to continue. Although Qin Xian is very powerful, he has an extremely obvious shortcoming compared to Luo Xing before, and that is that he is too arrogant. Luo Xing is Hai Boyan's eldest disciple. He is humble and kind, which is quite different from Qin Xian's personality. This can be seen from the fact that he dared to disrespect Elder Liang as soon as he entered the Holy Land, and also refused Elder Gu's offer to be his disciple. The disciple analyzed. Keep going. After hearing this, Wan Longxiao had some ideas in his mind, but he still let the disciple continue speaking. Since Qin Xian is so arrogant, we can start with his personality. Although he is very powerful, no matter how strong he is not as strong as the elders who are marquises, nor as strong as the entire Jinwu Holy Land. So, we can't deal with Qin Xian on our own. Instead, we must take advantage of his character and use the order and rules of the Jinwu Holy Land to get rid of him. As for how to take advantage of his personality, I heard that he did not come to the Jinwu Holy Land alone this time, but brought 2 beautiful wives and concubines with him. Having said this, the disciple looked straight at Wan Longxiao and said no more. When Wan Longxiao heard this, he nodded with satisfaction. What this trusted subordinate said was actually very similar to the plan he had in mind. Although Qin Xian is strong, he is arrogant by nature and can be killed by someone else. Ever since Lu Qiyue, Xia Qingqing, and Qin Xian became fellow Taoists, with the same friendship as Guan and Bao, several beautiful figures can always be seen in Qin Xian's courtyard. At the same time, after the news spread, all the male disciples in the Jinwu Holy Land were shocked. They all regarded Qin Xian as the enemy who stole their wives and called him the Qin thief. Moreover, the relationship between Lu Xia's 2 daughters and Su Zhang's 2 daughters also heated up rapidly after they became sisters. The 4 girls often went out together to play in the Jinwu Holy Land. The 2 girls Lu Xia took the 2 girls Su Jiang and walked around the entire Holy Land like they were shopping. Until one day, the 4 girls went out to play as usual, while Qin Xian stayed in the room to practice. However, when the sun was high in the sky, a panicked voice suddenly came from outside the courtyard. Qin Xian in the room suddenly opened his eyes, with murderous intent in his eyes. Husband, Sister Su and the 2 senior sisters are fighting with the disciples of the law enforcement team. Chapter 44 Bloodstained Flower, the God of Death arrives. Outside the courtyard, Jiang Fangmu shouted in panic before even entering the room. The next moment, Qin Xian also appeared in front of Jiang Fangmu in an instant. He held Jiang Fangmu's shoulders and injected a warm stream of solar power into her, calming her panic. What happened? Didn't you guys go out to visit the Holy Land? Qin Xian asked with concern. When Senior Sister Lu and Senior Sister Xia were taking us around the Holy Land, a group of disciples from the law enforcement team suddenly came and surrounded us. They said Sister Su and I were not disciples of the Zhenwu Holy Land, and they had never seen us before. So they suspected that we had sneaked into the Holy Land with ill intentions, and they wanted to take us to the punishment peak for interrogation. After that, they came up to grab me and Sister Su. In order to protect us, Senior Sister Lu and Senior Sister Xia directly started fighting with those disciples. Sister Su saw that there were too many disciples, so she joined the battle. Before joining the battle, Sister Su helped me stop some disciples from the law enforcement team and asked me to come back to find you as soon as possible. Husband, go help them. Jiang Fangmu explained the whole story to Qin Xian in the most concise and fast manner, and held Qin Xian's hand and spoke anxiously. Boom. When Qin Xian heard the whole story, a sharp and powerful aura suddenly erupted. Anger instantly ignited in his heart, and the murderous intent in his eyes seemed to have solidified into substance, cold and intimidating. He had never seen Su Ninshuang and Jiang Fangmu before, and suspected that the two women were up to something. Such an obvious intention, it was obviously directed at him. Don't worry. I'm here, everything will be all right. Qin Xian first comforted Jiang Fangmu, and then took Jiang Fangmu to find the three women. On the way, Qin Xian's eyes were extremely fierce, and his anger was accumulating and rising. After just a brief thought, he figured out who had done this. The holy son of Zhenwu, Wan Longxiao. After entering the Holy Land, Wan Longxiao had been silent. Qin Xian thought that Wan Longxiao was waiting for the opportunity to attack him. For this purpose, Qin Xian even walked out of the Zhenwu Holy Land twice, but he did not encounter any ambush from Wan Longxiao. This made Qin Xian think that Wan Longxiao was confident in himself and could suppress him in the battle for the Holy Sun. Unexpectedly, he was actually planning to attack Su Zhang's two daughters. Thinking of this, Qin Xian's murderous intent became even stronger. If Wan Longxiao was only targeting him and attacking him, he might not be so angry. After all, there is an irreconcilable conflict of interest between him and Wan Longxiao. It is only natural to take action against him, and then it will all depend on your ability. As a result, Wan Longxiao wanted to use Su Ninshuang and Jiang Fangmu as examples to murder himself. For someone who wants to harm his wives and concubines, there is only one outcome, and that is death. Today, no matter who comes, Wan Longxiao must die. Boom. On the Jindao Peak, powerful auras rushed into the sky, and majestic martial arts collided with each other, erupting with destructive energy aftermath. Why did the two sisters fight with the law enforcement team? I heard that the law enforcement team wanted to arrest Qin Xian's two concubines, and the two sisters took action to protect them. Why did you arrest Qin Xian's concubine? The law enforcement team said they had never seen Qin Xian's two concubines in the Holy Land, and they believed they had ill intentions. Isn't this nonsense? Is this a valid reason? Wait, could it be? Sure. Those who understand will understand. After seeing Lu Qiyue and the other two girls fighting with the law enforcement team, the disciples who were watching were also talking about it. In front of them, Lu Qiyue held an ice crystal sword in her hand, with a chill all over her body, like a female sword god of ice and snow. The power of the ice spirit froze the area hundreds of meters around him, and the sword light was bright and awe-inspiring, sweeping across the void in all directions. With the help of Qin Xian, Lu Qiyue also broke through to the next level of sword intent, which allowed her to withstand the joint attack of 7 or 8 law enforcement team disciples around her. After all, the disciples who can join the law enforcement team are all Dao Palace Realm disciples who have practiced for a long time. As the maintainers of the Order of the Zhenwu Holy Land, these disciples of the law enforcement team must have strong strength to intimidate other disciples. Buzz, buzz, buzz. On another battlefield, a luxurious sword formation burst out with an extremely powerful sword intent, and countless sword energies shot out, slashing in all directions. Relying on the Gangsha demon-suppressing sword formation, Xia Qingcheng alone blocked more than 20 disciples from the law enforcement team. It can be said that if Xia Qingcheng had not been present, Su Ninshuang and Jiang Fangmu would have been captured long ago. However, compared to Lu Qiyue, who has a layer of sword intent, and Xia Qingcheng, who has a sword formation, the situation on Su Ninshuang's side is not very good. Although Lu Qiyue and Xia Qingcheng blocked most of the law enforcement team disciples, there were still 3 law enforcement team disciples besieging Su Ninshuang. After so much practice, and with the various resources provided by Qin Xian, Su Ninshuang also broke through to the second level of the Dao Palace realm. In the outside world, she is considered a powerful figure in the Dao Palace realm, but But in the Holy Land, she faces 3 disciples of the law enforcement team whose realms are higher than hers. Even though Su Ninshuang possessed the talent of the body of disaster, she was still unable to resist and gradually fell into a disadvantage in the battle. Qin Xian has such a beautiful wife and concubines, but he still wants to provoke the 2 senior sisters. Today I want to see what his beautiful wife and concubines can't satisfy him. Seeing Su Ninshuang constantly revealing her flaws, a disciple from the law enforcement team said viciously. Taking advantage of the moment when Su Ninshuang was unable to cope, he reached out his hand with a lustful look on his face and grabbed Su Ninshuang's chest. Seeing this scene, Su Ninshuang felt despair in her heart. She has even gathered the spiritual power in her body, preparing to explode her body rather than be defiled by others. However, at this moment, a slender hand pierced through the man's chest and crushed his heart. After crushing the man's heart, a small white flower suddenly appeared in the slender hand. The blood mist from the broken heart soaked the white flower, making it become a gorgeous and deep red. The other clean hand touched Su Ninshuang's cheek, and the handsome and clear face that suddenly appeared revealed an extremely gentle and comforting smile. Don't be afraid, I'm here. When Su Ninshuang saw Qin Xian appear in white clothes, she instantly threw herself into his arms, tears of grievance flowing nonstop. Feeling the wetness on his chest, Qin Xian could no longer suppress the murderous intent in his heart. Gangsha demon-suppressing sword formation, kill. As a cold voice filled with murderous intent rang out, the Gangsha demon-suppressing sword formation around Xia, Qingqing instantly burst out with incomparably sharp sword intent and roar. It's as if cats and dogs have welcomed their real owners. Buzz, buzz, buzz. 108 spiritual swords flew into the sky along with the demon-suppressing sword, and then like falling stars, a rain of swords fell from the sky. The sword rain is brilliant, and the sword energy in the rain is running rampant, sharp into the bones. The more than 30 disciples of the law enforcement team who were covered by the rain of swords were all turned into a pool of meat paste, without any sign of life. At this moment, he looked at the figure in white holding a blood flower in his right hand and holding Su Ninshuang in his left hand. The disciples around had only one thought in their minds. Today, the god of death arrives. Chapter 45. I will pay for the life of the law enforcement team disciple. Oh my god. More than 30 law enforcement team disciples were killed instantly by Qin Xian. How strong is this Qin Xian? The land is stained with blood, and no corpse is intact. This Qin Xian has a strong, murderous nature. Let's not discuss how strong he is. The law enforcement team represents the order of the Holy Land. Qin Xian actually dared to kill a disciple of the law enforcement team. Isn't this a blatant challenge to the order of the Holy Land? That's right, and Qin Xian is a disciple of the Holy Land. Killing a fellow disciple is a capital crime. Looking at the tragic death of the law enforcement team disciples, the surrounding disciples were all extremely shocked and horrified. In the Holy Land, the law enforcement team maintains the order of the Holy Land. In the eyes of all disciples, they are the law enforcers of the Holy Land. But now, the disciples of the law enforcement team, who symbolize the majesty of law enforcement, have turned into pools of meat paste on the ground. This really caused a severe impact on the 3 views of all the disciples. And that young man in white with a murderous look on his face, who wiped out the law enforcement team with a wave of his hand and had his back to the disciples. It also left an indelible impression in the hearts of all the disciples. The law enforcement team maintains the order of the Holy Land and enforces the law for the Holy Land. Junior brother Qin not only refused to cooperate, but also slaughtered his fellow disciples in the law enforcement team and harmed his fellow disciples. Such a heinous behavior deserves death. Behind the surrounding disciples, a voice full of grief and strong condemnation came. Hearing this voice, all the disciples turned around and saw Wan Longshao, dressed in the martial robes of the Son of God, walking towards them with sharp eyes. When Wan Longshao appeared, he was the first one to appear among the surrounding disciples. Some quick-witted people had already guessed the truth, so they just watched silently from the sidelines. The disciples who were somewhat slow to react and too naive seemed to have seen a savior and shouted to Wan Longshao, "Brother Xingzi, please make a decision for the brothers in the law enforcement team. Please ask senior brother Xingzi to take action. Kill Qin Xian, the sinner who murdered his fellow disciples. Please help, brother Xingzi." As the outcry of the disciples spread, some disciples who did not know the truth were also moved. In an instant, Qin Xian became the target of public criticism and was verbally denounced by all his disciples. Seeing this, Wan Longshao couldn't help but reveal a secret smile. To deal with an arrogant man like Qin Xian who is brave but not wise, he only needs to make a slight move to make him fall into an irretrievable situation. No, it's not like that. Shut up, all of you. Can't you see that this is such a simple frame-up? Seeing this, Xia Qingqing and Lu Qiyu both stood up and wanted to speak for Qin Xian. But Wan Longxiao's trusted subordinates continued to incite the emotions of the disciples. The two girls' weak voices were heard amid the angry rebukes of thousands of disciples. It was like a small stone thrown into the deep ocean, not even causing a ripple. Facing the criticism and verbal attacks from the disciples around him, Qin Xian's emotions did not fluctuate at all. He was seen holding the demon-slaying sword in his right hand, and a sharp sword intent and icy murderous intent completely poured out. Bang! Qin Xian did not refute anything, but just took a step forward, swept the surroundings with sharp eyes, and suppressed all the voices. The originally noisy scene suddenly became silent. Those disciples who denounced the enemy all felt at this moment that a long sword emitting murderous intent was across their necks, which made them tremble in their hearts and could no longer speak. After Qin Xian looked around, he finally set his sights on Wan Longxiao. That extremely cold gaze actually made Wan Longxiao feel a chill in his heart. You know what? Among countless roads, you chose the one that would lead to the most miserable death. The solemn and murderous voice resounded, making Wan Longxiao's face instantly gloomy. In all these years since he became the true martial saint, this was the first time someone dared to speak to him like this. Don't worry, you will be the first to die. Facing Qin Xian's gaze, Wan Longxiao said with a cruel smile. Boom. As Wan Longxiao finished his words, several extremely powerful auras descended, causing all the surrounding disciples to breathe a sigh of relief. The elders and deacons of the Holy Land have finally arrived. The two leading elders were Liang Ting and Gu Xianghan, and behind them were 5 powerful Cave Heaven Realm deacons. Seeing the bloodstains all over the ground, Liang Ting's eyes first showed a hint of joy, and then were filled with grief and anger. How dare you! You killed your fellow disciples and disobeyed the order of the Holy Land. Qin Xian, you deserve to die. As soon as Liang Ting arrived, he yelled at Qin Xian. Gu Xianghan, who was standing aside, couldn't help but look at Qin Xian with disappointment and regret in his eyes. As a powerful marquis in the Xinzong realm and the master of the Punishment Peak, Gu Xianghan is definitely not a simple-minded person. What's more, what Wan Longxiao planned was the simplest strategy, but Qin Xian couldn't even see through such a simple plan, which was really disappointing. It is normal for young people with extraordinary talents to be arrogant, but being too arrogant is a flaw. In today's situation, even if Qin Xian seriously injured those disciples of the law enforcement team, considering his talent, there is still a chance to save the situation. However, he actually wiped out the law enforcement team directly, and in such a bloody and brutal way. This made the situation irreversible, and the only outcome left for Qin Xian was the death penalty. Old dog, I spared your life that day, but today I will send you and your saint's son disciple to the west together. Qin Xian looked at Liang Ting who had arrived, and cursed him directly. How dare you? Elder Gu, you have also seen that this boy has a fierce personality and has no intention of repenting. Today, I will help those disciples of the law enforcement team to remove the cancer from the Holy Land. Boom. As the words fell, a majestic aura belonging to a powerful marquis burst out, and the powerful aura made the void tremble. A huge spiritual fist print also formed in the air, containing terrifying energy fluctuations, and crushed towards Qin Xian. Seeing Liang Ting trying to kill Qin Xian directly, Gu Xianghan just sighed in his heart and did not intervene. However, at this moment, a figure wearing a deacon's robe stood in front of Qin Xian. Boom! A phantom of a cave appeared, and the ultimate power of the cave burst out, but it was still unable to resist the spiritual power fist print. Although Liang Ting is only a marquis of the first level of the Xinzong realm, he is a genuine powerful marquis after all, and he is not someone that a giant in the Dongtian realm can resist. Hai Bonin, who was wearing a deacon's robe, suddenly saw the shadow of the cave behind him shattered. He spat out a mouthful of blood and fell directly in front of Qin Xian. Fortunately, the spiritual power fist mark was also completely eliminated. Then, Hai Bonin, covered in blood, slowly stood up and stood in front of Qin Xian and said to Liang Ting and Gu Xianghan, Qin Xian was recruited into the Holy Land by me, so I am willing to take the blame for his crime. I will pay for the life of the disciple from the law enforcement team. Chapter 46. The true dragon shakes the world and kills the old dog Liang Ting with one punch. What is Deacon Hai doing? Does he want to die? That's right. Qin Xian is not his biological son. Why would he be like this? It's incomprehensible. There are people who are willing to die for others. As soon as Hai Boyan said this, the surrounding disciples all started talking about it. They couldn't understand why Hai Bonan was willing to die for Qin Xian. Qin Xian was just someone he recruited into the Holy Land, and he was not his biological son. This puzzled all the disciples. How dare you? Hai Bonan, who do you think you are? Can you replace me just because you want to? Liang Ting said angrily when he heard this. Although he also wanted to kill his mortal enemy Hai Bonan with one palm, killing Qin Xian was the most important thing, and he would not lose sight of the main goal. I was the one who recruited Qin Xian into the Holy Land, and I also brought his 2 concubines in, so all the blame lies with me. Why can't I die for him? Elder Gu, Qin Xian is still young and has great talent. He has a long way to go in the future. Even if it is for the future of the Holy Land, can you let me die in his place? Elder Gu, please. Hai Bonan, whose body was covered in blood, ignored Liang Ting and looked at Gu Xianghan and pleaded. He knew that at this point, only Gu Xianghan could save Qin Xian. When Gu Xianghan heard this, he was also somewhat moved. He felt it was worth it to exchange Hai Bonan's life for Qin Xian's life. After all, apart from his somewhat arrogant personality, Qin Xian is, in other aspects, both in talent and strength, at the level of a peerless genius. As for character flaws, as long as they go through this incident and are taught a lesson by him, they will definitely be corrected. Thinking of this, Gu Xianghan also wanted to say something. But at this moment, a slender hand pressed Hai Bonan's shoulder and pulled Hai Bonan behind him. Looking at Hai Bonan, his body was covered in blood, his white hair was in disarray, and he looked like an old man with a broken spine and about to die. Even Qin Xian, who was cold-hearted by nature, couldn't help but sigh at this moment. Hai Bonan's actions really touched him. After all, not everyone has the courage to face death just to protect a new disciple he recruited into the Holy Land. Thinking of this, Qin Xian comforted him with a respectful tone. This kind of tone can be heard by anyone in this world except Qin Peng, who adopted Qin Xian. Hai Bonan is also the second person who deserves Qin Xian's treatment. Don't worry, Hai Lao, I won't die. The ones who will die today are the old dog Liang Ting and this Xinwu, Saint Wan Longxiao. As well as the revenge of your eldest disciple, the feud between you and old dog Liang Ting should also be settled today. As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Xian took a step into the air and his figure instantly appeared in midair. As the breeze blew his clothes, the sword intent in Qin Xian's body that was used to block the aura of the cave also disappeared completely. Boom! A violent roar sounded, and an extremely huge cave shadow appeared in the air. Among them, there is the sun god fire that burns everything. There is the brilliant sword light that penetrates the universe. And there is the purple gold dragon shadow that hovers and roars. Moreover, as the phantom of the cave appeared, a terrifying aura rushed straight into the sky and swept in all directions. The disciples who were watching were all terrified and burst into exclamations of disbelief. A giant in the cave heaven realm. This Qin Xian is actually a giant in the cave heaven realm. What a powerful cave. The terrifying aura emanating from it is almost as powerful as that of a powerful marquis. Oh my god, is this Qin Xian a monster? How is it possible for him to have such a high level and powerful strength? That's right. You have to know that even senior brother Xingzi is only at the Dao Palace level now. Such a peerless genius is the strongest in the entire Yulong domain. When Qin Xian's true realm was revealed, everyone present was shocked. Whether it is Liang Ting, Wan Longxiao, Gu Xianghan, Hai Boyan, or the 5 deacons. At this moment, everyone was staring at the white figure standing in the air. These deacons and elders had seen geniuses before, but this was the first time they had seen someone with such extraordinary talent as Qin Xian. Liang Ting and Wan Longxiao's eyes revealed expressions of extreme fear. I thought that Qin Xian's combat power was only comparable to that of a giant in the cave heaven realm. It was very strong, but still under control. But now, when Qin Xian's aura of the 6th level of the cave heaven realm fully erupted, Liang Ting and Wan Longxiao only felt that the situation was out of control. Hidden realm to enter the Holy Land. Qin Xian, what is your intention? Seeing that all the disciples were frightened, Wan Longxiao quickly spoke up and directly put the blame on Qin Xian. However, after hearing this, Qin Xian didn't even look at him, as if he was just an insignificant clown who was not worth his attention. Boom. As the shadow of the cave appeared, dragon roars echoed in the void. The true dragon blood in Qin Xian's body was boiling. There were golden dragon energy flowing around his body, and finally all gathered on his right fist. Endless dragon energy gathered together, causing Qin Xian's fist to emanate an extremely terrifying aura. It's like a giant dragon that can shake the sky and is about to wake up and destroy the world. Liang Ting, old dog, this punch will send you to the west. The world-shaking dragon fist. A true dragon shakes the world. Qin Xian's figure disappeared in an instant. Then he broke through the air and came in front of Liang Ting and punched him. The violent dragon power burst out from the tip of the fist and actually condensed into a real blood dragon in the void. The powerful force contained in it bombarded and shook the void like a thunder explosion, shocking everyone. Liang Ting, who was facing Qin Xian, felt like he was facing a real dragon in human form. He instantly burst out with all the might of a powerful marquis in the Xinzong realm and displayed his strongest martial arts. However, even the might of a marquis in the Xinzong realm could not resist this punch. The violent dragon power annihilated everything. The surging blood and energy flooded the void, and Qin Xian's right fist instantly approached Liang Ting's dog head. At this moment, as a sense of fear of death spread throughout his body, Liang Ting finally realized how terrifying Qin Xian was. "How dare you? Elder Gu, save me. Save me quickly. I don't want to die." Liang Ting screamed madly. "Qin Xian, don't be impulsive. Liang Ting is still an elder of the Holy Land after all." After hearing this, Gu Xianghan suddenly reacted and hurriedly slashed out with a sword while roaring, trying to force Qin Xian to retreat. An elder like Liang Ting, who is a marquis in the Xinzong realm, is an absolute backbone even in the Zhenwu Holy Land. Gu Xianghan is an upright person who is devoted to the Holy Land. He will never allow Liang Ting to die in front of him. "Get lost. If you keep whining, I'll kill you too." When Liang Ting wanted to kill him, Gu Xianghan did not take action, but Hai Boyan blocked the palm for him. Although he would be fine even if he didn't block it, it at least made him see Hai Bonan's character clearly. Therefore, Gu Xianghan's asking him to stop at this time would undoubtedly make him even more angry. Clang! A sword sounded, and the demon-suppressing sword appeared beside Qin Xian, blocking the sword light from Gu Xianghan for Qin Xian. Just like that, Qin Xian, who was no longer faced with any obstacles, smashed Liang Ting's dog head with one punch. Bang! A crisp explosion sounded, and as traces of bright red blood fell, a headless corpse fell to the ground. The whole audience suddenly fell silent. Chapter 47. If you keep whining, I will kill you too. The third level of sword intent will appear. Looking at the headless corpse, all the disciples around were filled with fear. Especially the Zhenwu Saint Wan Longshao, there was no other emotion in his eyes except fear. Because that headless corpse was his master, a genuine powerful marquis in the Xinzong realm. A powerful marquis in the Xinzong realm is definitely considered a strong man even in the entire Yulong domain. But now he was killed by the white figure in the air with a punch to his head, leaving no intact body. Royal rank martial arts. He is displaying a royal rank martial arts. Such a powerful force can only be unleashed by a king-grade martial art. A deacon felt the power of the world-shaking dragon fist and couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. How is it possible? He is only at the cave heaven realm. How could he possibly cultivate a king-grade martial art? Let's not talk about whether he can succeed in cultivation. Even if he has extraordinary comprehension, every king-grade martial arts is priceless. How can he, a genius from a small family from a remote dynasty, possess a king-grade martial arts? No wonder. Have you forgotten his magnificent sword formation and the rare fire he captured? Which of these two things is priceless? Too terrifying. The peak of the second-level sword power. The ultimate Xian-level magic weapon. Strange fire. Now coupled with the king-level martial arts. No wonder he can defeat the Xinzong realm with the Dantian realm. When the world-shaking dragon fist was released, even the 5 deacons were extremely shocked. There are only a few king-level martial arts even in the Zhenwu Holy Land. Moreover, even a powerful marquis like Gu Xianghan, the strongest martial arts he practiced were only top-grade martial arts of the wild level. How could Qin Xian be such a monster? Gu Xianghan was also dazed when he saw Qin Xian perform the world-shaking dragon fist, which was comparable to a king-level martial art. But then, when he saw Liang Ting's headless body, a surge of rage filled his chest. Qin Xian actually killed a marquis elder of the Zhenwu Holy Land right in front of him. Qin Xian, Liang Ting is still an elder of the Zhenwu Holy Land after all. You actually killed him directly like this. Where is the order and dignity of the Zhenwu Holy Land? Today, I will suppress you and make you confess your crime. Boom. Gu Xianghan's voice was like thunder, and his whole aura suddenly exploded. Compared to Liang Ting, who had just broken through the first level of the Xinzong realm and whose artistic conception was only at the peak level, he was a marquis. Gu Xianghan is a senior marquis who has reached the 6th level of the Xinzong realm and also possesses the 2nd level of sword intent. It showed all the disciples the true terrifying power of the powerful marquis. As Gu Xianghan's momentum exploded, all the trees and rocks on Jindao Peak were swept into the air like a violent wind descending. Moreover, when Gu Xianghan's magical sword appeared in his hand, the awe-inspiring sword intent rushed straight into the sky, cutting a gap in the clouds. Elder Gu is about to take action. This time Qin Xian will finally be suppressed. It has to be Elder Gu. This aura is thousands of times stronger than Elder Liang Ting. Of course, whether it's realm or artistic conception, Elder Liang Ting can't catch up. This drama is finally coming to an end. I didn't expect that a marquis elder would fall this time. It's unbelievable. This is the first time that a disciple has killed an elder in the Holy Land's inheritance for so many years. Qin Xian will go down in history. After feeling Gu Xianghan's powerful and oppressive aura, all the disciples began to discuss. Suppress? Confess? Are you worthy of it? I told you that if you keep on whining, I'll kill you too. It seems like you're deaf and didn't hear me. Although Gu Xianghan was in high spirits, Qin Xian still looked at him calmly and spoke in a cold tone. What the hell? Is Qin Xian crazy? It's okay for him to scold Elder Liang Ting, but he even dares to scold Elder Gu. That's right. Does he think that all the powerful marquises are as powerful as Elder Liang Ting? It's over. I guess Qin Xian is going to have a miserable end. As soon as Qin Xian finished speaking, all the disciples were shocked. They didn't expect that Qin Xian would be so tough in the face of Gu Xianghan. When Gu Xianghan heard this, his rage immediately filled him, and the veins on his forehead were exposed due to anger. With such a fierce character, don't blame me for being ruthless. As soon as he finished speaking, Gu Xianghan leaped into the air, with extremely powerful spiritual power and sword intent condensed on his long sword, and slashed towards Qin Xian. Boom. When this sword came out, the void was shaken and torn apart. Qin Xian's eyes were sharp when he saw this. There was a whole realm gap between him and Gu Xianghan, except for the Juk sword. Qin Xian must go all out and use all his strength to have a chance of winning. Then, 9 blazing sun phantoms instantly rose up behind Qin Xian, which was a manifestation of pushing the 9 yang divine art to the extreme. His whole body was instantly ignited by the sun god fire that burned everything, and it was also blended with the golden emperor's burning sky flame, a strange fire that exuded a sharp aura. The two fires merged together, and their power became even stronger. At this moment, Qin Xian was like the sun god descending to the earth. With one step he took, 1,000 miles of barren land was covered. This scorching and hot breath made all the disciples retreat one after another, and those who were too close felt as if they were placed in a furnace. Then, another dragon roar sounded. The true dragon blood in Qin Xian's body began to boil, and streams of dragon energy burst out from his flesh and blood, adding to his powerful physical strength. Finally, a sword force so sharp and powerful that it could cut through the sky suddenly burst out. As this sword intent burst out, Gu Xianghan, who was originally full of vigor and vitality, suddenly widened his eyes. The face that was originally solemn and angry was also filled with shock. 3rd level sword intent. How is this possible? As a powerful swordsman, Gu Xianghan knows better than anyone how difficult it is to break through the 3rd level of sword intent. Even if he broke through to the galaxy realm and became a powerful king, he might not be able to break through to the 3rd level of sword intent. And now, Qin Xian has already possessed the 3rd level of sword intent when he is in the cave heaven realm. What kind of enchanting talent and understanding is this? 3rd level sword intent. Is Elder Gu crazy? He said Qin Xian possesses the 3rd level sword intent. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. No matter how monstrous Qin Xian is, he can't break through to the 3rd level of sword intent. What nonsense. I heard from Master that the Saint Lord has just broken through the 3rd level of sword intent, but he is a king. Do you understand that he is a king of the galaxy realm? Why are you yelling at me? This is what Elder Gu just said. Go yell at Elder Gu. 2 coins. After hearing Gu Xianghan's words, the disciples felt as if their worldview was about to collapse. The peak of the 2nd level of sword intent was already shocking enough to make all the disciples regard Qin Xian as an unparalleled monster. But when Qin Xian burst out with the 3rd level of sword intent, in the minds of these disciples, the word monster was no longer enough to describe Qin Xian. All I can say is that only gods can do this. After all, you have to know that the true martial Saint Lord, who is a powerful king in the galaxy realm, has only reached the 3rd level of sword intent. Compared with his disciples, Gu Xianghan was more heartbroken and cursed the dead Liang Ting thousands of times. A monstrous genius who broke through to the third level of sword intent in the cave heaven realm. He should be enshrined in the Holy Land. And yet you, old dog Liang Ting, actually plotted to frame him. Your disciple, the Holy Sun, is not even as good as a toe of Qin Xian. Thinking of this, Gu Xianghan also felt resentful towards Qin Xian. Why are you hiding your incredible talent? You have already revealed the third level of sword intent. How can I let Liang Ting bully me? Now that things have come to this point, in order to maintain the dignity and order of the Jinwu Holy Land, he has no choice but to fight with Qin Xian. Alas, in this case, let me experience the horror of the third level of sword intent. Boom. Facing Qin Xian, who was bursting out with the third level of sword intent, Gu Xianghan also looked cautious. Suddenly, bursts of lightning surged all over his body, emitting a destructive aura. Thunderstorm sword body. Elder Gu is going to go all out. Chapter 48. The Emperor Dragon steps 3 times. Can the Jinwu Holy Land have a feast for 2 consecutive days? As Gu Xianghan is able to become a marquee elder of the Jinwu Holy Land, his talent should not be underestimated. His thunderstorm sword body is also an extremely domineering physique that can control the power of thunderstorms. And he has a high level of understanding of the way of the sword, so he can possess the sword intent of the late second level. At this moment, when he fully activated the thunderstorm sword, strong lightning flashes appeared on the surface of his body, making him look mighty and domineering. Thunderstorm sword body, quite interesting. Seeing Gu Xianghan activating the thunderstorm sword body, Qin Xian was not afraid. After all, compared with his strongest physique, the sun god body, the thunderstorm sword body is still far behind. Crazy thunder sword technique, crazy thunder Vajra sword. After activating the thunderstorm sword body, Gu Xianghan's eyes became serious and he directly displayed his strongest swordsmanship. The long sword in his hand was attached with violent thunder, shaking the void in all directions, and suddenly killed towards Qin Xian. Purple sky sword technique, purple sky breaking the blue slash. Seeing this, Qin Xian also held his sword forward and slashed with it. In an instant, the blazing sun god fire and the golden emperor's burning sky flame burned in the void. Under the surge of thousands of sword energies, the sun god fire and the golden emperor's burning sky flame were both attached to the sword energy. The 3 merged, the gold and red disappeared, and were replaced by purple fire sword energy that seemed like a sky full of purple sky. Those sword energies wrapped in purple sky fire seemed to contain the most terrifying destructive power. With the blessing of the third level of sword intent, it pressed down towards Gu Xianghan's thunder sword. Boom. The violent thunder sword energy and the destructive purple fire sword energy collided with each other. Suddenly, waves of terrifying energy exploded and swept in all directions. The disciples were also terrified when they saw this. They could feel that the aftermath of the collision between the 2 sword techniques alone was enough to annihilate them all. Fortunately, at this time, Elder Pang, who possessed the face-saving physique, and 2 other elders also rushed here. The 3 elders spread their palms together and pushed forward, forming a huge spiritual power protection shield. All the disciples were covered in it, thus avoiding the disaster. How could Qin Xian possess such a terrifying fighting power? What on earth happened? Looking at the 2 people fighting in the sky, then looking at the headless corpse on the ground, Elder Pang asked with a frown. Upon hearing this, the disciple beside Elder Pang told the 3 elders in detail everything that had just happened. After hearing this, the 3 elders, including Elder Pang, were all shocked. Kill Liang Ting with 1 punch. Master the king-level martial arts. The cave heaven realm possesses 3 levels of sword intent. Each of these events alone is shocking enough, let alone the fact that all 3 happened to 1 person. Lao Pang, what should we do? Should we go and help Lao Gu suppress Qin Xian first? In the sky, Qin Xian and Gu Xianghan were fighting fiercely. Although Gu Xianghan tried his best and displayed all kinds of powerful martial arts, he was still unable to suppress Qin Xian. And to put it bluntly, Gu Xianghan is still at a disadvantage. So, this elder also looked at Elder Pang and asked, "No need. Let them fight for a while. We just need to protect our disciples. This matter has gone beyond our control. I believe the Holy Lord must have made a decision long ago." Upon hearing this, Elder Pang glanced into the void and spoke. It is impossible that the Holy Lord Jinwu knew about such a major event as the death of a marquee elder later than them. It is even very likely that before Liang Ting's death, the true martial saint had already set his sights on this place. But, thinking of this, Elder Pang also shook his head. Over the years, some people in the Holy Land have become accustomed to fighting for power. They almost forget that as a warrior, strength is their most powerful support compared to power. Perhaps, the white figure in the sky is the best medicine to heal the Jinwu Holy Land. Boom. Along with the discussions of the disciples on the ground, the observations of the three elders, and the concerns of the four girls, Su Jiang, Lu Xia. The battle in the sky also entered a white-hot stage, and both Qin Xian and Gu Xianghan were fighting with real anger. Sword Qi raged in the sky, sweeping across the sky and tearing through the clouds. The divine fire in the sky and the thunder in the sky continued to collide, and the terrifying energy aftermath exploded wildly, shaking the mountains, rocks and trees on Jindao Peak into pieces. Qin Xian was dressed in white, with divine fire surrounding him. The demon-suppressing sword in his hand burst out with a powerful sword light, like a sun's sword god, majestic, powerful, sharp, and awe-inspiring. Gu Xianghan, who was opposite him, was also firing at full force, slashing out with lightning sword lights, emitting a terrifying destructive aura. So far, so to speak, the battle with Gu Xianghan was Qin Xian's most exciting battle. Qin Xian, who originally lacked combat experience, gradually made up for it in this battle, making Qin Xian more and more courageous. Gu Xianghan on the opposite side felt a little aggrieved. Although he was a powerful marquis in the Xinzong realm, he was suppressed and beaten by Qin Xian, a junior in the Dongtian realm. Not only do I feel upset, but I also feel embarrassed. Thinking of this, Gu Xianghan began to burst out to the extreme, even at the risk of exchanging injuries for injuries in order to show his bloodiness and dignity as a powerful marquis. When Qin Xian saw this, a sharp look appeared in his star-like eyes. He has honed his fighting power and foundation to perfection and no longer feels frivolous. So this battle should be over. The Emperor Dragon steps 3 times, and the Flood Dragon roars once. Boom. As Qin Xian took a step forward, endless dragon energy burst out, and when he stepped down, the void shook, sweeping in all directions. Suddenly, a dragon's roar resounded between heaven and earth, shaking the sky. Along with the sound of dragon roar, the dragon power in Qin Xian's body instantly combined with spiritual power, erupting with an even more powerful force. At the same time, his momentum suddenly surged, and his combat power doubled, becoming even more terrifying. Gu Xianghan, who was already at a disadvantage, was still swept away by Qin Xian's sword despite his extreme burst of energy, and retreated hundreds of meters. Looking at Qin Xian's sudden surge in strength, Gu Xianghan was astonished. He didn't understand why Qin Xian suddenly burst out with such powerful strength. It was simply unreasonable. After feeling Qin Xian's sudden surge in momentum, the disciples watching on the ground were also surprised and exclaimed in surprise. Fuck, how come Qin Xian has become stronger again? What the hell? He was able to beat Elder Gu before he became stronger, and now he's even stronger, so doesn't that mean he can defeat the Holy Lord? With such a strong talent and strength, he actually has so many hidden cards. Is there any chance for others to survive? Elder Gu is in danger. It looks like the Jinwu Holy Land will have a grand feast for 2 days in a row. You haven't eaten since you were born, right? Everyone thought that Qin Xian was already at his strongest state now. As a result, the sudden surge in momentum and power once again shocked all the disciples and elders and deacons. However, just as they were still discussing whether the Jinwu Holy Land could hold a 1-day banquet or 2 consecutive days, a clear voice resounded in the sky. An aura and pressure that was 10 times stronger than before burst out from Qin Xian again, causing the entire Jindao Peak to become silent. The Emperor Dragon steps 3 times, and a true dragon appears after 2 steps. Chapter 49. The second real dragon appears. Is it time to kill me, the true martial saint? Boom. As a stern voice fell, Qin Xian in the sky took another step forward. This step was like stepping on everyone's hearts, causing everyone present to tremble with fear. Moreover, when this step was taken, a real dragon shadow appeared behind Qin Xian, with majestic and domineering dragon power. The real dragon phantom first roared towards the sky, and then went straight into Qin Xian's body. At this moment, when the shadow of the real dragon entered the body, the spiritual power in Qin Xian's body suddenly erupted like boiling water, bursting out with extreme power. An aura and pressure that was 10 times stronger than before suddenly burst out, silencing all the disciples present. The elders and deacons all opened their eyes wide, as if they had seen a ghost. Elder Pang, are you sure that the Holy Lord will be able to calm down everything after he comes out? An elder, feeling the powerful aura emanating from Qin Xian, couldn't help but ask. This should be. Elder Pang couldn't help but twitch his mouth when he heard this. What kind of monster did High Bonin recruit? In Elder Pang's perception, Qin Xian's current momentum and pressure are enough to crush these marquee elders. As for whether he had reached the king level, he had no idea. Now he can only hope that the Holy Lord will come out to mediate as soon as possible. Otherwise, the Jinwu Holy Land would have to have a feast for 2 consecutive days. As expected of the Dragon Clan's secret technique, it actually has such a powerful force. Feeling the abundant and powerful force in his body, Qin Xian said with a happy expression. Although he still does not have the combat power to become a king in the Galaxy Realm after performing the 3 stamps of the Emperor Dragon, he should be unrivaled in the Divine Hidden Realm. Buzz, buzz, buzz. However, Qin Xian had just finished speaking. His body began to crack with blood marks, which gradually spread like cracked porcelain. Seeing this, Qin Xian couldn't help but frown. After performing the 3 steps of the Emperor Dragon, it will indeed cause great damage to the physical body. You have to know that he has the blood of a real dragon. His physical strength is comparable to that of a real dragon cub, and he has also eaten a lot of dragon source fruits that can enhance his physical strength. Even such a strong and tough body began to gradually crack. If this were to be used by other warriors, their bodies would probably explode. The 3 steps of the Emperor Dragon is indeed a secret technique of the dragon race. I'm afraid that only a race like the dragon race with the strongest physical body can practice it. But fortunately, I have the blessing of true dragon blood, plus the tempering after taking the dragon source fruit before. Otherwise, I really can't last long. After performing the 2nd step of True Dragon, Qin Xian's body began to crack with blood. But it is mainly skin injury, and the burden and damage to the flesh fibers and internal organs are not very great. This state can be maintained for at least 1 or 2 days, if not 10 days. Therefore, there is no need to worry about the collapse of the physical body for now. Perhaps only when Qin Xian truly performs the 3 steps of the Emperor Dragon, his physical body will truly be put to the test. Thinking of this, Qin Xian looked at Gu Xianghan with sharp eyes. After being stared at by Qin Xian's cold eyes, even though Gu Xianghan was a powerful marquis at the 6th level of the Xinzong realm, he still couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. Not asking why something happened, simply judging rewards and punishments based on the results, disregarding human nature, and simply judging the stability of order based on value. Are you qualified to be the master of Punishment Peak? Are you qualified to accept me as your disciple? Qin Xian's voice was cold. He raised the demon-suppressing sword with his right hand. Without using any martial arts, he simply slashed out with the sword under the blessing of sword intent. Buzz, buzz, buzz. A huge, bright and sharp sword light was slashed out, and the void was buzzing wherever it passed, as if it was torn apart. The disciples on the ground felt a stinging pain on their faces and looked at the sword in horror. After hearing Qin Xian's words, Gu Xianghan wanted to say something in rebuttal. However, once he felt the terrifying power contained in the sword light, it was too late to refute. He quickly mobilized all his spiritual power, injected it into the sword, and tried his best to block the sword. However, no matter how hard he tried, he still couldn't block the sword. Boom! As a huge roar sounded, the disciples saw that Gu Xianghan's chest was cut with a wound deep enough to see the bone, and blood was gushing out. The whole person was directly cut by the aftermath of the sword light and crashed into the mountain of Jindao Peak, shaking the entire Jindao Peak. It's over. It's completely over. Tell the cooks to start cooking from today. Can you be serious? Let's put aside the feast and choose a leader for the Punishment Peak first. I choose Elder Lu. Don't be shameless. Are you sure your master, Elder Lu, can take on this important task? Even if we have to choose, it has to be my master, Elder Wang. I've made note of both of you. As long as Elder Fan Gu is still alive, you'll be in big trouble. Seeing Gu Xianghan being slashed into the mountain by a sword, all the disciples were talking about it. Of course, most of them are worried about Gu Xianghan's disciples. After all, Gu Xianghan is also the backbone elder of the Jinwu Holy Land. There were also several elders headed by Elder Pang, who also had worried looks on their faces at this moment. Although they could feel that Gu Xianghan was not dead, they could also feel that Gu Xianghan was seriously injured and his breath was weak. In the sky, Qin Xian saw that Gu Xianghan was not dead, and he also held the demon-suppressing sword, ready to strike again. No matter how much he said before, he was not joking about killing Gu Xianghan as well. After all, he had slaughtered an army of 100,000 from the 3 dynasties, so what was Gu Xianghan to him? However, just as Qin Xian raised the demon-suppressing sword, a light exclamation suddenly came from the void. Hey, you really want to kill him? Boom. After this voice was heard, a large area of void cracked open, and gusts of strong wind blew out from it. A middle-aged man wearing a purple-gold martial robe and with an upright and tall figure walked out slowly from it. He was wearing a crown. His face was elegant and warm, yet he exuded an aura of majesty without even being angry. A terrifying aura as deep as the abyss and prison emanated from his entire body. With every move he made, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth surged and shook. After walking out of the void, the middle-aged man in the purple-gold robe looked at Qin Xian with a smile and said, "First, he killed Liang Ting with one punch, and now he wants to kill Gu Xianghan. Is it time to kill me, the true martial saint, next?" After these words were spoken, although the Holy Lord Jinwu had an elegant smile on his face, everyone present felt a chill rising from the inside out. Chapter 50. I might as well give it a try to kill you. High praise from the Saint Lord Jinwu. Looking at the true martial Saint Lord walking out of the void, Qin Xian suddenly felt a terrifying sense of oppression. The terrifying aura, which was like an abyss or a prison, was so terrifying that even Qin Xian felt a little suffocated. The powerful king of the galaxy realm. A true king. This is the power of being the ruler of a holy land. However, even though the true martial Saint Lord brought great oppression to Qin Xian still did not show any fear. In this world, no one can make him bow his head. He stretched out his hand and grasped the hilt of the Juk's sword on his back. The dragon energy in his body was surging, like a volcano ready to erupt. The Emperor Dragon has one last step to go, which can increase his combat power 100 times. In addition, with this sword that he had cultivated for hundreds of days with the sword cultivation technique, even a king in the galaxy realm could be killed with it. I might as well give it a try if I kill you. Qin Xian's eyes were sharp, and he looked at the Holy Lord Jinwu and said with a ready look, "Boom." As soon as these words were spoken, the disciples became agitated. Holy crap, is Qin Xian crazy? Does he know who he is facing? That's right. The Holy Lord is a king of the galaxy realm. He is not comparable to the marquee elders of the divine hidden realm. But I have to say it. Just the courage to say this to the Holy Lord is worthy of our admiration. Indeed, before, I always thought that Qin Xian was arrogant and pretentious, but until today, I felt that his arrogance was justified. Nonsense. If I could break through the third level of sword intent in the cave heaven realm and possess the fighting power to kill Elder Gu, I would be so arrogant that I would slap any dog passing by on the road. Too small. Too small. If it were me, let alone the dog, I would slap Elder Liang Ting twice if he passed by. Awesome. It has to be you. This time, when Qin Xian said that he wanted to kill the true martial Saint Lord, the disciples no longer had the same emotions of disbelief and contempt as before. Instead, they all felt admiration for Qin Xian. After all, it took great courage to be able to say such words when facing a king of the galaxy realm. Oh, kill me. Upon hearing this, the smile on Saint Jinwu's elegant and gentle face disappeared, and then he looked at Qin Xian expressionlessly. And, accompanied by the gaze of the true martial saint, an extremely terrifying and overwhelming pressure suddenly erupted, pressing towards Qin Xian like a surging tide. Seeing this, Qin Xian's eyes were sharp, and he looked directly at the true martial saint. A stern and sharp sword intent burst out, colliding with the overwhelming pressure in the void. Boom! Waves of roars rang out, and Qin Xian and the true martial Saint Lord simply looked at each other, and waves of air swept between them, containing extremely powerful energy. Just like that, as the momentum and pressure of the two continued to rise, powerful energy waves swept across the entire Jindao Peak. All the disciples on the ground, as well as the four daughters Su Jiang, Lu Xia, and the elders and deacons, were all looking intently at the two people in the air. One is a new disciple who has joined the Holy Land, and the other is the true martial saint who is in charge of the entire Holy Land. The two people, whose identities and statuses should be very different, are now confronting each other in the void. This scene is truly heart-stirring. Just like this, Qin Xian and the true martial Saint Lord were both ready to go. After confronting each other for dozens of breaths, everyone thought that the two would start fighting in the next moment. However, to everyone's surprise, the Jinwu Saint Lord, who was emitting a terrifying aura, suddenly restrained all his majesty and aura, and once again showed a warm and elegant smile, looked at Qin Xian and said, "Very good. Since I took charge of the Holy Land. Oh no, I should say that since I started practicing martial arts, no matter in terms of talent or character, you are the most peerless genius I have ever seen. If your qualifications were not so shallow, I would have given you the position of Holy Lord." Wow. As soon as Saint Jinwu said this, all the disciples were shocked. the most peerless and unrivaled genius I have ever seen since I started practicing martial arts. I wish I could give him the throne of the Holy Lord. Qin Xian could actually make a ruler of a holy land, a king of the galaxy realm. Make such an evaluation. This is simply stating that Qin Xian's future achievements will definitely be much greater than those of the King Jinwu Saint. Oh my god, could it be possible that Qin Xian could become a supreme being like the Emperor of the Divine Power Realm, or even the Venerable of the Dharma Realm in the future? Too scary. I can't even imagine these two realms. If a powerful emperor with supernatural powers can emerge from my Zhenwu Holy Land, then the entire Holy Land of Yulong Domain will regard me as the only one. Being able to witness the rise of a Divine Power Realm Emperor, or even a Dharma Realm Venerable, will be the greatest honor of my life. As Saint Jinwu gave his evaluation of Qin Xian, many disciples immediately became Qin Xian's little fans. The look in his eyes when he looked at Qin Xian was full of respect and admiration for the strong man. The elders and deacons' eyes lit up when they heard this. There was even a fantasy in his mind that the Zhenwu Holy Land would dominate the Yulong Domain in the future. Lu Qiyue and Xia Qingqing also breathed a sigh of relief. As they have been practicing in the Holy Land since childhood, they naturally do not want Qin Xian to fight to the death with the true martial saint. Now, the two girls were even more surprised by the high evaluation of Qin Xian by the Zhenwu Saint Lord. They did not follow the wrong person. As for Su Ninshuang and Jiang Fangmu, they both looked at Qin Xian's tall figure with admiration. No matter where their husbands go, they will always be the most dazzling presence. As for Qin Xian, who was holding the hilt of the sword in the sky and ready to strike, he suddenly saw the true martial Saint Lord restraining his momentum. And he gave him such a high evaluation in public, which made Qin Xian a little surprised and embarrassed. In addition, there is a trace of regret in my heart. After cultivating the sword for hundreds of days, he finally encountered a king of the galaxy realm, but they didn't even start fighting. The Zhenwu Saint Lord opposite actually revealed a trace of regret when he saw Qin Xian, and the corner of his elegant face couldn't help but twitch. You kid, do you really want to chop me? However, although you are very talented, the order of the Holy Land also needs to be maintained. Killing fellow disciples and beheading the elders of the Holy Land at will. If it is the head of the punishment peak who has the power to enforce the law, Elder Gu can do these things. You are only a core disciple. Even if you are bullied, you should not kill the disciples of the law enforcement team directly. If everyone is like you, the order of the Holy Land will collapse. The Zhenwu Saint Lord, who had just praised Qin Xian, suddenly changed the subject and began to say that the order of the Holy Land also needed to be maintained. These words made the disciples confused again. What on earth was their holy master going to do? So what? Hearing this, Qin Xian raised his brows, grasped the hilt of the Juk's sword again, his eyes full of eagerness to try. Seeing this, the true martial saint couldn't help but hold his forehead and said, "Your character is really a headache." Afterwards, the true martial saint looked at Qin Xian again and said solemnly, "So, I will start the Emperor's Ascension battle for you. As long as you can defeat the first 3 generations of Zhenwu Saint sons of the Zhenwu Holy Land, you can ascend to the throne of Zhenwu Emperor's son. As the son of the Zhenwu Emperor, my status is higher than that of all the elders and is equal to mine. If you are the son of the true martial emperor, the order of the Holy Land will be in your hands. You alone can represent the entire Zhenwu Holy Land." Chapter 51. You deserve to die after seeing the son of Emperor Zhenwu. The throne of the Emperor's son. Oh my god. The Holy Lord is actually going to start a battle to ascend to the throne of the Emperor's son. What is the position of the Emperor's son? Isn't the highest honor for a saint land disciple the position of the saint's son? What is the so-called ascension battle? The position of the Emperor's son is above the Holy Son, and the status is equal to that of the Holy Lord. Legend has it that only a monstrous genius with extraordinary talent and the ability to suppress the destiny of an era is qualified to have the Holy Lord initiate the battle for the Emperor's son to ascend to heaven. The reason why the Ascension battle is called Ascension is because if you want to ascend to the throne of the true martial emperor, you must defeat the previous 3 generations of true martial saints in a row. This level of difficulty can be called Ascension. What the hell? Defeated the previous 3 generations of Zhenwu saints in a row. The holy son of Wan Longxiao's previous generation was senior brother Zhang Wu, who is now a powerful giant at the 3rd level of the Cave Heaven realm. That's not bad. After all, Wan Longxiao has just ascended to the position of Holy Son, and senior brother Zhang Wu's realm has not broken through much. But the holy son of the previous generation is senior brother Ho Long. What's senior brother Ho Long? You should call him Elder Ho Long. Elder Ho Long is now a powerful marquis at the third level of the divine hidden realm. When they heard that Ho Long was now a marquis elder at the third level of the Shinzong realm, all the disciples were shocked. No wonder it is called the battle to ascend to heaven. If one wants to become the son of Emperor Jinwu, one needs to defeat the elders who are granted titles of nobility in the Shinzong realm. Isn't this a battle more difficult than climbing to heaven for all the disciples? Has anyone ever succeeded in this battle? Among the disciples who were watching, one disciple asked. Of course, it's recorded in the scriptures in the Sutra library. But that was a long time ago. It is said that those predecessors who were able to become the sons of the true martial emperor would at least start their careers as the emperors of the divine power realm. That era was also the most glorious and splendid era for our Junwu Holy Land. Even in the entire Yulong territory, we were considered a dominant Holy Land force. But there is no need to reminisce, because we are about to witness the beginning of a new era. The disciple who explained it couldn't help but sigh in his heart when he thought of the former glory and current desolation of the Junwu Holy Land. However, when he raised his head and saw the white figure in the sky, a more brilliant light emerged in his eyes. Yes, why bother to reminisce? They are about to witness the beginning of a new era, a brand new era that far surpasses the previous one. How is it? Is the position of the son of the Junwu Emperor worthy of your status? After he finished speaking, the true martial saint looked at Qin Xian again and said with a smile. However, Qin Xian frowned slightly when he heard this. He is not interested in the son of Emperor Jinwu. He came to the Junwu Holy Land just to find a fellow Taoist. In Qin Xian's eyes, the battle for the emperor's ascension to heaven was opened for him by the Holy Lord Jinwu. It would be better to go to other holy places to find a high-quality saint for him to go on a blind date. These are all useless. It is still Hai Lao who understands him better and knows what he needs most. Come on, husband. Seize the position of the emperor's son. Come on, husband. However, as the words of the true martial saint fell, Lu Qiue and Xia Qingcheng on the ground also spoke up happily to encourage Qin Xian. As core disciples of the Junwu Holy Land, they understand better what the position of Junwu Emperor's son represents. What, husband? My senior sister Lu and senior sister Xia. It's over. I have absolutely no chance this time. It's okay. You didn't have much of a chance anyway, so don't feel sorry. You know how to stab someone. Qin thief. I can't stand with you. As soon as the title of husband of the two women came out, many male disciples were excited again. The two calls of husband were like two sharp knives, piercing straight into the left and right atria of the male disciples, causing them to feel extremely heartbroken. When Qin Xian in the sky saw the expectant expressions on Lu Qiue and Xia Qingcheng's faces, his slightly frowned brows relaxed. Since you can make the two girls happy, then accept the position of the Jinwu Emperor's son. After all, as long as the two girls are in a good mood, it will also be good for the children in their wombs. Maybe they can give birth to another evil genius? For Qiue, Qingcheng, and Hai Lao's sake, I will accept the position of the true martial emperor's son. Zhang Wu, Ho Long, if I heard correctly, it should be you too, right? The emperor's son will fight to ascend to heaven. You two should fight together with Wan Longshao. Thinking of this, Qin Xian also loosened the hilt of the Juk sword. He stretched out his hand, and the demon-slaying sword flew into his hand again. He looked around with the sword and said, Emperor Qin, you are joking. Your strength is obvious to everyone. Why do you need the emperor to ascend to heaven to prove it? That's right. Who else but you can be the emperor's son? Upon hearing this, Zhang Wu and Ho Long, who were among the elders and deacons, hurriedly stepped forward and bowed. You should know that even Gu Xianghan, who was at the 6th level of the Shinzong realm, was slashed into the mountain of Jindao Peak by Qin Xian's sword and is still lying inside. The two of them combined might not be able to block Gu Xianghan's sword, so how could they dare to fight Qin Xian? Qin Xian looked at the Jinwu Saint Lord when he saw this. The Jinwu Saint Lord nodded and said, What they said makes sense. Your strength has already far exceeded theirs. There is no need to fight anymore. From today on, you are the prince of the Junwu Holy Land. Your status is equal to mine, and you can be in charge of the order of the Holy Land. The voice of the Jinwu Saint was grand and powerful, resounding throughout the entire Jinwu Holy Land, making all the disciples excited when they heard it. Greetings to the Jinwu Emperor's son. Congratulations to the Emperor's son. Greetings to the Jinwu Emperor's son. Congratulations to the Emperor's son. As the voice of Saint Jinwu fell, everyone present, whether they were disciples or elders and deacons, bowed and congratulated Qin Xian. For a moment, the rolling sound was like a tide, sweeping across the entire Jindao Peak, scaring away the birds and beasts in the mountains. The elder who was about to walk out of the collapsed mountain was so frightened that he lay down again. It's not that he was afraid of Qin Xian's revenge on him. He just felt ashamed to show up. Listening to the loud voices of congratulations in his ears, he looked at the many elders and disciples on the ground who were bowing to him. Even Qin Xian couldn't help but feel excited. After all, no one could remain indifferent facing such a passionate scene. However, no matter how excited he was, Qin Xian still didn't forget the important matter. Under the gaze of everyone, he took a step forward and came in front of Wan Longxiao. Looking at this former true martial saint, Qin Xian said with cold eyes, "I said, among countless roads, you chose the one that would lead to the most miserable death. Now it's your turn to die." Chapter 52. I've scattered all my ashes for you. Dragon ranking battle, Tiansong's secret realm. Feeling the sharp sword intent and terrifying aura emanating from Qin Xian, Wan Longxiao's pupils suddenly contracted, and a tremendous fear of death spread in his heart. "Emperor Qin, please let me go. I am willing to honor you as my only respecter." Wan Longxiao hurriedly knelt on the ground, trying to gain a last chance of survival. However, Qin Xian had no expression on his face when he saw this, and he slowly stretched out his hand towards Wan Longxiao with an indifferent look. Whether it was his act of framing the disciples of Heiboxen University, or his action of instructing the law enforcement team to take action against the four girls, Su Jiang, Lu Xia, everything destined him to die tragically here today. Boom. Go to hell. Seeing that Qin Xian was unmoved, Wan Longxiao's eyes were filled with madness. He jumped up instantly, and a short-bladed magical weapon suddenly emerged from his sleeve. It contained all his strength and stabbed towards Qin Xian fiercely. As the holy son of the Zhenwu Holy Land, Wan Longxiao, who possesses the Yunxiao holy body and Songyun spiritual bones, the power of this attack is still very strong. This made all the disciples and the four girls, Su Jiang, Lu Xia, all show expressions of fear and worry. However, facing Wan Longxiao's vicious attack, Qin Xian didn't even blink. In everyone's sight, they saw that the scorching and sharp strange fire, the Golden Emperor's burning sky flame, instantly surged out from Qin Xian's arm, melting away all the power that Wan Longxiao had burst out. Then a slender hand reached through the blazing Golden Emperor's burning heaven fire and grabbed Wan Longxiao's head. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The blazing and sharp Golden Emperor's burning sky flame and the scorching and hot sun god fire. They all burst out from Qin Xian's palms at once, completely covering Wan Longxiao's body. Kill me. Kill me now. Burned by the two top-level flames, Wan Longxiao's skin began to fester and burn. Every part of his body seemed to be suffering the most extreme pain in the world. His will collapsed instantly, and he shouted for death. However, Qin Xian remained calm when seeing this. The controlled force continued to burn Wan Longxiao for nearly a quarter of an hour before it was reduced to ashes. Seeing the small piece of ash on the ground, Qin Xian blew it away into the forest of Jindao Peak with one palm, and then nodded with satisfaction at his masterpiece. Any woman who dares to bully Qin Xian will not only be tortured to death, but even her ashes will be scattered after death. Looking at Qin Xian, who had a satisfied expression on his face, all the disciples, deacons and elders looked at each other in confusion, with a chill in their hearts. Such a horrific method of killing made them feel terrified just watching it. Especially Wan Longxiao's extremely shrill screams, which were enough to make them hear how much pain Wan Longxiao was in when he was dying. Their new prince is really vindictive. Thinking of this, the disciples couldn't help but have the same questions as Hai Bonin had at the beginning. Is it really okay to let this kind of person be the son of Emperor Zhenwu? Even the Holy Lord Zhenwu couldn't help but hold his forehead in frustration when he saw this. This kid is really unscrupulous. Can't he just kill people in private? Feeling the frightened gazes of the crowd, Qin Xian didn't care at all. Because at this moment, the eyes of Su Jiang, Lu Xia and the other four girls were filled with emotion and admiration. After all, the reason why Qin Xian killed Wan Longxiao so angrily was to vent his anger on them. Qin Xian was very relieved to see this. He didn't care about other people's opinions at all. After all, those disciples and elders couldn't give birth to children for him. As long as his wives and concubines understand him, that's enough. Qin Xian, come with me. After seeing Qin Xian slaughter Wan Longxiao, the Holy Lord Zhenwu also looked at Qin Xian and said. Hearing this, Qin Xian looked at the four girls and nodded, signaling them to rest assured. Afterwards, he followed the Holy Lord Zhenwu to the Zhenwu Peak, the towering mountain in the center of the Zhenwu Holy Land. On the Zhenwu Peak, there stands a magnificent hall with a plaque engraved with the words Zhenwu Hall. The walls are carved with dragons and phoenixes, and there are mysterious runes engraved on them, emitting rays of spiritual light. After following the Holy Lord Jinwoo to the square in front of the Jinwoo Hall, Qin Xian couldn't help but be shocked, because he felt that behind the Jinwoo Hall, there were several extremely terrifying and powerful auras lurking. He had only felt such a terrifying and powerful aura from one person. That is the powerful king of Galaxy Realm in front of him, the true martial saint. As expected of a Holy Land force, the foundation is strong. Qin Xian walked behind the true martial saint and said with emotion, "I didn't expect your perception to be so sensitive that you could actually sense the presence of those old things." Upon hearing this, Saint Jinwoo was slightly surprised. Behind the Jinwoo Palace, there are tall and wide stone palaces. Each stone palace is the residence of a Galaxy Realm king, and it is also the foundation of our Jinwoo Holy Land that has been passed down to this day. Otherwise, with only me as the Holy Lord to support us, we would have been eaten up by other Holy Lands long ago. The Holy Lord Jinwoo did not hide anything, but explained it directly to Qin Xian. Qin Xian nodded when he heard this, but he didn't seem particularly shocked. After all, as a Holy Land level force, it is normal to have such foundation. Afterwards, Qin Xian followed the Jinwoo Saint Lord into the Jinwoo Hall. After entering the Jinwoo Hall, the Jinwoo Saint Lord and Qin Xian both took their seats. Looking at Qin Xian's calm and unperturbed face, the Holy Lord Jinwoo also showed a satisfied expression, as if he was very satisfied with Qin Xian, the son of the Jinwoo Emperor. "Have you heard of the Wandering Dragon Ranking Tournament in the Tiansong Secret Realm?" The Holy Lord Jinwoo did not beat around the bush and asked directly. "No." Qin Xian shook his head when he heard this. After he entered the Jinwoo Holy Land, he never inquired about any other news except for the information about Lu Qiuyue and Xia Qingcheng, the two most beautiful girls in the Jinwoo Holy Land. He knew nothing about the Yulong ranking battle and the Tiansong Secret Realm. "You okay? Then I'll introduce you." The Yulong ranking battle, as the name suggests, is a ranking battle among all the contemporary geniuses in Yulong domain. The ranking of the contemporary geniuses in Yulong domain will be decided in the battle. This Yulong ranking battle is a grand gathering of geniuses held once every 20 years in the Yulong domain. In addition to the major Holy Land forces, some royal families, king-level ancient clans, top sects, and even geniuses among independent cultivators will all participate. Oh, it's just a boring show where a bunch of geniuses fight each other in the ring, competing for the title of the #1 genius in Yulong territory. Qin Xian said with a dull look when he heard this. He has no interest in competing for the title of the #1 genius in Yulong domain. Wouldn't it be better to have more children at home? Why bother being a conspicuous bag? What a stupid trick. Isn't the title of the #1 genius in Yulong territory loud enough? Upon hearing this, Saint Jinwoo seemed to be choked and could not help but speak angrily. Of course, fame is secondary. Their main goal is to get into the top 100 in the ranking battle and get a Tiansong Spirit Talisman. Afterwards, Saint Jinwoo explained again. "What is the Tiansong Lingfu?" Qin Xian asked again. The Tiansong Talisman is a kind of talisman produced in the Tiansong Secret Realm. Only warriors who possess this kind of talisman can enter the Tiansong Secret Realm to collect the treasures of opportunity. And after entering the Tiansong Secret Realm, you can also use this talisman to go to the Tiansong Holy Spring and receive the baptism of the Holy Spring, which will improve your aptitude and understanding, raise your realm, and enhance your foundation. Each large region in the Tiansong Daozhou can be allocated 100 Tiansong Spirit Talismans. The levels of Tiansong Talismans are also divided into 3 levels: gold, silver, and bronze. Each large domain has 1 gold talisman, 9 silver talismans, and 90 bronze talismans. The higher the level of the talisman, the longer it can be baptized by the Tiansong Holy Spring, and the greater the improvement it will gain. This is why all the geniuses in the Yulong domain are coming out to participate in the Yulong ranking tournament. After Saint Jinwoo finished explaining, Qin Xian also understood the whole process. The geniuses of Yulong domain will first obtain their rankings in the Yulong ranking battle, and then the top 100 geniuses will be allocated Tiansong talismans of 3 levels: gold, silver, and bronze based on their rankings. Finally, rely on the Tiansong talisman to enter the Tiansong Secret Realm, search for opportunities, and obtain the baptism of the Tiansong Holy Spring. Seeing Qin Xian's enlightened expression, the Holy Lord Jinwoo also showed a relieved smile, thinking that this boy is teachable. However, the relieved smile just appeared on his face, and it disappeared instantly because of Qin Xian's next words. Not interested. Chapter 53. What a vicious curse. Praise Deacon Hai again. Although Qin Xian had never heard of the Tiansong secret realm, he still had some understanding of this secret realm. Most of these secret realms contain various opportunities and treasures, advanced skills and martial arts, secret techniques and arts, magical weapons, rare and precious fruits, exotic medicines and herbs, and even the inheritance of the powerful, etc. It attracts warriors to explore, seek opportunities, and get the chance to make a breakthrough. In a secret realm like the Tiansong secret realm, which is explored jointly by all major realms of Daozhou, the opportunities and treasures contained therein will only become more rare and precious. All the geniuses who can seize the opportunity and walk out alive. In the future, he will definitely become the top powerhouse in his domain and the backbone of all forces. However, although this secret realm contains various opportunities and treasures, its duration is often not too short. It would be difficult to get out without a year or two, and even worse, it might last for 3 to 5 years, so Qin Xian said he was not interested. After all, even a year or two would be enough for each of his 4 daughters to give birth to another child. If it were 3 to 5 years, they would have even more children. He just didn't believe that the rewards given by the system were not as precious as those found in the secret realm. What's more, one has to endure the hardship of entering a secret realm to practice, search for treasures, and fight, and one cannot eat meat for a long time. One is to stay in the Holy Land and enjoy the service of the 4 women. As long as you keep going back and forth, you will become stronger. Qin Xian is not a second-rate person, so of course he would choose the latter. Not interested. How could you not be interested? He is the #1 prodigy in Yulong territory. Do you understand how powerful this title is? There is also the baptism of the Tiansong Holy Spring. It can not only improve your realm, but also improve your innate talent and understanding. Improve your talent and understanding. This is what many people dream of. As soon as the 3 words, not interested, came out, the Jinwu Saint Lord broke through his defense and shouted loudly at Qin Xian. He didn't understand why someone could be so bad, but he could understand why they had no interest in fame. But if you are not interested in the divine object like Tiansong Holy Spring that can improve your aptitude and understanding, then it is just 2 coins. I feel that with my aptitude and understanding, there is no need to improve. As for the empty title of the #1 genius, I am really not interested in it. Even though the Jinwu Saint Lord's defense had been broken, Qin Xian still went on as he pleased. You? The true martial saint wanted to scold him, but when he thought of Qin Xian's powerful strength and outstanding talent, he held back his anger and said, actually, in addition to the baptism of the Tiansong Holy Spring, there are many opportunities and treasures in the Tiansong secret realm, such as high-level spiritual tools and magic tools. Buzz, buzz, buzz. At this point, the Gangsha demon-suppressing sword formation appeared behind Qin Xian, and the demon-suppressing sword was also circling in the Jinwu Hall, making a crisp sword sound. Well, in addition to high-level spiritual tools and magical instruments, there are also some rare spiritual objects. As soon as he finished speaking, rays of golden emperor burning sky flames suddenly ignited around Qin Xian's body. They were like golden flaming dragons, emitting a burning aura and wandering around Qin Xian. There are also more advanced martial arts techniques. Boom. 9 phantoms of blazing suns rose up behind Qin Xian, with dragon energy entwined on the tip of his fists, emitting a power comparable to that of a king-grade martial art. That's enough. Seeing this, Saint Jinwu's face turned completely dark, and he couldn't help but speak. Qin Xian nodded upon seeing this, then withdrew the Gangsha demon-suppressing sword formation, restrained the Golden Emperor's burning sky flame, and stopped the operation and activation of the 9 Yang divine art and the shaking world dragon fist. If there's nothing else, I'll go back first. After saying this, Qin Xian stood up and was about to leave. However, looking at Qin Xian's figure about to walk out of the Jinwu Hall, the Jinwu Saint Lord pondered for a moment and seemed to suddenly realize something. He said to Qin Xian loudly, "The Yulong Territory Ranking Tournament will gather all the geniuses and strong men in the entire Yulong Territory. Among them, there are some powerful female geniuses. Not only are they extremely talented and powerful, but their looks and figures are also extremely beautiful. In previous years, some of the most powerful geniuses who sat on the first throne in Yulong Domain were all sought after by the female geniuses in the entire Yulong Domain. After the war, the forces you belong to will be thronged with requests for marriage and concubines. The same is true for the Tiansong Secret Realm. As long as you have an outstanding performance in the Tiansong Secret Realm, you will not only be able to travel in the Dragon Realm. All the female geniuses in the Tiansong Daozhou will pay attention to you. After all, women admire the strong. This is human nature. Qin Xian, You don't want to have only 4 wives and concubines for your whole life, do you? As soon as these words were spoken, Qin Xian, who was about to step out of the Jinwu Hall, stopped instantly. You can only have 4 wives and concubines in your lifetime. What a vicious curse. Qin Xian, with your strength and talent, let alone in the Wandering Dragon ranking tournament, even in the entire Tiansong Daozhou, you are considered to be one of the top demonic geniuses. As long as you can participate in the dragon ranking battle and enter the Tiansong secret realm, you will definitely shine. By then, those outstanding and high-quality female geniuses, such as the saints of the major holy places, the daughters of the royal families, the princesses of the ancient dynasties, etc., will come to you one by one for you to choose from. Qin Xian. The voice of the true martial saint was like the whisper of a devil, echoing in Qin Xian's ears over and over again, making it difficult for Qin Xian to take another step. That's enough. Finally, Qin Xian slowly turned around. He slowly returned to the chair he had just sat on, looked at the true martial saint, and said expressionlessly, "Tell me the opening time, precautions, and other details of the Yulong ranking battle in Tiansong's secret realm." Hearing this, Saint Jinwu once again smiled with satisfaction. In this way, the Holy Lord Jinwu took a quarter of an hour to inform Qin Xian of all the details of the Yulong ranking tournament in the Tiansong secret realm. After listening, Qin Xian left with a blank expression. Looking at Qin Xian's departing back, the true martial saint couldn't help but sigh in his heart. As expected, Deacon Hai knows this kid best. Praise Deacon Hai. After coming out of the Jinwu Hall, Qin Xian returned to his own courtyard. Qin Xian also learned from the true martial saint that there was still about 1.5 years before the start of the Yulong ranking tournament. As for the Tiansong secret realm, it was after the Yulong ranking battle ended. The top 100 geniuses are directly teleported to the Tiansong secret realm to compete with the geniuses from other domains. So the time of both is equivalent to being together. 1.5 years is enough time to wait until they give birth. Before coming to the Jinwu Holy Land, Sun Yinshuang and Jiang Fangmu were already pregnant with their 3rd child. As for Lu Qiyue and Xia Qingqing, only Xia Qingqing is pregnant with her 1st child, while Lu Qiyue is not pregnant yet. Thinking of this, Qin Xian broke directly into Lu Qiyue's room. At this time, Lu Qiyue was facing away from Qin Xian. Seeing this, Qin Xian approached her directly and started fighting. Chapter 54. The Holy Lord accepts disciples, the Purple Gold Supreme, the 8 ancestral talismans. Qin Xian and Lu Qiyue had been exchanging martial arts in the room for 3 days. Finally, the system prompt sound came in my mind, and Lu Qiyue successfully conceived her 1st child. So far, Su Jiang, Lu Xia, and the other 4 girls have all hit the target. Qin Xian no longer favored Lu Qiyue alone, but returned to enjoying the 4 water pillars. And so, as time passed, the days went by. The 4 girls also gave birth one after another in the Jinwu Holy Land, and gave birth to 4 more children for Qin Xian. Ding! Congratulations, host. Your 7th offspring is born. Offspring's talent level assessment, qualification assessment, purple. Talent assessment, Xianyang spiritual vein, Longyang sacred bone. Talent level assessment, top level genius. Xianyang spiritual vein, an innate spiritual vein that contains the power of Xianyang. The owner can cultivate Xianyang spiritual power and use it to bless himself, which can improve the speed of cultivation, comprehension, etc. It also has the power of purification, which can make all evils retreat. Longyang Holy Bone. The bone of the Holy Dragon contains the power of Longyang. It is extremely strong in Yang. The owner will greatly improve the physical strength. It also contains a small part of the Dragon clan's heritage, which can be developed. The first of the 4 daughters to give birth was Jiang Fangmu. Although Jiang Fangmu's Xianin phantom body is rare, it is not particularly powerful. Therefore, most of the children born inherited more of Qin Xian's talented genes. The child born this time has dual talents, having inherited Qin Xian's sun god body and true dragon bloodline. It's just that his talent is not particularly strong, so he was only rated as a top genius. Xianyang spiritual vein, Longyang sacred bone, born with the talent of 2 yangs, that's the name Qin Shongyang. Although he was only rated as a top genius, Qin Xian still did not feel disappointed at all. He treats every child equally and has the same high hopes for them. No matter how talented these children are, they are all his, Qin Xian's, children. Ding! Congratulations, host. Your 8th offspring is born. Offspring's talent level assessment, qualification assessment, purple. Talent assessment, natural disaster holy body, accompanied by strange fire. Talent level assessment, peerless genius. Natural disaster holy body. A powerful holy body that controls natural disasters. The owner can mobilize natural disasters to fight against the enemy. If cultivated to perfection, the owner will have the power to destroy the world. Companion fire. Disaster and world-destroying flame. An extremely vicious fire. Once this fire appears, disasters will spread everywhere. The owner can use disaster fire to burn the gods and destroy the world with disaster fire. 2 days after Qin Shongyang was born, Sun Yinshuang also gave birth. The child born was an unrivaled genius with a physique as strong as the holy body of natural disaster. Coupled with the companion strange fire of disaster and world-destroying flame, it makes it even more extraordinary. And when Sun Yinshuang gave birth, there were natural strange phenomena accompanying it. Fires were spreading all around. The ground was covered with blazes, thunderclouds filled the sky, and strong winds were raging in the void. It was as if a natural disaster had really occurred, causing the elders and disciples of the Zhenwu Holy Land to tremble in their hearts. However, when he saw that the strange phenomenon was manifesting in the direction of Qin Xian's courtyard, he felt relieved. After all, their Zhenwu Emperor's son is synonymous with miracles and power. They are not surprised by what happens to them, and can be said to be numb to it. At the same time, the Holy Lord Zhenwu also smelled the scent and came to the outside of Qin Xian's courtyard. Is this the strange phenomenon caused by the birth of a top-notch peerless genius? Looking at the baby in the cradle, Saint Zhenwu said with shining eyes, "I didn't expect that Qin Xian could give birth to such a talented child. Wouldn't it be wonderful if he could become my disciple? What are you going to do?" Seeing this, Qin Xian protected the child tightly and asked with a vigilant look on his face. He felt that there was something wrong with the Holy Lord Lao Deng in front of him. Qin Xian, such a talented child, must find a wise teacher for him, so that he can make the unpolished jade shine. After saying this, the Holy Lord Zhenwu also raised his head, looking like no one else could do it better than him. "Don't worry, Lord. I will." Qin Xian nodded seriously when he heard this, and then he carried the child back to the room. Seeing this, Saint Zhenwu also became anxious. "Hey, don't leave, kid. I've made it clear that in this Zhenwu Holy Land, no one else is qualified to be his master except me." The Holy Lord Zhenwu instantly burst out with the powerful aura of a galaxy realm king, causing the void to shake. Some elders and disciples who felt the pressure from the king were even more shocked. They even thought that their Zhenwu Saint Lord and Zhenwu Emperor were going to fight. However, even so, Qin Xian still did not stop. Upon seeing this, Saint Zhenwu couldn't help but sigh, and then rays of spiritual light flew out from his sleeves and circled in the air. Each ray of spiritual light contains an extremely rare spiritual object or an extremely precious spiritual medicine or herb. Even the Holy Lord Zhenwu felt a little pain in his heart after taking it out. However, after a series of spiritual lights flew out, Qin Xian's footsteps finally stopped. He just turned around and waved his hand, and rays of spiritual light were taken into the cave. The Holy Lord is right. In this Zhenwu Holy Land, you are the most qualified to be my son's master. When he grows up, he will be your apprentice. After receiving many precious spiritual objects and elixirs, Qin Xian smiled and said, in fact, Qin Xian had no intention of rejecting the Holy Lord Zhenwu. After all, why not have a powerful king of the galaxy realm to teach his son wholeheartedly? When the Holy Lord Zhenwu saw Qin Xian's inexplicable smile, he also understood Qin Xian's thoughts, but he was not angry. To be able to accept such a peerless genius as a disciple, it is nothing to spend some of your savings. Moreover, he also firmly believed that Qin Xian would never have the nerve to use these spiritual objects himself. Won't he have to use it on his good disciple when the time comes? Seeing that Qin Xian agreed, the Holy Lord Zhenwu left with satisfaction. After returning to the room, Qin Xian also named his sixth son. Your sister Tuzai Lusheng is named Qin Sheng, so you will Tuzai Lutian and be named Qin Tian. After Qin Shongyang and Qin Tian were born, Qin Xian was not in a hurry to claim the system reward, but wanted to wait until the children of Lu Qiyue and Xia Qingcheng were born before claiming it together. Especially Xia Qingcheng, the first marriage partner Qin Xian had ever seen with golden qualifications. Qin Xian was looking forward to whether Xia Qingcheng would give birth to another genius for him. And so, after waiting for more than a month, Lu Qiyue and Xia Qingcheng, the two most beautiful girls in the Zhenwu Holy Land, gave birth to their children on the same day. Moreover, when the system prompt sounded, Qin Xian was stunned where he was. Ding! Congratulations, host. Your ninth offspring is born. Offspring's talent level assessment, qualification assessment, purple gold, talent assessment, 8 companion ancestral symbols. Talent level assessment. Supreme pride. 8 companion ancestral talismans. Devouring ancestral talisman. In charge of the power of devouring, can devour and refine everything, and has a multiplier effect on cultivation. The owner can even rely on the power of devouring to contain other ancestral talismans. 8 companion ancestral talismans. Thunder ancestral talisman. Controls the power of thunder. 8 companion ancestral symbols. Space ancestral symbol. In charge of the power of space. 8 companion ancestral talismans. The ancestral talisman of life and death, controlling the power of life and death. 8 companion ancestral symbols. Primordial ancestral symbol, controlling the power of desolation. 8 companion ancestral talismans. Ice ancestral talisman, controls the power of ice and snow. 8 companion ancestral symbols. Dark ancestral symbol, controls the power of darkness. 8 companion ancestral symbols. Flame ancestral symbol, controls the power of flame. Chapter 55. The annoyed Jinwoo Saint Lord starts to collect rewards. 8 great companion ancestral symbols. Purple gold talent. Supreme genius. Even though Qin Xian had already prepared himself mentally, he knew that the child he and Xia Qingcheng had would definitely be a gifted individual. But I never thought it could be so incredible. Even when he was born, the system unlocked a level above gold qualification. Purple gold qualification. There are also 8 ancestral talismans, all of which are ancient divine objects that contain various origin powers, and they contain powerful powers that are truly powerful enough to destroy the world. If this child can really fully control the 8 ancestral talismans in the future, he will definitely become a powerful person capable of annihilating a world. Hearing the system's prompt, Qin Xian was first shocked and then extremely surprised. After all, the feedback reward for giving birth to a supreme genius will definitely be extremely generous. Boom. As the system prompt sounded, strong and strange phenomena in heaven and earth continued to emerge. Above the sky, black holes shattered the void and appeared, containing a strong devouring force that swallowed up the surrounding spiritual energy. In the clouds, the exploding thunder continued to condense, and finally gathered into thick thunder plasma. It contains the ultimate power of thunder and exudes a terrifying aura of destruction. In the void, the empty space was torn apart. A green lotus instantly blossomed, vitality scattered, and then withered in an instant, and death spread. The surrounding forests and peaks suddenly turned barren, and snow and ice drifted, freezing the lake and waterfalls, making it look like a polar scene. The blazing flames and the silent darkness coexist. Light and darkness have the same origin and devour each other. It is extremely mysterious. As the strong vision of heaven and earth emerged, the Holy Lord Jinwoo appeared again outside Qin Xian's courtyard. The true martial Saint Lord, who is a powerful king in the galaxy realm, was extremely shocked this time. His emotions were so out of control that the terrifying king-level power could not be controlled and burst out, shaking the void for 100 meters. This strange phenomenon of heaven and earth is more than 100 times more terrifying than the last one. What kind of horrible and talented offspring did Qin Xian give birth to? At this moment, Saint Jinwoo couldn't help but feel a little annoyed. If he had known that Qin Xian could give birth to another offspring who was even more wicked than Qin Tian, he would have been ready to take this child in as his apprentice. So, after the strange phenomena in heaven and earth dissipated, the Holy Lord Jinwoo also hesitated to step into Qin Xian's courtyard. Buzz. However, at this moment, a long sword engraved with the words "Suppress Demons" flew out and stabbed into the ground in front of the true martial saint. At the same time, another voice came out slowly. Since the Holy Lord has made his choice, then he should teach you wholeheartedly. Otherwise, if you keep changing your mind, you might not even get a single disciple. Hearing this, no matter how envious the Saint Lord Jinwoo was, he could only smile awkwardly and elegantly, then tear through the void and escape. After the true martial Saint Lord retreated, Qin Xian also looked at the baby in the cradle. The child was born with great spiritual energy, and there was a dark mark of ancestral symbol faintly visible on his forehead. Various origin talismanic powers were surging around his body, emitting a hazy divine glow. It was like the Son of God coming to the world, showing the extraordinary qualities of the supreme genius. With the 8 great ancestral symbols in my body, I will surely be able to shake the world in the future. In this way, I will be called Qin Dong. After naming Qin Dong, Qin Xian also looked at the first child born by Lu Qiuyue. Ding! Congratulations, host. Your 10th offspring is born. Offspring's talent level assessment. Qualification assessment, purple. Talent assessment, Shura's eyes, ice heaven holy body. Talent level assessment, peerless heavenly pride. Eye of Shura. It contains the power of Shura and has the combat skills inherited from the Shura clan. After fully unlocking, you can possess the power of Shura and slaughter the world. Ice heaven holy body. A holy body that controls the ultimate ice. The owner is naturally friendly to ice spiritual power. Practicing ice-based skills will achieve twice the result with half the effort, and using ice-based martial arts will double the power. Although he is not as talented as Qin Dong, the supreme genius with terrifying talent, he is also a peerless genius with dual talents. Even if placed in a large domain, his talent is enough to overwhelm an entire generation. The sky is icy and the rain is sudden, so I took the word rain. The Shura is bloodthirsty, which is a catastrophe for all races, so I took the word Hao. In this way, the name will be Qin Yu Hao. Lu Qiuyue watched Qin Xian carefully come up with a good name for Qin Yu Hao, and she did not become cold towards him just because Qin Yu Hao's talent was not as good as Qin Dong's. I couldn't help but feel a little touched. Jiang Fengmu, who was standing by, smiled softly and said, "Don't worry, sister. My husband treats every child equally, without any partiality." As people who have experienced this, Jiang Fengmu and Lu Qiuyue had the same concerns, but in the end they were both moved by Qin Xian's sincerity. Upon hearing this, Lu Qiuyue nodded and responded with a smile. Just like that, Xia Qingqing and Lu Qiuyue both gave birth. Qin Xian also stayed with the two girls for a while longer, giving them enough sense of security. It was not until the two girls fell asleep that Qin Xian left Su Nianshuang and Jiang Fengmu to take care of them, and he returned to the room. Now that all 4 children have been born, Qin Xian is about to start receiving feedback rewards from the system. Especially for Qin Dong, the supreme genius, the system will definitely give him the most generous reward in history, which is also what Qin Xian is looking forward to. System, receive the reward. Ding. Congratulations to the host's 7th offspring for being rated as a top-level genius. The system will issue a reward. The system issues rewards. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1 breakthrough card, 5 enlightenment cards, 10 bottles of intermediate Yuanling pills, Sunfire Essence, Dragon Yang Spiritual Liquid, 6th grade Gathering Spirit Array, 3 books of Wilderness Level Random Martial Arts, and 5 books of Wilderness Level Random Martial Arts. Ding. Congratulations to the host's 8th offspring for being rated as a peerless genius. The system will issue a reward. The system issues rewards. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1 breakthrough card, 5 enlightenment cards, 1 upgraded will card, 10 bottles of top-grade Yuanling pills, the natural disaster killing Kingsword formation, a powerful family member who has made a marquee, a map of the middle-grade spiritual stone mine, a random king-grade technique, and a random king-grade martial arts. Chapter 56 The Supreme Reward, Chaos Divine Body, Great Wilderness Prisoner Skyfinger. In order, the system first distributed the rewards to those who gave birth to Qin Chongyang and Qin Tian. First, there is the reward for giving birth to the top genius Qin Chongyang, in addition to the Realm Breakthrough card, Enlightenment card, Yuan Lingdan, and Wild Level Martial Arts, which are the necessities for cultivation. These are the 2 spiritual objects, the Sunfire Essence and the Dragon Yang Spirit Liquid, plus a 6th grade Spirit Gathering formation. Sunfire Essence, a fire-attributed spiritual object that can be used to increase the fire power of a warrior. It can also be used to devour strange fire to increase the level and power of strange fire. The Sunfire Essence is considered to be a top-level spiritual creature among fire-attributed spiritual creatures. It has the power to enhance fire spiritual power. Qin Xian's Sun God power is the strongest fire spiritual power. Moreover, it can also be used to increase the level and power of the strange fire. It just so happens that Qin Xian can use the Sun God fire and the Golden Emperor Burning Sky Flame to devour and use them. Longyang Spiritual Liquid. This spiritual liquid contains the power of Longyang and has a powerful and mysterious effect. After taking it, it can greatly increase the hardness of Koan, slightly increase the width and length, and has a chance to increase the talent of the next generation. Holy crap! This is even more awesome than the Yin-Yang Deer Blood. After checking, Qin Xian couldn't help but exclaimed, Longyang Spiritual Liquid. The function of this bottle of spiritual liquid is so powerful. Not only can it improve Koan's hardness, width, and length, but it also has a chance to improve the talents of offspring. I wonder if I can keep Jiao Chan on my waist after drinking all of this bottle of Longyang Spiritual Liquid. Qin Xian looked at the full bottle of Longyang Spirit Liquid in his hand, and his eyes burst into a hot light. Qin Xian felt that just this bottle of Longyang spirit liquid was enough of a reward for giving birth to a genius. After all, what he brought to Qin Xian was the dignity of a man. 6th grade Spirit Gathering Array. After use, the speed of spiritual energy generation within a radius of 100 miles increases 5-fold, and the concentration of spiritual energy increases 3-fold. It can greatly increase the growth and maturity speed of some low and medium-level spiritual plants, and can also cover up strange phenomena in heaven and earth. In addition to the Sunfire Essence and Dragon Yang Spirit Liquid, there is also a 6th grade Spirit Gathering Array. Compared to the 7th grade Spirit Gathering Array, the concentration of spiritual energy has not changed, but the range has expanded to 100 miles in radius. It is just right to cover the entire Qingfeng city. After all, as the capital of the Qin dynasty and the outer base of the Qin family, the spiritual energy cannot be too bad. After checking the feedback rewards for giving birth to Qin Chongyang, Qin Xian also began to check the feedback rewards for giving birth to Qin Tian. What surprised Qin Xian greatly was that there was an advancement card among the rewards for giving birth to Qin Tian. Each upgrade card is a rare reward, and the improvement it brings to Qin Xian will be a leap forward. With this sword power enhancing card, Qin Xian's sword power can be upgraded to the 4th level, and his combat power will be increased hundreds of times again. Even if nothing else is improved, just by raising the sword intent to the 4th level, Qin Xian is confident that he can kill the true martial saint with his sword without using the juk. After all, every level of improvement in artistic conception is a transformation for warriors. After the surprise, Qin Xian also checked the rewards behind. Apart from some necessities for cultivation, there is only a sword formation to kill the king of disasters. However, Qin Xian did not feel disappointed about this. After all, an upgrade card was already enough of a surprise for him. Natural Disaster Kingslaying Sword Formation. With the Earth-level ultimate magical instrument, the Kingslaying Sword, as the heart of the sword formation, the 10 mysterious level ultimate disaster swords of water, drought, insects, hunger, earthquake, wind, snow, fire, epidemic, and rain are the foundation of the sword formation. The 10 natural disasters wreak havoc on the vastness and can kill the king. 10 calamity swords of the same quality as the demon suppressing sword, plus an earth-level top-grade magical weapon, the king-slaying sword, which even ordinary emperors cannot possess. Such a luxurious formation is more than 100 times more precious than the Gangsha demon suppressing sword formation. No wonder it possesses the power to kill a king. After seeing the introduction of the Calamity King killing sword formation, Qin Xian also exclaimed in admiration. The higher the level of the magic weapon, the more difficult it is to refine it to the best quality. For a top-grade, earth-level magical weapon like the King-Slaying Sword, generally only a peak king-level refiner at the 9th level of the Galaxy Realm, or the legendary Emperor-level refiner, would be able to successfully refine it. Its value is even far greater than some lower-grade heavenly instruments. Even some ordinary emperors in the realm of supernatural powers would be envious of it. Now, after obtaining the Calamity Killing King Sword Formation, Qin Xian can also directly give the Gangsha Demon Suppressing Sword Formation to Xia Qingqing for use. Xia Qingqing, who possesses the supreme talent in formation, can unleash the powerful might of the Gangsha Demon Suppressing Sword Formation. After giving it to Xia Qingqing, it can also greatly enhance Xia Qingqing's self-protection ability. Just like the situation of the law enforcement team last time, fortunately Xia Qingqing had not returned the Gangsha Demon Suppressing Sword Formation to Qin Xian. Otherwise, they would have been suppressed by the disciples of the law enforcement team long ago. After checking these rewards, it is time to get the feedback reward for giving birth to the supreme genius Qin Dong in order. Qin Xian also slowly exhaled a breath. His eyes were clear and full of expectation. Ding! Congratulations to the host's 9th offspring for being rated as a supreme genius. The system will issue a reward. The system issues rewards. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1 breakthrough card, 5 enlightenment cards, 1 upgraded will card, 10 bottles of top-grade Yuanling pills, Chaos Divine Body, a cub of the Divine Beast Heavenly Demon Martin, a family spirit weapon pavilion, the Imperial Martial Art Great Wilderness Prisoner Heaven Finger, a family emperor, 10 king-level talisman puppets, 3 king-grade random exercises, and 5 king-grade random martial arts. Upgrade your card. Chaos Divine Body, the cub of the mythical beast, the Sky Demon Martin, family spiritual weapon pavilion, the Pinnacle Imperial Martial Art, the Great Wilderness Prisoning Heaven Finger, the family's powerful emperor, and 10 king-level talisman puppets. Even though Qin Xian had made sufficient mental preparations, he was still shocked beyond words by the feedback reward this time. It really is worthy of the feedback reward for giving birth to a supreme genius, and he is worthy of the title of supreme. There is no need to explain how precious the Ascension card is. Just check out the introduction of the Chaos Divine Body. Chaos God Body, Supreme Origin God Body. With the power of the origin of all things, invulnerable to all laws, the owner will suddenly realize the power of chaos. Chaos is the universe of the origin of all things. All the heavens and all the laws originate from it. When practicing to the pinnacle, one can transform into chaos and annihilate all worlds. Chaos God Body can also accommodate other physical talents and embrace all laws. The Supreme Origin Divine Body. The body turns into chaos, annihilates all worlds, and can accommodate other physiques. After reading the introduction, Qin Xian's heart couldn't help but be filled with waves. This Chaos Divine Body is definitely the strongest physique in the universe. If he were to integrate them, his talent and understanding would definitely reach the pinnacle of this world. Perhaps even the legendary Great Emperor who can cross the starry sky and destroy the 3,000 universes with a wave of his hand. Qin Xian will have the opportunity to stand shoulder to shoulder with him in the future. Thinking of this, Qin Xian hurriedly suppressed the extreme shock and restlessness in his heart. Although the Chaos Divine Body is strong, one's own tenacious character also plays a huge role in whether one can become an unrivaled powerhouse. Talent, luck, and character are all indispensable if one wants to become the strongest. Qin Xian said in his heart, and at the same time his mood gradually calmed down, and his eyes once again revealed his usual tenacity. After calming down, Qin Xian continued to check the remaining reward introductions. Cub of the Heavenly Demon Marten. A cub of the Heavenly Demon Marten clan, a top-level divine beast. At its peak, it has the power to swallow dragons and phoenixes and destroy the world. It is one of the strongest races of the demon clan. The young celestial demon Marten can be made to recognize Qin Dong as its master and become Qin Dong's guardian beast, growing up with him. As one of the most powerful races in the demon race, the Sky Demon Marten has terrifying talents and potential. Even though it is only in the cub stage now, the power it possesses is definitely not weaker than that of the human race's king or even emperor. And as it continues to grow, the strength of this heavenly demon Marten will become more and more powerful. It's just right for him to grow up with Qin Dong, the supreme genius, and also serve as a protector of Qin Dong when he is weak. After all, a young heavenly demon Marten that possesses the power to be crowned as a king or even an emperor is enough to walk sideways even in the entire Yulong domain. Chapter 57. Check the rewards and fuse the Chaos Divine Body. Family Spiritual Weapon Pavilion. The pavilion contains spiritual weapons of various levels, including heaven and earth, black and yellow. Qin family disciples can obtain them after passing the trial. The number and types of spiritual weapons are refreshed every year. Although the Family Spiritual Weapon Pavilion only contains spiritual weapons, it is refreshed once a year, which is equivalent to having an endless amount of spiritual weapons. For the Qin family, it is also a family treasure. For Qin Xian, spiritual level weapons could no longer keep up with his pace. But for the Qin family, the Family Spiritual Weapon Pavilion that can endlessly refresh spiritual weapons is definitely a treasure. After all, many of the current members of the Qin family are at a level below the Dao Palace realm, and spiritual weapons are still the mainstream weapons they use. King-level Talisman Puppet. A talisman puppet with king-level combat power, a type of puppet, unconscious, with an extremely hard body, capable of fighting against powerful kings in the galaxy realm. A king-level talisman puppet with king-level combat power, this is a good thing. Qin Xian waved his hand, and suddenly a king-level talisman puppet appeared in the room. The talisman puppet in front of him was black and gold all over. It was made of unknown material. It was extremely hard. Even when Qin Xian slashed with his sword, he could only leave a white mark on it. Moreover, this talisman puppet is engraved with mysterious runes that emit spiritual light all over its body. It contains extremely turbulent energy. Once it explodes, even a king-level warrior will have to be cautious. With these talisman puppets, Nian Shuang and the others' safety will be better guaranteed. At least in Yulong territory, there will be very few people who can hurt them. 2 talisman puppets are just right for each person, and the remaining 2 can be given to Ingyue later. The 10 talisman puppets were also distributed in an instant. Fortunately, Qin Xian only had 5 wives and concubines now. If there was one more, there wouldn't be enough to go around. When mentioning Ji Ingyue, Qin Xian felt a little nostalgic for her. After Ji Yingyue returned to the Holy Land, she won the attention and support of the elders of various holy lands by virtue of her own talent and strength. She then successfully took revenge by killing the couple who had framed her before and firmly sat on the position of the Holy Maiden of Taishan. Some time ago, Ji Yingyue also sent a letter, saying that she would come back to take Qin Xian and Su Jiang to the Taishan Holy Land. But at that time, Qin Xian had already arrived at the Zhenwu Holy Land. Moreover, he had already slaughtered Wan Longshao and ascended to the throne of the Emperor's son, so it was naturally impossible for him to go to Taishan Holy Land again. Moreover, Qin Xian also learned from the letter that Ji Yingyue would also participate in this dragon-ranking battle and strive for a place to enter the Tiansong secret realm. So, Qin Xian made an agreement with Ji Yingyue to meet again after the Yulong ranking battle started, so that Ji Yingyue could improve herself and make preparations during this time. By making this agreement, Qin Xian also wanted to give Ji Yingyue a surprise. When the time comes, let Ji Yingyue see how her husband suppresses all the geniuses in Yulong domain and ascends to the throne of the number one genius. Thinking of this, Qin Xian shook his head, hid his longing in his heart, and waited to release it when they met again. Great Wilderness Prisoner Heaven Finger, a top-level imperial martial art. One finger can imprison the heaven and earth, 2 fingers can shatter mountains and rivers, 3 fingers can kill all living things, 4 fingers can break the sky, and 5 fingers can shake the universe. What a domineering introduction. It is indeed a top-level imperial martial art, the Great Wilderness Prisoner Heaven Finger. Martial arts above the king level are no longer divided into lower, middle, upper, and best levels, but are divided into ordinary, rare, and peak levels. A top-grade imperial martial art like the Great Wilderness Prison Heaven Finger is the most precious and powerful among all imperial martial arts. Once successfully cultivated, it will surely burst out with earth-shaking power. At this point, all the feedback rewards for giving birth to the supreme genius Qin Dong have been checked, and the only thing left is the feedback reward for giving birth to Qin Yuhao. Ding! Congratulations to the host's 10th offspring for being rated as a peerless genius. The system will issue a reward. The system issues rewards. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1 breakthrough card, 5 enlightenment cards, 10 bottles of top-grade Yuanling pills, 9 transformation golden body technique, Shura clan ancient combat technique, Shura blood domain, a powerful family member who is a marquis, a random king-grade technique, and a random king-grade martial arts skill. Although apart from the necessities for cultivation, there was only 1 set of exercises and 1 ancient combat skill, but when Qin Xian checked, he found that they were all top-notch. 9-turn golden body art, a physical training method. Each turn leads to a new realm. After practicing to the 9th turn, one can condense an immortal golden body and use the physical body to resist the dharma of heaven and earth. 9-turn golden body art. Each turn is a new realm. The 9th turn can condense an immortal golden body and use the flesh body to resist the dharma of heaven and earth. Doesn't this mean that as long as I cultivate to the 9th level, I can fight against a Dharma realm master with my physical strength alone? The Venerable in the Dharma realm is the true supreme being who is above all living beings. Not to mention the Yulong domain. Even if you look at the entire Tiansong Daozhou, the Dharma realm Venerable has absolute power to suppress an entire domain. And now, as long as one practices the 9 revolutions golden body technique to the 9th level, one can fight against a Dharma realm Venerable with pure physical strength. This is simply the supreme book for those martial artists who practice physical training. Moreover, Qin Xian also possesses the blood of a true dragon. His physical strength is already very high. With the 9 revolutions golden body technique, he is even more powerful. Perhaps by then we will have the opportunity to sanctify our bodies. Ashura blood domain, an ancient combat skill of the Ashura clan. It uses one's own blood essence to condense an Ashura blood domain with a radius of 10 miles. The Ashura blood domain has a very strong sealing power and contains a very strong killing intent. It can weaken the enemy's willpower, the speed of spiritual power circulation, and reduce combat power. Those with weak wills will be directly defeated. The Shura blood domain is actually a forbidden combat skill. It can stimulate the essence of blood and condense into a forbidden domain. It is worthy of being the ancient combat skill of the Shura clan. It is serious in killing all. After checking it out, Qin Xian couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. The forbidden ancient combat skill that can condense a domain is no less valuable and powerful than the top-grade imperial martial art, the Great Wilderness Prisoner Sky Finger. In this way, Qin Xian finally checked all the rewards. Next, It's time for him to use these rewards to improve himself. System: fuse the Chaos Divine Body. The first choice for improvement is to first merge the Chaos Divine Body, the Supreme Origin Divine Body, to raise Qin Xian's talent and understanding to the extreme. Boom. As Qin Xian finished speaking, an extremely blazing divine light suddenly burst out from his body, as if a god had descended. Endless surging chaotic purple energy emerged from his body, and a mysterious aura that was enough to subvert the heaven and earth emanated from it. At this moment, above the sky of the Zhenwu Holy Land, there was a divine light spreading for thousands of miles, dazzling and shocking. There was also the shadow of a dark dragon tumbling in the clouds, and thousands of purple-gold divine lotus phantoms blooming in the void, with purple air curling up into the sky. Chaos Divine Body, Fusion. Chapter 58. No. It's the 5th level of Sword Intent. After the fusion of the Chaos Divine Body, endless chaotic purple energy emerged from Qin Xian's body. It continuously washed over his limbs and bones, making Qin Xian's meridians, blood, and flesh more translucent, emitting a mysterious and terrifying aura. There was also the divine power of the sun that was previously contained in his body, which was now mixed with wisps of chaotic purple energy. Both its power and lethality increased hundreds of times in an instant. Feeling the changes after the fusion of the Chaos Divine Body, Qin Xian also showed a satisfied smile. Now, whether it is his talent, understanding, or the strength of the spiritual power in his body, they have all reached the pinnacle. Next, I will break through the realm first, then practice the martial arts techniques rewarded by the system, and finally improve my sword intent to increase my combat power to the extreme. Qin Xian's current realm is the 6th level of the Cave Heaven realm. This time, he was rewarded with a total of 4 realm-breaking cards, which are enough for Qin Xian to directly break through to the 1st level of the Xinzong realm and become a powerful marquis. System: use the breakthrough card. Boom. With the use of the 4 realm-breaking cards, the spiritual energy around him instantly surged in like hundreds of rivers converging into the sea, and Qin Xian's momentum also began to soar. And when using the last breakthrough card, Qin Xian also swallowed the Sun Fire Essence. The power of the Sun God and the Golden Emperor's burning sky flame in his body were both raised to a higher level. Just like that, as 4 roars rang out, Qin Xian finally broke through to the Xinzong realm and became a powerful marquis. After breaking through to the Xinzong realm, Qin Xian first used the Enlightenment card to practice the 3 martial arts techniques of the Great Wilderness Prisoner Sky Finger, Shura Blood Domain, and 9 Transformations Golden Body Technique. Ding. Consuming 5 Epiphany cards, the Imperial Grade Top-Level Martial Arts, Great Wilderness Prisoner Sky Finger, that you practiced has reached the 5th level of Epiphany, and your 5 fingers can move the world. Ding. Consume 4 Epiphany cards, and the Shura clan's ancient combat skill, Shura Blood Domain, that you practiced will be upgraded to the perfect stage. Ding. Consuming 6 Enlightenment cards, the Body Refining Technique, 9 Transformations of the Golden Body, that you practiced has reached the 6th transformation. Ding. Due to the host's realm limitation, the 9 Transformations Golden Body Technique can no longer be enlightened and improved. Qin Xian felt a little regretful when he heard the last system prompt sound. It turns out that the Body Refining Technique also has certain requirements for the martial artist's realm. With his current Xinzong realm, he can only cultivate to the 6th level of the Golden Body. However, the 6th Transformation Golden Body is also very powerful. He can now kill a marquis elder like Gu Xianghan with just his physical strength. Moreover, after upgrading the 9-turn Golden Body Technique to the 6-turn Golden Body, Qin Xian's physical strength was enough to withstand the last of the Emperor Dragon's 3 steps. It also greatly improved Qin Xian's combat power from another perspective. After practicing these 3 martial arts techniques to perfection, there are only 5 Enlightenment cards left. So Qin Xian chose a King-grade top-level martial arts technique, Amaterasu Void King Ju, from the drawn King-grade martial arts techniques to practice. Ding. Consume 4 Epiphany cards, and your practice of the top-level King-grade technique, Amaterasu Void King technique, will be upgraded to the perfect stage. After upgrading Amaterasu's Hollow King technique to the perfect stage, there is still 1 Epiphany card left, which can be used next time when needed. Next, it's time to improve the sword intent. After practicing all the skills and martial arts to perfection, Qin Xian slowly exhaled and said with anticipation in his eyes. As Qin Xian's greatest reliance in fighting above his level, the improvement of sword intent is always Qin Xian's top priority. After all, The artistic conception can enhance a warrior's combat power far more than anything else. Now that he has cultivated to the Xinzong realm and has been conferred the title of Marquis, Qin Xian is no longer the novice warrior who knew nothing before. He knew that artistic conception was actually a weak manifestation of rules, and skills were close to the Tao. When artistic conception was elevated to the extreme, it would become the Great Tao. System, use the Ascension card. As soon as he finished speaking, an extreme sword light burst out from Qin Xian's eyes. A sharp sword intent that was powerful enough to cut through the world rose from Qin Xian's body, soaring into the sky from the room, sweeping across the entire Zhenwu Holy Land. Boom. In an instant, the surrounding void was filled with sword energy like a tide. Even the void wind was annihilated. The clouds in the sky suddenly cracked apart, as if a god held a sword to split the sky apart and slash the vast sky. All the swords in the Holy Land, whether they were spiritual weapons or magic weapons, were humming at this moment, with the sword tips pointing towards Qin Xian's courtyard, trying to break through the air. What the hell? Why did my condor sword move on its own? What the hell? Can swords become spirits these days? This is ridiculous. Fuck you. This is because he is driven by the sword's will, which is why this happened. Sword intention? I haven't comprehended the sword intention, so where does the sword intention come from to drive me? You are such a wretch. Are you qualified to comprehend the sword's intent? I'm talking about someone else's sword's intent driving your sword. How is this possible? How could my sword be controlled by someone else's sword intent? How is it impossible? As long as his sword will is strong enough, he can drive your sword to chop off your dog head. Shit. Whose sword power is so powerful? Could it be the Holy Lord? No, buddy, you're a fool. You've been in the Holy Land for so many years, and you still don't know that the Holy Lord is a sword cultivator. Who is that? Besides the Holy Lord, how could there be anyone else? Shit. It's Senior Brother DZ. Such a strong sword intent. Could it be that Senior Brother DZ's sword intent is about to break through again? As Qin Xian's sword intent soared into the sky, it caused the long swords of the entire Holy Land to resonate. All the disciples also guessed that it was Qin Xian who was breaking through the sword intent. This guess shocked all the disciples, as if they had caught a glimpse of the living sword god. You must know that before Qin Xian broke through, he was already at the 3rd level of sword intent. Now that he has broken through, isn't he at the 4th level of sword intent? The 4th level of sword intent is a level that only ordinary emperors can break through. Even if one is a monstrous genius with outstanding talent in swordsmanship, he would have to be crowned king in the galaxy realm before he could break through. Qin Xian has just entered the Xinzong realm, but he has already broken through to the 4th level of sword intent. What a terrifying talent in swordsmanship. At this moment, not to mention that many disciples were shocked, even the true martial Saint Lord appeared again outside Qin Xian's courtyard. With a look of shock on his face, he felt the sword intent bursting out in the room. He has already broken through to the 4th level of sword intent. Damn it. Why not just let this kid become the Holy Lord? The elegant-looking Zhenwu Saint Lord couldn't help but swear at this moment. Seeing Qin Xian's terrifying talent, he really had the idea of giving up his position to Qin Xian. After all, if he didn't take action, he was afraid that Qin Xian would look down on his position as the true martial saint. Boom. As the sword energy in the void began to dissipate, the extremely sharp sword intent in the room gradually weakened and finally disappeared completely. Feeling the disappearing sword intent, Saint Lord Zhenwu knew that Qin Xian had successfully broken through. Squeak. The door to the courtyard opened, and a young man in white clothes as white as snow, with a slender figure and handsome appearance, walked out slowly. The 4th level of sword intent. Watching Qin Xian walk out slowly, the true martial Saint Lord asked directly. Hearing this, Qin Xian showed a clear smile, and then said calmly, "No, it's the 5th level of sword intent." Chapter 59, Hidden Dragon List. Luck Blessing. Peach Blossom luck is also a kind of luck. 5th level of sword intent. Upon hearing this, Saint Zhenwu's pupils constricted. If Qin Xian was told to have broken through to the 4th level of sword intent, he could still barely accept it. After all, this is an era of great strife, with all kinds of evil geniuses emerging one after another. It is reasonable that he would meet an evil genius among evil geniuses. And although it was shocking to break through the 4th level of sword intent in the Xinzong realm, there had been sword wizards who had broken through in the past. However, the 5th level of sword intent is different. Looking back through eternity and across the vast world, if Qin Xian really broke through the 5th level of sword intent in the Xinzong realm, then he would be the true #1 swordsman through the ages. Seeing the Jinwu Saint Lord's reaction so violently, Qin Xian smiled even more. Seeing Qin Xian's teasing smile, the true martial saint also reacted and couldn't help but ask unhappily, "Is it true or false?" "What do you think?" "I just said it, but you took it seriously." Qin Xian smiled and said when he heard this, "I thought that our Jinwu Holy Land really had produced the greatest swordsman of all time." Saint Jinwu also laughed after hearing this. "The Holy Lord didn't come here just to ask me about the breakthrough of the sword intent, right? Or does the Holy Lord want to take me as his disciple this time?" Qin Xian spoke again. "I just love my talents so much. You don't have to hurt me like this." The Holy Lord Jinwu knew that Qin Xian was mocking him for wanting to accept Qin Dong as his disciple after he accepted Qin Chongyang as his disciple. The Yulong ranking tournament and Tiansong secret realm are about to begin. I came to find you because I have something to tell you. Follow me to the Jinwu Palace. The Holy Lord Jinwu then told the real reason for the trip. Qin Xian nodded when he heard this, and then came to the Jinwu Hall with the Jinwu Saint Lord again. "I don't have anything to tell you about the Yulong ranking tournament. I believe that with your strength, you are enough to suppress all the geniuses of this generation in Yulong domain, ascend to the supreme throne, and obtain the golden Tiansong spirit talisman. However, you still need to be careful after entering the Tiansong secret realm. After all, there are dozens of large domains in Tiansong Daozhou. Although Yulong domain's ranking is not low, it is not high either. It can only be said to be in the middle. As for those large domains that rank at the top, their boundaries are wider, their spiritual energy is richer, their luck is stronger, and the strength of the geniuses they cultivate will naturally be stronger. You hold the golden Tiansong spirit talisman, and you can obtain the highest level of holy spring baptism, but you will also be coveted by others. After all, in the secret realm, strength is the most effective pass, and there will be no shortage of killings. As a warrior, I believe you should know the cruelty of the world. In addition to the geniuses in each major domain, there are also some dangerous places and monsters in the secret realm. They are also dangerous. You must be cautious when the time comes." The Holy Lord Jinwu was like an old mother, constantly giving instructions to Qin Xian. "Don't worry, whether it's the Yulong ranking battle or the Tiansong secret realm, I have this sword, so I have nothing to fear." Upon hearing this, Qin Xian patted the juk on his back and said. Upon seeing this, Saint Jinwu nodded, then looked a little hesitant. "Holy Lord, just say what you want to say, don't be so fussy." Seeing this, Qin Xian frowned slightly and said, "In that case, I'll tell you. In the Tiansong secret realm, there is a hidden dragon ranking formed by the laws of heaven. The list will record the top 10 hidden dragon prodigies in the entire Tiansong Daozhou. I hope that if you have the energy to spare, you will try your best to get a seat. If Wan Longxiao were here, I would definitely not ask for this, but with your strength, you definitely have a chance to be on the hidden dragon ranking." The Holy Lord Jinwu looked at Qin Xian solemnly and said, "Apart from fame, are there any other benefits to being on the hidden dragon ranking?" Qin Xian pondered for a moment and then spoke. "There is no gain without pain." The Holy Lord Jinwu told him the matter of the hidden dragon list in such a serious manner. "I believe that in addition to the fame brought by being on the list, there must be other benefits that would make the true martial saint so serious. Luck. Any warrior who enters the Tiansong secret realm and experiences the baptism of the Holy Spring will gain some luck more or less. As for the hidden dragon prodigies who made it to the list, in addition to the enormous luck they have obtained themselves, their forces and the large regions they are in will also receive the enormous luck blessing of Tiansong Daozhou. The reason why there are such huge differences among the dozens of major regions in Tiansong Daozhou is because of the different distribution of luck. With more luck, the spiritual energy in the domain will become more and more abundant, magical medicines and sacred objects will appear more frequently, and evildoers and geniuses will emerge endlessly. Every battle in the Tiansong secret realm and every battle on the hidden dragon ranking determines the rise and fall of a great domain. So, for the sake of the Jinwu Holy Land and the people of Yulong territory, I hope you can fight for the hidden dragon ranking." The Holy Lord Jinwu looked at Qin Xian and asked seriously, "Luck is invisible and illusory, but it really exists and is enough to influence the people of an area. If, as Saint Jinwu said, being on the hidden dragon list can really bring blessings of luck, then Qin Xian must fight for it. Not to mention the Qin family, the Jinwu Holy Land, and the people of Yulong territory. Just for Qin Xian's own sake, he must obtain this blessing of luck. The specific manifestation of an individual warrior being blessed by luck is that his luck becomes very good, his wishes come true, and everything goes smoothly. That's it. Some geniuses like the Son of Luck are born with various accompanying talents. They can find treasures wherever they go, and there is no bottleneck in breaking through the realm. Of course, Qin Xian doesn't particularly care about treasures or talents. It's mainly about love luck, which is also a kind of luck. If Qin Xian could be blessed with Tiansong's luck, then wouldn't there be peerless and stunning women throwing themselves at him wherever he goes? The chances of meeting a suitable marriage partner will definitely increase greatly. Also, the chances of his wives and concubines getting pregnant, and the talents of their offspring. These things that cannot be 100% controlled are all determined by the fate in the world. Thinking of this, Qin Xian's eyes became serious, and he looked at the true martial saint and said very seriously, "Since this is for the sake of the people of Yulong territory, it is our duty." Chapter 60 True Martial Holy Blood, Martial Soul Fusion Skill. Hearing Qin Xian's words, the Holy Lord Jinwu also stared at Qin Xian seriously. He wanted to find a flaw in Qin Xian's expression, but apart from righteousness and determination, he did not find any other emotions. This made Saint Jinwu feel a little guilty. He was judging Qin Xian by his own standards, and he didn't expect that Qin Xian could have such a righteous heart. Thinking of this, the Holy Lord Jinwu waved his hand, and the void in the hall was instantly torn apart. A drop of crystal red exuded an incomparably terrifying aura, as if 1,000 kilograms of blood flew out from the void and hovered in the hall. Feeling the surging power contained in this drop of blood in front of him, and the mysterious and terrifying aura it exuded, Qin Xian asked in surprise, "What kind of blood is this? Just one drop can emit such a horrible aura." It was really surprising that the drop of blood in front of him could actually bring a sense of oppression to Qin Xian. This is a drop of holy blood. This is the blood of saints left by our ancestors during the glorious days of our Zhenwu Holy Land. This drop of holy blood contains the power of the Holy Way. Even though you have already broken through to the divine hidden realm, you can still gain a significant improvement after taking it. The Holy Lord Jinwu explained to Qin Xian. No wonder a drop of blood could make him feel oppressive. It turned out to be a drop of holy blood. The legendary saint is a powerful saint who is above the emperor of the ultimate realm. His strength is so great that he can understand the laws of yin and yang. He can truly be called a saint. I didn't expect that in such a small holy land like Zhenwu, there would be a drop of holy blood. If the powerful forces in other regions of Tiansong Daozhou knew about this, they would probably come across regions to fight for it. The holy blood is so valuable. Why doesn't the Holy Lord take it himself to break through the realm? Seeing that the Holy Lord Jinwu was willing to give him something as precious as the holy blood, Qin Xian felt a little guilty. Could it be that his acting just now was so realistic that the Holy Lord Jinwu was moved by him? Before I took the throne of the Holy Lord, I had already consumed a drop of the true martial saint blood. It's a pity that I have failed to live up to the legacy of my ancestors. Until now, my potential has been exhausted and I haven't even broken through to the realm of magical power, let alone restore the former glory of the Zhenwu Holy Land. Upon hearing this, Saint Jinwu shook his head and said, "This is a time of great contention. Talented people are emerging in large numbers, and spiritual objects are everywhere. Even the concentration of spiritual energy in the Wandering Dragon territory has increased significantly compared to the past. Therefore, all the forces in the entire Yulong territory and even the entire Tiansong Daozhou will bring out their best resources this time. In this era of great contention, which is also the golden age of chaos, they will strive for the qualification to continue their inheritance safely. As far as I know, the Heaven Sword Holy Land has used some kind of power, but the Heaven Sword Saint has already broken through the cave Heaven Realm. And the Sword Intent has also broken through to the peak of the 2nd level, and is only one step away from the 3rd level. There is also the Taishan Holy Land. The Saintess of Taishan has the Purple Phoenix divine body. Every time she attains nirvana, her strength and talent will be greatly improved. The Taishan Holy Land has also used some of its hidden resources. The Saintess of Taishan has actually achieved nirvana 3 times, and her realm is about to break through to the peak of the cave Heaven Realm. Although his sword intent is only at the middle stage of the 2nd level, his strength should not be underestimated. With his realm advantage, he may be even stronger than the Heavenly Sword Saint. There are also some ancient clans, and even the top kings among the independent cultivators. For the sake of this Yulong ranking tournament and Tiansong secret realm, they are all desperate and use their foundation to enhance the strength of the next generation of geniuses, so that they can take advantage of the opportunity of the great contention and rise straight up to dominate the troubled times. So, even if you didn't show up, I would still give this drop of holy blood to Wan Longshao. This is also the reason why Wan Longxiao framed Hai Bonan's disciples and was eager to ascend to the position of the Holy Sun. The true martial saint spoke again. After hearing the news, Qin Xian felt relieved and also a little emotional. It seems that he still underestimated the foundation of the major holy places. He did not expect that Taishan Holy Land could allow Ji Yingyue to achieve nirvana twice in succession in a short period of time. This must be an extremely precious spiritual object, and its value is definitely not less than the drop of Jinwu holy blood in front of him. Ji Yingyue did not tell Qin Xian in the letter about the two more nirvana experiences. I guess he had the same idea as Qin Xian and wanted to give the other party a surprise and shock when they met. After all, with Ji Yingyue's strong character, she would do such a thing. At the same time, Qin Xian also understood why Ji Yingyue was named a saint when she was only at the divine martial realm. It is estimated that the holy lords and elders of Taishan Holy Land were attracted by the ability of Ji Yingyue's purple phoenix divine body to be quickly improved through nirvana. And the spiritual objects that meet the requirements had already been prepared, which is why Ji Yingyue was canonized as a saint. Then, before the Yulong ranking battle, he used his foundation to increase his strength to the extreme, so as to compete with the geniuses of various forces. In that case, I will accept this drop of holy blood. Qin Xian stopped being pretentious and directly accepted the holy blood. This can also be seen as an investment in him by the Jinwu Holy Land. As long as he can make it onto the Hidden Dragon list and become the strongest man in the future, the reward he will get from the Jinwu Holy Land will definitely be 1,000 times more precious than a drop of holy blood. After Qin Xian accepted the holy blood, the Holy Lord Jinwu once again gave him some instructions. This time, the Tiansong secret realm will gather the strongest geniuses from the entire Tiansong Daozhou, and all forces will also show their strengths. The Holy Lord Jinwu could predict that if anyone wanted to fight for the position of Hidden Dragon in the Tiansong secret realm this time, there would surely be endless killing and bloodshed. Therefore, even the usually calm Saint Jinwu couldn't help but hesitate for a while. After all, Qin Xian carries the future of their Jinwu Holy Land. Just like that, after listening to a few more words of nagging, Qin Xian couldn't help it and directly escaped back to his own courtyard. After returning to the courtyard, Qin Xian first spent several days to completely refine the drop of holy blood. After refining, Qin Xian's realm was also upgraded from the first level of the Xinzong realm to the third level of the Xinzong realm. Even Qin Xian, a marquis in the Xinzong realm, broke through 2 realms with the help of this drop of holy blood, not to mention Wan Longxiao, who was only in the Daogong realm at the beginning. After refining the holy blood, there is not much time left before the dragon ranking battle begins. So Qin Xian stopped practicing and started partying every night, constantly practicing martial arts with Su Jiang, Lu Xia, and the other 4 girls. Chapter 61 Golden Throne. Who can ascend to the supreme position? After fighting with the 4 women for several days, Qin Xian also took the Yinyang deer blood and Longyang spirit liquid in the process. This made Qin Xian's fighting power extraordinary in the past few days, and he killed the 4 women and made them cry out in despair. The only regret was that after fighting for several days, only Lu Qiue became pregnant. This also made Qin Xian sigh that his luck was indeed very bad. It seems that this time in Tiansong's secret realm, I have to fight for the top spot on the potential dragon list to make up for it. Just like that, with the end of day and night competition, the day for the Yulong ranking battle to begin has arrived. Hundreds of core disciples gathered in the square in front of the Jinwu Hall, some of whom were going to participate in the dragon ranking battle. After all, there are a total of 100 places to enter the Tiansong secret realm. In addition to those geniuses at the level of saint sons and saint daughters, there will definitely be some places left. By then, the core disciples of the Holy Land will not be completely without chance. In addition to these disciples, there were more than 10 deacons and several elders leading the way to the venue of the Yulong ranking tournament. As for their Jinwu Emperor's son and Jinwu Saint Lord, they both left the main force. The former brought his beautiful concubine with him, but the latter was rejected by the former and went alone in anger. Just like that, as the Yulong ranking battle began, all major forces in the entire Yulong domain came out one after another. The Yulong ranking battle is held between several towering mountains in the center of the Yulong domain. At this time, the major king-level forces have not yet arrived, but countless warriors have already come from all over the Yulong territory. They gathered together just to watch this feast of geniuses and see what kind of enchanting and powerful geniuses would appear among them. Who do you think will be able to reach the top of the rankings in this dragon tournament? In my opinion, the eldest disciple of King Zheojiang, Xiao Yuanjing, is most likely to reach the top. King Zhejiang is a powerful independent cultivator in the Yulong domain. His realm is at the 9th level of the galaxy realm, making him a peak king. Therefore, although the king of Zhejiang is just a casual cultivator, his realm and strength are so high that even the Holy Land does not dare to provoke him easily. And his eldest disciple Xiao Yuanjing is also a peerless genius with outstanding talent. He possesses a holy body of Bodhi, extraordinary comprehension, and his understanding and speed of cultivation of martial arts far surpass those of his peers. As far as I know, Xiao Yuanjing is only at the Cave Heaven realm now, but he has already cultivated the Zhejiang King's unique martial art, the Zhejiang God-breaking spear, to the great perfection stage. What the hell? Is this true? Can a person in the Cave Heaven realm cultivate a king-grade martial art to the great perfection stage? It's true. The Bodhi holy body he possesses has a terrifying blessing on his understanding. I heard that he was able to perform heavenly martial arts when he was in the spiritual sea realm. No matter how horrible it is, it can't be this outrageous. I guess it was probably because his master, King Zhejiang, found some spiritual herbs that could increase his comprehension. The combination of the two made it possible for him to achieve the unprecedented feat of mastering king-grade martial arts at the Cave Heaven realm. Fuck. Don't tell me. I heard that several years ago, the king of Zhejiang found several Bodhi seeds in a secret place. That's it. Bodhi seeds are the best supplement for the Bodhi holy body, enough to increase Xiao Yuanjing's comprehension by dozens of times. Damn it. As expected of him, he is the eldest disciple of the peak king, King Zhejiang. He can use such a precious spiritual object as Bodhi seeds as soon as he wants. It seems that Xiao Yuanjing is the genius who is most likely to ascend to the supreme position. Practice the king-grade martial arts to the great perfection stage at the Cave Heaven realm. With such an enchanting talent, in the previous dragon ranking battles, he would definitely be able to crush everyone and reach the supreme position. Not necessarily. Although the king-grade martial arts are powerful, you know that the Heavenly Sword Saint of the Heavenly Sword Holy Land has now reached the peak of the 2nd level of Sword Intent, and is only one step away from the 3rd level of Sword Intent. The artistic conception is the thing that has the greatest impact on a warrior's combat power. I still think that the sword intent at the peak of the 2nd level of the Cave Heaven realm is more powerful than the power of the king-grade martial arts. That's wrong. I think both artistic conception and martial arts can enhance combat power. Only realm advantage is the most stable advantage for a warrior. I heard that the Holy Maiden Ji Yingyue of Taishan Holy Land has now broken through to the 8th level of the Cave Heaven realm. Whether it is the Heavenly Sword Saint or Xiao Yuanjing, they have both fallen behind by several small realms. The gap between them is the most stable advantage. Don't forget the unrivaled prince of the Song royal family, Song Shinkong. That peerless prince has been madly using his inner strength to improve himself. He is now a powerful genius at the 5th level of the Cave Heaven realm. He also possesses the mysterious Cave Spirit Bone and the 2nd level mid-stage Spear Intent. His combat power cannot be underestimated. The Song royal family is a royal family with the surname Song. There are several kings in the family, and it is also an extremely prominent and powerful force in the Yulong domain. There are also Ao Heli, the saint of the Songhai ancient sect, and Ouyang Lai, the saint of the Yinri ancient sect. It is indeed a time of great contention. In the past, these geniuses would have easily taken the supreme position, but now they have gathered together. It is so exciting. Among the mountains, countless onlookers were discussing passionately, all of them marveling at the current world of contention. Moreover, some people even opened a gambling table and bet all their wealth on which genius would come out on top, or which genius can enter the top 10, or which force has the largest number of people in the top 100. Once the gambling started, it became extremely popular. The resources staked were even equivalent to the entire savings of some giant sects. Just like that, in this lively atmosphere, people from various holy places, ancient sects, and powerful independent cultivators continued to arrive. Boom. The void was suddenly torn apart, and one after another of the galaxy realm kings with terrifying auras as deep as the abyss and as prison-like as hell arrived in vain. According to the rounds, the host of this year's Yulong ranking battle is the Holy Lord of Tiandao Holy Land. Afterwards, after all the forces and kings and independent cultivators had arrived, wearing a black martial arts robe, tall and strong, with a long sword on his waist, the Heavenly Sword Saint Lord, with a dignified sword spirit all over his body, walked out slowly, glanced around, and said, "I will not say any more nonsense. The rules of this dragon ranking tournament are a tournament. Anyone who thinks they are strong enough and qualified to take a certain position or rank can just go ahead and take it. As soon as he finished speaking, the Holy Lord of Heavenly Sword waved his hand, and a powerful spiritual power burst out. Suddenly, huge arenas rose from the mountains. And above each arena, there is a throne hanging in the air. The arena is divided into 3 levels. The bottom level is bronze with 90 seats, the second level is silver with 9 seats, and the top level is gold with only 1 seat. As the golden arena and throne appeared, the mountains suddenly flashed with blazing golden light, completely suppressing the silver and bronze light. This also made countless people look up at the golden throne with fiery eyes. The person who is able to surpass all the other arrogances and sit on the golden throne can be called the supreme among the arrogances of this generation in Yulong Domain. Chapter 62. Giants and Geniuses Compete for the Golden Talisman. On each arena, there is a formation set up by a king-level expert. Just use it as you please and burst to the limit. Don't worry about damaging the arena. Also, in this dragon ranking tournament, there will be no limit on the number of people on each stage. In an era of great competition, there must be a great atmosphere of competition. Only those who can truly suppress their peers and sweep away all the invincible evil geniuses are qualified to enter the Tiansong secret realm and compete with the geniuses of the entire Tiansong Daozhou. After the arenas with flashing formation lights all around them were suspended in the air, the Heavenly Sword Saint Lord spoke again. When the Heavenly Sword Saint finished speaking, everyone present was in an uproar. There is no limit to the number of people in the ring, so it will be a multiplayer free-for-all, and the strongest will be crowned the king. Compared to a one-on-one ring match, it will be even more cruel and bloody. When such a cruel rule came out, not only did those who participated in the battle look unhappy, even those who were just watching were frightened. Of course, some geniuses who are extremely confident in their own abilities will not retreat. On the contrary, their hearts were even more excited and full of passion, because they all believed that they were the supreme genius who was capable of suppressing the contemporary world. Okay, now that you are clear about the rules, let's get started. After saying this, the Heavenly Sword Saint once again waved his hand, and all the formations on the 100 arenas were activated. He himself soared directly into the air, standing proudly above the sky together with those Galaxy Realm kings with terrifying auras, overlooking the arenas. Boom. As the Holy Lord of Heavenly Sword announced the start of the Dragon Ranking Tournament, the scene suddenly became heated. The geniuses who had been ready to fight for a long time burst out with their momentum, wanting to occupy the arena and defeat all the enemies. Among the 100 arenas, there must be a place where I, Zhang Yuanliang, can dominate. I have practiced martial arts for 30 years, and today I will defeat all the arrogant ones. As soon as the words fell, a figure holding a long sword flew directly to a bronze glowing arena, stood there with the sword in hand, and glanced around. Humph! Who the hell are you, Zhang Yuanliang? Are you worthy of occupying an arena? This Tiansong spirit talisman belongs to me. Yulin. Haha. Who am I? I'm your father. How dare you humiliate me? You cannot bear my wrath. Go to hell. Boom. Martial arts exploded on the arena, and powerful energy ripples spread in all directions, but were all blocked by the arena's formation. Those who dare to participate in the Yulong ranking battle are all top-notch geniuses from all over the Yulong domain and all forces. Although he cannot be compared with monsters like Xiao Yuanjing and the Son of Heavenly Sword, he is also extremely talented and powerful among the warriors of the same generation in Yulong domain. Therefore, these geniuses are also arrogant and proud. How could they feel that they are weaker than others of the same generation? Just like that, as geniuses took up residence on each arena, earth-shaking battles suddenly broke out. What an intense battle! It's indeed worthy of being called the Yulong Ranking Tournament, gathering all the geniuses from the entire Yulong domain. It looks so exciting. Oh my god! Senior brother Chen Jiaming was defeated so quickly. He is our sect's core disciple, a peerless genius with a glacial spirit body. What's the point of a glacier spirit body? Senior brother Zhu Zhengqing in our Holy Land possesses the dual talents of Earth and Wood spirit body and Dragon Ice Bone, and has the cultivation base of the 8th level of the Dao Palace realm. Yet, he was still beaten down in less than a quarter of an hour. The 90 arenas accommodated tens of thousands of geniuses, and the action on each arena was as intense and spectacular as a battlefield. The onlookers were watching the extremely brutal battles on the stages and were all discussing the situation. In their eyes, some of them are the chosen ones who are usually high and mighty and rank at the top of their respective forces. Now on the stage, he is no different from an ordinary passerby. Those who deserve to be injured are injured, and those who deserve to be defeated are defeated. The arrogance and aloofness of the past are long gone, and only the embarrassment is left. As time passed, some of the Bronze Talisman arenas also saw the emergence of powerful geniuses who were able to sweep across the four directions and were able to suppress all enemies and stand firm as a mountain. Therefore, these geniuses also cast their eyes on the 9 Silver Talisman arenas. After all, everyone has ambitions, not to mention the Silver Tiansong Talisman. After entering the Tiansong secret realm, the level of the Holy Spring baptism obtained is also higher, which can further improve one's comprehension qualifications. However, when they looked over, they found that there were dozens of figures standing around the 9 Silver Talisman arenas. Moreover, each figure exudes a majestic and powerful aura, and a magnificent shadow of a cave sky appears behind them. There are dozens of young geniuses from the Cave Heaven realm appearing in this dragon ranking tournament. Have all the major forces gone crazy? Seeing those dozens of giant geniuses with shadows of caves and heavens behind them, the onlookers were all extremely surprised. To be able to break through to the Cave Heaven realm at such a young age, the resources invested by the forces behind him must be considerable. Just like the true martial Saint Lord gave the true martial Saint blood to Qin Xian, other forces also took out their resources to cultivate the monstrous geniuses they believed were capable of dominating the generation. In this era of great contention, those who do not strive for progress will be eliminated by the times. If the major forces are still unwilling to use their true strengths, then they are truly crazy. Indeed, in addition to the background, the outstanding qualifications and talents of these geniuses cannot be ignored. I think this dragon ranking tournament can be regarded as the highest quality one in 100 years. Looking at those phantoms of the cave sky that exuded a terrifying aura, and the geniuses who were killing everyone on the Bronze Talisman arena, they wanted to go to the next level and compete for the Silver Talisman arena. At this moment, everyone was hesitant and felt a little panicked. After all, including the Golden Talisman arena, there are only 10 gold and silver arenas in total. However, there are dozens of giant geniuses in the Cave Heaven realm, which are simply not enough to share. They will definitely come to compete for their Bronze Talisman arena. Seeing this, these people can only pray in their hearts that they are not the ones to be competed for the quota. Boom. As the atmosphere in the void around the silver arena became increasingly tense, a group of giant geniuses in the Cave Heaven realm finally took action and started the battle for the gold and silver arenas. However, to everyone's surprise, among the dozens of Cave Heaven realm giants and geniuses, not a single one chose to occupy the Silver Talisman arena. They all had clear goals, and a majestic aura burst out from their bodies, like dozens of long rainbows piercing the sun and falling directly onto the Golden Talisman arena. Chapter 63: A Man in White Sitting on the Supreme Throne. What the hell? Why are they all occupying the Gold Talisman arena? Is there no one occupying the Silver Talisman arena? They are all giants and geniuses in the Cave Heaven realm. No one will submit to the other before they fight. In a fight between people in the same realm, neither of them will feel that they are weaker than others. So naturally, they all want to fight for the Golden Talisman and the Supreme Throne. It's actually like this. He is worthy of being the top genius among all the major forces. Just this mentality alone shows that he has the heart of a strong man. Dozens of great geniuses from the Cave Heaven realm all landed on the Golden Talisman arena. At first, the onlookers were all confused and didn't feel anything was wrong until someone started to explain it. Then they gradually understood and began to admire it. Today, I, Pan Hongxian, intend to ascend to the position of the supreme heavenly pride of Yulong. Anyone who objects can come and fight me. As soon as he finished speaking, his long sword was unsheathed, and a stern and domineering sword intent suddenly burst out, and the sharp sword energy swept through the void. Humph! You dare to show off your sword skills in front of an expert at the initial stage of the second level? You really don't know how high the sky is and how deep the earth is. That's right, people like you are unworthy of sitting on this supreme throne. Get off now. Boom. As majestic momentum exploded and powerful artistic conception burst out, on the Golden Talisman arena, a group of giant geniuses from the Cave Heaven realm started an even more intense and magnificent battle. Many of these giant geniuses in the Cave Heaven realm have broken through to the second level of the artistic conception. With the blessing of the second level of artistic conception, his combat power became even stronger and he quickly stood out in the melee. It also made the people who had the same forces as these geniuses all feel excited and burst into cheers. However, just when everyone was cheering the loudest, 6 figures descended onto the Golden Talisman Arena from different directions. Everyone, have you had enough fun? If you have, it's time to go down. A young man with fiery red hair, a sturdy build, and carrying a huge axe walked slowly towards the crowd and said with a playful smile, "What nonsense? Just clear the area." In another direction, a burly young man with explosive muscles and a fierce face was also walking towards the crowd. He was holding a huge stick that looked more like a tree. It's Ouyang Lai, the holy son of the sun-shaking ancient sect, and Ao Heli, the holy son of the Songhai ancient sect. There is also the Heaven Sword Saint Lu Liming, the Zhejiang King's eldest disciple Xiao Yuanjing, the Taishan Saint Ji Yingwei, and the unparalleled prince of the Song King family, Song Xiankong. Oh my god, the strongest monsters and geniuses in Yulong territory have finally appeared. The Saint Lady Taishan is so beautiful. She is truly a stunning beauty. Nonsense. She's my goddess. The most beautiful woman in Yulong territory. How can she not be beautiful? If I can win the favor of Saint Lady Taishan, it will be worth it even if I die. You're such a smug bastard. But that unparalleled Prince Song Xiankong is also very handsome, and I really like him. Wait, why do I feel like something is missing? Jinwu Saint. Where is the Jinwu Saint Wan Longxiao? Didn't he come to participate in the Yulong ranking tournament? It's possible that because the foundation of the Jinwu Holy Land is too poor, Wan Longxiao is not strong enough and knows that he can't compete with these people, so he didn't come. Alas, the Jinwu Holy Land is really becoming increasingly decadent. Upon hearing the news that Qin Xian had ascended to the throne of the Jinwu Emperor's son, the Jinwu Saint Lord strictly ordered his disciples not to spread the news. After hearing the order, all the disciples signed a pledge not to disclose it to anyone else. They understood the evil taste of Saint Jinwu, who wanted to see all the forces in the entire Yulong domain be surprised after Qin Xian appeared, because they also had the same evil taste. Therefore, the outside world's understanding of the Jinwu Holy Land is still stuck in the period of Jinwu Holy Son Wan Longxiao. Hearing everyone's discussions, the disciples of Jinwu Holy Land were all secretly happy. The Jinwu Holy Land is becoming increasingly decadent. Emperor Qin Xian will slap you hard in the face in a moment. Humph. Ao Heli, you are only at the 5th level of the Cave Heaven realm. Why are you pretending to be so high and mighty? That's right. Do you really think you are invincible? You still want to clear the place. Are you worthy enough? Song Xiankong, I've disliked you for a long time. Take this from me. Ha 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 ha. Ji Yingwei, if you are willing to marry me, I will help you occupy this Golden Talisman Arena. How about that? Although the 6 were previously recognized as the strongest sequence geniuses in the Yulong domain, these giant geniuses in the Dongtian realm were all madly improved by using their own forces foundation. So, they might have been afraid of the 6 people before, but now, what they want to do more is to defeat the 6 people. Court death. A cold and icy voice sounded, and among the 6 people, Ji Yingwei was the first to take action. Behind Ji Yingwei, a pair of purple phoenix wings formed by spiritual power suddenly spread out. As they flapped, blazing flames burned, emitting a terrifying aura. Boom. As the purple phoenix flapped its wings, Ji Yingwei's beautiful figure instantly disappeared from the spot. The next second, she appeared in front of the man who had just threatened to marry her. Seeing that Ji Yingwei's speed was so fast, the man's face changed drastically, and he quickly raised his hands to block. However, as a powerful, scorching breath hit her face, Ji Yingwei only slapped out with one palm. Endless purple phoenix divine power surged and instantly condensed into a purple flame divine phoenix. It carried destructive power and hit the man directly in the chest. Boom. The powerful energy aftermath swept in all directions, and the violent roar resounded through the heaven and earth. When the purple phoenix flame dissipated, everyone saw that the great genius who had just spoken arrogantly was actually flying out and falling from the Golden Talisman Arena. There was a shocking, huge, penetrating wound on the chest, and blood splattered in the void, which made people shudder at the sight. Fuck. She actually killed Yu Yuankai, who was at the 3rd level of the Cave Heaven realm, in 1 second. The strength of this Taishan saintess is too terrifying. It seems that your uncle is still your uncle. These evil geniuses in the strongest sequence are still the strongest. No, you're wrong. You have a different opinion. It should be said that your aunt is still your aunt. Ji Yingwei is a woman. Are you sick? Seeing that Ji Yingwei actually killed the great genius in seconds, the onlookers were all extremely shocked. It turns out that although they are both giants in the Cave Heaven realm, there is still a huge difference in their combat power. Next, it's time to clear the area. Seeing that Ji Yingwei had already taken action, Ouyang Lai, Lu Liming, Xiao Yuanjing, and other geniuses who were the strongest in the Yulong domain no longer held back. Ouyang Lai of the Yenri ancient sect had flame patterns flashing on his sturdy body, and the huge axe in his hand seemed to have the power to open the sky. With one chopped-down axe, the void shook, and several giants and geniuses fell directly under the stage. Ao Heli of the Songhai ancient sect struck out with his stick, and there was actually a sound of a dragon's roar. The stick came out like a dragon, carrying unrivaled ultimate power, and with one stick, it knocked several giants and geniuses off the stage. Lu Liming, the holy son of Heavenly Sword, took a step forward and unsheathed his long sword, gathering an ultimate sword intent. With just one slash of the sword, the dazzling and sharp sword light directly cut all the people in front of him off the stage. Xiao Yuanjing, the eldest disciple of King Zheojiang, did not use the king-grade martial art Zheojiang Duanshan spear at this moment, but instead used a perfect stage of wild-grade top-grade palm technique. The power was equally strong, and several giants and geniuses were sent flying with one palm. There is also Song Xiankong from the Song royal family, with mysterious light in his eyes, as if he can see through the shortcomings of everyone. Every time he thrust out with the spear in his hand, he was able to strike the enemy's weakest point. After a few shots, there was no one left standing in front of him. Boom. As all 6 people took action, violent energy rushed into the sky, causing even faint ripples in the king-level formation. From this, we can see what kind of outstanding talents and powerful strength these 6 geniuses, who were once recognized as the strongest in the Yulong domain, possess. Although they were all giants in the cave heaven realm, the geniuses before them could not even withstand a single move from them. At this moment, they finally realized that the gap between the geniuses was so huge, even like a chasm. Boom, boom, boom. As the roars resounded, one giant genius after another from the cave heaven realm was knocked off the golden talisman arena. They looked at the 6 invincible figures on the golden talisman arena in a panic, their eyes filled with horror. Just like that, as the 6 people cleared the field forcefully, the figures on the golden talisman arena gradually disappeared and fell, and in the end, only the 6 of them were left. The weak have fallen. The battle of the strong must begin now. Ao Heli, who had explosive muscles and a body like a small giant, said after taking a glance around. Today, the time has come for a supreme leader to emerge from the Yulong territory's current generation of geniuses. Lu Liming, the holy son of Heavenly Sword, was also filled with awe-inspiring sword intent at this moment. He looked around with sharp eyes and said, "In that case, let's fight." Ouyang Lai's momentum suddenly exploded, and flames burned on his strong body, like a fire god of war. He raised his axe and chopped at everyone. Boom. Upon seeing this, the other 5 also burst out with all their strength, firing at full power, wanting to display their full potential and defeat all the enemies. However, at this moment, the 6 people only saw a flash of white shadow before their eyes. Then, a tall and handsome young man in white sat directly on the golden throne. This position of the supreme pride of Yulong territory is what this emperor wants. If the 5 of you are not convinced, then come and attack together. Chapter 64. Emperor Qin Xian, husband of Saint Tai Xian. Seeing that the golden talisman arena had been cleared, Qin Xian knew that it was time for him, the protagonist, to appear on the stage. So, he directly crossed the void, sat on the golden throne, and overlooked the geniuses of the entire Yulong domain. Presumptuous. Court death. Get down here right now. Seeing that Qin Xian was actually sitting on the golden throne, he was even clamoring to fight 5 people alone. The 5 people except Ji Yingwei became extremely furious in an instant, and even cold murderous intent appeared in their eyes. They wanted to kill Qin Xian, this unknown and arrogant man, directly. Fuck. Is this guy crazy? Does he think whoever sits on the throne first will be the supreme genius of this generation in Yulong territory? Damn it. Where did these 2 coins come from? They even let 5 of the strongest geniuses attack together. Have they had enough of living? Don't worry. Looking at the furious expressions on the 5 of them, I don't think this guy will survive. Serves him right. Does he think this is a theater stage? Is he here to be a clown? At this moment, not only Ouyang Lai and the other 4 were furious, but even the onlookers were all in an uproar and started cursing at Qin Xian. After all, they didn't know who Qin Xian was at all, and they all thought that Qin Xian was crazy about becoming famous, so he did this. However, among the onlookers, there was a large group of several hundred people. At this moment, in stark contrast to the crowd that was cursing and complaining, their eyes were fanatical and their voices were loud and clear as they shouted. Emperor Qin Xian is awesome. He suppresses his peers and is an invincible genius. Emperor Qin Xian is so domineering. He defeated all enemies and became the supreme ruler. Listening to the fanatical shouts of the disciples of Zhenwu Holy Land, the onlookers were almost stunned. So this nonsensical and extremely arrogant young man in white is actually from the Zhenwu Holy Land? What's going on? Isn't Wan Longshao the holy son of Zhenwu Holy Land? Who is this Qin Xian? Qin Xian, the emperor's son? I remember that to become the emperor's son of the Holy Land, one must defeat the previous 3 generations of holy sons, right? Are you kidding? The first 3 generations of saint sons of the Zhenwu Holy Land. The earliest one must have been made a marquis. Damn it. Has the Zhenwu Holy Land gone crazy? What are they yelling about? The fanatical shouts of the disciples of Zhenwu Holy Land not only attracted the attention of the onlookers. Even the kings of the galaxy realm standing in the sky were looking at the white figure on the golden throne with slightly frowned brows. Zhenwu, what are you doing in your holy land? King Zhejiang, who is recognized as the strongest independent cultivator in Yulong domain and the peak king of the 9th level of Xinghe realm, looked at the Zhenwu saint and asked with dissatisfaction. The dragon ranking tournament is such a grand event for geniuses, but it is not for disciples of the Zhenwu Holy Land like you to perform on stage. Why should King Zhejiang be angry? Just watch and you will know. Upon hearing this, Saint Zhenwu smiled on his elegant face and said, the rest of the galaxy realm kings, such as the Heavenly Sword Saint, the Taishan Saint, the Patriarch of the Song Royal Family, etc., all looked at the Zhenwu Saint with suspicion at this moment. Could it be that the young man in white on the Golden Talisman Arena really possesses the combat power of an emperor's son? Thinking of this, many galaxy realm kings shook their heads. Although it is an era of great strife, with the luck and resources of Yulong domain, it is absolutely impossible to cultivate a genius with the combat power of an emperor's son. Seeing the suspicious expressions on the faces of many galaxy realm kings, the true martial Saint Lord appeared calm on the surface, but was sneering madly in his heart. You are a bunch of frogs in the well. I will open your eyes in a moment and let you see what a true, peerless evildoer is. Husband, on the Golden Talisman Arena, looking at the white figure on the throne, Ji Yingyue raised her beautiful face and said with surprise, Yingyue, long time no see. Meeting Ji Yingyue again, Qin Xian's heart was filled with longing for her. He said with a gentle smile on his handsome face, Husband? What did I hear? Saint Lady Taishan actually called that young man in white husband? What the hell? What's going on? Saint Taishan is the goddess in my mind. How come she suddenly became my wife? This pretty boy is just a little more handsome. Saint Taishan is too superficial. I don't accept it. How can such an unknown person be worthy of being the husband of Saint Taishan? Damn it. This pretty boy deserves to die. When Ji Yingyue called out, husband, the people watching were immediately in an uproar. As the peerless and beautiful Saint Lady of Taishan, Ji Yingyue can be said to be a true goddess in the hearts of many male warriors. And now, their goddess was actually happily calling Qin Xian her husband. It was as if someone had stabbed them in the heart with a knife. Even the 5 people on the Golden Talisman Arena, including Xiao Yuanjing, the eldest disciple of King Zhejiang, and Song Xinkong, the eldest son of the Song family. The look he gave Qin Xian at this moment was filled with extreme murderous intent. They believe that only monsters like them are worthy of a peerless saint like Ji Yingyue, whose appearance, figure, and talent are all perfect. As for Qin Xian, a nameless clown, he was actually called husband by Ji Yingyue. This made the jealousy in their hearts rise to the sky, and they wanted to kill Qin Xian immediately and let Ji Yingyue see who is worthy of possessing her. Chapter 65. Suppressed with one punch. How can the flood dragon be worthy of competing with the real dragon? Hearing Ji Yingyue calling Qin Xian husband, many disciples of Zhenwu Holy Land were also surprised. They didn't expect that their prince was actually having an affair with the legendary Saint Lady Taishan. At the same time, they looked at the crowd that was in a state of panic, and they felt a sense of déjà vu. So, they turned around to look at the 4 girls, Su Jiang, Lu Xia, who were standing at the back watching the game, and they couldn't help but feel a sense of sympathy. No wonder it seemed so familiar. It turns out they had experienced it before. Thinking of this, they also mourned for the onlookers in their hearts, hoping that everyone can get over the blow as soon as possible. It turns out that my husband's legal wife is actually the saintess of Taishan, Ji Yingyue. Xia Qingxing said with admiration, as a core disciple of the Zhenwu Holy Land, and one of the 2 most beautiful girls of the generation. Of course, she knew Ji Yingyue, the peerless Saint Lady of Taishan. Moreover, as a female disciple in the Holy Land, She also admired Ji Yingyue's powerful strength and peerless temperament. Yes, when we were in the Qin mansion before, Sister Yingyue also took special care of us. Sun Yinshuang and Jiang Fengmu seemed very happy to see Ji Yingyue again. After all, they had spent quite a while with Ji Yingyue. Husband, teach them a lesson. On the Golden Talisman Arena, Ji Yingyue looked at Qin Xian and said with a smile, then turned around and flew down the Golden Talisman Arena and found a silver talisman arena with a clear view. Sitting upright on the silver throne, Ji Yingyue supported her chin with both hands like a little girl, quietly looking at the white figure on the golden throne. As Qin Xian's legal wife, Ji Yingyue has always trusted Qin Xian unconditionally. She believed that as long as Qin Xian stepped onto the stage, the position of the supreme genius of Yulong would be occupied by only Qin Xian. Oh my god, Saint Lady Taishian is actually willing to give up the fight for the position of the supreme pride for Qin Xian. This is too outrageous. Could it be that Saint Lady Taishian really believes that Qin Xian can defeat all 5 evil geniuses? Impossible. If Qin Xian is really so powerful, how could he have remained unknown all this time? That's right. If Qin Xian really has the strength to dominate a generation, the Jinwu Holy Land should have made him famous in Yulong Domain long ago. It's impossible for the entire Jinwu Holy Land, from the Holy Lord Elders to the deacons and disciples, to conceal his true strength. Impossible. I don't believe that the people in the Jinwu Holy Land are so boring and have such bad tastes. As the onlookers discussed, whether it was the Jinwu Saint Lord in the sky or the Jinwu disciples watching the battle on the ground, they all touched their noses guiltily and looked away. There was also the Holy Lord Taishian standing aside. When he saw Ji Yingyue first calling Qin Xian husband and then sitting directly on the silver throne, he almost broke down. At this moment, he felt as if the cabbage he had grown with great difficulty was suddenly eaten by a wild boar. Jinwu, wait until the ranking match is over. I need an explanation. Saint Lord Taishian was too embarrassed to question Ji Yingyue in front of so many people, so he could only vent his anger on Saint Lord Jinwu. Snort. Upon hearing this, Saint Lord Jinwu snorted coldly and looked indifferent, unwilling to pay any attention to Saint Lord Taishian. But he was still secretly happy in his heart. He didn't expect that Qin Xian was so powerful that he actually brought back the most beautiful woman in Yulong Domain. I don't know where this silver spear candlestick came from. He deceived Saint Taishian with some sweet words and really took himself seriously. That's right. A person who can only speak wildly is worthy of possessing the Holy Lady Taishian. I, Xiao Yuanjing, want you to know that only a monster like me is worthy of the Holy Lady Taishian. Song Xiankong from the Song Wang family and Xiao Yuanjing, the eldest disciple of King Jiujiang, looked at Qin Xian with murderous intent and said, "Don't waste your time. You two will know what kind of person he is after a fight. How dare you sit on the supreme throne when we're not paying attention? I think you're really courting death." Boom. A.O. Heli, who had a bad temper and a muscular body, held a long stick as thick as a tree and hit Qin Xian hard. The holy son of the ancient Songhai sect has the blood of a dragon and divine power. He is a natural berserker with extremely terrifying physical strength. With this strike of the stick, he pushed his dragon bloodline and divine power to the extreme. The violent force created sonic booms in the air, carrying the force of collapsing mountains, and hit Qin Xian's head directly. What a terrifying physical strength. It seems that A.O. Heli is really angry. This attack probably used 100% of his physical strength. Indeed, with this blow, Qin Xian will be crippled, if not dead. You deserve it. Anyone who defiles my goddess must die. Feeling the ultimate power unleashed by A.O. Heli, the onlookers were all amazed. However, the next scene that amazed everyone was what happened suddenly. How can a Jiaolong compete with a real dragon? In the eyes of everyone, Qin Xian had a calm expression. He stood up, took a step forward, and clenched his right fist. As the true dragon bloodline was stimulated, strands of dragon energy surrounded his body. There is a brilliant golden light overflowing from under the skin, like an immortal golden body, enhancing the strength of the body. Roar, accompanied by a majestic and domineering dragon roar that resounded through the void. Qin Xian punched out with a force that was enough to shatter the sky, and smashed hard on A.O. Heli's long stick. Boom. The two collided with each other, and the strong wind caused by the explosion of power swept in all directions, shaking the void. In front of A.O. Heli, who has the blood of a dragon and is extremely huge in size, Qin Xian in white clothes is like a pocket-sized man. However, after the two collided, it was the giant A.O. Heli who was blown away by the terrifying force. As Ao Heli flew backwards, his knuckles were cracked, his hands holding the stick were covered in blood, and the bones under his skin were shattered. Even the long magic staff that was as thick as a tree was blown away and fell on the stage with a loud bang. After the loud noise, the whole place was silent. All the onlookers opened their eyes wide, looking at the motionless white figure on the golden talisman arena in disbelief. With just one punch, he suppressed Ao Heli, who mainly cultivated physical strength. What a terrifying power this must be. Emperor Qin Xian is awesome. He suppresses his peers and is an invincible genius. Emperor Qin Xian is so domineering. He defeated all enemies and became the supreme ruler. Seeing this scene, the disciples of the Jinwu Holy Land shouted even more fanatically. Moreover, when they saw those people staring with wide eyes and watching silently, they felt extremely happy in their hearts. The slap in the face came so quickly, it was really a wonderful thing. In addition to the people watching below the ring, Xiao Yuanjing and the others on the ring looked at Qin Xian with eyes filled with deep fear. They were aware of Ao Heli's strength, but they didn't expect that he could be suppressed by Qin Xian with just one punch. This was too incredible. Ji Yingyue on the silver arena saw the four people standing there in fear, and a sweet smile like a flower bloomed on her beautiful face. This is her husband. With one punch, he can shock all the proud people. Just like he said, stop dithering and come on together. Qin Xian, dressed in white, stood in the air, his eyes as sharp as swords, glancing at Xiao Yuanjing and others and spoke indifferently. Chapter 66. I'll give you a sword to see how capable you are. Qin Xian's domineering voice echoed in everyone's ears. Xiao Yuanjing and others looked at Ao Heli, who slowly crawled out of the pool of blood with grim expressions. They are all the top geniuses in Yulong domain, so how could they swallow their pride and join forces to attack Qin Xian? Moreover, even though Ao Heli was suppressed by a punch, they still felt fear rather than despair in their hearts. This is because they all have a character that is never weaker than others. If they lose their will to fight just by seeing others being suppressed, then they have fundamentally lost the heart of a strong person. Besides, they did not think that they were unable to suppress Ao Heli. Who was stronger and who was weaker, and who was supreme, could only be known after a battle. I admit that we underestimated you before, but if you think that you can sit on the throne of the supreme dragon pride with this, then you are just dreaming. Xiao Yuanjing, the eldest disciple of King Jiujiang, stepped directly into the air. He no longer had the disdain he had before, but looked at Qin Xian with a serious face and said, "Although you are physically strong, I wonder if you can take my shot." As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Yuanjing's aura surged, and a magical spear appeared in his hand. The spear head exuded endless sharpness, and there was even a sharp spear intent added to it. Oh my god, is Xiao Yuanjing going to use his ultimate move right after he comes up? He looks like he's going to use the top-level martial art Jiujiang Duanshan spear. Oh my god, this is so exciting. I can finally see the power of the legendary king-level martial arts. And it is the Jiujiang Divine Breaking Spear that has been cultivated to the great perfection stage. The power of this spear is so powerful that even the powerful marquises dare not underestimate it. Although Qin Xian's body is strong, he is likely to be in danger when facing the king-level martial arts that he unleashes with the power of the spear. Indeed, every profession has its own specialty. Qin Xian is only strong in his physical body, and he is probably weak in other aspects. Seeing Xiao Yuanjing begin to gather strength, and the sharp spear intent began to spread, the onlookers spoke with great excitement. Every king-grade martial art is extremely precious, and even if one is not a king of the galaxy realm, one must be a powerful marquis with great talent and understanding to practice it successfully. For someone like Xiao Yuanjing to be able to successfully cultivate it in the cave heaven realm, it is truly a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The onlookers were also looking forward to seeing what kind of power this top-grade martial art could unleash. Jiujiang Broken God Spear. Kill. As the crowd was discussing, Xiao Yuanjing also burst out with a stern aura and fired his gun directly. He leaped out, the spear in his hand condensing all the spiritual power in his body, and an aura of king-grade martial arts swept in all directions. There were even 9 phantoms of rivers appearing behind him, which finally converged into one and burst out with extremely powerful force. The gun body was wrapped in a destructive aura, which completely poured out from the tip of the gun and stabbed straight towards Qin Xian. Boom. This spear thrust out with such force that even the void shook. The onlookers also looked at the shot with fear, wanting to see how Qin Xian would respond. Seeing this, Qin Xian also shook his head. Isn't it just a king-level martial art? Why are you so excited? As soon as these words were spoken, The onlookers were all in an uproar. Isn't it just a king-grade martial art? Do you know what a king-grade martial art is? The onlookers were about to criticize Qin Xian, but suddenly they felt a majestic aura coming from the stage. This momentum. How is it possible? On the stage, Ouyang Lai, who was closest to Qin Xian, said in disbelief. The world-shaking dragon fist. A true dragon shakes the world. Qin Xian clenched his right fist again, and a shadow of a real dragon appeared behind him. The dragon's eyes were fierce and exuded a wild aura. At the same time, endless dragon energy swirled around the tip of his fist, emitting a majestic and domineering dragon power. It contained an extremely powerful force, and he punched out towards Xiao Yuanjing's Jiujiang Duanshan spear. Boom! A violent roar sounded again, and the two king-grade martial arts suddenly collided with each other in the void. Suddenly, a shocking energy aftermath was set off, shocking everyone. After the energy aftermath dissipated, another figure flew out backwards. It fell straight next to Ao Heli, who had just stood up in a pool of blood, and the spear also fell next to Ao Heli's long stick, which was as thick as a tree. Looking at Xiao Yuanjing, who was also suppressed by a punch, Ao Heli's eyes showed a trace of sympathy. Then he looked at the white figure in front of the throne, and a feeling of fear and shock rose in his heart. In addition to his extremely strong body, he also successfully cultivated king-level martial arts. I am not seeing things. This Qin Xian is also using a king-level martial art. Oh my god, how is this possible? Qin Xian's body is already so strong. How can he still have time to practice king-level martial arts? Moreover, the king-grade martial arts displayed by Qin Xian seems to be of a higher grade than the Jiujiang Divine Breaking Spear. This is outrageous. Who on earth is this Qin Xian? Didn't I tell you? This is our Jinwu Emperor's son. Bah! Your Jinwu Holy Land is worthy of such a monster. Oh my gosh! When Qin Xian's world-shaking dragon fist was released, everyone in the audience was shocked. The peak king of the 9th level of Galaxy Realm, King Jiujiang, who was above the sky, looked at the Saint Lord Jinwu with a gloomy face. Upon seeing this, Saint Jinwu shrugged his shoulders and said, "Who can you blame if your own disciple is not good enough? You have also successfully cultivated a king-level martial art." Xiao Yuanjing covered the collapsed area on his chest and slowly stood up, looking at Qin Xian in disbelief. Royal martial arts, I guess so. Qin Xian nodded when he heard this. In fact, he not only knows king-level martial arts, but also emperor-level martial arts. If he wasn't afraid that the great wilderness prisoner of heaven would stab Xiao Yuanjing to death with just one finger, he really wanted to let this Bodhi Saint body see what enlightenment, cheating, was. I have a sword, and I also want to learn Brother Qin's top-grade martial arts. Witnessed successively that the two geniuses Ao Heli and Xiao Yuanjing were suppressed by Qin Xian with one punch. Lu Liming, the holy son of Heavenly Sword, couldn't help but take a deep breath, suppressed the waves in his heart, drew out the magic sword from his waist, walked in front of Qin Xian, and spoke carefully. Buzz, buzz, buzz. After arriving in front of Qin Xian, Lu Liming fully unleashed his second-level peak sword intent. The awe-inspiring sword intent raged, and sword energy filled the void. After the sword intent burst out, Lu Liming directly adjusted himself to the strongest state, wanting to test Qin Xian's world-shaking dragon fist with the long sword in his hand. Hearing Lu Liming's respectful voice, "Brother Qin," Qin Xian's expression eased a little. "Seeing that you are only one step away from the third level of sword intent, I will give you a sword. How much you can comprehend depends on your own understanding." When Qin Xian said this, everyone present felt it was absurd. They were just about to say something, but the next moment, a sharp sword intent that was powerful enough to cut through the heavens and the earth rose into the sky and swept across the world. This powerful sword intent not only caused stinging pain on the faces of the onlookers, but also caused huge waves in their hearts. Chapter 67, I'll burn you to death. Third level peak sword intent. Feeling the fierce sword intent erupting from Qin Xian, Lu Liming finally understood what Qin Xian meant by sending him a sword. The artistic conception of the third level's peak. This is a level that even the Heavenly Sword Saint Lord has not yet broken through. They didn't expect that the young man in white, who was about the same age as them, had already reached this stage in the realm of artistic conception. As he is now only one step away from the third level of sword intent, perhaps Qin Xian's sword can really make him realize something. Thinking of this, Lu Liming's heart was also burning. He looked at Qin Xian and asked sincerely, "Brother Qin, please teach me." Boom. Feeling Qin Xian's 3 levels of sword intent and seeing Lu Liming's respect for Qin Xian, the onlookers went completely crazy. An extremely strong body, king-grade martial arts, and 3 levels of sword intent. Is this Qin Xian really a human? I never thought that such a terrifying demon genius would appear in my Yulong territory. It is really a blessing for the Yulong territory. This Qin Xian is too strong. No wonder he dares to sit on the supreme throne directly, and he is not afraid to let Lu Liming and others come together. I have a feeling that even if they really come together, they will probably be defeated by Qin Xian. Don't feel anything. You will definitely lose. After seeing the onlookers change from disdain and ridicule at the beginning to respect and on now, I was slapped in the face. The disciples of the Jinwu Holy Land nearby were almost reaching climax. Now you guys know how evil our Jinwu Emperor is. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Seeing Lu Liming being so sincere, Qin Xian directly summoned out a Xian-grade top-grade sword of natural disasters from the system space. Qin Xian thought he had been low-key enough, not even using the king-slaying sword, but it still caused exclamations from the onlookers. After all, the Xian-grade top-grade quality is still a precious magic weapon that 99% of the warriors in the entire Yulong domain can only dream of. This sword, comprehend it well. Qin Xian held the sword of calamity in his hand and slashed it out. Lu Liming only felt endless sword intent coming from all directions like a wave, overwhelming him and making it hard for him to breathe. What? You don't even dare to use the knife? However, at this moment, Qin Xian's voice was like a huge bell, striking deep into his soul. At this moment, Lu Liming also came to his senses. Facing the powerful sword intent sweeping in from all directions, he was also immersed in his mind, feeling the gap between his sword intent and this sword intent, looking for that critical point. In Lu Liming's heart, he didn't know how much time had passed, but finally, he had an epiphany and found the critical point for breakthrough. Dawn-breaking sword technique. Break. Boom. Following Lu Liming's roar, the sword intent on his body suddenly exuded an aura that was hundreds of times stronger than before. He just swung his sword horizontally. The sword light was cold and bright, like the breaking of dawn, annihilating all the sword intent from all directions. Hoo. After performing this sword strike, Lu Liming was sweating profusely and felt that all the spiritual energy in his body had been drained. However, despite being exhausted, he was extremely excited. He finally broke through to the long-desired 3rd level of sword intent. Lu Liming was breathing heavily. After a brief reprieve, he walked straight to Qin Xian, holding a knife in both hands, and bowed deeply to Qin Xian. Thank you, Brother Qin. If you need anything in the future, I, Lu Liming, will do my best to help you, no matter what. Seeing this, Qin Xian also nodded. The son of Heavenly Sword in front of him was first-rate in both character and talent, and most importantly, he spoke well, so he didn't mind helping him. Ha. Great. Jinwu, the prince of your holy land, is indeed a man of extraordinary talent. When the Tiansong secret realm ends, feel free to bring him to my Tiandao holy land as a guest. There will be plenty of good wine. Seeing Lu Liming break through the 3rd level of sword intent, the Heavenly Sword Saint was in a good mood. He looked at the true martial saint and laughed heroically. I'm a picky person. If you don't take out the king-grade monkey wine that you've treasured for many years, I won't go. Upon hearing this, Saint Jinwu spoke in a pretentious manner. Ha. Sure thing. Seeing the look on Saint Lord Jinwu's face, Saint Lord Tiandao could only smile and say, it's his fault that his saint son suddenly owed him such a big favor. In addition to the Holy Lord of Heavenly Sword, the originally gloomy faces of the Lord of Songhai and the King of Zhejiang, and the Holy Lord of Taishan who was hiding anger in his heart, all had relaxed expressions at this moment. Especially the Holy Lord Taishan. He could no longer be said to be relaxed, but was extremely happy. Just now he felt like his cabbages were being eaten by wild boars, but now he just felt that their Taishan holy land had taken a great advantage. Ji Yingyue, the Saint Lady of Taishan, was not raised in vain. As for the Lord of Songhai sect and King Zhejiang, they no longer had any resentment about their own holy son and eldest disciple being defeated. After all, whether it is Ao Heli, Xiao Yuanjing, Lu Liming, or even Ouyang Lai and Song Xinkong who have not yet taken action. These people are not at the same level as Qin Xian and cannot be compared, so naturally they will not have any regrets or complaints. What's more, the emergence of a genius like Qin Xian who is extremely talented in the Yulong domain is also a good thing for them. After all, the stronger Qin Xian's strength and talent are, the more luck he can gain for Yulong domain when he enters the Tiansong secret realm. Perhaps it might be possible to be listed on the legendary Tiansong Hidden Dragon list, making Yulong domain directly one of the top 10 domains. Thinking of this, The Galaxy Realm Kings looked at Qin Xian with a little more kindness in their eyes. On the Golden Talisman Arena, Ouyang Lai looked at the man in white in front of the throne, his eyes revealing a deep sense of powerlessness. At this point, there was no need for him and Song Xiankong to fight anymore. The supreme position is undoubtedly in Qin Xian's pocket. Didn't you see that the originally peaceful dragon ranking battle has now become a place for Qin Xian to start teaching the artistic conception? Boom. However, just as he was thinking this in his heart, Song Xiankong stepped into the air and walked towards Qin Xian with a spear in his hand. Hey, is it necessary to fight him after all this? How about we just fight, and then go down together? Ouyang Lai looked at Song Xuankong's back and shouted. No, I want to see how big the gap is between him and me. Song Xiankong from the Song royal family, please teach me, Brother Qin. Song Xiankong held a spear and charged straight towards Qin Xian. Song Xuankong's talent is the mysterious spiritual bone, which allows him to see through the flaws and weaknesses of others. It can also correct oneself, make oneself more perfect, and find out the shortcomings and fill them. However, Qin Xian is a very comprehensive hexagonal warrior. With the cover of the Chaos Divine Body, Song Xuankong's Dongxian spirit bone actually lost its function. Just like that, Song Xiankong, who was so powerful, was found to have several weaknesses and defects by Qin Xian, and was finally knocked down by a punch as well. I saw that among the 5 people, I was the only one who had not gone up. At this moment, Ouyang Lai could only bite the bullet and use his newly subdued strange fire, the Red Sun Spirit Flame. He wrapped himself in the strange fire, picked up the giant axe magic weapon, and rushed towards Qin Xian. I'll burn you to death. Ouyang Lai rushed towards Qin Xian with a roar, but he only saw a ball of extremely hot red sun god fire burning in Qin Xian's left hand, and a ball of bright golden, scorching, and sharp golden emperor burning sky flame burning in his right hand. A man in white clothes was blown by the scorching wind, and a harmless smile appeared on his handsome face, waiting for him to come over. Chapter 68. The Supreme Genius of Yulong, the Golden Talisman, enters the secret realm of Tiansong. Whether it is the sun god fire or the golden emperor's burning sky flame, neither of them can be challenged by low-level exotic fire, such as the red sun spiritual flame. So, on the Golden Talisman Arena, there were only 3 people who were knocked down by 3 punches, and Lu Liming who had an epiphany with 1 sword. There was another fireman who was like a moth flying into a flame, getting burned himself, and running around the arena. Brother Qin, I was wrong. Stop burning it. After hearing Ouyang Lai admit his mistake, Qin Xian took back the sun god fire and the golden emperor burning sky flame, so that he would finally no longer suffer the pain of burning. As the holy son of the sun-shading ancient sect, Ouyang Lai was burned like this by Qin Xian's strange fire. It's too funny. From another perspective, we can also see that the level of the strange fire that Qin Xian fused is also quite high. If it was before, I would have shouted how terrifying it is, but now, I have been shocked by Qin Xian so many times. Now, even if he can kill a Galaxy Realm King on the spot, I will not be shocked anymore. Ha 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 ha. Ouyang Lai is making me rich by laughing. My butt is on fire. After the several soul-stirring shocks Qin Xian brought to everyone has now become somewhat immune to Qin Xian. Unless Qin Xian directly shows them how to eat the king alive, there is no way he can shock them again. Listening to the laughter of the onlookers, Ouyang Lai's face also turned dark. I thought that by using the strange fire to attack, I could show my uniqueness and avoid being suppressed in the field I am best at like the other 4 people. Unexpectedly, it turned out that Qin Xian was so abnormal that he even possessed such a high-level strange fire. He actually shot himself in the foot, and it hurt really badly. Thinking of this, Ouyang Lai became more upset, but he did not dare to get angry with Qin Xian. So he could only find a silver talisman arena that was already occupied by someone else and vent all his frustrations on that person. Seeing this, Ao Heli, Xiao Yuanjing, Song Xiankong, and Lu Liming also occupied a silver talisman arena one after another. Although they lost the battle of the Golden Talisman, they still had to enter the Tiansong secret realm. They couldn't just live like that without being able to get the Golden Tiansong Talisman. Just like that, on the silver talisman arena that was favored by the 4, one giant after another made way for them. Even though the 4 of them could be suppressed by Qin Xian with just 1 punch. But in front of these ordinary giants and geniuses, those are 4 real mountains that are difficult to cross. There was no need for them to struggle anymore. After all, they had been cleared out once before on the Golden Talisman Arena. Not to mention that on the Silver Talisman Arena next to them, Ouyang Lai was still chasing that man and burning him like a pervert. So why bother yourself? Just like that, after Ao Heli, Xiao Yuanjing, Song Xinkong, Lu Liming, and Ouyang Lai all sat down on the silver talisman throne. After a while, the competition on the 90 bronze talisman arenas was over. The Yulong ranking battle, the battle for the strongest genius in Yulong domain, has finally come to an end. At this moment, countless warriors looked at him with reverence. They all looked towards the handsome young man in white sitting on the golden throne at the highest level. This time, what echoed among the mountains was no longer ridicule and insults, but overwhelming words of congratulations and admiration. No matter where they are, the strong are worthy of respect. Especially someone like Qin Xian, who could suppress a generation of geniuses with a flip of his hand and was an unparalleled supreme genius, was even more admirable. And just as Saint Jinwu said, those female warriors and female geniuses off the field at this moment. They all looked at Qin Xian infatuatedly, revealing endless admiration. It is human nature to admire the strong, not to mention a genius like Qin Xian who, in addition to his great talent and strength, also has a handsome appearance that makes him look like a banished immortal. Seeing this, Qin Xian became even more determined to take the top spot on the Qianlong list after entering the Tiansong secret realm. By then, all the women in Tiansong Daozhou will be fascinated by his heroic demeanor. Will taking a concubine still be a big deal? The Wandering Dragon ranking tournament is over. As usual, the top 100 geniuses will receive gold, silver, and bronze Tiansong spirit talismans according to their rankings. With the help of the magic talisman, you can enter the Tiansong secret realm and receive the baptism of the Holy Spring. Moreover, you will compete with the strongest genius of this generation in the entire Tiansong Daozhou. The journey to the Tiansong secret realm involves a battle for destiny. You represent the face and future of Yulong territory. I hope you can move forward courageously in the secret realm, defeat all enemies, and fight for the dragon-like luck for yourselves, your forces, and the entire Yulong territory. One after another, the Galaxy Realm Kings descended from the sky, and the Heavenly Sword Saint Lord spoke in an excited voice. The Tiansong secret realm will gather thousands of geniuses from dozens of major regions in the entire Tiansong Daozhou. Moreover, these geniuses are all powerful geniuses who have stood out from the ranking battles in their respective domains, and each of them is not a weakling. From this, we can see how fierce the battle in the Tiansong secret realm will be. Moreover, in the Tiansong secret realm, things are not as harmonious as in the Yulong ranking battle, where the rankings can be determined by fighting in the ring, and the most that can be done if you lose is to get injured. At that time, in the closed secret realm, the evil thoughts in people's hearts will be magnified to the extreme. It also involves the competition for various precious opportunities such as luck, resources, and inheritance. That is a life and death battle, a battle of life and death everywhere, bloody and cruel. Boom. As the Heavenly Sword Saint finished his words, a talisman emitting dazzling light emerged from the void in front of the throne of each arena. In front of Qin Xian was a Tiansong golden talisman of the highest level, emitting golden light and containing rich spiritual energy and mysterious Taoist rhyme. Grab the Tiansong talisman in front of you, and you will be teleported to the Tiansong secret realm. After the Tiansong talisman appeared, the Heavenly Sword Saint Lord explained again. Afterwards, each of the geniuses reached out their hands and grabbed the Tiansong talisman in front of them. After they caught it, one after another Tiansong Lingfu burst out with a pale green spiritual power that exuded a rich vitality. That vibrant spiritual power was like a magic medicine, directly eliminating all the injuries and fatigue of the geniuses. Then, bursts of silver light, symbolizing the power of space, flashed, and the figures of the geniuses disappeared on the throne. Seeing this, Qin Xian was also amazed. This Tiansong secret realm is quite humane, knowing how to heal the injuries of the geniuses first. Afterwards, Qin Xian threw a sword of disaster towards Ji Yingyue. Then the couple looked at each other, and both held the gold and silver talismans in front of them. After holding the Tiansong spirit talisman in front of him, Qin Xian first felt a warm spiritual power surging into his body, replenishing all the spiritual power that had been consumed before. Then, a silver light flashed before his eyes, and his body was instantly teleported to a mysterious area as if pulled by a powerful force. Chapter 69. The Lin family's daughter has grown up, with strength to move mountains and courage to conquer the world. Alas, in this era of great strife, I wonder how much luck these little guys can gain for me in the dragon domain this time. In this era of great contention, I don't ask for a sudden rise to the top and to be one of the top 10 regions in Tiansong Daozhou. I just ask for not to be reduced to the bottom region and become a wasteland. Don't worry. This time we have used all our best resources. With the strength of these little guys, although they cannot be listed on the hidden dragon ranking, it is enough for them to protect themselves and fight for some opportunities. Seeing Qin Xian and other geniuses being teleported into the Tiansong secret realm, the kings of the galaxy realm couldn't help but sigh. Humph, can you guys have some ambition? Who said that among the 10 major regions of Tiansong Daozhou, there can't be the word Yulong? Hearing the discussion among the kings, Saint Jinwu snorted coldly and said, he now despises such pessimistic remarks. Don't dream, Jinwu. I admit that the Prince Qin Xian of your Jinwu Holy Land is very strong, and even has the combat power of a true prince. But you know that among the top-ranked domains in Tiansong Daozhou, which one doesn't have a few peerless geniuses who have already been granted the title of Marquis? That's right. No matter how strong Qin Xian is, he can't possibly defeat the Xinzong realm with the Dantian realm, right? He's not the only one who is a monster and can fight against opponents of higher levels. Which of the other geniuses in the domain doesn't have the ability to fight against opponents of higher levels? You all are right, but Jinwu's optimism also makes sense. After all, with Qin Xian, a genius of the Emperor's Son level, at least the fortune of Yulong domain is guaranteed. After hearing the words of Saint Jinwu, the kings of the galaxy realm began to speak one after another. Although Qin Xian has demonstrated unparalleled talent and combat power, he can be regarded as the strongest genius in the Yulong domain in thousands of years. But in the hearts of the galaxy realm kings, there is still a big gap between Qin Xian and the peerless geniuses in the top domains. The biggest flaw among them is the realm. After all, they are all geniuses and their combat power levels are similar. If there is a difference of a few small realms, there is still a chance to make up for it. However, the gap between the Cave Heaven realm and the Divine Storage realm is as difficult to cross as an insurmountable chasm. However, after hearing the words of the kings, the Holy Lord Jinwu was not angry. Instead, a mysterious smile appeared on that elegant face, and he asked back, how do you know that Qin Xian is not a marquis in the Xinzong realm? Qin Xian used the 5th level of sword intent to seal off the divine treasure, and added the cover of the chaotic divine body. Not to mention the king of the galaxy realm. Even if the emperor of the divine power realm came, he would not be able to see through his realm. Therefore, among the many kings present, only the true martial saint lord knew Qin Xian's true realm. As a result, when these words were spoken, the whole audience fell silent. After a moment of dizziness, when Qin Xian came to his senses again, he had been teleported to the Tiansong secret realm. As soon as Qin Xian entered the Tiansong secret realm, before he even opened his eyes, a rich and pure spiritual energy hit him in the face, making Qin Xian feel relaxed and happy. Such a rich spiritual energy. It is more than 10 times richer than the spiritual energy in Yulong territory. Qin Xian couldn't help but sigh. It really is worthy of being called the Tiansong secret realm. It is no exaggeration to say that this place is a blessed land. However, just as Qin Xian sighed, he heard screams of fear beside him. It's the Scarlet Flame Tigers. So many Scarlet Flame Tigers. Damn it, why am I so unlucky? Am I going to die right after entering the Tiansong secret realm? Listening to the noisy sounds around him and feeling the fierce aura bursting out beside him, Qin Xian slowly opened his eyes and looked around. After opening his eyes, Qin Xian saw a thick and tall spiritual ginseng next to him. It was dark purple in color, emitting spiritual light and a rich fragrance. Yuanshi purple ginseng. After seeing this spiritual ginseng, Qin Xian couldn't help but feel happy. This Yuanshi purple spiritual ginseng is an extremely rare spiritual ginseng, which contains Yuanshi purple energy. After taking it, it can improve the warrior's cultivation and understanding, and can also be used to heal Taoist injuries. The effect is extremely powerful. Unexpectedly, the Tiansong Lingfu actually teleported him directly to the side of the Yuanshi Zi Ling ginseng. It is worthy of being a gold-level talisman, and a ginseng is given as a gift at the beginning. As for the fierce aura beside him and the noisy shouts in his ears, this is because there were more than 10 people beside him who were teleported here with him. And around these warriors, there are hundreds or thousands of huge creatures. The red flame tiger is a ferocious beast with red flame burning in its hair, sharp fangs in its mouth, and exuding a fierce aura. It was obvious that this Yuanshi purple spirit ginseng was what the group of red flame spirit tigers had their eyes on, and they fell directly into the group of tigers. It can be said to be a sheep walking into the tiger's mouth in another sense. Ding! A potential match has been detected. Do you want to check? Qin Xian had just finished observing the thick and tall Yuanshi purple spirit ginseng, when suddenly a long-lost system prompt sound rang in his mind. The Holy Lord Jinwu did not lie to me. There is indeed a suitable Taoist friend in the Tiansong's secret realm. After hearing the system prompt, Qin Xian couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Thinking of this, Qin Xian looked at the people around him and found the potential marriage partner. Among the crowd, there was a girl wearing a light yellow dress. She had 2 cute dimples on her oval face and a pair of beautiful eyes that were extremely watery. Her long, smooth hair was tied into 2 ponytails. Although she had a slender figure, her chest was not small. Through the light yellow skirt, you can still see the plump and white skin, and the pair of white legs underneath are slender, straight, and graceful. Seeing this, Qin Xian also used his eyes of truth to look. Lin Inner Realm. First level of the divine hidden realm, artistic conception. Third level of sword intentions, qualification, gold, talent, giant spirit god bone, elf bloodline. Giant spirit bone. Born with the bones of a god, the holder will possess the power of a giant spirit. If cultivated to the extreme, it can shake the heavens and earth and break all laws with one force. Elf bloodline. The bloodline of the elves is known as the darling of heaven. The owner is naturally friendly to the elements of heaven and earth, has a strong affinity with heaven, and the speed of cultivation is far beyond that of ordinary people. Giant spirit god bone. After using the eye of truth to check Lin Inner's talent, Qin Xian was also a little confused. He could still understand the elven bloodline. The elves were one of the myriad races in the heavens and were the darlings of heaven. All the elves in the tribe were handsome men and beautiful women. Moreover, they are born elementally friendly and have unique advantages. But what the hell is this giant divine bone? Is this a talent that a beautiful girl should have? Thinking of this, Qin Xian couldn't help but think of the poem. The Lin family has a grown-up daughter, with strength as great as that of a mountain and unrivaled in spirit. Chapter 70. Let me see if your descendants can be absorbed. Roar. Qin Xian's thoughts were interrupted by the roar of the Red Flame Tiger King. At the same time, the surrounding Red Flame Spirit Tigers all had fierce eyes and approached Qin Xian and others. Lin Inner, who was as cute and sweet as an elf, and as strong and powerful as a mountain. At this moment, a hint of curiosity and interest appeared in her beautiful eyes, as if she was not afraid of these Red Flame Tigers at all. This made the Red Flame Tiger King even more angry, and he growled, showing his sharp fangs. It led the tiger group to wait here for 2.5 months, and finally waited for the Yuanshi purple spirit ginseng to mature. As a result, more than a dozen humans suddenly fell from the sky and landed next to the Yuanshi purple spirit ginseng. How could it be rational? It's over. It's completely over. I'm dying before I can accomplish my mission. I haven't even experienced the baptism of the Holy Spring yet. I won't resign myself to this. Seeing the huge red flame tigers gradually approaching, everyone except Qin Xian and Lin Inner had despair on their faces. There are hundreds or even thousands of red flame spirit tigers. 90% of them are in the cave heaven realm, and there are dozens in the divine storage realm. The Red Flame Tiger King's realm is as high as the 3rd level of the divine hidden realm. Not to mention these bronze talisman prodigies. Even if some gold talisman prodigies from the great domains came here, they could not escape the fate of falling. Roar. Accompanied by low roars, one red flame tiger after another suddenly pounced over. Those sharp fangs exuded an extremely ferocious aura. Seeing this, the dozen people were filled with despair. Faced with such a large number of red flame spirit tigers, they simply gave up resistance and waited to die on the spot. Lin Inner, who was wearing a light yellow dress, had strands of elemental power condensed in her hands at this moment, and was about to make a move. Although she was only at the 1st level of the Shinzong realm, her powerful dual talents plus the 3rd level of sword intent were enough to allow her to move freely among the group of red flame tigers. However, just as Lin Inner was about to make a move, a clear voice suddenly rang out. A bunch of evil beasts, really looking for death. Seeing dozens of red flame spirit tigers rushing towards him, Qin Xian said with sharp eyes. Then he directly unleashed his world-shaking dragon fist, blasting dozens of red flame spirit tigers around him into blood mist. Even their flesh and blood were shattered. Seeing Qin Xian's bold attack, just one punch had such power. Lin Inner in the crowd also opened her mouth slightly and looked at Qin Xian with some surprise. Why does this handsome young man in white in front of her feel even more powerful than her sister? Roar. Feeling the power of Qin Xian's punch and the purple gold dragon energy with blood pressure on the tip of his fist, the Red Flame Tiger King also growled with fear in his eyes. As the Tiger King of the Shinzong realm, the Red Flame Tiger King's intelligence is not inferior to that of humans. Coupled with the instincts of a ferocious beast, It can even more sense the threat posed by the human in white in front of it. Fuck. He killed dozens of scarlet flame tigers with one punch. What a terrifying martial art. This brother actually has such strength. Could he be the silver talisman prodigy from one of the 10 great regions of Tiansong? The 10 major domains of Tiansong are the top 10 domains of Tiansong Daozhou. Because of its vast territory, rich spiritual energy, abundant resources, and strong luck, it can give birth to stronger geniuses. Great. I'm finally saved. God will not let me die. What's this brother's name? Seeing Qin Xian so fierce, those people were relieved to have survived the disaster. Among them, some even wanted to get close to Qin Xian in order to obtain protection. If you don't want to die, get out of here, Qin Xian said in a cold voice when he heard this. He didn't have time to chat with these people. If those red flame tigers hadn't been attacking him, he wouldn't have bothered to take action. Now, with his attack, the entire red flame tiger group turned their attention to him, and those people were safe because of Qin Xian. Okay, let's get out of here right now. Thank you for saving my life, brother. After hearing Qin Xian's words, everyone except Lin Yin'er left the place in a hurry. He was afraid that if he left too late, he would be targeted by the scarlet flame tiger. After these people left, Qin Xian ignored Lin Yin'er, but looked at the red flame tigers around him with interest. Seeing the inexplicable smile on Qin Xian's face, even the red flame tiger king growled in fear and took 2 steps back. Don't retreat. Let me see if your descendants can fit in. Qin Xian looked at the red flame tiger king and said with a smile. As soon as these words were spoken, Lin Yin'er's beautiful eyes widened instantly. That sweet and lovely face was full of disbelief and heartache. Such a handsome young man actually has such a perverted hobby. She means to take in. Qin Xian's system space can absorb living things. So he thought, if he could absorb all the red flame tigers into the system space. After the secret realm ends, can't we just bring them all back to the Qin family? At that time, it can be used as a guardian beast or to obtain tiger blood and tiger whip. Using tiger blood as a baptismal object for the younger generations of the Qin family, and stewing tiger whips as a tonic for Uncle Da and Grandpa Qin Peng are both very good ideas. After all, a group of red flame tigers of such a large scale and high level would be hard to find in the Yulong domain, even with a lantern. Therefore, the look Qin Xian gave the red flame tiger king became so meaningful. However, when all this fell into Lin Yin'er's eyes, it completely changed its meaning. What Qin Xian didn't know was that in Lin Yin'er's eyes, he had become a complete pervert. Roar. After Qin Xian finished speaking, although the red flame tiger king took 2 steps back, his huge tiger eyes were still filled with ferocity. Although the red flame tiger king felt a little threat from Qin Xian. However, the Yuanshi purple spirit ginseng that it led the tiger group to guard for 2.5 months finally matured. If it could eat this whole Yuanshi purple spirit ginseng, its path to becoming king in the future would be much easier. So it just growled. Then he led dozens of red flame spirit tigers in the Xinzong realm and attacked Qin Xian together. A wicked beast is a wicked beast. It won't behave itself unless it is beaten. Seeing this, Qin Xian pushed the 9 revolutions golden body to its extreme and walked towards the red flame tiger king with golden light all over his body. Boom. As bursts of roars rang out, Qin Xian suppressed all the red flame spirit tigers with punches. The red flame tiger king had a big bump on its head and was lying at Qin Xian's feet like a puppy, licking Qin Xian's trouser legs docilely. This scene also made Lin Yin'er, who was standing by, stunned. Why did she feel that this young man in white was even stronger than her? Good boy, wouldn't it be better if you did this earlier? Come, sign a master-servant contract. After defeating the red flame tiger king, a magic circle composed of spiritual power was formed on the red flame tiger king's head. Qin Xian input a trace of soul power into it, and then the contract was successfully signed. The life and death of this red flame tiger king will now be completely controlled by Qin Xian. Seeing this, Lin Yin'er quickly covered her eyes, and her face suddenly became extremely rosy. After signing the master-servant contract, it's time to do something. Thinking of this, Lin Yin'er's reason told her that she should leave immediately, but her feet were firmly fixed on the spot. The fingers covering the eyes would occasionally reveal gaps. Qin Xian also saw Lin Yin'er's unusual behavior at this time, which made him a little confused. However, Qin Xian still gave an order to the red flame tiger king first, asking it to gather all the red flame spirit tigers together in an orderly manner. Then, Qin Xian waved his hand. All the red flame spirit tigers except the red flame tiger king were collected by Qin Xian into the system space. After doing all this, Qin Xian looked at Lin Yin'er, who was behaving strangely, and frowned and asked, "What are you doing?" Hearing Qin Xian's question, Lin Yiner couldn't help but feel a little flustered. I'm on. Lin Yiner hesitated and looked around through the gaps between her fingers, until she saw that all the red flame tigers around her had disappeared, leaving only the red flame tiger queen. She suddenly realized that she seemed to have misunderstood the young man in white in front of her. Chapter 71. I have a biological sister, a tiger trader, the 9 dragons, Thunder Gangyan. Sorry, I misunderstood you. When Lin Yiner thought of her dirty thoughts just now, her face turned red, and she said apologetically, Misunderstanding? What misunderstanding? Hearing this, Qin Xian became even more confused about what she had misunderstood. However, facing Qin Xian's repeated questions, Lin Yiner was too embarrassed to say it out loud. Fortunately, Lin Yiner seemed to have suddenly thought of something and quickly changed the subject, saying, You actually have a space magic weapon that can hold living things? She is the second daughter of the Lin Wang family, a royal family in the Wuji domain, the second largest domain in Tiansong Daozhou. Whether in terms of background or knowledge, Lin Yiner can be regarded as one of the top levels in Tiansong Daozhou. But even with her knowledge, she had never heard of a spatial magic weapon that could absorb the life of a living thing. It's just a mysterious magic weapon found in ancient ruins. It's not worth mentioning. Hearing Lin Yiner's question, Qin Xian made up a lie to explain the existence of the system space. They have all left. Why haven't you left yet? Are you trying to snatch this Yuanshi purple spirit ginseng from me? Qin Xian walked to the Yuanshi purple spirit ginseng, put it into the system space, looked at Lin Yiner, and said with a smile, No, I can't beat you. After hearing this, Lin Yiner spoke very honestly. Then what are you going to do? Qin Xian asked. This secret realm is too dangerous. Can you let me follow you? I will leave when the Tiansong Holy Spring appears. After the Tiansong Holy Spring appears, all the surviving geniuses in the secret realm will gather there and experience the baptism of the Holy Spring. Therefore, when the Tiansong Holy Spring appears, Lin Yiner will be able to reunite with her sister, and then she will be safe. Don't worry, I won't follow you for nothing. I will definitely reward you when the time comes. Lin Yiner straightened her plump breasts, looked straight at Qin Xian, and said, Although Lin Yiner is very talented, her realm is only at the first level of the Xinzong realm. Moreover, as the second daughter of the Lin Wang family, she has been loved since childhood and does not have much combat experience. Now, as soon as we entered the secret realm, we encountered a group of ferocious beasts like the red flame tigers. Although Lin Yiner did not face a life or death crisis, she still felt a little panicked. Now that he has met a handsome and powerful genius like Qin Xian, it is normal to want to follow Qin Xian. Reward? What reward can you give me? Qin Xian looked Lin Yiner up and down. Then his eyes rested on her tall and plump breasts, and he said with a smile on his face, My sister is Lin Wanner from the Wuji domain. When I meet her at the Tiansong Holy Spring, I can give you a lot of resources. After feeling Qin Xian's gaze, Lin Yiner hurriedly covered the whiteness on her chest and said in panic. She also brought out her sister Lin Wanner to intimidate Qin Xian. However, she didn't know that Qin Xian had never heard of the name Lin Wanner, although the name Lin Wanner represents the supreme genius in the Wuji realm. However, Qin Xian had never heard of Lin Wanner's name. But when he heard that Lin Yiner actually had an older sister, his eyes lit up. Since she is Lin Yiner's biological sister, she must have elven blood, and her appearance and figure must be no weaker than Lin Yiner. Wouldn't it be great if we could capture this pair of sisters with elven blood at that time? I'm not really interested in resources, but if you want to follow me, then follow me. After temporarily suppressing the thoughts in his mind, Qin Xian also spoke. Seeing that Qin Xian agreed, Lin Yiner nodded happily. After talking to Lin Yiner, Qin Xian also summoned out the Calamity King's sword formation. Before entering the Tiansong secret realm, Qin Xian threw a sword of natural disaster to Ji Yingwei. The reason for doing this is because Qin Xian wants to use the sword of disaster as a coordinate. Then use the Calamity King killing sword formation to sense the direction and find out Ji Yingwei's location. After all, the Tiansong secret realm is full of dangers and killing. Qin Xian can only feel at ease if he finds Ji Yingwei first. Buzz, buzz, buzz. After summoning out the Calamity King killing sword formation, Qin Xian also used the sword formation to sense Ji Yingwei's location. Although Lin Yiner was watching with great curiosity, she was very well behaved and didn't ask any more questions. After all, as the second daughter of the Lin royal family, she still has the necessary manners. After using the Calamity King killing sword formation to sense the direction, Qin Xian was also ready to rush over directly. At this moment, the red flame spirit tiger next to him let out a low growl. Roar! In Qin Xian's mind, a voice resounded under the transformation of the master-servant contract. Master, I know there is a treasure land nearby, which breeds a powerful spiritual fire, the Nine Dragons' Thunder Flame. Hearing this, Qin Xian's face showed a hint of joy. It is worthy of being the Tiansong's secret realm. It even has rare things like strange fire. Although Qin Xian already has the high-level strange fire such as the Golden Emperor Burning Sky Flame, he does not need to fuse any other strange fire. But don't forget, he also has a good son who is both medicine and fire, Qin Yan, who possesses the companion strange fire void-devouring flame and needs to be fed. If there were a huge amount of high-level exotic fire to devour, who says the Qin family can't produce a flame emperor? Where is that treasure land? Qin Xian also looked at the Red Flame Tiger King and asked. Roar! Upon hearing this, the Red Flame Tiger King raised his huge tiger head and poked his head towards the direction that the sword formation had just sensed. Seeing that the location of the treasure land was almost the same direction as Jiying Yue's, Qin Xian nodded. This way, I can collect the strange fire along the way. Otherwise, he would definitely put Jiying Yue's safety first and go find Jiying Yue first before trying to subdue the strange fire. This saves time. Master, that treasure land is guarded by an evil dragon. It is vicious and ferocious. Master must be careful. The voice of the Red Flame Tiger King sounded again, and a hint of cunning flashed in his tiger eyes. Seeing this, Qin Xian also had some enlightenment. After signing the master-servant contract, if the master dies, the servant will also die, and if the servant dies, the master will be fine. Therefore, there is no possibility that the Red Flame Tiger King wants to kill Qin Xian. It should be that the Red Flame Tiger King had suffered at the hands of the evil dragon, so he wanted to kill it himself or teach it a lesson. The dog relies on the power of the master and is like this wherever he goes. Okay, lead the way. Anyway, in order to subdue the strange fire, one must first suppress the guardian beast. Qin Xian doesn't mind being a little ruthless to vent the anger for the Red Flame Tiger King. Just consider it as a reward for leading the way to the Red Flame Tiger King. Roar! Upon hearing this, the Red Flame Tiger King also roared excitedly, and Qin Xian's mind once again heard the voice of his master inviting him here. Follow me. Qin Xian had not forgotten Lin Yin'er and turned to speak to her. Good. Lin Yin'er followed obediently. In this way, following the guidance of the treacherous Red Flame Tiger King, the two men and one tiger soon arrived at the treasure land. This precious land is where 9 peaks converge, with rivers flowing between the peaks. It is a place where thunder gathers. Thunder clouds gathered in the sky for a long time and bolts of lightning kept striking down violently, with loud rumbles of thunder echoing in the mountains. When the two men and the tiger arrived, they also saw the evil dragon that the Red Flame Tiger King had mentioned. Chapter 72 Beheading, Slaying the Dragon, and Having Other Plans. It was a two-headed dragon at the 4th level of the Shinzong realm. One was purple, with thunder in its mouth, fierce and violent. One head is red, with heavenly fire in its mouth, burning hot. After seeing this two-headed dragon, Qin Xian also understood why the Red Flame Tiger King suffered at his hands. A two-headed dragon with dragon blood. They are the top group among the beast men and have strong physique. In addition, each of the two heads possesses spiritual power of a certain attribute, and the fusion of thunder and fire makes the power even stronger. Not to mention that his realm is 1 level higher than that of the Red Flame Tiger King. Moreover, in this treasure land of thunder, it is like a fish in water. Not to mention the Red Flame Tiger King alone. Even if it led the entire Red Flame Tiger group to attack together, it would still not be enough to defeat the enemy. In the void behind the two-headed dragon, in the center of the 9 mountains, there was a ball of lightning flame suspended. It seemed as if there were 9 shadows of thunder dragons swimming in it, blending with thunder and fire, violent and hot. This is the strange fire that Qin Xian wants to subdue, the 9-dragon thunder flame. Wow! Qin Xian, look, that's the strange fire, 9-dragon thunder flame. After seeing the strange fire in the void behind the two-headed dragon, Lin Yin'er exclaimed with her mouth slightly opened. Even in the eyes of the second young lady of the Lin Huang family, the strange fire is an extremely precious and rare spiritual object. Boom! Waves of roars rang out and reached the ears of Qin Xian and Lin Yin'er. Except for the two-headed dragon and the strange fire 9-dragon thunder flame, it was the same as when Qin Xian landed among the group of red flame tigers before. Between the 9 peaks, there are also geniuses from Tiansong Daozhou who have landed here. And as expected, he was attacked by the two-headed dragon. Boom! The huge body of the two-headed dragon swung wildly among the mountains. Wherever the powerful dragon body passed, rocks collapsed, and trees were crushed. And around the two-headed dragon, there are more than 10 figures working together to resist the attack of the two-headed dragon. Since there were 3 geniuses in the Shinzong realm leading the charge in the front, although it was very difficult for everyone to resist, at least no one died. However, if the status quo continues, I'm afraid everyone in this group will die here. After all, this is the two-headed dragon's home ground, and the two-headed dragon will only become more courageous as the battle goes on. Brother Gong, brotherly, we can't delay this any longer. If we delay any further, we will all die. One of the Marquis geniuses in the Shinzong realm said to the other 2 Marquis geniuses. These 3 people are all silver talisman prodigies among the 10 major domains of Tiansong. Both their talent and strength are much stronger than the others. What if we don't delay? Do you have another trump card? Gong Yuanbai asked. What kind of trump card is this? Such a powerful two-headed dragon can only be defeated by the golden talisman prodigy from our great domain. I'm still far from that. Song Tianlu also said with a wry smile. Although this two-headed dragon is only at the 4th level of the divine hidden realm, it has a strong physique and is home to a treasure land of thunder. His combat power might be even stronger than the 5th level of the human race's Shinzong realm. You don't have a trump card. What else can you say? Then we can only delay it. Li Xiuzhen said a little irritably. Although we can't defeat this two-headed dragon, the 3 of us are all in the divine hidden realm. As long as someone can stop this dragon, we can still escape from here without any problems. Song Tianlu changed the subject and spoke again, glancing implicitly at the dozen or so geniuses from various domains behind him. Okay, in that case, let's lure the two-headed dragon over first, and then we can all leave it to fate. Upon hearing this, Gong Yuanbai naturally agreed instantly. Li Xiuzhen certainly had no objection. After all, in this Tiansong secret realm, only his own interests and life were the most important. What's more, if it weren't for the 3 of them, these people would have died long ago. Being able to live until now is the greatest gift for them. After the words fell, Gong, Li and Song intentionally led the two-headed dragon towards the crowd. However, just when the 3 of them wanted to stop and escape, suddenly, a brilliant sword light slashed from behind them. The sword light was sharp and contained the edge that could cut through everything. With just a flash of sword light, the red dragon head of the two-headed dragon was beheaded. Seeing this sudden change, everyone was shocked. If you don't want to die, get out of here. Qin Xian held the king-slaying sword in his hand, stepped into the air, and passed the crowd, speaking with cold and indifferent eyes. He hadn't found Ji Yingyue yet, so he couldn't waste too much time. So he drew his sword and wanted to end the battle quickly. Roar! The two-headed dragon, whose head was chopped off by a sword, roared in pain and fear. The sword intent contained in the sword light just now made it feel a breath of death. Lin Yin'er, who stayed where she was, also had a strange look in her beautiful eyes. With one sword, Qin Xian beheaded a two-headed dragon of the 4th level of the Shinzong realm. It seems that he is even stronger than she imagined. The red flame tiger king's eyes were filled with fear, and he looked at Qin Xian with extreme dread. Fortunately, Qin Xian did not use a sword when dealing with it. Otherwise, it would probably have become a brainless axe. Tiger, now? Boom. After feeling the terrifying sword intent contained in the sword light, the two-headed dragon turned around and wanted to escape. The remaining dragon head knew very well how terrifying the man in white in front of it was, and it was definitely not its match. However, Qin Xian was not as merciful to the ferocious beasts as he was to humans, and he swung the king-slaying sword in his hand again. Another dazzling and sharp sword light rose from between the mountains. This time it is not a sword that beheads, but a sword that cuts off the body. After this sword was struck, the entire body of the two-headed dragon was split straight into 2 halves. Scarlet blood continued to flow out from the broken dragon body, mixed with various bloody internal organs. The two-headed dragon is dead beyond death. Upon seeing this, the red flame tiger king showed excitement in his eyes and hurriedly ran to the 2 halves of the two-headed dragon's body. It licked the blood of the dragon and swallowed the dragon's heart, liver, and other organs. This is the most naked and bloody law of survival among ferocious beasts. The strong prey on the weak. Of course, the red flame tiger king was simply relying on the power of others, which led to the two-headed dragon being eaten by the weak. Why don't you leave? Do you want to become its food too? Qin Xian turned around and said with cold eyes to the dozen or so geniuses who were standing there in shock. Seeing that Qin Xian was in a bad temper, and there was a red flame tiger king next to him, which opened its bloody mouth and wanted to eat someone after hearing what he said. More than 10 geniuses also hurriedly left this place, leaving only the 3 geniuses who were in the Shinzong realm and were granted the title of Marquis. Brother, I am Gong Yuanbai from the Scarlet Sky territory. May I know which territory you are from? Gong Yuanbai asked, bowing. Seeing this, Song Tianlu and Li Xiuzhen on the side also wanted to have a chat with Qin Xian, this powerful monster. But before he could open his mouth, Qin Xian's cold voice came. Don't you understand what I said? If you don't want to die, get out? Or do you want to be eaten by my pet too? As Qin Xian's cold voice came, Gong, Li and Song all looked grim. The three of them are all silver talisman prodigies in the 10 major domains. Looking at the entire Tiansong Daozhou, they are also extremely outstanding and famous. But now he was being scolded by Qin Xian in front of a beautiful girl, so he was naturally indignant. However, facing Qin Xian's powerful strength, no matter how angry the three were, they did not dare to rage and could only say goodbye and leave. When they left, Gong, Li and Song all secretly glanced at Qin Xian and the mountain behind the 9 dragons' thunder flame and then flew away. Qin Xian also caught the secret gazes of the three people, but he still let them leave. Humph. The silver talisman prodigies from the 10 great regions of Tiansong. I hope you three won't let me down. Of course, Qin Xian let the three people go not because he was merciful, but because he had other plans in mind. Chapter 73. How can one abandon righteousness and live in disgrace while living in this world? After the three people left, Qin Xian also walked forward and put the 9 dragon thunder flame into the system space. After storing the 9 dragons thunder flame into the system space, Qin Xian did not leave the place directly. Instead, he raised his head and looked towards the halfway point of a mountain behind the 9 dragons thunder flame. That place halfway up the mountain was exactly where Gong, Li and Song had secretly glanced at when they left just now. It was also the source of the sudden slight tremor in Qin Xian's chaotic divine body. So, Qin Xian stepped directly into the air and came to the halfway point of the mountain. What are you doing here? Huh? Seeing Qin Xian suddenly fly to the middle of the mountain, Lin Yiner followed him and asked. However, just as she opened her mouth, the elven blood in her body began to tremble very faintly, causing her to let out a puzzled exclamation. Boom. Qin Xian did not answer Lin Yiner's question. Instead, he suddenly punched out like an excavator, crushing all the huge rocks in front of him. When the huge rocks were shattered, a cave with mysterious runes engraved on all sides and emitting a mysterious Taoist atmosphere was suddenly exposed. The stone door at the entrance of the cave was flickering with a faint spiritual glow, demonstrating its extraordinariness. Seeing this, Lin Yiner was also surprised, and found the reason why the elven blood in her body was throbbing. Lin Yiner's elven blood has a natural and strong affinity for elements, and can easily sense the existence of natural treasures. And Qin Xian's chaotic divine body is naturally more powerful than the small elf bloodline. Therefore, the closer Qin Xian got to the cave, the more the chaotic energy in his body became boiling and surging, as if it was cheering. It seems that there must be an incredible opportunity in this cave. Feeling the throbbing of the chaotic energy in his body, Qin Xian said with some surprise. Unexpectedly, in addition to the 9 dragon thunder flame, there was also an unexpected big gain. From this point of view, Gong, Song, and Li might be one of them. He must have a unique talent to have discovered this mysterious cave. Thinking of this, Qin Xian directly called the Red Flame Tiger King over, and all the Red Flame Tigers in the system space were released to guard this place. Watch over this cave. No one, be it human or animal, can get close to me. Qin Xian ordered the Red Flame Tiger King. His most important goal now is to find Ji Yingwe first. As for the opportunities in this cave, let the Red Flame Tiger King guard it first, and use it as bait, waiting for the big fish to take the bait. The opportunity is here. Why do you want to leave? Seeing Qin Xian's actions, Lin Yiner asked in confusion. There is such a great opportunity right in front of you. Why would you leave? Because I want to find my wife. After turning around to look at Lin Yiner, Qin Xian patted the huge tiger head of the Red Flame Tiger King and then left. Seeing Qin Xian said with a determined look that he was going to find his wife. Lin Yiner didn't know why, but she suddenly felt a little lost in her heart. Hey, didn't you agree that I should follow you? Afterwards, Lin Yiner quickly shook her head, dispelling the inexplicable feeling of loss in her heart, and quickly followed. Feeling Lin Yiner catching up with him, Qin Xian couldn't help but smile. In this way, Qin Xian took Lin Yiner and followed the direction sensed by the natural disaster Kingsword formation, getting closer and closer to Ji Yingwe's position, until they arrived outside a valley and felt the powerful momentum bursting and colliding in the valley. Qin Xian's eyes, which originally contained expectation, gradually became sharp and cold. Inside the valley, Ji Yingwe's face was pale, and he slashed with the sword in his hand. Purple phoenix flames descended like fire from the sky. Along with the sword light, several figures burned towards the front. Beside Ji Ingyue, Lu Liming was also slashing out sharp and ferocious sword lights. It contained infinite sharpness, and with the blessing of the third level of sword intent, it slashed towards the other people. My beauty, please give up your resistance. Wouldn't it be better for you to go to paradise with us brothers? That's right. We are the silver talisman prodigies of the purple light domain, much stronger than you from the Yulong domain. Third level sword intent. I didn't expect that in such a small Yulong domain, there would be a swordsman like you. If you leave now and leave this woman to us, we will not pursue the matter of you stabbing us. Otherwise, you will be the first corpse in this valley. Listening to the words of the people around her, Ji Ingyue gritted her teeth and said nothing. But the phoenix flame burning around his body was even more ferocious. The reason why she was besieged by these people was because she relied on the sensitivity of her own purple phoenix bloodline to find a piece of Wudong spiritual wood in this valley. The Wudong spiritual wood is an extremely rare natural treasure. It contains the vitality of nirvana, which can greatly increase her success rate when she achieves nirvana again. Ji Ingyue was also very happy after finding the Wudong spiritual tree. However, just when she had taken the Wudong spiritual wood into her pocket and was about to leave, she was stopped by these 7 people. Among these 7 people, 2 are the silver talisman prodigies in the purple light domain. Although the purple light domain is not one of the 10 major domains of Tiansong, it is also a large domain that ranks very high. Even though those 2 were only silver talisman prodigies from the purple light domain, their realms were both at the 9th level of the cave heaven realm, and they were only 1 step away from being granted a title of Marquis in the divine hidden realm. Together with the remaining 5 people, they are all geniuses above the 5th level of the cave heaven realm, which is considered a very powerful lineup in this Tiansong secret realm. Therefore, these 7 people relied on their strong lineup and demanded Ji Ingyue to hand over the Wudong spirit wood. He also developed lustful thoughts about Ji Ingyue. After all, in this closed Tiansong secret realm, the evil thoughts of human nature were magnified to the extreme. A saint with such a beautiful appearance and hot body as Ji Ingyue would naturally arouse the covetousness and lust of everyone. Seeing this, Ji Ingyue refused to surrender, so she started a war directly. However, with such a powerful lineup of the opponent, even though Ji Ingyue had undergone 2 nirvanas after returning to Taishan Holy Land, she was still difficult to match. Fortunately, Lu Liming passed by, and with Lu Liming's help, Ji Ingyue was finally safe. However, this kind of safety is short-lived. Although Lu Liming broke through to the 3rd level of sword intent with the help of Qin Xian, but his realm is always a shortcoming and cannot be compared with the geniuses in the top domains. So even though the 2 of them worked together, they were still no match for the enemies in front of them, and could only delay their defeat. Don't worry about me, just leave. Things have come to this point, and my husband won't blame you if he knows. Ji Ingyue spoke to Lu Liming while struggling to resist the attacks of the people in front of her. The reason why Lu Liming would help her regardless of his own life was not because they were both geniuses in Yulong domain. It was because Qin Xian helped him break through to the 3rd level of sword intent that he had always dreamed of, and Ji Ingyue was Qin Xian's wife. He helped Ji Ingyue regardless of his own life, just to repay Qin Xian's teaching. After all, he once said that if Qin Xian needed help, he would definitely help with all his strength without hesitation. How can one abandon morality and live in disgrace when living in this world? Brother Qin is willing to help me break through the 3rd level of sword intent regardless of past grudges. This is a huge gesture of friendship to me. If I turn a blind eye to the life and death of Brother Qin's wife today, even if I can survive, I will no longer have the heart to practice martial arts. So, even if I have to sacrifice my life in return, I, Lu Liming, will do it. I will strike you with one final blow. After this blow, you must seize the opportunity and escape quickly. Dawn-breaking sword technique, kill. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Liming concentrated all his spiritual power on the long sword, and even unleashed the 3rd level of sword intent to its fullest. Boom. As the sword was slashed out, a huge, bright and sharp sword light cut through the void. The light, like the breaking of dawn, carrying with it a destructive sword energy, attacked everyone. Seeing this, the 7 people opposite also looked solemn. This knife really made them feel threatened. So, under this sword, the 2 silver talisman geniuses who were leading the opposite side also displayed their strongest martial arts to meet the attack. Chapter 74, Skinning and Pulling Out Tendons. My husband is usually very gentle. Boom. The 3 people's martial arts collided with each other, and a violent wave of energy suddenly rose in the valley. In an instant, endless sand and dust were rolled up, and the sword energy passed through it and swept in all directions. Seeing that Lu Liming was extremely decisive in creating opportunities for himself, Ji Yingwei could only grit his teeth and take advantage of this opportunity to escape from the valley. However, just as Ji Yingwei was about to escape, the remaining 5 people on the opposite side suddenly jumped up and each used their strongest martial arts to stop Ji Yingwei. Humph, do you really think we are stupid? Both of you must die today. That's right. So what if it's the 3rd level of sword intent? A weak genius from a backward region like Yulong Domain is ultimately not worthy of being on the stage. Little beauty, just obey us. Seeing Ji Yingwei being stopped, a trace of despair welled up in Lu Liming's eyes. He had already risked his life, but in the end he still failed to help Ji Yingwei escape from here, and ultimately failed. Thinking of this, Lu Liming leaned on the ground with his knife, and blood continued to flow from the base of his palm, staining the dust on the ground red. Brother Qin, I don't owe you anything. After a tragic smile, Lu Liming fainted on the ground due to exhaustion of his spiritual power. Ji Yingwei on the other side was also filled with despair at this moment. As the 7 people on the opposite side got closer, the despair turned into determination. As Qin Xian's wife, the peerless beauty of the Saint Lady Taixin in the Yulong Domain, she would rather die in battle than die in humiliation. Boom. Waves of extremely scorching deep purple phoenix flames burst out, and Ji Yingwei tightly gripped the hilt of the sword. Like a sad and beautiful purple fire phoenix, it rushed towards the enemies. Don't hurt her life. I like to play with living things. Ha ha ha. It seems that Brother Wu has the same taste as me. Seeing Ji Yingwei coming to fight desperately, the 2 silver talisman prodigies also said with lewd smiles. Just as the 2 of them finished speaking, an endless cold voice suddenly came from the sky. The boiling murderous intent contained in it made everyone feel cold in their hearts after hearing it. You are a bunch of beasts. Today I will grind your bones to dust, peel off your skin, and pull out your tendons. I will make your life worse than death. As this voice filled with cold murderous intent resounded, Ji Yingwei suddenly looked up at Qin Xian, who was descending from the sky. Those beautiful eyes were originally full of determination, but as soon as they saw Qin Xian's figure, they were filled with aggrieved expressions. Husband, Ji Yingwei cried with a slightly tearful tone, feeling somewhat aggrieved. In front of outsiders, she is the peerless Saint Lady Taixin, who will never shed a tear even if she dies in battle. But in front of Qin Xian, she was like a wronged little girl. She was not afraid of death, but she was afraid that she would never see Qin Xian again. Don't be afraid. I'm coming. After landing, Qin Xian first suppressed the anger in his heart, hugged Ji Yingwei, and comforted her softly. Then he clenched his right hand, and a blood-red field suddenly expanded with Qin Xian as the center, covering all 7 people on the opposite side. The ancient combat skill of the Shura clan, the Shura blood domain. After the 7 people on the opposite side were covered by the Shura blood domain, everything in front of them turned scarlet. They only felt that the ground was covered with corpses and debris, as if they were in an ancient tragic battlefield after a massacre. Waves of fierce and barbaric murderous aura continued to attack their souls. It gave them a splitting headache, as if nails were being driven into their brains. Where's this place? Who are you? Let me out. Please. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. As the Shura blood domain enveloped the valley, before Qin Xian could make a move, the 7 people on the opposite side had already suffered a mental breakdown and fell into a nightmare. This surprised Qin Xian. It seemed that he had underestimated the ancient fighting skills of the Shura clan. I didn't expect that the first time it was used, it would be so powerful. However, even though the 7 people on the opposite side had already collapsed mentally, he still wanted to torture them a little longer. Grinding bones and scattering ashes, peeling off skin, and pulling out tendons are not just talk. Boom. After using the Shura blood domain to cover the 7 people, Qin Xian directly summoned the Golden Emperor's burning sky flame. The flesh and even the bones of 4 of them were gradually burned to ashes. As for the remaining 3 people, Qin Xian shot out several sword lights. The sword lights were like shuttles, drilling into the 3 people's heads, then cutting their skin, severing their meridians, and breaking their bones. The 7 people, who were already shrouded in nightmares, had their souls trapped in the fear of murder. Coupled with the sudden extreme pain suffered by the physical body, it is really worse than death. They all let out extremely shrill screams, as if they were shouting like evil spirits. Looking at the tragic scene before them, both Qin Xian and Ji Yingwei remained calm. Ji Yingwei even felt a little sweetness in her heart. The Golden Emperor's burning sky flame that burned the 4 people to ashes looked so bright and dazzling. There is also the sword light that peeled off the skin and pulled out the tendons of 3 people. It is also small and exquisite and looks extremely cute. Lin Yin'er, who was accompanying them, covered her mouth with her hands and looked surprised when she saw such a tragic scene. She didn't expect that Qin Xian, who looked handsome and elegant, would use such bloody and brutal means. However, although the scene before her was bloody and cruel, Lin Yin'er felt remorseful when she thought that Qin Xian did this to avenge his wife. I felt that there seemed to be a bit more warmth in this blood-colored scene. Who is this sister? After seeing Lin Yin'er, Ji Yinghua seemed to have thought of something. After looking her up and down, she said with a smile on her beautiful face. After hearing Ji Yinghua's question, Qin Xian also told Ji Yinghua that Lin Yin'er was following him. After hearing this, Ji Yinghua's smile became even brighter. Then he walked straight to Lin Yin'er's side, took Lin Yin'er's hand, and said, "It turns out to be Sister Yin'er. Don't be afraid, Sister Yin'er. My husband is usually very gentle." Chapter 75. Let you also become golden talisman prodigies. Isn't this inhumane? Is that so? After being held by Ji Yinghua, Lin Yin'er spoke a little embarrassedly. In Ji Yinghua, Lin Yin'er could feel the same temperament as her sister Lin Wan'er. The same extraordinary beauty, the same maturity and stability. Moreover, Lin Yin'er could also see the care and concern in Ji Yinghua's beautiful eyes. This made her feel a sense of familiarity towards Ji Yinghua when she met her for the first time, as if she were her other biological sister. Just like that, Qin Xian was left aside, and Ji Yinghua started her journey of taking a concubine for her husband again. "Brother Qin, you are here." At this time, Lu Liming also slowly woke up. He said weakly and surprised after seeing the figure in white. Looking at Lu Liming, who had just woken up, Qin Xian also had mixed feelings. When he helped Lu Liming break through the 3rd level of sword intent in the arena, it was actually just something he did as he pleased. I didn't expect to get such a shocking reward today. The words cause and effect are so wonderful. Brother Lu, thank you for your help today. I, Qin Xian, owe you a favor. To borrow your words, if you need anything in the future, I will do my best to help you. Qin Xian looked at Lu Liming and thanked him sincerely. Just to repay his teaching, Lu Liming dared to protect him with his life in times of danger. With such character and kindness, Qin Xian deserves to be regarded as a close friend. Brother Qin, you don't have to do this. I owe you this. Lu Liming shook his head when he heard this and said that he also had firm beliefs in his heart. Seeing Lu Liming so weak, Qin Xian said no more. Instead, he hurriedly took out the Yuanshi purple spirit ginseng in the system space, chopped it into pieces with a sword, gave half to Ji Yinghua to take, and gave the other half to Lu Liming to recover from his injuries. Seeing that Qin Xian did not hesitate to give the extremely precious Yuanshi purple spirit ginseng to the 2 of them. Lin Yin'er, who had just learned the cause and effect of the incident from Ji Yinghua, now had a better impression of Qin Xian. After all, good character is also one of Qin Xian's personal charms. This, Yuanshi purple spirit ginseng. It's too precious, Brother Qin. I'm just running out of energy, but my injuries aren't serious. I don't need to take such a precious treasure. After recognizing the Yuanshi purple spirit ginseng, Lu Liming was shocked at first, then quickly declined. Why? Do you think this Yuanshi purple spirit ginseng is more valuable than my wife? Qin Xian said seriously upon seeing this. Don't dare. After hearing what Qin Xian meant, Lu Liming was too embarrassed to refuse and could only take it and swallow it. After seeing Lu Liming take it, Qin Xian also smiled. Afterwards, after Ji Yinghua and Lu Liming had refined a small portion of the medicinal power, their condition was almost recovered. Qin Xian then said to the 3 of them, "It just so happens that if you 3 are lucky, everyone will get a surprise in a while." What surprise? Upon hearing this, Ji Yinghua smiled and asked directly. Although Lin Yin'er and Lu Liming were too embarrassed to ask, they pricked up their ears and listened after Ji Yinghua finished asking. The surprise is, I'll make you all become golden talisman prodigies. Qin Xian said with a mysterious smile on his handsome face. Let us also become golden talisman prodigies? How is this possible? As soon as these words were spoken, Ji Yinghua showed anticipation, Lin Yin'er widened her eyes, and Lu Liming shouted in surprise. No matter how outrageous Qin Xian's words were, Ji Yinghua would believe them. After all, Ji Yinghua witnessed with her own eyes how Qin Xian escaped from the remote town of Qingfeng. He created miracles time and time again, and finally became the supreme genius of Yulong domain today. As for Lin Yin'er and Lu Liming, since they had only been in contact with Qin Xian for a short time, They obviously did not have this awareness. So I still find it hard to believe something like this that goes against the norm. Every Tiansong Lingfu, no matter what level it is, gold, silver, or bronze. From the moment the geniuses held it before entering the secret realm, it was deeply bound to that genius. Only the genius who has bound it can use it to receive baptism in the holy spring. Even if it was snatched away by someone else in the middle, the Tiansong Lingfu could not be used by others. If the holder was killed, the Tiansong Lingfu would disappear directly into the air. This is also a rule set to prevent the geniuses from fighting excessively and to maintain the basic balance in the major domains of Tiansong. But now, Qin Xian said that he could break this rule. How could Lin Yiner and Lu Liming believe this? After hearing Lu Liming's question, Qin Xian just smiled and didn't say anything more. Then he took the three of them and headed towards the mysterious cave. You evil beast. Get out of my way now. Otherwise I will wipe out your clan. Why waste time talking to these inhuman beasts? They are just a bunch of red-flamed spirit tigers. Just kill them all. In front of the mysterious cave discovered by Qin Xian, a group of people were standing in the air. The three people in the lead had powerful auras, and the golden talismans around their waists further highlighted their identities. Li Tianhan from the Qishao domain, Xiahou Wu from the Fenghua domain, and Gu Qingji from the Tianshu domain. That Li Tianhan is the golden talisman supreme of the Scarlet Sky domain, the son of the Qinghong sword sect, a powerful marquis of the 4th level of the divine hidden realm, and possesses the 3rd level of the late sword intent. Xiahou Wu, his realm is the 5th level of the divine hidden realm, 1 level higher than Li Tianhan. Although his sword intent is only at the middle 3rd level, he has the Magma King body and golden spirit bones, and his body is very powerful. As for the last Gu Qingji, his strength is a little weaker than the previous two, but he is also a powerful marquis of the 3rd level of the Xinzong realm. He is a demon genius who is capable of suppressing an entire region. Brother Qin, you are not going to steal the Tiansong Lingfu from these three people, are you? Behind the huge rock on the mountain, Qin Xian opened a barrier formed by chaotic energy. He blocked the perception of the group of people in front of the cave and overlooked everyone on the top of the mountain with Ji Yingyue, Lin Yiner, and Lu Liming. Do you know them? Qin Xian looked at Lu Liming, who exclaimed and asked with some confusion. How does this kid know so much about the geniuses from other domains? Of course, before entering the secret realm, the Holy Lord told me all the information about the geniuses in the 10 major domains who have the hope of being on the hidden dragon ranking. It's to let me know myself and the enemy, so that I can run away quickly after encountering them. Lu Liming said confidently, and Ji Yingyue and Lin Yiner nodded upon hearing this. Apparently, Taishan Holy Land and the Lin Wang family had also popularized this information to the two girls. Only Qin Xian knew nothing. Seeing this, Qin Xian was also helpless. Although he doesn't need to run away, the old master of Jinwu Saint should also talk to him. Otherwise, he wouldn't even know which fish he caught. There are only a few dozen golden talisman pride. I finally caught 3 of them. Can I let them go? After hearing Lu Liming's introduction, Qin Xian continued speaking calmly. If these 3 people join forces, even my sister will probably be defeated. Qin Xian, do you really want to steal their Tiansong Lingfu? Lin Yiner also said with some trepidation. Although her sister Lin Waner is the golden talisman supreme of the 2nd largest domain and has extremely strong strength. But if he faces the combined forces of the 3 golden talisman supremes from the top 10 domains alone, the only outcome will be defeat. Yeah, Brother Qin, why don't you reconsider it? We can actually pick on the weak ones. Lu Liming also advised from the side. After all, these 3 people are all famous golden talisman supremes throughout Tiansong Daozhou. Although he knew that Qin Xian was very strong, it was still too unsafe to fight 1 against 3. You two just watch. Do I look like someone who likes to die? Qin Xian waved his hand and said. Lin Yiner and Lu Liming could only remain silent upon seeing this. Ji Yingyue also smiled when she saw this. Roar. In front of the mysterious cave, listening to the threats from the group of people, the Red Flame Tiger King couldn't help but bare his fangs and roared. How dare these 2 people call it inhumane? It can even kill a dragon by borrowing a knife. Isn't this inhumane? Chapter 76, The Way to Death, Imprisoning the World with 1 Finger. Brother Tianhan, the concentration of spiritual energy in this cave is dozens of times richer than that in the secret realm. There must be a great opportunity in it. Among the group of people, a man in a white robe spoke up. It was Gong Yuanbai, whom Qin Xian had deliberately let go before. At this moment, Gong Yuanbai's eyes turned white, as if he was rolling his eyes. This is his powerful talent, Yuanling White Pupil. Gong Yuanbai's pair of white pupils can show the richness of spiritual energy with the naked eye. Although he cannot directly sense the location of the treasure like those warriors who have the talent for treasure hunting. But according to common sense, the spiritual energy in places with spiritual objects and natural treasures is naturally richer than in other places. Therefore, his pair of white pupils can be regarded as an expert in treasure hunting in another sense. Before he was able to discover the location of this mysterious cave, it was because he observed that the spiritual energy halfway up the mountain was much richer than other places. So after he and the other two marquee geniuses left, they first looked for the golden talisman supreme in their respective domains. So let's come here together and share the opportunity of this mysterious cave. After all, they had witnessed Qin Xian's terrifying strength, and he could kill a two-headed dragon at the 4th level of the Xinzong realm at will. With such terrifying strength, even if there were only 1 or 2 golden talisman geniuses in the 10 major domains, they would probably not be able to defeat Qin Xian. Only when the 3 of you work together can you win. I heard Gong Yuanbai say that the spiritual energy in this cave is dozens of times denser than that in the secret realm. Li Tianhan, Xiahou Wu, and Gu Qingji, the 3 golden talisman supremes, also had gleams in their eyes. If they can really get such an opportunity, they will be able to compete for the baptism position in the Tiansong Holy Spring or the ranking on the Hidden Dragon list. You will be more confident and may even have a chance to top the list of potential dragons. Thinking of this, the 3 of them had fire in their eyes. Then he took action directly and attacked the group of Red Flame Tigers. Seeing this, the Red Flame Tiger King was not afraid at all and continued to roar majestically. Because the distance was so close, it had already sensed Qin Xian's presence through the master-servant contract. It's not Melon at all. Sure enough, the next moment, a man in white fell from the top of the mountain and stood in front of everyone. You are still here. Brother Xiahou, he is the genius who killed the two-headed dragon. This person is extremely powerful. Brother Gu, be careful. Seeing Qin Xian appear, Gong Yuanbai, Song Tianlu, and Li Xiuzhen all spoke up. Roar. Upon seeing Qin Xian appear, the Red Flame Tiger King let out a flattering growl. Whoever he is, get out of the way, or we'll kill you too. Brother Xiahou is right. Whoever dares to block my way today will not be spared by my heavenly cold sword. Anyone who prevents others from gaining an opportunity shall be killed. Li Tianhan, Xiahou Wu, and Gu Qingji all started scolding when they heard this. As the Golden Talisman Supremes ranked in the top 10 domains, the 3 of them joining forces will make them invincible in this secret realm. Whoever stands in the way will die. After hearing the scolding from Li Xiaogu and the other 2, Qin Xian was not angry at all. Instead, he showed a harmless smile. Very good. How dare you scold me? I have found your way to death. Boom. With a snap of his fingers, the Shura blood domain expanded, and the blood-red area descended, covering all the people in front of the cave. Compared to the 7 people who surrounded and killed Ji Yingyue in the valley, this group of people were still determined. Although he was affected by the murderous mood, his state of mind did not collapse directly. After unfolding the Shura blood domain, the sword intent used to seal the breath in Qin Xian's body also dissipated. Suddenly, an extremely powerful aura burst out, shocking everyone. A 3rd-level divine hidden realm noble genius. It's incredible. Apart from the 10 major domains, other domains actually have such powerful geniuses. What a strong aura. Brother Yuanbai was right. This person's strength is truly terrifying. Except for Gong, Song, and Li, who had already witnessed Qin Xian's terrifying strength, the rest of the people were all extremely shocked. Even Li Tianhan, Xiahou Wu, and Gu Qingji, the 3 Golden Talisman Supremes, paid a little more attention to Qin Xian at this moment. However, their realm is already higher than Qin Xian's, and the 3 of them are working together, thinking of the amazing opportunity in this cave. Killing intent also emerged in the eyes of the 3 people. It's just the 3rd level of the Xinzong realm. With such a stunning opportunity ahead of me, even if Chu Tiannin wants to stop me, he will die. Boom. As the words fell, Xiahou Wu's eyes turned red. There were layers of molten lava covering his body, emitting a molten force filled with a destructive aura. Within the molten body, there are faint shadows of golden bones. This is a manifestation of him pushing the Lava King body and Golden Spirit Bone to the extreme. Kill. After a roar, a blood-red long sword appeared on Xiahou Wu's palm covered with molten lava. The blade was spreading with blazing molten power, and with the power of the sword, it suddenly rushed towards Qin Xian. Seeing Xiahou Wu taking action, Li Tianhan also drew his sword, and frost condensed on the blade. With the powerful sword intent of the late 3rd level, it slashed in front of Qin Xian in an instant. and Gu Qingji was no less powerful than anyone else, thrusting out with a spear. With the blessing of 3 levels of spear intent, he stabbed towards Qin Xian suddenly, like a terrifying dragon. Boom. Feeling the powerful force unleashed by the 3 people, the rest of the people also felt at ease. Under such a powerful joint attack by the 3, even Chu Tiannan, who was recognized as the strongest genius in Tiansong Daozhou, would probably have to take shelter temporarily. Not to mention the young man in white in front of him, who is only at the 3rd level of the Xinzong realm. Upon seeing this, Gong, Song, and Li all showed a hint of joy in their eyes. Obviously, they still held a grudge against Qin Xian for his previous scolding and disdain towards them. Brother Qin, is he really okay? Yeah, why don't we go down and help Qin Xian? On the top of the mountain, feeling the powerful aura of the 3 people, Lu Liming and Lin Yiner both said with great concern. Rest assured, Ji Yingyue's eyes were full of trust, and after seeing Lin Yiner's worried expression, she revealed a gentle smile. Boom. In just a moment, Li Xiaogu and the other 2 had already attacked Qin Xian. Looking at the 3 people with great momentum, Qin Xian did not draw his sword, but extended a finger. Seeing that Qin Xian just extended a finger, Li Xiaogu and the other 2 even thought that Qin Xian was scared silly. But the next moment, the power that shook the world erupted from that finger. The 3 golden talisman supremes from the 10 major domains all changed their expressions. The great wilderness prisoner heaven finger. 1 finger imprisons the heaven and earth. With 1 finger extended, the sky and the earth changed color. Whether it is Xiahou Wu's molten long sword, Li Tianhan's sharp sword intent, or Gu Qingji's ferocious spear. With this 1 finger, everything was annihilated. Puff, puff, puff. As the aura of desolation swept across heaven and earth, the 3 golden talisman supremes from the 10 major domains were directly defeated and seriously injured. Royal Martial Arts. You are performing Royal Martial Arts. Chapter 77. 2 fingers shatter mountains and rivers, and the silver talisman turns into a golden talisman. The 3 of them vomited blood and looked at Qin Xian in fear. As the geniuses of the 10 major domains, there are emperors in the realm of supernatural powers among the forces behind them. Therefore, they are more aware of the horror of imperial martial arts. But they found it hard to believe how the young man in white before them could successfully cultivate imperial-grade martial arts in the Xinzong realm. What? Royal-grade martial arts? How is this possible? Can a marquis from the Xinzong realm successfully cultivate an imperial-grade martial art? I don't believe it. Looking at this scene and hearing the voices of Xiahou Wu and the other 2, the rest of the people felt as if the world had turned upside down. Being able to successfully cultivate imperial martial arts in the Xinzong realm, is he still a human being? Fuck. Brother Qin. Royal martial arts. Qin Xian is so strong. After seeing the power of this finger, Lu Liming was so shocked that he was speechless. It turns out that the strength Qin Xian showed in the Yulong ranking battle was just the tip of the iceberg. Lin Yiner also widened her eyes in surprise. To have successfully cultivated imperial martial arts in the Xinzong realm, what an incredible talent and understanding. It seems that her sister Lin Wanner is not worthy of being compared with Qin Xian at all. He would be stabbed to death with just 1 finger. Ji Yingyue smiled, but said nothing when she saw this. This was the style of painting that her husband was familiar with. We don't want any more chances, let's leave now. That's right. All the opportunities here are given to you. We won't fight for them. As soon as the imperial martial arts came out, Li Tianhan, Xiahou Wu, and Gu Qingji all became sensible in an instant. However, they don't want the opportunity here, but Qin Xian still wants the golden talismans on them. Buzz. After severely injuring 3 people with 1 finger, Qin Xian waved his hand and immediately sucked the golden Tiansong talismans on the waists of the 3 people into his palm. After getting the golden talismans from the 3 people, Qin Xian directly put the 3 golden talismans into the system space. Just like that, after the 3 golden talismans were stored in the system space by Qin Xian, Li Tianhan, Xiahou Wu, and Gu Qingji all showed expressions of extreme fear and shock on their faces. Impossible. This is impossible. What on earth did you do? My Tiansong Lingfu, why can't I feel it? The 3 of them shouted frantically because they suddenly felt that the connection between them and the golden talisman had been completely severed. This is the Tiansong talisman produced in the Tiansong secret realm. What is contained therein is the great laws of this secret realm. Even if an emperor of the supernatural power realm from the force behind them came here, it would be impossible for him to cut off the connection between them and the Tiansong Lingfu. But now, the young man in white in front of him, named Qin Xian, has done it. This shocked them countless times more than the success in practicing royal martial arts when he was conferred the title of Marquis in the Shinzong realm. Seeing the crazy looks of the three people, Qin Xian also smiled. He succeeded. The system space has an extreme eliminating effect on the ingested foreign matter. For example, if Qin Xian took the magical long sword refined by the true martial saint into the system space, the mark left by the holy Lord Jinwu on the magical long sword will be eliminated, and the magical weapon will become ownerless again. Based on this principle, after the Tiansong Lingfu is absorbed into the system space, the mark of its binder will also be eliminated. And when Qin Xian takes it out again, these three golden Tiansong talismans will return to their initial state before being bound. This is the confidence Qin Xian has when he says he wants to turn Ji Yingwei and the other two into golden talisman prodigies. What on earth have you done? Return my Tiansong Lingfu to me. On the opposite side, Xiahou Wu was still roaring madly. Li Tianhan and Gu Qingji were too weak to speak, but their eyes were filled with panic. What did you do? Of course I cheated. Qin Xian smiled and answered Xiahou Wu's question before he died, then slowly extended two fingers again. Don't kill me. You can't kill me. If you dare to kill me, the Xiahou family will grind you to dust. Seeing Qin Xuanhuan extending his finger again, fear in his heart spread instantly, and Xiahou Wu roared even more frantically. However, for a man as decisive as Qin Xian, he won't listen to your nonsense. The great wilderness prisoner sky finger, two fingers shatter mountains and rivers. Two fingers were extended, and an extremely powerful destructive force erupted, which contained the power to shatter mountains and rivers, sweeping away everything and annihilating nothingness. Under this destructive wave of energy, Xiahou Wu, Li Tianhan, and Gu Qingji, the three golden talisman supremes, fell instantly, and their bodies exploded into bloody mist. The rest of the people, including Gong Yuanbai, were all terrified and wanted to escape from here. It turned out that the blood-red area was as hard as divine iron, and no one could break it even with their combined efforts. In the end, they could only be blown into bloody mist in despair. With just two fingers, he destroyed all the arrogant people, including three golden talisman supremes. Seeing this scene, Lu Liming and Lin Yiner looked at Qin Xian in shock. At this moment, the two of them realized that Qin Xian's strength was far beyond their imagination. Only Ji Yingwei looked at it calmly as usual. That's right, it's still the same style. It hasn't changed, not at all. What are you still standing there for? Give me all your talismans. Seeing Lu Liming and Lin Yiner both standing there in a daze, Qin Xian said with a smile. Oh, okay. After hearing this, the two finally reacted. Then, together with Ji Yingwei, he handed all three silver Tiansong talismans to Qin Xian. Just like that, the three silver talismans were stored in the system space by Qin Xian. Ji Yingwei, Lu Liming, and Lin Yiner also felt that their connection with the talisman was completely cut off. Once again, Lu Liming and Lin Yiner were shocked to the point of being speechless. Only now did they understand why Xiahou Wu and the other two were so crazy before they died. Afterwards, Qin Xian took out the three golden talismans he had just seized. Ji Yingwei and the other two held it tightly and completed the binding again. In this way, Ji Yingwei, Lu Liming, and Lin Yiner also successfully became the Golden Talisman Supreme. Looking at the golden talisman in their hands that resonated with them, Lu Liming and Lin Yiner both felt a strong sense of unreality rising in their hearts. They even felt like they were dreaming. At this moment, Qin Xian summoned the king-slaying sword, turned around, and slashed the stone door that was flashing with spiritual light with one sword. Finally, I saw the amazing opportunity in the cave. Chapter 78, Rainbow Piercing the Sun, an extremely powerful martial art. After splitting the stone door open, a spiritual mist condensed from pure spiritual energy floated out, making Qin Xian and the other three feel refreshed when they smelled it. Pushing aside the thick spiritual mist, one can see a large pool in the cave. The big pool was sparkling with colorful rays of light, and the liquid in it was crystal clear, just like nectar, containing the purest energy in the world. In addition to the large pool filled with spiritual liquid, the surrounding walls are also inlaid with dark purple crystals, emitting a rich Taoist charm. It's actually the seven-colored mysterious spiritual liquid and the heavenly spirit purple source crystal. After seeing the scene in the cave, the four of them exclaimed in surprise. The seven-colored mysterious spiritual liquid is one of the most advanced types of spiritual liquids. It contains extremely rich mysterious spiritual energy, which can help warriors break through the realm quickly without any side effects, and the foundation will still be solid after the breakthrough. In the outside world, Just a small bottle of 7-colored mysterious spirit liquid is priceless, and even the king of the galaxy realm will try to snatch it. I didn't expect that there was such a large pool in this cave. It is indeed a shocking opportunity that can make the chaos divine body tremble. In addition to this large pool of colorful mysterious liquid, there are also dozens of pieces of heavenly spirit purple source crystals inlaid on the walls. Tianling purple source crystal is also an extremely precious treasure from heaven and earth. Not only can warriors directly absorb the purple spiritual energy from it to increase the strength of their spiritual power and temper their meridians and bodies. It can also be used to refine medicine and cast weapons, improving the quality of elixirs and the power of magical weapons. It has powerful functions and a wide range of uses. I saw a pool of colorful mysterious liquid and a wall of heavenly purple crystal. Qin Xian admitted that he had indeed underestimated the opportunities in the secret realm before. What a great opportunity. First, pick all the heavenly spirit purple source crystals off the wall. As Qin Xian spoke, he and the other two picked up all the Tianling purple source crystals on the wall. In this way, the four of them dug out a total of 56 pieces of Tianling purple source crystal. Qin Xian directly took out 30 yuan and gave 15 yuan to Lu Liming and Lin Yin'er each. Brother Qin, this won't work. The previous yuanshi purple spirit ginseng and this golden talisman are already precious enough. I can't take any more of your things. Seeing this, Lu Liming declined. The half pill of yuanshi purple spirit ginseng that he had taken before not only healed his injuries quickly, and there is still a huge amount of medicinal power remaining in his body, which is enough for him to break through several small realms. There is also this golden talisman, which will indicate the time and quality of baptism when you are baptized in the holy spring later. It will be several times more powerful than the previous silver talisman. Therefore, whether it is half of the yuanshi purple ginseng or this golden talisman, it is already a great opportunity for him. How could he have the nerve to distribute these heavenly spirit purple source crystals? It's just a few pieces of heavenly spirit purple source crystals. They're not rare items. Qin Xian spoke again after hearing this. However, Lu Liming's attitude this time was unusually firm. He knew that one cannot receive reward without merit, even though he helped Ji Yingwei who was in danger. But that was to repay Qin Xian for helping him break through the third level of sword intent. Not to mention that Qin Xian also gave him the yuanshi purple spirit ginseng and the golden talisman. So, seeing that Lu Liming's attitude was so firm, Qin Xian had no choice but to give up. On the other hand, Lin Yin'er, like Lu Liming, was embarrassed to distribute the Tianling purple source crystal. However, after being pulled away by Ji Yingwei and persuaded for some time, he actually took the initiative to accept the 15 pieces of Tianling purple source crystals when he came back. Qin Xian was secretly amazed when he saw it. It seems that women understand women better. Brother Qin, my spiritual power has been fully restored. It's time for me to look for my own opportunity. Lu Liming glanced at the pool of colorful mysterious liquid, then looked at Qin Xian and said. Obviously, Lu Liming was afraid that Qin Xian would give him the 7-colored mysterious spiritual liquid again, so he prepared to leave. Okay, if you encounter any danger, feel free to come find me here. Qin Xian did not try to keep him because Lu Liming had his own way to go. Don't worry, I will. After he finished speaking, Lu Liming left the place. This heavenly sword saint has a very upright character. Seeing this, Ji Yingwei couldn't help but sigh. But he was able to save me because of my husband. After all, it was you, my husband, who saved me once again. Looking at the handsome and slender Qin Xian, Ji Yingwei recalled her previous life in the Qin mansion and said with a dazed look in her eyes. I'm going to go outside and refine the heavenly spirit purple source crystal. Seeing that only herself, Qin Xian, and Ji Yingwei were left, Lin Yin'er hurriedly ran out of the cave with a slightly flushed face. Then he closed the stone door, sat down anxiously, and began to refine the Tianling purple source crystal. Qin Xian and Ji Yingwei smiled at each other when they saw this. After Lin Yin'er left, Qin Xian looked down at Ji Yingwei's rosy and beautiful face, and the hint of whiteness and ravines revealed at her collar. I couldn't help but feel hot in my heart. Yingwei, I missed you so much during the time you were away. Qin Xian looked at Ji Yingwei and said with a deep smile. Immediately, Qin Xian pounced towards Ji Yingwei like a hungry wolf. Chapter 79: The Surprise of Dual Talents and Unprecedented Sense of Urgency. Outside the stone gate, Lin Yin'er eavesdropped on the screams coming from the cave, and her heart was filled with anxiety. She has been eavesdropping for 3 days and 3 nights. Why hasn't it ended yet? Which good person can stay with Cohen for 3 days and 3 nights? Oh. At this moment, a voice was heard again in the cave, and Lin Ener quickly put her ears close to it. However, just as Lin Ener put her ear close to it, the stone door suddenly opened, and Ji Yingyue was looking at her with a smile. Sister Ener, it's your turn. What do you mean it's my turn? After seeing Ji Yingyue suddenly appear, Lin Ener became extremely flustered and didn't even react to what Ji Yingyue meant. Ji Yingyue was also delighted when she saw Lin Ener's flushed face and tense legs. She came out just in time. Remember we said a few days ago that we would be sisters from now on? Ji Yingyue walked to Lin Ener's side and spoke softly. Of course I remember. It was because of this sentence that Lin Ener accepted the Tianling purple source crystal. Just remember it. After today, we will be real sisters. As soon as she finished speaking, Ji Yingyue pushed Lin Ener into the cave and then closed the stone door. Suddenly being pushed into the cave, Lin Ener shouted in panic. Moreover, the spiritual mist in front of her eyes gradually dissipated. A strong and tall figure also appeared in front of her. Ener, you're here. As a clear voice rang out, the strong and tall figure also walked away. Soon, the entire cave was filled with spring colors. In addition to Kuin's serious matter, Qin Xian and the two girls also began to refine the pool of colorful mysterious liquid in their spare time. Such a huge amount of colorful mysterious liquid is enough for Qin Xian and the two girls to refine it for a year or two, and they don't need to go out to look for opportunities. So, in the cave, Qin Xian and the two women were all sitting cross-legged in the pool naked. During the day he refined the 7-colored mysterious liquid, and at night he practiced martial arts, and each time he would not stop until he reached climax. With the protection of the red flame tigers outside, no one came to disturb the three people's happy sex life for a while. In this way, Qin Xian and the two girls practiced together in the cave for a whole year. During this period, the two girls each gave birth to a son for Qin Xian. Moreover, during this year, Qin Xian received a system notification sound indicating that Lu Qiuyue had given birth in the 9th month. Ding! Congratulations, host. Your 11th offspring is born. Offspring's talent level assessment, qualification assessment, purple, talent assessment, ice flame spirit body, spirit ice Dao pupil, talent level assessment, top level genius. Ding! Congratulations to the host's 11th offspring for being rated as a top level genius. The system will issue a reward. The system issues rewards. Congratulations to the host for receiving 1 breakthrough card, 5 epiphany cards, 10 bottles of top-grade Yuanling pills, mysterious ice spirit king armor, ice extreme Litian wine, family guard, a king-grade random martial arts, and a king-grade random martial arts. Before going to participate in the Yulong ranking tournament, Lu Qiuyue was already pregnant, and now it is time to give birth. However, this time when Lu Qiuyue gave birth, Qin Xian was not by her side. This also made Qin Xian feel very guilty after hearing the system prompt sound. However, he is now in the secret realm, and guilt is of no use. He can only wait until the battle for the secret realm is over, and then go back to compensate Lu Qiuyue. Afterwards, Qin Xian also checked the rewards. Ice Mysterious Spirit King Armor, a top-grade Earth-level magic weapon, a close-fitting armor forged with 10,000 years of spiritual mysterious ice. The wearer can increase the strength of ice attributes spiritual power, increase the speed of cultivation, and be immune to the 3 full-strength attacks of the Galaxy Realm King. Ice Extreme Litian Wine, a spiritual wine produced in the extremely cold land of ancient times. It has a clear and mellow taste. After drinking it, the drinker will feel refreshed within an hour and intoxicated after an hour. No one below the Emperor of the supernatural realm can dispel the drunkenness. Family Guard, a Galaxy Realm King, plus 10 Xinzong Realm Marquises and 100 Dantian Realm Giants, with a powerful guard force. Ice Mysterious Spirit King Armor. It's actually a top-grade Earth-level magic weapon of armor, and it can also be immune to 3 full-strength attacks from the King of the Galaxy Realm. This is really a good thing. Compared to weapons such as swords, spears, swords and halberds, armor is more precious and difficult to forge. After all, armor is much larger than weapons, and more inscriptions need to be engraved on it, and various inscriptions need to be connected into formations. The complexity skyrocketed, the forging difficulty was high, and the value was naturally higher. This Ice Mysterious Spirit King armor can be kept until I return and given to senior sister Qiyu as a compensation gift. Among Qin Xian's wives and concubines, only Lu Qiuyue has dual ice attribute talents. Therefore, this piece of Ice Mysterious Spirit King armor is the most suitable for Lu Qiuyue. My goodness, this ice extreme fiery heaven wine can make even the Galaxy Realm King intoxicated after drinking it. After reading the introduction of Bingji Litian wine, Qin Xian was also very surprised. As a warrior, especially a warrior at a high level, it is very difficult to get drunk once. After all, warriors at a high level are extremely powerful both physically and spiritually, and only some precious spiritual wines can make them drunk. Just like when Saint Lord Jinwu was in the Yulong ranking battle, he asked Saint Lord Tiandao to serve him the king-level monkey wine. Only the monkey wine brewed by the Monkey King of the Ape Clan in the Galaxy Realm, which is made from precious natural treasures, can make the King Jinwu Saint Lord drunk. From this we can see how rare and precious this jar of ice extreme liquor rewarded by the system is. Chapter 82 Evil Geniuses, Qin Shun and Qin Luo. The Family Guard team consists of 1 king, 10 marquises, and 100 giants. This kind of lineup is considered a very powerful force in the Yulong domain. With this escort team, the Qin family's mid-level strength doesn't seem so weak anymore. Otherwise, it would really be a bit short of manpower. After seeing the reward from the Family Guard team, Qin Xian nodded slightly and said, "The last time Qin Dong was born, the system rewarded him with a powerful family emperor. With the addition of him, a genius who is capable of killing a king, the Qin family can already be regarded as the strongest in Yulong domain in terms of high-end combat power. However, the Qin family is still relatively short of warriors with mid-level combat power, such as the marquises of the Xinzong realm and the giants of the Dantian realm. If it was just to stay in the Qin family, having Qin Xian and the family emperor would be enough. But in addition to the Qin family, there is also a Qin dynasty that needs to be managed. With such a vast territory of a dynasty, it is impossible that Qin Xian and the family emperor are responsible for everything that happens. This Family Guard team can be said to have alleviated the Qin family's problem of lack of manpower. After checking these rewards, Qin Xian no longer used the Breakthrough card and Enlightenment card. There was a pool of colorful, mysterious liquid, although Qin Xian gave most of it to Ji Yingyue and Lin Yiner to refine. But the remaining spiritual liquid still allowed Qin Xian to reach the peak of the 3rd level of the Xinzong realm. If he refined some more, he would be able to break through to the 4th level of the Xinzong realm. Therefore, Qin Xian also kept the Breakthrough card for use after the breakthrough. This is the most cost-effective way to maximize profits. As for the Epiphany card, Qin Xian was waiting for the system to reward him with royal martial arts before using it to practice. Now he no longer looks down on king-level martial arts. Just like that, another month passed after hearing the system notification sound of Lu Qiyue's fertility. Ji Yingyue and Lin Yiner also gave birth to their 3rd and 1st children in succession. Ding! Congratulations, host. Your 12th offspring is born. Offspring's talent level assessment, qualification assessment, gold. Talent assessment, 9 Netherbird bloodline, great son, immortal body. Talent level assessment, monster and genius. Ding! Congratulations, host. Your 13th offspring is born. Offspring's talent level assessment, qualification assessment, gold. Talent assessment, elemental affinity, myriad phase, divine pupils. Talent level assessment, monster and genius. 2 great evil geniuses. Qin Xian was also delighted when he heard the system prompt. Ji Yingyue's first 2 children were the eldest son Qin Fusu and the 3rd son Qin Yan. Qin Fusu is a top genius, and Qin Yan is an unparalleled genius. And now, after experiencing 2 nirvanas in the Taishan Holy Land, Ji Yingyue's qualifications have also been upgraded to gold. Finally, she gave birth to a genius for Qin Xian. The netherworld is the sinking of the land, the sun is the morning of the sky, and humans are the dust of the world. Since this is the case, my 12th son will be named Qin Shun. All things return to their origin, Tianluo's spirit. My 13th son will be named Qin Luo. After Ji Yingyue and Lin Yiner gave birth, Qin Xian also named the 2 children. The 12th son Qin Shun, the 13th son Qin Luo. As for the child born by Lu Qiyue, Qin Xian didn't know whether it was a boy or a girl, so he could only think of a name after he returned. After naming them, Qin Xian also took a closer look at the talents of Qin Shun and Qin Luo. 9 Netherbird bloodline. The bloodline of the ancient sacred beast 9 Netherbird. Those who possess this bloodline can control the 9 Nether fire. Their physical strength far exceeds that of ordinary people. The 9 Nether Chi will be generated in their bodies to help them practice and fight against enemies. They can practice the 9 Netherbird clan skills and magical combat skills. Great Sun immortal body. A holy body. The owner is born with a strong body, with immortal energy in his flesh and blood, strong vitality, and can cultivate the power of the great sun, which is fierce and domineering. With the blood of a holy beast and a holy body, it seems that Chen'er may be able to achieve sainthood in the future. Qin Xian pinched Qin Shen's smooth, tender and tight little arm and said with a smile, "Whether it is the Nine Netherbird bloodline or the great sun immortal body, both have a huge improvement and blessing on Qin Shen's physical strength. Especially the great sun immortal body, a holy body of the flesh, which contains endless potential and is one of the most powerful holy bodies in the flesh. Element affinity body, born with element affinity, can practice martial arts of all attributes, can generate spiritual energy of all attributes, can fuse spiritual power of different attributes, and practice speed far exceeds that of ordinary people. Myriad aspects divine pupil, the myriad ways of heaven and earth, the myriad aspects of all living things. This pupil can observe all aspects and break all aspects. Qin Luo's two major talents, elemental affinity and Lin Yiner's elven bloodline, have some similarities. However, it is definitely stronger than the elven bloodline because it also contains the powerful characteristics of the chaos god body. The myriad divine pupils observe all things, break all paths. If you cultivate to the extreme, I'm afraid you can even see through people's hearts. Qin Xian touched Qin Luo's little face, looked at the pair of divine pupils that were filled with divine light, and said, "Compared to the elemental affinity body, the all-aspect divine eye is much more powerful. The owner can see through all things, and his understanding is definitely at the top level. Whether it is practicing martial arts or comprehending artistic conception, you will have extremely strong talent. In general, Qin Chun and Qin Luo's talents are worthy of the title of monsters." Just like that, after checking Qin Chun and Qin Luo's talents, Qin Xian also began to check the system's rewards with great anticipation. Ding! Congratulations to the host's 12th offspring for being rated as a demon genius. The system will issue a reward. The system issues rewards. Congratulations to the host for receiving 1 breakthrough card, 5 epiphany cards, 10 bottles of top-grade Yuanling pills, Strange Fire Netherworld Ghost Flame, Heaven Swallowing and Earth Devouring Art, Royal Grade Technique Haoyan Divine Art, and 3 King Grade Random Martial Arts. Heaven Swallowing Earth Secret, a secret method of swallowing spirits. After practicing, one has the ability to swallow the heavens and the earth. One can swallow a large amount of heaven and earth spiritual energy, greatly increasing the speed of practice. One can also quickly digest various spiritual objects, elixirs, natural treasures, etc. Ghost Flame of the Netherworld, a rare and exotic fire. Its flame is like the Netherworld. Its fire is like the Underworld. The flame contains the ghost energy of the 9 Netherworlds, which can gather hundreds of ghosts to walk at night, and the living people should avoid it. Haoyan Divine Art, a peak-level imperial technique. Haoyan shines, the universe flickers and extinguishes. After practicing, it will greatly improve the practice speed, recovery ability, reaction speed, endurance, spiritual power strength and thickness. After practicing to perfection, you can also summon Haoyan's Phantom to suppress evil spirits. Chapter 81, Sudden Enlightenment and Cultivation, a pond full of spring scenery. The rewards for giving birth to Qin Shun include the regular rewards such as breakthrough cards and enlightenment cards. The main rewards are the 3 kinds of Strange Fire Netherworld Ghost Flame, the soul-devouring secret method of heaven-devouring and earth-devouring art, and the imperial-grade top-level technique of Haoyan Divine Art. The Netherworld Ghost Flame sounds rather eerie and strange, not as good as the 9-Dragon Thunder Flame. Qin Xian threw it directly into the system space, leaving it for Qin Yin to devour with the burning technique in the future. As for the secret soul-swallowing technique, the heaven-swallowing and earth-devouring technique, and the imperial-grade top-level technique, the divine art of clear sky, these 2 rewards are extremely precious to Qin Xian. After integrating the chaos divine body, Qin Xian's cultivation speed also slowed down a lot. After practicing the heaven-swallowing and earth-devouring art, he could absorb massive amounts of heaven and earth spiritual energy, quickly digest all kinds of natural treasures, and help Qin Xian quickly break through the realm. There is also the Haoyan Divine Art, a top-level imperial martial art. In addition to improving Qin Xian's basic abilities such as spiritual energy strength, it will also greatly improve Qin Xian's cultivation speed. Moreover, when one cultivates to perfection, one can also summon the Phantom of Haoyan to suppress evil spirits, which makes Qin Xian look forward to it. Ding! Congratulations to the host's 13th offspring for being rated as a demon genius. The system will issue a reward. The system issues rewards. Congratulations to the host for receiving 1 breakthrough card, 5 enlightenment cards, 10 bottles of top-grade Yuanling pills, the world-honored Holy Sword Technique, 10 portions of rebirth and marrow cleansing decoction, a map of the top-grade spiritual stone mine, a powerful family member who is crowned as an emperor, and 3 random king-grade martial arts. The Holy Sword Technique of the world-honored one, the top-level sword technique of the imperial grade, cultivate the sword of eternity, and be the most respected in the world. Rebirth and marrow cleansing soup. This soup is used by the Taiku Emperor clan to baptize the descendants of the clan's geniuses. It contains the blood of mythical beasts such as the real dragon, phoenix, blue phoenix, gluttony, taowu, pishio, and unicorn, and is refined with hundreds of precious spiritual objects such as the red flame spirit fruit, the heavenly demon immortal rock, and the Taishur spirit dew. Using the rebirth and marrow cleansing decoction to baptize offspring can greatly improve their comprehension and qualifications, innate physical and soul strength, and innate abilities, and there is a great chance of awakening the ancient bloodline. The reward for giving birth to 2 great geniuses is indeed all top-notch. After checking the system reward for giving birth to Qin Luo, Qin Xian said with an expression of admiration, "The top-grade imperial sword technique, the world-honored one's holy sword art, is the strongest sword technique at the same level as the great wilderness prison heaven finger. With such a powerful swordsmanship and the blessing of the 5th level of sword intent, even if the true martial Saint Lord was in front, Qin Xian could probably be killed with 1 sword." A map of the top-grade spiritual stone or veins. With this map, the Qin family can own an entire top-grade spiritual stone or vein. After all the high-quality spirit stones are dug out, the Qin family's financial resources will dominate the entire Yulong domain. At that time, you can go to Wanbao Chamber of Commerce to purchase a large amount of rare resources to train the Qin family. There is also a powerful emperor in the family. With this emperor, the Qin family now has 2 emperors in the realm of supernatural powers. Not to mention the Yulong domain. Even the imperial forces among the 10 major domains can be challenged by the Qin family. As for the last rebirth and marrow cleansing soup, Qin Xian thought it was the most precious of all the rewards. It is said that the ancient imperial clan used this decoction to baptize their descendants, which can greatly improve their descendants' aptitude, talent, and other innate abilities. This medicine has such a powerful effect. After reading the introduction of the Tuatai marrow cleansing decoction, Qin Xian couldn't help but exclaim, "No wonder the legendary ancient imperial clan is full of geniuses. Even the weakest member of the clan is a top-notch powerhouse in the outside world." It turns out that they used such luxurious and precious medicine to baptize their offspring. The spiritual objects used as raw materials alone are enough to empty out an entire holy land. Now, with these rebirth transforming and marrow cleansing soups, the talents of Qin Xian's children will be raised to another level after baptism. When the Qin family has sufficient financial resources and foundation in the future, perhaps they will be able to achieve the same as the legendary ancient imperial family. There are geniuses everywhere, and everyone is like a dragon. After checking all the rewards, Qin Xian began to improve himself. System: use the Epiphany card. Ding. Consume 4 Epiphany cards, and your practice of the top-level imperial technique, Haoyan divine art, will be upgraded to the perfect stage. Ding. Consume 4 Epiphany cards, and the imperial-grade top-level sword technique, world-honored holy sword art, that you practice will be upgraded to the perfect stage. Ding. Congratulations to the host for upgrading the imperial-grade top-level swordsmanship, world-honored holy sword art, to the perfect stage. You have comprehended the ultimate swordsmanship move, the supreme of the world. Ding. Consuming 8 enlightenment cards, the soul-swallowing secret technique, swallowing heaven and devouring earth, that you practiced has reached the 8th level of enlightenment. After practicing the Haoyan divine art to perfection, Qin Xian only felt that the divine treasure in his body had expanded by dozens of times, and the spiritual power in it had become extremely thick and condensed. With Qin Xian's current spiritual power, if he uses martial arts such as the Great Wilderness Prison Heaven Finger, the power will definitely be several times stronger than before. Moreover, behind Qin Xian, there was a shadow of Haoyan that was as bright as the sun, looming. Contained within it is the holy power of Haoyan that is enough to suppress all evil spirits. After practicing the Buddha's holy sword technique to perfection, Qin Xian felt that a series of profound and exquisite sword-fighting insights suddenly emerged in his mind, which made him improve a lot in the sword fighting. 5 levels of sword intent, plus the perfect stage of the imperial-grade peak sword technique. Qin Xian is definitely the most powerful swordsman throughout the ages. As for the heaven-devouring and earth-swallowing art, there are 10 levels in total. With each level, the devouring power after being performed will be doubled. However, including the remaining epiphany cards from the previous 2 times, there are only 16 left, which are only enough for Qin Xian to upgrade the heaven and earth-devouring art to the 8th level. After successfully practicing these 3 martial arts and secret techniques, Qin Xian used the breakthrough cards. A few days after Lu Qiuyue gave birth, Qin Xian broke through to the 4th level of the Xinzong realm by refining the 7-colored mysterious spirit liquid. After the breakthrough, Qin Xian did not refine the 7-colored mysterious spirit liquid anymore. Instead, he directly relied on the breakthrough card he received as a reward last time to break through to the 5th level of the Xinzong realm again. Now, with the addition of these 2 breakthrough cards, Qin Xian's realm directly broke through to the 7th level of the Xinzong realm. In just 2 years, Qin Xian's realm has surpassed that of Gu Xianghan, the elder of the Zhenwu Holy Land. As for combat power, it is estimated that Gu Xianghan cannot even take on a single finger from Qin Xian now. After the improvement, Qin Xian returned to the pool where only a thin layer of colorful mysterious liquid remained. At this time, the 2 little babies Qin Shun and Qin Luo were sleeping sweetly on the huge tiger head of the Red Flame Tiger King, wrapped in soft fur. Ji Yingyue and Lin Yiner were still sitting naked in the pool practicing. Seeing this, Qin Xian took off all his clothes in an instant and jumped straight into the pool. Then, a chaotic air arose. It enveloped the Red Flame Tiger King, Qin Shun and Qin Luo, preventing them from seeing the spring scenery in the pool. Chapter 82. The Tiansong Holy Spring is opened, and a family of 5 rides on a tiger to go there. Just after Qin Xian told Ji Yingyue and Lin Yiner the story of Koan for 2 days. Outside the cave, a huge pillar of light that pierced the sky suddenly rose from the distance, emitting an endless mysterious aura. Like a divine pillar, it stands in the center of the secret realm. That is, the strange phenomenon caused by the appearance of the Tiansong Holy Spring. What a spectacular vision! That pillar of light seems to reach straight to heaven. Looking at the huge pillar of light standing in the distance like a pillar of heaven, Ji Yingyue and Lin Yiner both spoke. Every time the Tiansong Holy Spring appears in the secret realm, it will only appear after the Tiansong secret realm has been opened for a period of time. This is also to give many geniuses time to find and digest opportunities in the secret realm. After all, after these geniuses have experienced the baptism of the Tiansong Holy Spring, they will start the competition for this year's Hidden Dragon list. After competing for the ranking on the Hidden Dragon list, the Tiansong secret realm will be closed and the geniuses will be teleported back to their respective domains. Therefore, this period of time is the only time that the geniuses can use to obtain and digest opportunities. So the location of this beam of light is where the Tiansong Holy Spring is? Qin Xian also asked when he saw this. That's right. It's difficult to tell the direction in the secret realm. This pillar of light is the signpost that guides all the geniuses to the Tiansong Holy Spring. Ji Yingyue explained. I finally get to see my sister. Lin Yiner also said with a happy expression. When the Tiansong Holy Spring opens, all the geniuses in the secret realm will gather together, and her sister Lin Wanner is naturally no exception. But I don't know if we will meet again. How would Lin Wanner feel after seeing Lin Yiner and Qin Luo in her arms? This Tiansong secret realm is quite user-friendly and is extremely friendly to those who are directionally challenged. Qin Xian smiled and said when he heard this. Ji Yingyue nodded after hearing this, then touched the golden talisman on her waist with an expectant look in her beautiful eyes. After almost a year of practice, 80% of the colorful mysterious liquid in the pool in the cave was refined by her and Lin Yiner. It allowed her to break through directly from the 8th level of the cave heaven realm to the 3rd level of the divine storage realm, becoming a powerful and extraordinary person who was granted a title of nobility. And Lin Yiner also broke through from the 1st level of the Xinzong realm to the 4th level of the Xinzong realm, and her combat power increased dozens of times. With the current realm and strength of the 2 girls, even if they encounter a golden talisman supreme like Li Tianhan, they will definitely be able to fight. Therefore, Ji Yingyue is also looking forward to fighting and competing with other geniuses at this moment. Just like that, as the Tiansong Holy Spring opened, Qin Xian first absorbed the group of Red Flame Tigers into the system space again. Then the family of 5 all rode on the Red Flame Tiger King and rushed to the location of the Tiansong Holy Spring. In the center of the Tiansong secret realm, there is a broad lake with a clear glow and sparkling waves, just like a lake in a fairyland. What flows in the lake is not lake water, but spiritual liquid condensed from spiritual energy. Of course, the spiritual liquid in this lake is just the condensed and liquefied form of ordinary spiritual energy that has become dense enough. It is completely different from the seven-colored mysterious liquid refined by Qin Xian and Ji Yinghua. And above this spiritual lake, facing the mysterious sky, at this moment, a crack as deep and wide as the abyss appeared. There is a brilliant spiritual light shining in it, as if there is a small world contained in it. In the spiritual lake, there are also lotus leaves floating with mysterious runes engraved on them. The geniuses who were sitting cross-legged on the lotus leaves had streams of spiritual energy falling from their heads like spring water, washing directly over their bodies. It is worthy of being the legendary Tiansong Holy Spring. I can really feel my understanding and aptitude improving. Too terrifying. This Tiansong Holy Spring can really be called a divine object. This is the law of the great Tao of Tiansong Daozhou. How can it not be divine? Your slight improvement is nothing. The silver talisman genius from the purple light domain has even broken through 2 levels. The baptism of the Holy Spring triggered by the silver talisman has such a powerful effect. How terrifying would the baptism triggered by the golden talisman be? How horrible is it? Just look at the Holy Spring baptism that Chu Tianan received, and you will know. As these words were spoken, everyone around turned their eyes towards the center of Linghu Lake. I looked with envy at the figure in a green shirt sitting cross-legged on the largest lotus leaf. Chu Tianan, the golden talisman supreme of Tianqing Domain, the largest domain in Tiansong Daozhou, the 6th level of the Xinzong realm, plus the 3 top talents of Star Body, Holy Light Eyes, and Aurora Dao Embryo. At the same time, he is also the uncrowned king among the geniuses of this generation in the entire Tiansong Daozhou, and is recognized by everyone as the strongest genius. At this moment, above Chu Tianan's head, in a gap with a diameter of hundreds of meters, endless Holy Spring spiritual energy poured down. There was also a flash of golden spiritual light in it, which constantly washed over Chu Tianan's body. Chu Tianan was sitting cross-legged on a lotus leaf, with bright starlight shining all over his body, emitting extremely powerful star power. Oh my God! Baptism in a holy spring with a diameter of hundreds of meters. Doesn't this mean that the baptism of the Holy Spring that Chu Tianan experienced is 100 times more effective than ours? You miscalculated, buddy. He becomes 100 times stronger in just 1 day. Don't forget that Jin Fu Tianjiao's Holy Spring baptism can last for 7 days. The golden talisman, plus the best location, it is normal for the Holy Spring baptism to have such a luxurious effect. Alas, I didn't expect that the level of the talisman would determine the specifications of the Holy Spring baptism. The quality of the location can actually have such a big impact on the specifications of the Holy Spring baptism. That's right. I think the level of baptism experienced by the silver talisman prodigies from the Tianqing domain who are undergoing baptism near Chu Tianan is almost catching up with the level of baptism experienced by the gold talisman prodigies in the outer areas. That's right. Except the baptism lasts only 3 days. The specifications and quality of the baptism they experienced were actually no worse than those of the golden talisman prodigies in the backward domains. Alas, there is really no absolute fairness in this world. Everything still depends on strength. On the shore of Linghu Lake, thousands of bronze talisman geniuses who had completed the baptism of the Holy Spring began to discuss. The baptism in the Holy Spring guided by the bronze talisman only lasts for 1 day, and there is only the Holy Spring spirit pouring out, as long as a small tree with a diameter of several meters. Therefore, the Holy Spring baptism of these bronze talisman geniuses was completed quickly and digested quickly. After all, there was not much in the first place. At this moment, a family of 5 just arrived at the shore of Linghu Lake. Listening to the discussion of the bronze talisman geniuses around them, Qin Xian and the 2 girls also showed an enlightened look on their faces. Chapter 83 Lin Weiner, Double Sword Talent. Get out of the way. It turns out that in addition to the 3 grades of Tiansong talismans, gold, silver, and bronze, the location of the Holy Spring baptism in this spiritual lake will also affect the quality and specifications of the Holy Spring baptism. To put it simply, the closer to the center of Linghu Lake, the larger the lotus leaf area. The Holy Spring spirit drawn down from the sky in the secret realm will become more and more numerous and purer. No wonder there are so many geniuses fighting in the center of Linghu Lake. Following Qin Xian's gaze, in the center of the spirit lake, one genius after another burst out with powerful spiritual power and used various martial arts to attack. The violent energy swept across the void, and within a few breaths, several geniuses were covered in blood. Blood sprayed into the void, and one genius after another fell from the sky into the spiritual liquid lake, dyeing the lake water red. Their lives and deaths were unknown. This is the bloodiness and cruelty in the Tiansong's secret realm. I saw my sister. After taking a quick look inside the spirit lake, Lin Einer shouted happily. Following Lin Einer's gaze, I saw the circle in the center of Linghu Lake. There are more than 10 figures sitting cross-legged on the huge lotus leaves. They were majestic and powerful, and quietly accepted the baptism of the holy spring. There were no geniuses around who dared to compete with them for the position, because they were the strongest geniuses in the entire Tiansong Daozhou. Among them, there was a cold figure sitting cross-legged on the lotus leaf closest to Chu Tiannan. She is Lin Einer's biological sister, the golden talisman supreme of the second largest domain, Wuji domain, Lin Weiner. Lin Weiner was wearing a snow-white dress. She had a beautiful and cool appearance, skin as smooth and moist as jade, a tall and slender figure, and a round and full chest. Her temperament is aloof and flawless, and her beautiful eyes are charming and attractive. She looks like the fairy who lives in Guanghan Palace. At this time, a system prompt sounded in Qin Xian's mind. Ding! A potential match has been detected. Do you want to check? After the system prompt sounded, Qin Xian directly used the Eye of Truth to look at Lin Weiner. Lin Weiner, Realm. 6th level of the Divine Hidden Realm, Artistic Realm. 4th level of Sword Intent, Qualification, Gold, Talent, Supreme Sword Dao, Sword Mysterious Spirit Bone, Elf Bloodline. Supreme Sword Master. Born proficient in swordsmanship, with a high level of understanding and swordsmanship practice. The power of the swordsmanship martial arts skills practiced will be doubled. If practiced to the extreme, one will be born as the Supreme Sword Master. Sword Mysterious Spiritual Bone. A spiritual bone that contains profound sword intent, which can greatly enhance the owner's sword energy and sword intent strength, and improve the owner's sword talent, sword comprehension, practice speed, etc. Elf Bloodline. The bloodline of the elves is known as the Darling of Heaven. The owner is naturally friendly to the elements of heaven and earth, has a strong affinity with heaven, and the speed of cultivation is far beyond that of ordinary people. With dual sword talents and elven blood, he is worthy of being the golden talisman supreme of the second largest domain, Wuji domain. Among Qin Xian's wives and concubines, perhaps only Ji Yingyue, who had experienced 3 nirvanas, and Xia Qingcheng, who had dual talents in formations and talismans, could be compared with him. But I am only qualified to be compared with it. Although Ji Yingyue and Xia Qingcheng are extremely talented, they are still inferior to Lin Weiner. Unless Ji Yingyue can experience nirvana once or twice more, she will have a chance to surpass Lin Weiner. I didn't expect that your elder sister Lin Weiner has a completely different temperament from you. Ji Yingyue also followed Lin Einer's gaze and saw Lin Weiner in the center of Linghu Lake. So she looked at the 2 sisters and said with a smile, Lin Einer's temperament is like that of a cute and quirky beautiful girl. An oval face with dimples, it looks like it wants to be squeezed. Lin Weiner, on the other hand, has an aloof and cold temperament, like a snow lotus on an iceberg. Being untainted by the mud gives people a feeling of keeping people at a distance. But for men, there are cold and aloof beauties like Lin Weiner. Instead, it makes them have a strong desire to conquer her, and they want to conquer her under their crotch. However, as the eldest daughter of the Lin Wang family, Lin Weiner not only has a prominent background, but her own strength is also enough to suppress the geniuses in the region. So far, no man has dared to say that he wants to conquer Lin Weiner. Even the recognized strongest genius, Chu Tiannan, can't do it. After hearing Ji Yingyue's words, Qin Xian looked at Lin Weiner's face, which was somewhat similar to Lin Einer. But behind each of their unique and cold faces, my heart also felt a little hot. He has already conquered Lin Einer. If he can also conquer Lin Weiner, then they will be twin concubines, sisters. The combination of one sweetness and the other coolness is so refreshing. Husband, where shall we go to receive baptism in the holy spring? After hearing Ji Yingyue's words, Qin Xian hurriedly shook his head and extinguished the fire in his heart. He is a great young man of the new era. How can he think about such obscene things every day? Besides, no matter what the purpose is, you still have to practice to gain true knowledge. To be baptized, you must go to the best position. After temporarily putting aside the random thoughts in his mind, Qin Xian looked straight at the center of Linghu Lake and said, but the best seats are already taken by those people. Lin Einer looked towards the area in the center of Linghu Lake and saw figures sitting cross-legged on lotus leaves. If someone has taken it, why not just take it back? Isn't that how you got the golden talisman? Qin Xian smiled and said when he heard this. It turns out that Lin Yin'er is still inexperienced and has a narrow vision. It seems that's the truth. After hearing this, Lin Yin'er suddenly realized. Whose are we going to rob then? Then, Lin Yin'er looked at Qin Xian and asked excitedly. Take all the spots in the center of Linghu Lake, except your sisters. As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Xian stepped into the air and passed through the group of geniuses who were fighting outside. He went straight to Chu Tiannan, who was wearing a green shirt and sitting cross-legged on the largest lotus leaf. Get out of the way. Chapter 84. Okay. Wait for my ancestor to send you the spiritual stones. In the center of the spiritual lake, streams of holy spring energy poured down. One after another, powerful geniuses bathed in the baptism of the holy spring and madly improved themselves. Just when everything was calm and peaceful, a figure in white suddenly stepped into the air from the shore. He was a young man in white with a handsome face like a banished immortal, a slender and upright figure, and a long sword on his back. After seeing this figure, several geniuses who were undergoing baptism on the spirit lake also looked up. It's Brother Qin. Brother Qin is finally here. Such a domineering aura. It seems that Qin Xian has become stronger again. Damn it. I hope some fools can mess with him. Let these second-rate people from other domains also experience the feeling of being burned. Lu Liming, Xiao Yuanjing, Ouyang Lai, and other top geniuses from Yulong domain are all gathered at this spiritual lake at this moment. There were also some geniuses from the Yulong domain who were very excited when they saw Qin Xian coming. After all, Qin Xian represents the highest combat power in their Yulong domain, and is also the one they can brag about outside. What's there to be excited about? Even if the golden talisman genius from the tiny Yulong domain comes, he can only be baptized on the periphery. That's right. I thought it was the golden talisman prodigy from one of the 10 domains, Li Tianhan, Xiahou Wu, or Gu Qingji. Now, among the top 10 regions' golden talisman prodigies, only these 3 are left. I really don't know what kind of amazing opportunity these 3 have found that hasn't come yet. Indeed, it must be an extremely precious opportunity, otherwise they wouldn't have delayed it for so long. The appearance of Qin Xian made all the geniuses in Yulong domain very excited. However, the geniuses from other domains were all dismissive. After all, the ranking of Yulong domain among dozens of large domains can only be considered average, so it is naturally difficult to cause much sensation. Until Qin Xian walked straight in front of Chu Tiannan and said those 2 words. The whole audience was finally in an uproar. Fuck, is this guy crazy? Does he know what he is talking about? He actually dared to ask Chu Tiannan to give him a seat. Does his family know that he is so brave? I thought some important person had come, but it turned out to be just an idiot. Let alone Chu Tiannan. I think those silver talisman prodigies from the Tianqing domain alone are enough to suppress him. When Qin Xian said those 2 words, the whole audience was indeed in an uproar. However, almost everyone's words were mocking Qin Xian for overestimating his own abilities and calling him a fool. Even the geniuses in Yulong domain were shocked after seeing Qin Xian's actions. They admitted that Qin Xian was very strong, but how could he be compared with the uncrowned king among the geniuses of this generation in Tiansong Daozhou? Yo, you're so crazy, kid. I'm used to being the king of Yulong territory, and now I've come to this Tiansong secret realm, and I think I'm the best in the world. Why waste your time talking to this kid? Why not just tear his mouth to pieces? Qin Xian came in front of Chu Tiannan, who was still sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed, practicing calmly. He didn't even bother to open his eyes and look at Qin Xian in front of him. There were also the remaining 6 golden talisman supremes in the 10 major domains, including Lin Wanner, who also closed their eyes slightly at this moment, quietly accepting the baptism of the Holy Spring. He simply treated Qin Xian as heir. There are only a few silver talisman geniuses from the Tianqing domain beside Chu Tiannan. At this moment, they all stood up and looked at Qin Xian, saying with a ferocious smile on their faces. And, as the words fell, several silver talisman geniuses from the Tianqing domain also attacked Qin Xian fiercely. In their hearts, Chu Tiannan had already been regarded as their leader. And now, a young man from Yulong domain dared to ask the leader they followed to give up his position. If they don't take action to suppress it, won't anyone dare to offend the dignity of their Tianqing domain in the future? Boom. As several silver talisman geniuses from the Tianqing domain took action, waves of violent energy swept towards Qin Xian. As the largest region in Tiansong Daozhou, these silver talisman prodigies are all powerful marquises at the 3rd or 4th level of the Xinzong realm. There is even one person among them who possesses strength second only to Li Tianhan and Xiahou Wu. Therefore, as soon as they made a move, endless power exploded, shocking all the geniuses who were watching. Is this the foundation of the largest domain in Tiansong Daozhou? Except for Chu Tiannan, even these silver talisman prodigies have such terrifying strength. They are too strong. I think if any of them were placed in other domains, they would have the chance to become the supreme golden talisman. After feeling the power of several silver talisman geniuses from the Tianqing domain, the onlookers were all talking about it, and their eyes were full of pity when they looked at Qin Xian. Even the geniuses of Yulong domain, except Lu Liming, were all horrified. Is it possible that the golden talisman supreme of their Yulong domain will die here today? However, although the onlookers were noisy, Qin Xian remained calm and composed. In everyone's sight, Qin Xian slowly stretched out 2 fingers. Then a desolate force filled with a breath of destruction suddenly erupted, sweeping across the void in all directions. An overwhelming aura filled the space between heaven and earth, causing everyone to tremble with fear, as if they had seen a god. The great wilderness prisoner sky finger, 2 fingers shatter mountains and rivers. A clear voice resounded, and a force powerful enough to destroy the world swept through the void, sweeping away everything. The faces of those silver talisman geniuses from the Tianqing domain all changed drastically at this moment. A sense of crisis of death filled their hearts, causing them to look extremely terrified. They just couldn't understand why this young man in white, who came from Yulong domain, could display such powerful martial arts. Boom. The ultimate destructive force of desolation swept across everything, and several silver talisman geniuses from the Tianqing domain were about to be annihilated. Fortunately, at this moment, a sturdy figure shrouded in starlight stood in front of several people, which saved them from the fear of death. Imperial-grade top-level martial arts. Amid the bright starlight, Chu Tianan looked at Qin Xian with a serious gaze and said, "He is recognized as the strongest genius of this generation in Tiansong Daozhou. Whether in terms of talent, comprehension, or realm, he is the best of his generation. But even he, Chu Tianan, can now display the strongest martial arts. It's just an ordinary grade imperial martial art, and it's just the entry level." But the man in front of him was able to display the peak imperial martial arts when he was conferred the title of Marquis in the Xinzong realm. What a terrifying level of understanding and background this is. When Chu Tianan made his move, Lin Wanner was also included. The remaining 6 golden talisman supremes in the 10 domains all stood up suddenly and looked at Qin Xian in surprise. They looked down on him in their hearts and were too lazy to even open their eyes to look at him. The result was a real dragon that was powerful enough to stir the sky. The real clowns are actually themselves. What? Imperial grade, top-level martial arts? How is this possible? The pinnacle of the imperial martial arts, that is the most powerful martial arts that can only be performed by the peerless emperor. I'm even beginning to wonder if Chu Tianan has gone crazy. How could this be a peak imperial martial art? Oh my god, is this true or not? My ancestor's trump card is only a rare imperial martial art at the great perfection stage. Is your ancestor so weak? Which domain are you from? After the secret realm ends, I'll ask my ancestor to send you some spirit stones. The second largest region in Tiansong Daozhou, Wuji region, the Zhao royal family, please teach me. Never mind, it's too far. You are bullying the weak and afraid of the strong. You are really bringing shame to our warrior class. Which domain are you from? Xianyu territory, Sun Wang family. Okay. Wait for my ancestor to send you the spirit stones. Chapter 85. The secret art of Aurora. Thousands of lights added to your body. When Chu Tiannan's voice fell, the onlookers were all shocked as if they were struck by thunder and stood still in shock. They could feel that Qin Xian was displaying imperial-grade martial arts. After all, the power was there. But imperial martial arts and imperial peak-level martial arts are 2 different concepts. It is indeed shocking that a marquis in the Xinzong realm has successfully cultivated imperial martial arts, but it is not impossible for no one to do it. Not to mention the great men and evildoers in the history of Tiansong Daozhou, Chu Tianan in front of him is a living example. However, one can successfully cultivate the peak imperial martial arts in the Xinzong realm. That is truly unique throughout the ages. Good vision. I just wonder if these 2 fingers can make you move aside. Upon hearing this, Qin Xian looked directly at Chu Tianan and said, Chu Tianan, who possesses the triple talents of Star Body, Holy Light Eyes, and Aurora Embryo. He is indeed the most talented and monstrous genius Qin Xian has ever met. But compared with him, there is still a long way to go. These 2 fingers are strong, but they are not enough. Chu Tianen shook his head and said. At the same time, powerful star power surged around him, and there was an ultimate holy light flashing in his eyes. An extremely powerful aura burst out, sweeping in all directions. Seeing the fighting spirit rising in Chu Tiannan's eyes, Qin Xian also fully unleashed his momentum. The true dragon blood in the body began to boil, and the chaotic spiritual power and the power of the sun continued to surge, exuding a powerful and domineering aura. 7th level of Divine Hidden Realm. His realm is actually higher than Chu Tiannan's. Fuck, how is this possible? With such poor spiritual energy and resources in Yulong territory, how could such a monstrous genius be cultivated? This is too outrageous. I'm only at the 7th level of the Cave Heaven realm now. After feeling Qin Xian's realm, the onlookers were all extremely shocked. I thought Qin Xian was just more outstanding in his comprehension of martial arts, but I didn't expect that even his realm was higher than Chu Tiannan. At this moment, when Qin Xian's momentum exploded, there are also Xiao Yuanjing, Ouyang Lai, Ao Heli, and others from Yulong domain. At this moment, his eyes were wide open, and the fear in his heart was like a huge wave. It turns out that the strength Qin Xian showed in the Yulong ranking battle was less than 1/10,000th of his actual strength. Damn it, why didn't you tell me earlier that you were so strong? How could I dare to burn you then? Ouyang Lai said indignantly that he still found it difficult to get over the shadow of being burned to death. Very good. Since I started practicing, you are the only genius of your generation that I am so eager to fight with. Chu Tianen was full of fighting spirit and said to Qin Xian wildly. Although Qin Xian's realm was one level higher than his, he was not afraid and was even a little excited. A powerful monster like Qin Xian is the opponent he desires. Then you might be disappointed later, because we are not on the same level at all. Qin Xian smiled brightly when he heard this. Chu Tianen regarded him as his old enemy, but in his eyes, Chu Tianen, Xiao Yuanjing, Ouyang Lai, and others, there is no difference. The one from Yulong territory. Is this a sign of weakness? After hearing Qin Xian's words, the onlookers began to discuss with some misunderstanding. However, before anyone could think about it, a shocking battle had already begun in the center of Linghu Lake. The body of the stars fall. Star-shattering fist. Boom. Chu Tianen leaped up suddenly and instantly pushed his star body to the extreme. Every part of the body is shining with bright starlight like a big star, as if it is accompanied by the galaxy, which is extremely mysterious. Above its head, there are hundreds of spiritual stars condensed. It contained a breath of destruction, as if the end of the world was coming, and it suddenly smashed towards Qin Xian. In addition, Chu Tianen also leaped among the spiritual stars, and after approaching Qin Xian, he suddenly punched out. The majestic power of the stars condensed into a fist, carrying endless power, and blasted straight towards Qin Xian. Great Wilderness Prisoner Sky Finger, 3 fingers to kill all living things. Although Chu Tiannan's star body and imperial boxing skills have extremely strong power, but for Qin Xian, it was just a matter of extending one more finger. Boom. 3 finger-like shadows appeared like pillars, and endless chaotic purple air and desolate power surged around them. It reflects the mysteries of the heavens, contains the power to destroy gods and demons, and carries the powerful force that can annihilate everything. In an instant, the spiritual stars were shattered one after another, and Chu Tianen, who was punching Qin Xian, was also directly knocked back thousands of meters. Looking at Qin Xian, who was standing tall and motionless in white, Chu Tianen finally had a better understanding of Qin Xian's terrifying strength. So, Chu Tianen directly summoned a magical long sword from the space ring. A powerful and awe-inspiring sword intent shot straight into the sky, sweeping across the void, causing all the onlookers to tremble in their hearts. 4th level of sword intent. Chu Tiannan's sword intent is so terrifying and powerful. I didn't expect that besides Lin Wanner, Chu Tianen also broke through to the 4th level of sword intent. He is really good at hiding it. It's not that it's hidden deep. It's that no one has been able to force Chu Tianen to use the 4th level of sword intent before. As the 4th level of sword intent erupted, a small figure of light appeared behind Chu Tianen. There was a dazzling light bursting out from it, like a small god of light. Aurora Tire. Aurora's secret technique. A myriad of lights will be bestowed upon the body. As Chu Tianen roared, countless beams of light between heaven and earth merged into his body, causing his momentum to surge several times in an instant. Seeing this, Qin Xian also had some enlightenment. This Aurora's secret art should be similar to his 3 steps of the Emperor Dragon. It is a secret art that increases combat power in a short period of time. As expected, he is worthy of being the strongest genius of this generation in Tiansong Daozhou, and he even possesses such a rare secret technique to enhance combat power. After performing the Aurora secret technique, Chu Tiannan's combat power instantly increased several times. The star body, the eyes of holy light, and the Aurora embryo were also pushed to the extreme by him. It raised his physical strength, spiritual power, and speed to the highest level. Aurora Holy Slash. After elevating himself to the peak, Chu Tiannan's eyes shone brightly, and the fourth level of sword intent was added to the magic sword. It caused his magical long sword to tremble continuously, emitting an extremely powerful sword energy. Then he slashed with the sword. The aurora and the sword light blended together, carrying the power to split the sky, like a sword slashed by a god, and suddenly slashed towards Qin Xian. Boom. When the sword was slashed out, endless sword energy swept through the void. It was as if thunder exploded beneath the tranquil spirit lake, and streams of water shot up into the sky like a hidden dragon emerging from the abyss. Above the sky, there was a brilliant star-like sword light sweeping across, as if the sky was collapsing and pressing down towards Qin Xian. What a powerful strike! The power of this strike is so strong that even a peak marquis at the 9th level of the divine hidden realm would find it difficult to resist it. As expected of Chu Tiannan, he can deliver such a terrifying strike with the 6th level of the divine hidden realm. If he reaches the 9th level of the divine hidden realm, he will be able to defeat the king. Do you still need the 9th level of the divine hidden realm? I think the 8th level of the divine hidden realm is enough. Chapter 86. What are you talking about? What husband? Chu Tiannan slashed with his sword, and the onlookers felt the power of the sword and exclaimed in surprise. The power of Chu Tiannan's sword was indeed very strong. Even Qin Xian, with his strong body, felt a slight pain on his body surface. So, Qin Xian was in the shocked gaze of everyone. He extended another finger to show his respect for Chu Tiannan's most powerful sword. The Great Wilderness Prisoner Sky Finger. 4 fingers break the sky. As the most powerful martial art at the pinnacle of the imperial grade, the Great Wilderness Prisoning Heaven Finger, with each additional finger, its power increases dozens of times. The power of this 4th finger has already reached the pinnacle of combat power in the Xinzong realm. No one can stop you below the king. Boom. 4 spiritual fingers that were like pillars of heaven burst out with endless desolate energy. It was like an explosion of extreme desolation from the abyss, enough to annihilate everything in the world. When those star-like sword lights connected together, they looked like a starry sky, trying to suppress Qin Xian to death. But when these 4 fingers were extended together, even the real sky would be pierced, let alone the false sky composed of these starry sword lights. Boom. The violent and powerful spiritual power swept across the heaven and earth. The aurora was swallowed up by the desolation, and the sword energy was extinguished by the finger light. Chu Tiannan's strongest sword still couldn't block the 4th finger of the Great Wilderness Prisoner's Sky Finger. As the 4 pillar-like finger lights advanced, the starlight around Chu Tiannan shattered, the aurora was annihilated, and the magic sword was also knocked away and fell into the spirit lake. The green shirt that originally looked extremely wanton was now covered in blood, making Chu Tiannan look extremely embarrassed. This man, who was recognized as the strongest genius of this generation in Tiansong Daozhou, was easily suppressed by Qin Xian. At this moment, all the geniuses who were watching looked at Qin Xian in shock, and the scene instantly became silent. How many fingers does your imperial martial art have? Chu Tiannan had long hair draped over his shoulders. His clothes were stained with blood, and his eyes were no longer wild. But he also did not have the desolation that comes from falling from the altar. He just looked at Qin Xian with burning eyes and asked, "There are 5 fingers in total." Qin Xian said, "Why don't you use the last finger?" Chu Tiannan asked again, "With your strength, 4 fingers are enough. If you use the last finger, you will die." After Qin Xian's calm voice came out, Chu Tiannan couldn't help but fall into silence. No one among the surrounding geniuses thought that Qin Xian was arrogant anymore. Only then did they understand what Qin Xian meant by, "Because we are not on the same level at all." It turns out that the two of them are really not on the same level. Can you get out of the way now? Looking at Chu Tiannan, whose blue shirt was stained with blood, Qin Xian asked. If he doesn't move out of the way, he doesn't mind letting him see his last finger. "What's your name?" Although he lost the battle, Chu Tiannan showed no sign of discouragement. He still looked at Qin Xian with fighting spirit in his eyes and asked, "Qin Xian, okay, Yalanjiu Qin Xian, after the secret realm ends, I will come to fight you again." I hope your strength will not stagnate. After saying this, Chu Tiannin gave up the central position and walked to the side. He sat cross-legged at the position where those silver talisman geniuses from the Tianxing domain had been and continued with the Holy Spring baptism. It turns out he is a martial arts fanatic. Seeing Chu Tiannin like this, Qin Xian also saw his martial arts fanatic character. A martial arts fanatic like Chu Tiannin is completely focused on martial arts and only pursues the highest martial arts. No wonder he is recognized as the strongest genius of this generation in Tiansong Daozhou. There is a reason for it. After snatching Chu Tiannan's position, Qin Xian turned around. His sharp eyes swept across the other 5 golden talisman supremes in the 10 major domains except Lin Wanner, Ji Yingyue, Lin Yiner, and help Lu Liming grab one as well. I still need 3 more positions. The 5 of you can discuss it. Qin Xian's tone was calm, but it revealed an unquestionable meaning. You're taking up 4 seats by yourself. Aren't you going too far? You are going too far. Do you think we are all soft persimmons that you can bully at will? We admit that you are very strong, but if the 6 of us work together, I wonder how you will deal with it. After hearing Qin Xian's words, the other 5 golden talisman supremes instantly became angry. They are also supreme geniuses in a large domain. Although their strength is not as good as Chu Tiannan, the difference is not that big. If Qin Xian just wanted another position, they would all stand by and watch coldly. But Qin Xian actually asked for 3 directly. How could they bear it? Among them, one of the golden talisman supremes noticed that Qin Xian deliberately left Lin Wanner out. He also had a guess in his mind that Qin Xian might think that he could not withstand the combined efforts of the 6 of them, so he deliberately let Lin Wanner out. So he directly said that the 6 of them should work together. They also pulled Lin Wanner into their camp to fight against Qin Xian together. In that case, then you can come together. Qin Xian frowned when he heard this, and then said in a cold voice, "It seems that this group of people still need to suffer a little before they can understand the current situation." Buzz, buzz, buzz. As soon as Qin Xian finished speaking, a sharp sword intent suddenly erupted above the spirit lake. It takes 6 people to fight against each other. How is that different from defeat? Lin Wanner, wearing a snow-white dress, walked over with a sword in her hand. Her skin was smoother than snow, her expression was aloof, and her face was cold and beautiful, like a fairy from the moon palace who had descended to earth. After walking over with the sword in hand, Lin Wanner first glanced at the other 5 golden talisman supremes. Then the sword intent soared into the sky, and he looked directly at Qin Xian and said, "As the golden talisman supreme of the 2nd largest domain, Wuji domain, Lin Wanner's strength is not much worse than Chu Tiannan. What's more, as a sword cultivator, one needs to cultivate the momentum of moving forward and the determination to never give up. In addition, given Lin Wanner's aloof and cold personality, how could she join the other 5 golden talisman supremes in besieging Qin Xian?" After being ridiculed by Lin Wanner, the proud daughter of heaven, the 5 golden talisman supremes all looked gloomy, but they were unable to refute. One reason is that what Lin Wanner said is indeed right, and the other reason is that they may not be able to defeat Lin Wanner. Just like that, Lin Wanner walked across the spirit lake with a sword in hand, creating ripples with every step. There was sword energy all around her, like a female sword fairy, walking straight towards Qin Xian. Seeing Lin Wanner walking towards him with sword in her arms, Qin Xian felt helpless. Fortunately, at this time, Lin Yiner flew over from the shore holding Qin Luo. "Sister, don't do it. Your husband is your own." When Lin Wanner saw Lin Yiner flying from the shore, her beautiful eyes lit up. She was also very worried because she had not found Lin Yiner for a year after entering the secret realm. Now that he saw Lin Yiner appear safe and sound, he suddenly felt relieved. However, after hearing the word husband, Lin Wanner's cold and beautiful face revealed an extremely confused expression. "Yiner, what are you talking about? What husband?" Chapter 87. Bewildered Lin Wanner. "She even has a child?" "Qin Xian. Qin Xian is my husband." After hearing Lin Wanner's words, Lin Yiner took Qin Xian's arm and came to Lin Wanner, saying with a smile. Seeing this scene, Lin Wanner was stunned where she was. His usually calm face revealed an expression of bewilderment and shock. The young man in white who suppressed Chu Tiannan was her sister Lin Yiner's husband. What is going on? Who is that beautiful girl in the light yellow dress? Why does she call Qin Xian from Yulong Domain husband and Lin Wanner from Wuji Domain sister? Yeah, who is that beautiful girl? She's holding a baby. What's going on? When he saw Lin Yiner appear, he immediately stopped Lin Wanner and embraced Qin Xian. The geniuses who were watching started to talk one after another. They were very curious about Lin Yiner's identity. That's the second daughter of the Lin royal family, Lin Wanner's biological sister, Lin Einer. So she's Lin Wanner's biological sister. No wonder she's so sweet and pretty, and her features are somewhat similar to Lin Wanner's. It's just, how could Lin Wanner's biological sister call Qin Xian her husband? How should I know? Go ask Lin Einer and Qin Xian. Not only Lin Wanner was confused, but even the other geniuses in the Wuji domain were also extremely confused. Lin Einer is like a little princess in the Lin royal family. He is usually well protected by the family elders and rarely shows up in public. If it weren't for the Holy Spring baptism, Lin Einer would probably not even participate in the Wuji ranking tournament in the Wuji domain. How could such a little princess from an aristocratic family who seldom goes out get involved with someone from Yulong territory? It couldn't be that they did it after entering the secret realm, right? That's too outrageous. Then this child is. After being stunned for a moment, Lin Wanner looked at Qin Luo, who was in Lin Einer's arms. An extremely ridiculous idea suddenly popped up in my mind. So she asked with a trembling voice. Of course it's Qin Xian and I's child, Lin Einer said with a smile. Boom. As soon as these words were spoken, it was as if a bolt of thunder struck Lin Wanner's heart, causing a huge wave of shock in her heart. She couldn't understand why she and Lin Einer hadn't seen each other for less than a year. For a warrior, a year is just a matter of seclusion. It will pass in the blink of an eye. And in such a short period of time, Lin Einer not only turned from a girl into a young woman, but she also gave birth to a child. At this moment, Lin Wanner's heart was filled with mixed emotions. She felt that the world had become absurd. No, how could my sweet goddess have given birth to a child with someone else? I don't believe it. It's not true. I don't believe it either. This is impossible. Absolutely impossible. In my eyes, Sister Einer is still just a child. Beast. What a beast. He can even do that to a cute girl like Einer. The sisters Lin Wanner and Lin Einer are extremely famous in the entire Wuji domain. Whether in terms of talent and strength, the power behind them, or their appearance and figure, this pair of sisters are the top existences in the Wuji domain. Naturally, it will attract many geniuses in the Wuji domain to go crazy and become obsessed with it. Especially compared with Lin Wanner's cold and aloof personality, Lin Einer is known for her sweetness and kindness, which makes her seem more approachable. So, when Lin Einer said that she was already a mother, dozens of male geniuses from the Wuji domain suddenly lost their minds and started roaring madly. Seeing this scene, even the geniuses from other domains. He also felt sorry for the male compatriots in Wuji territory in his heart, while secretly cursing Qin Xian for being damnable. Such a sweet and lovely girl is already a mother. It's such a waste of talent. Of course, some geniuses even licked their lips excitedly. When they heard the news that Lin Einer had become a mother, the light in their eyes actually shone even brighter. Fuck. Brother Qin, you're so awesome. Lu Liming, Xiao Yuanjing and Ouyang Lai are the geniuses of Yulong domain. At this moment, he looked at Qin Xian in amazement and could only say silently, awesome. While they were struggling for the opportunity, Qin Xian actually gave birth to a child. This was even more shocking to everyone than Qin Xian's casual suppression of Chu Tianan. Einer Ui. Looking at Qin Luo, who was being embraced by Lin Einer, he had similar features to Lin Einer. And the warm smile on Qin Luo's round little face is enough to melt any woman's heart. Lin Wanner, who has always been mature and steady, also became incoherent. The cold expression on her face faded a lot, and her beautiful eyes became softer. Lin Einer is her most beloved sister, and the baby in her arms is her blood-related nephew. Sister, come and hug Luo too. Seeing Lin Wanner at a loss, Lin Einer hugged Qin Luo and put him in Lin Wanner's arms. Is his name Qin Luo? Looking at Qin Luo in her arms, Lin Wanner's iceberg seemed to have melted a lot, and she asked softly. Yes, Qin Luo. Sister, you have a nephew. Lin Einer said with a smile. Qin Luo, what a nice name. Lin Wanner touched Qin Luo's little hand, and a smile appeared on her cold and beautiful face. It was like ice and snow melting, which stunned all the male geniuses who were watching. After hugging for a while, Lin Wanner took Qin Luo back to Lin Einer. Then she walked in front of Qin Xian, staring at him indifferently with her beautiful eyes, and an extremely sharp sword intent burst out from her body. Seeing this scene, the onlookers all thought that Lin Wanner was going to find Qin Xian to question him. Even Lin Einer showed a hint of anxiety. One is her biological sister, and the other is her husband. If the two of them fight, she will be the one who suffers the most. After feeling Lin Wanner's extremely sharp sword intent, Qin Xian's eyes gradually became sharper. He is not a bootlicker. When dealing with women, Qin Xian always takes a strong approach. Of course, except for the first time when Ji Yingwei raped her. Seeing the tense atmosphere between Lin Wanner and Qin Xian, the other 5 Golden Talisman Supremes also stood behind Lin Wanner. They all saw how powerful Qin Xian was, and they wanted to keep their position from being taken away. We must unite and fight against Qin Xian together. Boom. In the center of the Spirit Lake, there are Qin Xian, Lin Wanner, and 5 other Golden Talisman Supremes. The momentum of the 7 people suddenly exploded, as majestic and powerful as a raging storm. The powerful aura swept in all directions, making everyone tremble with fear. However, just as the other 5 Golden Talisman Supremes were about to take action, Lin Wanner, who was standing at the front, suddenly turned around and pointed the sword in her hand at the 5 people. The fierce sword intent enveloped them at the same time, and a cold voice was heard. 3 positions, make way. Chapter 88 Swallowing the Sky and the Earth. Will it let others live? Looking at Lin Wanner, who suddenly turned around and pointed a long sword at them. The 5 Golden Talisman Supremes all raised soul-searching doubts. Didn't you look like you were going to settle the score with Qin Xian just now? Why did they suddenly give up their seats? Are you playing us here? What? Are you going to be beaten like Chu Tianan before you move aside? Seeing Lin Wanner turn around, Qin Xian also revealed a bright smile, looked at the 5 Golden Talisman Supremes, and said. Chu Tianan, who was sitting cross-legged and practicing on the side, twitched his mouth after hearing this. He is a martial arts fanatic, but martial arts fanatics also need to save face, okay? After he finished speaking, Qin Xian slowly stretched out 2 fingers, and an extremely powerful force of desolation spread out. It contained the aura of destruction that enveloped the 5 Golden Talisman Supremes. Feeling the sharp sword energy and the desolate power filled with destructive aura, the 5 Golden Talisman Supremes cursed in their hearts. If Qin Xian was the only one there, the 5 of them plus Lin Wanner might still be able to fight. But now Lin Wanner changed sides at the last minute, and the situation changed from 6 to 1 to 5 to 2, and the strength of both sides was instantly unbalanced. How can they fight like this? Well, following size, 3 of the weaker Golden Talisman Supremes gave up their positions. Seeing this, Qin Xian retracted the 2 fingers and showed a satisfied expression. He who knows the times is a hero. As expected, the Golden Talisman Supremes in various domains all know the times. Just like that, after the 3 of them made way, Qin Xian called Ji Yingwei and Lu Liming over. Let the 2 of them and Lin Ener sit cross-legged in the 3 positions in the center to be baptized by the Holy Spring. As for Qin Shun and Qin Luo, they were placed on the tiger head of the Red Flame Tiger King, allowing the Red Flame Tiger King to take care of the babies first. After solving the positioning problem, Qin Xian also sat cross-legged on the lotus leaf. He then took out the Golden Tiansong Talisman and began to receive the baptism in the Holy Spring. Boom. When Qin Xian took out the Golden Tiansong Talisman, a brilliant golden light suddenly shot out from it and merged directly into the lotus leaf where he was sitting cross-legged. After the golden light was integrated, the mysterious runes engraved on the lotus leaves suddenly burst out with an extremely mysterious aura. It is like a powerful magic circle containing many mysteries. At the same time, in the crack above the sky of the secret realm, streams of brilliant holy spring energy fell, with flashes of golden light. The spiritual energy of the holy spring rushed down and enveloped Qin Xian directly. The pure spiritual energy contained in it continued to fill Qin Xian's meridians. There was also an extremely mysterious energy that washed over Qin Xian's limbs and bones, nourishing his flesh and blood. This energy should be the source of the Holy Spring's spiritual energy that can improve a warrior's aptitude and understanding. After feeling this mysterious energy, Qin Xian also realized its effect. However, for Qin Xian, who possesses a chaotic divine body and whose aptitude and comprehension have already been stretched to the limit, this mysterious energy is no different from the pure spiritual energy. Its only function is to break through the realm. It's a good opportunity to try out the effect of the heaven-swallowing and earth-devouring art. After absorbing the spiritual essence of the Holy Spring for a while, Qin Xian suddenly thought of the secret method of swallowing souls, the heaven-swallowing and earth-devouring art. So, Qin Xian directly activated his spiritual power and performed the heaven-swallowing and earth-devouring art. Boom. In an instant, an invisible storm appeared, with Qin Xian as the center, and erupted with the strongest devouring force. The spiritual energy all around, the spiritual essence of the Holy Spring that sprinkles from the sky, and even the spiritual liquid in the spiritual lake. All of them were absorbed into it, and turned into nutrients for Qin Xian to break through the realm. Those people sitting cross-legged around Qin Xian. Ji Yingyue, Lin Yiner, Lin Weiner, Lu Liming, Chu Tiannan, as well as those gold talisman supremes and some powerful silver talisman prodigies in the 10 major domains. At this moment, they all felt an extremely powerful devouring force erupting beside them, instantly sucking away most of the holy spring spiritual energy that was sprinkled over their heads. What the hell? What's going on? What happened? Who sucked away my holy spring spirit? After feeling the spiritual essence of the holy spring being sucked away, everyone opened their eyes cursing. As a result, when they opened their eyes, they saw Qin Xian, who was sitting cross-legged in the center, already enveloped by the rolling lake water. In the lake that penetrated the sky like a tornado, Qin Xian's figure emitting a mysterious spiritual glow emerged like a god. The rich spiritual energy between heaven and earth, and the spiritual energy of the holy spring above everyone's heads, were all violently sucked in by him like moths to a flame. At this moment, Qin Xian was like the only star in the starry universe, attracting everything in the starry sky to revolve around him. The devouring power that erupted from his body was like a glutton in the world, devouring everything violently and ferociously. Is there still justice and law? It's fine if they just took over the position, but now they're trying to take over even the holy spring spiritual essence. That's right. I admit that he is very strong, but we can't leave him no chance of survival. What a beast. He even swallowed the holy spring spirit essence of his wives, concubines, and friends. Upon seeing this scene, the 3 golden talisman supremes whose positions were taken away completely lost their minds. Not only has their position been taken away, but now even the holy spring spiritual Hua is not left for them. Are you going to let people live? Your husband really went too far. At this moment, even Lin Wanner couldn't help but speak. It's bad enough that he sucked away the holy spring spiritual essence of outsiders, but how could he even suck away his own people? At this time, Qin Xian, who heard everyone's complaints, slowly opened his eyes and revealed an awkward smile. This was my first time using the heaven-devouring and earth-devouring art, and I was indeed a little unskilled. So, Qin Xian circulated his spiritual power again and adjusted the direction of the devouring power. Just like that, the holy spring spiritual energy that was sprinkled over the heads of Ji Yingyue, Lin Wanner, Lin Yiner, and Lu Liming all returned to normal, and not a single bit was sucked away. As for the holy spring spiritual essence above the heads of the others, most of it was sucked away by Qin Xian, causing them to roar in anger again. Qin Xian, I've already given you my seat. Don't go too far. That's right. Holy spring baptism is the greatest opportunity in the secret realm. Don't force us. Even rabbits will bite when they are cornered. All the people whose holy spring spirit was sucked away by Qin Xian started to speak out angrily. What can I do if I force you? If you keep making noise, don't blame me for being ruthless. Facing the crowd's angry rebuke, Qin Xian was not afraid at all. Instead, his eyes were cold, and he spoke in a cold voice. The fact that he did not kill all of these people was already the greatest mercy he could show to everyone. But this group of people still dare to make noise. Do they really think he is a philanthropist? As soon as Qin Xian's cold voice came out, everyone fell silent. They clearly heard the cold murderous intent in Qin Xian's voice. Therefore, they could only turn their attention to Chu Tiannan, hoping that Chu Tiannan could fire the first shot against Qin Xian. Chapter 89. If you want to be on the Hidden Dragon list, you must kill the Demon Lord first. But to their disappointment, Chu Tiannan was still sitting there calmly, refining the spiritual essence of the Holy Spring. Even though most of it was sucked away by Qin Xian, he remained as still as a mountain, without any intention of resisting. Seeing this, everyone could only swallow their anger and sit down in silence. As the only person present who had fought with Qin Xian, only Chu Tiannan knew how terrifying and horrible Qin Xian's strength was. This group of people actually still want to resist. Are they crazy? It's better to practice well and challenge again when your strength improves in the future. After suppressing everyone with one sentence, Qin Xian began to practice again. He concentrated on refining the spiritual essence of the Holy Spring, hoping to break through to another level. What the hell? What secret method did Qin Xian use to absorb the Holy Spring spirit of everyone? It's too scary. I really find it hard to believe that he is a genius from Yulong territory. It is said that Yulong territory does not even have an imperial level force, but he has imperial grade peak level martial arts and such a terrifying secret method. Where did these come from? Alas, in the age of great conflict, ancient relics appeared in various regions. Maybe this was obtained from the relics. That makes sense. This kind of evil genius born out of necessity has a strong destiny and will naturally encounter opportunities that ordinary people cannot achieve. It's so enviable. On the shore of the Spirit Lake, the onlookers exclaimed in shock when they saw Qin Xian sucking away most of the holy spring spiritual essence of the people around him. After all, the power of the heaven-swallowing and earth-devouring art is really too terrifying. The spiritual energy of the holy spring was aimed at the genius below for baptism, but it ended up being sucked away. It's really outrageous. As the onlookers talked about it, Qin Xian also fell into deep training. The heaven-devouring and earth-devouring art frantically devoured the spiritual essence of the holy spring and the spiritual power of heaven and earth, continuously filling Qin Xian's divine treasure. Qin Xian also pushed the chaos divine body to the extreme, and streams of chaotic purple energy flowed in Qin Xian's body. Qin Xian's body also burst out with brilliant divine light, making him look like an ancient god at the beginning of the world, majestic and domineering. In this way, 7 days of baptism in the holy spring passed. After Qin Xian swallowed a huge amount of holy spring spirit, he finally broke through to the 8th level of the Shinzong realm at the last moment. One step closer to becoming the king of Galaxy Realm. Qin Xian slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air, then stood up, his eyes filled with divine light. After sensing the aura of Qin Xian's breakthrough, the faces of the people around him turned even more grim. Because Qin Xian's breakthrough was based on plundering their holy spring spirit. After the breakthrough, Qin Xian walked out of the Spirit Lake and came to the shore. At this moment, on the shore, Ji Yingyue, Lin Wanner and Lin Yiner were teasing Qin Chun and Qin Luo. "Husband, you have made another breakthrough." After sensing Qin Xian's aura, Ji Yingyue said with a look of joy on her face. "It was just a lucky breakthrough." Qin Xian smiled and said when he heard this, "By the way, isn't it said that there will be a competition for the Hidden Dragon ranking after the Holy Spring baptism? Where is the Hidden Dragon ranking?" Qin Xian asked. The 3 goals of entering the Tiansong secret realm this time are to create humans, to be baptized by the Holy Spring, and to reach the top of the Hidden Dragon list. Now that the first 2 goals have been accomplished, all that's left is to top the potential dragon list, and then I can go back to continue creating humans. 7 days after the Holy Spring baptism, the battle for the Hidden Dragon ranking will begin. Today is the 8th day, and the Tiansong Hidden Dragon ranking will soon be revealed. After hearing Qin Xian's question, Ji Yingyue began to explain. "So that's how it is. Then wait a little longer." Qin Xian nodded and said after hearing this. Afterwards, Qin Xian also walked forward and hugged Qin Chun and Qin Luo for a while. Seeing Qin Xian coming, Lin Wanner silently took a few steps back. Obviously, she still finds it difficult to accept Qin Xian, her sudden brother-in-law. Just like that, after waiting for less than an hour, suddenly, there were bursts of roaring sounds from the sky, deafening. Boom. As the roars resounded, above the sky of the secret realm, the void crack that was as wide and deep as an abyss, and sprinkled with the spiritual essence of the Holy Spring, suddenly closed. Endless spiritual light gathered in the sky like rivers, with a golden dragon shadow rising and circling among them. Finally, it condensed into a golden list emitting brilliant divine light, appearing magnificently in the void. On the top of that golden list, there were 5 big characters engraved, Tian Tsong Qianlong list. The space below is blank, with no name engraved on it yet. The Hidden Dragon list has finally appeared. Yes, this generation's battle for the Hidden Dragon ranking is about to begin. I wonder how this generation's competition for the Hidden Dragon ranking will proceed. After the Hidden Dragon list came out, everyone cast their ardent gazes at it. Every battle for the Hidden Dragon list has a different form of competition. For example, last time, they competed in 4 aspects: aptitude, comprehension, realm, and combat power. Finally, based on the comprehensive strength in 4 aspects, the most powerful potential dragon will compete to be the top. And the time before that, it was to climb the Hidden Dragon ladder. The one who could withstand the pressure and climb to the top of the ladder would be the top of the Hidden Dragon list. However, the form of competition in each battle for the Hidden Dragon list is different. But there is no doubt that strength is always the first and decisive factor. Boom. As the Hidden Dragon list appeared in the sky, the earth suddenly began to shake as if there was an earthquake. And in the extremely shocked gaze of the crowd, the spiritual lake in front of them seemed to be split into 2 by a sword. The lake water surged from the center to the surroundings, and a space like a rift valley appeared in the middle, revealing everything under the lake to everyone. Ugh, what a terrible smell. What is this? Just smelling it makes me feel so uncomfortable. Shit, it's demonic energy. Under this spiritual lake, the demons are being suppressed. Demons? There are demons in the Tiansong secret realm. When the water of the spirit lake was separated, streams of inky black and sticky demonic energy rose. It contains various negative auras such as bloodthirstiness, killing, evil, and depravity. This made all the geniuses present feel irritated, as if they had met their natural enemy, and they hated it from the bottom of their hearts. Especially Qin Xian's sun god body, which felt particularly uncomfortable after feeling the strong demonic energy. Qin Xian couldn't help but frown, and murderous intent rose in his eyes involuntarily. The demons are the cancer of the universe, the embodiment of evil and disaster, and the greatest natural enemy of mankind. They carry all the negativity, all the evil and depravity. They also regard humans as blood food and devour the strong humans as food. Over the endless years, the primordial realm has suffered countless invasions by demons. Although the demons have never succeeded once, every invasion by the demons would cause the death of a large number of powerful human beings, which was as terrifying as a disaster. So, when he felt the strong demonic energy rising from under the spirit lake, all the geniuses couldn't help but take a few steps back, revealing expressions of great disgust. As creatures from the primordial realm, they naturally hate the demons from the bottom of their hearts and want to kill them. Roar! You little human bastards, I'm going to eat you. Lowly races don't deserve to exist in this world. After the spirit lake was completely separated, everyone could see the scene below the spirit lake through the thick demonic energy. In the space below the spirit lake, there are thousands of huge cages. The cage was engraved with mysterious and powerful runes, emitting bursts of spiritual light and exuding the power of sealing. Inside the cage, there are demon warriors with huge bodies, strange shapes, and overwhelming demonic aura. Their eyes were filled with bloodthirstiness and murderous intent. Although they were suppressed in cages, they were still ferocious and evil. He roared at the many geniuses, emitting a disgusting negative aura. It's the demon clan's demon lord. Those sealed under the spirit lake are all demon clan's demon lord level evil demons. Oh my god, how come there are so many demons in the Tiansong secret realm? And they are all such terrifying demon lords. The demon marquis of the demon clan corresponds to the powerful marquis of the Shinzong realm of the human race. Now, under this spiritual lake, there are thousands of huge cages, and all of them are sealed with the demon lords of the demon clan. The evil demonic aura they exude alone is enough to make people tremble with fear. Seeing this scene, many geniuses present were also shocked. For the warriors of Tiansong Daozhou, the Tiansong secret realm is regarded as a holy place for cultivation in their hearts. After all, there are many opportunities and resources, as well as magical objects such as the Holy Spring Spirit that can improve one's aptitude and understanding. As a result, until today, when thousands of demon lords appeared, the impression of the Tiansong secret realm among the geniuses was completely changed. It turns out that the holy place for cultivation in their hearts is actually a huge cage that suppresses the demons. Boom. At this moment, a voice came from the sky again. If you want to be on the Hidden Dragon ranking, you must kill the demon lord first. Chapter 90. Qin Xian travels to dragon territory and fights against the 9th level demon marquis and 10 of them. If you want to be on the Hidden Dragon ranking, you must kill the demon lord first. Level 5 demon marquis 1 point. Level 6 demon lord 10 points. 9th level demon lord 10,000 points. The one with the highest points will be the leader of this generation's hidden dragon list in Tiansong Daozhou. The same generation is respected, with good fortune added to it. The great domain will soar. A grand and majestic voice resounded from the void, without a trace of emotion in it. It was like the indifferent voice of heaven, reaching the ears of all the geniuses present. If you want to be on the Hidden Dragon ranking, you must first kill the Demon Marquis. This time, the competition for the Hidden Dragon ranking is to kill the Demon Marquis of the Demon Clan. Oh my god, you can only get points by killing a level 5 demon. This threshold is too high. That's right. At the same level, the combat power of the demons is supposed to be higher than that of humans. But they set the threshold so high. After hearing the grand and majestic voice in the void, a group of geniuses exclaimed and spoke. They didn't expect that the competition on the Hidden Dragon list would be so tough this time. It was really unexpected that they would have to fight against the greatest natural enemy of the human race, the powerful demon lord of the demon race. It feels so good. I've heard that the demons are evil and bloodthirsty, and are the natural enemies of the human race. Today I finally have the chance to kill the demons with my own hands. That's right. 2,000 years ago, an emperor ancestor of my Zhaohuang family perished in that demonic calamity. Today, I ask the spirit of the ancestor in heaven to protect me and help me kill the demon Marquis. We, the warriors of the human race, will kill the devils when we encounter them. When everyone first saw the demons sealed under the spirit lake, they were indeed a little afraid. However, as the top geniuses selected from each major domain, they adjusted their mentality in a very short time and burst out with strong fighting spirit. Although the realms of these demon lords are generally above level 5, which is equivalent to the 5th level of the human race's Shinzong realm, but they are all ordinary warriors of the demon clan, not the geniuses of the demon clan, and their talents and combat power are very ordinary. For the gold talisman supremes and even silver talisman prodigies in each major domain, as long as the difference in realm is not too big, they can still fight across levels. Chu Tianan from the Tianxing region, fighting against the 7th level demon Marquis. Lin Wan'er from Wuji territory, fighting against the 7th level demon lord. Yi Qingji from Xianyue territory fights against the 7th level demon Marquis. As each genius selected their target, the Tiansong Ling talisman in their hands turned into a stream of light and shot into the cage of the corresponding level. Afterwards, one after another, terrifying, evil, and bloodthirsty demon lords were released from their cages. Roar! You little bastards of the human race, you are really courting death. Hee hee. Looks like I can have a good meal again today. The released demon lords all burst out with extremely evil demonic energy and rushed towards everyone to kill. They had no awareness of being regarded as the trial stones of geniuses, and all they had was an instinct for bloodlust and killing. Star-shattering fist. Xiantian's sword technique. Red sun tyrant finger. Faced with the fierce and bloodthirsty demons, the geniuses showed no fear at all. They each used their strongest martial arts to kill the demons. In an instant, the sky and the earth changed color, and violent energy waves swept in all directions, annihilating all the evil demonic energy. The dozens of geniuses who took action were all gold talisman supremes or some powerful silver talisman geniuses ranked in the top domains. Every genius has powerful combat capability. Although the realm of these demon lords is higher, there is still a certain gap between ordinary demons and human geniuses. The fierce battle lasted less than half an hour, and all the released demons were eliminated. Chu Tianan is so strong. He is at the 6th level of the divine hidden realm, and he killed that 7th level demon Marquis in just 3 moves. Lin Wan'er is not bad either. With the 4th level of sword intent, she only used 10 sword strikes to chop the 7th level demon Marquis into pieces. There is also Yi Qingji from Xianyue territory. I didn't expect him to be so powerful. A level 7 demon couldn't even last a quarter of an hour in his hands. Chu Tianan, Lin Wan'er, and several other golden talisman supremes from the 10 major domains all burst out with extremely powerful combat power. He killed the 7th level demon lord cleanly and neatly, causing cheers from the geniuses watching. Boom. As one demon lord after another was slain, changes also occurred on the hidden dragon list that was emitting brilliant divine light. Tiansong Hidden Dragon Ranking. Tianxing Domain, Chu Tianan, 100 points. Wuji Domain, Lin Wan'er, 100 points. Xianyue Domain, Yi Qingji, 100 points. On the Hidden Dragon list, there are 10 names, all of which are powerful geniuses who have killed a 7th level demon Marquis. Because their points are the same, there is no ranking yet. Chu Tianan from the Tianxing region fights against the 8th level demon Marquis. Lin Wan'er from Wuji territory, fighting against the 8th level demon Marquis. Yi Qingji from Xianyue territory fights against the 8th level demon Marquis. After finding out the combat power of these demon lords, Chu Tianan and others did not stop and began to choose the 8th level demon lords to kill. After all, there is a 10-fold points difference between each level. If you want to get the highest points within a limited time, you have to kill a higher level demon lord. Therefore, strength is always the first and decisive factor, and this statement is absolutely correct. Oh my god, an 8th level demon Marquis. Chu Tianan and his men have already started to kill demon marquises by leaps 2 levels. As expected of the strongest genius among the 10 great domains of Tiansong, he simply treats the demons of the demon clan as livestock and slaughters them. Hey, don't be confused. These are just the most common demons among the demons. That's why they are sealed here for us to use as a test. I heard from my family's ancestors that there are also extremely powerful demon princes among the demons. They can even kill humans and become kings. What the hell? Is this true? How is it possible that the demon Marquis killed the king? I also heard it from the ancestor of my family. It shouldn't be false. If this is true, then the fighting power of the demon clan's genius is too hopeless. The demons may be strong, But we humans are not without extraordinary talents. Hasn't the guy from Yulong territory made a move yet? As the onlookers discussed, they also turned their attention to Qin Xian. From the time the hidden dragon list appeared until now, Qin Xian has been watching from the side and has not taken any action yet. After feeling everyone's gaze, Qin Xian also stepped out slowly. He was just curious about the difference between these demons and humans, so he observed them for a while. Now that he has observed it, it's time for him to take action. Qin Xian from the Wandering Dragon Realm fights against the 9th-level Demon Lord. The clear voice excited the onlookers. Qin Xian wanted to kill the 9th-level Demon Marquis as soon as he made a move, although it was within their expectations. But after hearing this clear voice, everyone couldn't help but feel excited. However, in the next moment, when everyone saw that the Tiansong Lingfu in Qin Xian's hand actually shot out 10 streams of light at once, releasing 10 9th-level Demon Marquises, everyone was shocked. Chapter 91. Noisy, top of the Hidden Dragon list, 100,000 points. Boom. After 10 powerful 9th-level demon lords were released, waves of thick and evil demonic energy rushed straight into the sky, like an overwhelming dark cloud, pressing down in all directions. In the eyes of the geniuses, this scene was like the end of the world, and the whole world was filled with evil spirit. There were even demonic whispers whispering in their ears, causing endless negative emotions to surge in their hearts. Haha, I didn't expect that there would be such an idiot among humans, coming right to our doorstep to be eaten. Roar. They have been sealed away for 1,000 years. Today I will tear these little humans into pieces and devour them all. After the 10 9th-level demon marquises were released, they all exuded a bloodthirsty and evil aura, looking greedily at the group of geniuses. It's over. It's completely over. 10 9th-level demon lords. We are all going to die. Damn Qin Xian. Is he a traitor from the demon clan lurking in Yulong territory? Qin Xian. Even if I become a ghost, I will not let you go. Feeling surrounded by evil spirit, the geniuses screamed in despair. They never expected that Qin Xian would release 10 9th-level demon marquises at once. There are 10 9th-level demon lords. Even if all of them unite together, they will only end up being eaten by blood. What is Qin Xian doing? He must be crazy. Damn it. I told you that Qin Xian doesn't look like a good person. I felt it when he tried to take my position. Feeling the monstrous demonic energy erupting from 10 9th-level demon lords. Even Chu Tiannan, Lin Wanner, and several other powerful geniuses like the Golden Talisman Supreme all changed their expressions. 10 9th-level demon lords are no match for them at all. Even with Chu Tiannan's powerful fighting ability, he could only kill one person if he fought to the death. There are 9 left, but that is still enough to wipe them out. At this moment, even Lin Wanner felt a little angry towards Qin Xian. However, just when everyone was desperate and angry, a divine light as bright and domineering as the sun suddenly rose up, illuminating the entire world. Noisy. It was unclear whether this cold voice was scolding the demons or the crowd, or perhaps both. After hearing the sound, everyone looked up to the sky. Above the sky, Qin Xian was seen dressed in a peerless white robe, with divine light flashing in his eyes. Purple gold dragon energy was wrapped around his body, and the sun god fire and the golden emperor's burning sky flame were burning all over his body. It was like a sun god king that burned the heavens, bursting out with an incomparably scorching and fierce aura. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The thick and evil demonic energy was melted by the scorching power of the sun before it got within 100 meters of Qin Xian. It is extremely strong and masculine, pure and clear, and can be called the most domineering and pure solar power in the heavens. It is definitely the force that the demons hate the most, and it is also the nemesis of demonic energy. Coupled with the top-ranked strange fire, the Golden Emperor's burning sky flame, Qin Xian's suppression of the demons has been raised to the limit. Roar. What a disgusting aura. I will tear you to pieces. Damn human bastard. Your breath makes me sick. After Qin Xian's aura exploded, the 10 9th-level demon lords all had red eyes and suddenly rushed towards Qin Xian. They hated and even feared the aura on Qin Xian, so they wanted to tear Qin Xian to pieces directly. I never thought there would be such disgusting beings like you in this world. It's really not a pity that you die. Seeing 10 level 9 demon lords rushing towards him, Qin Xian said in a cold voice. The human race's attitude towards the demon race is just like Qin Xian's attitude towards a certain island country in his previous life. They wish to kill them all and exterminate the entire clan and dig up their graves. Boom. A dazzling golden light rose from Qin Xian's flesh and blood, illuminating Qin Xian's body as majestic and domineering as an immortal golden body. Boom, boom. Then, two thunderous footsteps resounded through the heaven and earth. It was like two thunder hammers, smashing hard into everyone's hearts. The Emperor Dragon steps 3 times, and a true dragon appears after 2 steps. As soon as the words fell, the true dragon's blood boiled. Endless dragon energy swept in all directions, and dragon roars resounded in the void. Qin Xian's combat power instantly increased tenfold. Feeling that Qin Xian's momentum had suddenly increased so much, both the geniuses and the 10 ninth-level demon marquises showed expressions of utmost shock. The great wilderness prisoner Heaven Finger, 5 fingers move the universe. Facing 10 ninth-level demon lords, Qin Xian directly used the last move of the great wilderness prison Heaven Finger, and his 5 fingers move the world. Boom. Once this move is released, its powerful force is like destroying the heavens and the earth. The void was in turmoil, the dense demonic energy was completely annihilated, and even the mountains near the spirit lake were flattened. In the eyes of the geniuses, they saw 5-finger shadows like pillars of heaven emerging in the void, with blazing sun fire burning on them. It exudes endless desolate power and contains the breath of ultimate destruction. The 10 ninth-level demon lords were like 10 mosquitoes and flies in front of him. They turned into ashes in an instant without even making a scream. Tiansong Hidden Dragon Ranking. First place, Yalangjiu, Qin Xian, 100,000 points. Second place, Tianxing Domain, Chu Tiannan, 1,100 points. Wuji Domain, Lin Wanner, 100 points. Xianyue Domain, Yiqingji, 100 points. Looking at the 10 ninth-level demon marquises who were instantly annihilated into ashes, and the line of large golden characters on the Tiansong Hidden Dragon list, everyone just felt like they were living in a dream. It was so unreal. 100,000 points. Chapter 92. The sun is shining. Obey the order of the demon lord. I didn't see it wrong. Qin Xian killed 10 ninth-level demon marquises in one move? Oh my god, what kind of monster is this Qin Xian? Isn't he only at the 7th level of the divine hidden realm? How can he have such terrifying combat power? Too outrageous. Such a terrifying fighting power. I feel that even if it is a powerful king in the galaxy realm, Qin Xian can compete with him. Alas, we are the frogs in the well who misunderstood Qin Xian. It turns out that Qin Xian can really kill 10 ninth-level demon marquises by himself. 10 level 9 demon marquises. I can't even imagine it. After witnessing Qin Xian's feat of killing 10 level 9 demon marquises in seconds, everyone exclaimed in shock. In their eyes, Qin Xian was like the reincarnation of an ancient saint, and had reached the pinnacle of combat power in the same realm. There is also Chu Tiannan, who just killed an 8th-level demon marquis. At this moment, looking at the large golden characters and the terrifying 100,000 points on the hidden dragon list, he couldn't help but fall into silence. Lin Wanner was almost killed by the 8th-level demon lord on the opposite side because of her sudden distraction. Is there any limit to the fighting power of her brother-in-law? After killing 10 ninth-level demon marquises, Qin Xian did not take action again and went straight back to Ji Yingyue and Lin Yiner. With his 100,000 points, it is enough for him to take the top spot on this hidden dragon list. Chu Tiannan will definitely not be able to catch up with him. Therefore, he was not interested in killing the demon lord anymore. After all, he was just a prisoner who was suppressed and sealed by the strongest human beings. Husband, you are so awesome. After Qin Xian came back, Lin Yiner said with shining eyes. Ji Yingyue smiled gently. She was already familiar with Qin Xian's style. It's just a few demon lords, nothing. Hearing Lin Yiner's praise, Qin Xian couldn't help but smile and said, Chu Tiannan from the Tianxing region fights against the 8th-level demon marquis. Lin Wanner from Wuji territory, fighting against the 8th-level demon marquis. Tian Jinan from Jiucang territory fights against the 6th-level demon lord. Except for Qin Xian, who has already secured victory, the other geniuses are still fighting fiercely with the demon lords. Although the first place is gone, there are still 9 spots left. The luck allocated to the remaining places is much less than that for the first place, but it is better than nothing. Especially the geniuses from the 10 major domains. They are placed with high hopes and come with the mission of revitalizing the domains. Now, Yulong Domain has reserved the position of the largest domain in Tiansong Daozhou of this generation. Among the previous 10 domains, one big domain must be kicked out of the top 10. No one wants to be the one kicked out of the domain they are in. In this way, dozens of geniuses continued to kill the demon lords and compete for a position on the hidden dragon list. Qin Xian was also teasing Qin Shun and Qin Luo while waiting for the end of the Tiansong secret realm. However, at this moment, a voice rang out again from the sky. But this time it was no longer a voice as grand and majestic as the way of heaven. Rather, it was a devilish sound that sounded like the devil's low moan, able to arouse endless desire and killing in everyone's hearts. The Eastern Wasteland's prodigy must be destroyed. When this devilish sound resounded, some geniuses at lower levels felt as if their minds were filled with devilish energy. The evil and killing deep in their hearts continued to surge out, making their heads feel as if they were pierced by silver needles, and they wished they could kill everyone around them. My head hurts. What on earth is that sound? Kill them all. I'm going to kill you all. Go to hell. All of you go to hell. In an instant, the shore of Linghu Lake became chaotic, and thousands of geniuses who were only at the cave heaven realm held their heads and wailed. Seeing this scene, Qin Xian couldn't help but frown. Just a sound has such demonic power. What kind of powerful demon could produce this sound? Could it be that besides these demon lords, there are even more powerful demons under this spiritual lake? Haotian divine art. The blazing sun shines everywhere. Without thinking too much, Qin Xian jumped into the air and landed above the sky. Then he mobilized all the spiritual power in his body and used all his strength to display the Haotian divine art, summoning a Haotian phantom that was as bright as the sun. Boom. As Qin Xian pushed the Haotian divine art to its extreme, a shadow of Haotian, like a golden sun, emitting sacred light and blazing aura, appeared behind Qin Xian. As soon as the shadow of Haotian appeared in the world, the heaven and earth were filled with a sacred and burning aura. The golden ripples flowed like water, bursting out with strong golden light, like the scorching sun shining on the earth, covering everyone in the glory of the sky. Under the shining light of Haotian, everyone felt as if a sacred light was rising in their hearts, dispelling endless darkness and evil. How terrible. It's like I just had a nightmare. Brother Qin, what is going on? Lin Yin'er, who had a weak mind, and Lu Liming, who had a lower level, looked at Qin Xian, who had just landed, and asked after they recovered. They were all still frightened by the feeling of falling into the abyss just now. There might be an extremely powerful demon sealed in this secret realm. The demonic sound just now came from it. Qin Xian said with a serious expression. Even in the sealed state, he still possesses such powerful demonic power that a single sentence can destroy the will of the geniuses. If this is unblocked, it will be a huge expose. Boom, boom, boom. Just as Qin Xian was worried, more than a dozen violent and powerful demonic auras erupted above Linghu Lake, causing everyone who had just recovered to normal to fall into fear again. Follow the order of the Demon Lord and kill the Eastern Wasteland's proud genius. Follow the order of the Demon Lord and kill the Eastern Wasteland's proud genius. Chu Tiannan, Lin Wan'er, and some other powerful geniuses are fighting against the 7th level Demon Marquis and the 8th level Demon Marquis. After this demonic sound resounded, wisps of extremely pure black demonic energy surged out from the void. It was then infused into their bodies, causing their demonic bodies to swell and their strength to instantly increase 1,000 times. The demon marquises, who were originally only at level 7 and 8, all burst out with the powerful aura of a demon king after being infused with demonic energy. Those eyes, which were already red and bloodthirsty, became even more brutal and violent, filled with murderous intent. When their strength increased, they roared and obeyed the orders of the Demon Lord, while displaying the demon martial arts and began to kill the geniuses in front of them. Chu Tiannan, Lin Wan'er, and other geniuses turned pale when they saw the Demon Lord on the opposite side suddenly become stronger, and they all used their strongest trump cards to save their lives. Why? How could this happen? I don't want to die yet. Who can come and save me? However, even though a group of geniuses have revealed their strongest trump cards, but it is still useless when facing the demon kings whose strength has skyrocketed. In just a few breaths, several geniuses died, including even a golden talisman supreme from one of the 10 domains. Elder sister. Seeing that Lin Wan'er was about to be killed by the demon king on the opposite side, Lin Yin'er shouted heartbreakingly. The Emperor Dragon steps 3 times, and a true dragon appears after 2 steps. The great wilderness prisoner Heaven Finger, 5 fingers move the universe. Above Linghu Lake, Lin Wan'er's strongest sword skill was destroyed by a palm strike from the opposing demon king. Then another palm, carrying violent demonic energy and powerful force, came straight towards Lin Wan'er. At this moment, the breath of death was overwhelming, filling Lin Wan'er's beautiful eyes with unwillingness. At the same moment, a figure in white with a dragon shadow under his feet appeared in front of her. It was like a peerless god king in white, blocking all the evil and tyranny for her. Chapter 93. Let the Hidden Dragon List become the Wandering Dragon List, the most respected in the world. Qin Xian stretched out one hand, and 5 pillar-like shadows appeared. It burst out with the most dazzling divine light, and the powerful divine power contained in it instantly reduced the Demon King to ashes. Phew, I almost missed it. After rescuing Lin Wanner, Qin Xian couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. The change was so sudden that even he almost couldn't react. However, when he saw that only the demon lords suddenly turned into demon kings, he also felt relaxed. Although the strength of these demon marquis increased thousands of times after becoming demon kings, it was not a problem for Qin Xian. What Qin Xian feared most was that the strongest demon who issued the order and was called the demon lord by these demon kings would break the seal. If it was really the demon lord who broke the seal, even if Qin Xian used all his trump cards, he would be easily destroyed in front of the demon lord and would not have any chance of winning. Therefore, the current situation is already very good for Qin Xian. King-level combat power. These demon lords have become demon kings. Oh my god, this time we are really finished. There are more than 10 demon kings. What should we do? Aren't these demons sealed? How could this happen? Where are the strong humans? Whoa, I don't want to die. I don't want to die. Stop crying. Look, Qin Xian killed a demon king. Wow, what's wrong with Qin Xian? Even if he can kill a 9th-level demon marquis in seconds, can he kill the demon king? Wait, what did you say? Qin Xian, he really killed a demon king. Qin Xian is mighty. When the demon lords turned into demon kings, everyone was filled with despair and fear. After all, even the golden talisman supreme in the 10 major domains was killed instantly at the hands of a demon king. The gap in strength was as huge as an insurmountable chasm. They trembled in fear like lambs to be slaughtered in front of the demon king, until they saw Qin Xian raise his hand and kill a demon king in an instant in order to save Lin Wanner. Flames of hope ignited in their hearts, making them excited. Puff! Qin Xian had just rescued Lin Wanner, and Chu Tianen on the other side was instantly seriously injured by a demon king. He spit out a large mouthful of blood and flew backwards. As the strongest genius under Qin Xian, Chu Tianen was able to survive the injury at the hands of a demon king, which proved his strength. The great wilderness prisoner Heaven Finger. 5 fingers move the universe. Another 5 fingers move the world, and the demon king in front of Chu Tianen was also annihilated into ashes. Oh, thank you. After the seriously injured Chu Tianen was rescued by Qin Xian, he expressed his gratitude with a complicated expression. Although he saved his life, his heart that was devoted to martial arts and wanted to be invincible in his time was shattered by Qin Xian's blow. After hearing Chu Tianen's thanks, Qin Xian nodded calmly, then swept his sharp eyes around. Because of Qin Xian's outstanding performance, all the remaining demon kings now rushed towards Qin Xian. There was a dense, evil, demonic aura everywhere, covering the sky like dark clouds. Seeing these demon kings coming to kill him, Qin Xian mobilized the spiritual power in his body, wanting to bury all these demon kings. Buzz, buzz, buzz. At this moment, the hidden dragon list that appeared in the sky suddenly vibrated violently, bringing out golden rays of light. It was as if Qin Xian's machine in his previous life had encountered a malfunction and was repairing itself. Soon, within 2 breaths, the golden hidden dragon list that was emitting brilliant divine light returned to normal. But the line of golden characters engraved on it has changed. Tiansong Hidden Dragon Ranking. First place, Yalanjiu, Qin Xian, 2.1 million points. Second place, Tianqing Domain, Chu Tianen, 6,100 points. Third place, Wuji Domain, Lin Wanner, 5,100 points. Fourth place, Xianyue Domain, Yi Qingji, 5,100 points. According to common sense, the points for the demons that were killed should be counted towards the person who unsealed them. For example, the 2 demon kings killed by Qin Xian were originally chosen to be unsealed by Lin Wanner and Chu Tianen. So these points should be counted on both of them. After all, only in this way can the fairness of the hidden dragon list be guaranteed. If there were no such restriction, the weak could also choose to unlock the high-level demon lord. If the strong men in this domain kill him, wouldn't it be possible to cheat and send the weak man to the hidden dragon list? It is precisely because of this restriction that Qin Xian is unable to cheat and send Ji Yingwei and Lin Yiner to the hidden dragon list. But now, after a series of changes, this limitation seems to have been broken. In that case, let's change this hidden dragon ranking into the wandering dragon ranking. Boom. As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Xian stretched out his hand, and the king-slaying sword, emitting spiritual light, appeared in his hand. Then, a sharp sword intent suddenly erupted that was enough to cut through the heaven and earth and shock all living beings. All the swords in the entire secret realm were buzzing. Even some broken swords and magical weapons buried underground broke out of the ground after the sound of sword sounds. The holy sword technique of the world-honored one, the most respected in the world. After bursting out the 5th level of sword intent, Qin Xian directly used the ultimate move of the peak imperial sword technique. With a sword slash, thousands of sword shadows appeared behind Qin Xian. Endless sword energy emerged from between heaven and earth and gathered into a torrent of sword energy. Qin Xian stood on the torrent of sword energy, and the thousands of sword shadows behind him were like swords of eternity. One sword for one era, and he was respected for all eternity. At this moment, Qin Xian was like the legendary supreme sword god, leaping into the torrent of sword energy and destroying the world with his sword. The dozen or so demon kings who were coming to kill Qin Xian were instantly submerged by the torrent of sword energy. The limbs were cut off, and the demon body was torn apart. After the sharp and powerful sword energy passed by, only the heads of the demon kings remained in the void. They are not dead yet. They still have their last breath. This is the pinnacle of the imperial sword technique. There are 5 levels of sword intent. After feeling the sword intent emanating from Qin Xian, Chu Tiannan widened his eyes and shouted in disbelief. As soon as these words were spoken, heaven and earth fell silent. Chapter 94. The White-Robed Sword Master, the Appearance of a Saint. Imperial Grade Top-Level Swordsmanship. 5th Level Sword Intent. After Chu Tiannan said this, everyone present looked at Qin Xian as if they were seeing a god. No wonder. No wonder even those terrifying demon kings are so vulnerable in front of Qin Xian. It turns out that he has already broken through to the 5th level of sword intent. Oh my god. 5th level of sword intent. The emperor ancestor in our family is only at the peak of the 4th level of sword intent now. Too terrifying. Qin Xian's talent and comprehension are really too terrifying. Could it be that Yulong Domain is about to produce a powerful person like an ancient saint? The top-level imperial swordsmanship plus the 5th level of sword intent. Qin Xian's current combat power is comparable to those ancient saints in their youth. The best swordsman. He has already broken through to the 5th level of sword intent in the Xinzong realm. Qin Xian is definitely the best swordsman in the entire Tiansong Daozhou. Nonsense. You don't even need to tell me. When the 5th level of sword intent came out, all the geniuses present exclaimed in shock. In the entire Tiansong Daozhou, the strongest people nowadays are those peak emperors, and there is not even a Dharma realm venerable. But now, Qin Xian has demonstrated combat power and innate comprehension that is no less than that of the ancient saints when they were young. The ancient saint is the most powerful person of the human race, surpassing the Dharma realm venerable. If Qin Xian can really reach that level one day, then the entire Tiansong Daozhou will crawl at his feet. 5th level of sword intent. It turns out that swordsmanship is his strongest talent. Lin Wanner looked at the peerless figure in white, her beautiful eyes filled with shock and complexity. She is a natural sword master, possessing dual sword talents. When he was in the Xinzong realm, he had already broken through to the 4th level of sword intent and was regarded by the emperor ancestors of the Lin Wang family as the hope for the future of the Lin Wang family. But now she realized that her talent in swordsmanship, which she was most proud of, was not worth mentioning in front of Qin Xian. There is actually such a talented and extraordinary person in this world, and he is obviously about the same age as her. However, he has already reached a level in the way of swordsmanship that is unattainable for countless sword practitioners. Yingyue, brother Lu, come here. After defeating all the demon kings until they were only left with one breath, Qin Xian first called Ji Yingyue, Lin Yin'er, and Lu Liming over. The 3 were called over and were a little confused at first, so Qin Xian pointed to the hidden dragon list on the sky. When they saw Qin Xian's terrifying number of points, they suddenly understood what Qin Xian was going to do. So, the 3 of them each killed a demon king with low health. Just like that, in the eyes of everyone, the hidden dragon list burst into divine brilliance again, and the ranking on it changed drastically. Tiansong Hidden Dragon Ranking. First place, Yalongjiu, Qin Xian, 2.1 million points. Second place, Yalongjiu, Ji Yingyue, 1,000,005 points. Third place, Wujiu, Lin Yin'er, 1,000,001 points. Fourth place, Yalongjiu, Lu Liming, 1,000,000 points. Fifth place, Tianqing Domain, Chu Tiannan, 6,100 points. Sixth place, Wuji Domain, Lin Wanner, 5,100 points. 7th place, Xianyue Domain, Yi Qingji, 5,100 points. It worked. After seeing the ranking changes on the Hidden Dragon list, Qin Xian smiled with satisfaction. Ji Yingyue, Lin Einer, and Lu Liming were extremely excited. Who would have thought that with the strength of these three people, there would actually be a day when they could be on the Hidden Dragon list? As for Chu Tiannan and Yi Qingji, the geniuses whose rankings were pushed down, they couldn't help but reveal bitter expressions. Qin Xian's action was blatant cheating, but they were unable to condemn him. If Qin Xian had not crippled these demon kings, all the geniuses in the entire secret realm would have died. All in all, each of them owed Qin Xian a life. You guys come here too. After Ji Yingyue and the other two were on the list, Qin Xian looked at Ouyang Lai, Ao Heli and others from Yulong Domain and asked them to come over and kill a demon king each. Every spot on the Hidden Dragon list is an allocation of Tiansong Daozhou's fortune. Qin Xian is not a good person. The main reason he does this is for the Qin family. After all, the Qin family is in the Yulong Domain. If the Yulong Domain can become full of spiritual energy and sufficient luck, the Qin family will also benefit. Moreover, with Qin Xian's current strength, plus the two family emperors rewarded by the system, it is hard to say whether the Yulong Domain will continue to be called the Yulong Domain or be renamed the Daqin Domain in the future. After calling Ouyang Lai, Ao Heli and others to harvest a demon king each, Qin Xian also called Lin Wanner to harvest one. As Lin Einer's biological sister, Qin Xian has never forgotten the story of the sisters flying together. Just like that, this generation's Tiansong Hidden Dragon list was finally finalized. Except for Lin Wanner and Lin Einer, the sisters from Wuji Domain, the other 8 are all geniuses from Yulong Domain. All the hidden dragons in the sky emerge as wandering dragons. The Hidden Dragon list has become a veritable wandering dragon list. The geniuses from various domains looked at the golden list which contained the 3 big characters, Yulong Domain, and their minds couldn't help but feel dazed. The distribution of luck from this Hidden Dragon list alone is enough to make the Yulong Domain prosperous for at least 60 years. Then, they looked at the peerless figure in white. At the top of the Hidden Dragon list, he crushed all the geniuses of his generation, killed the 9th level Demon Marquis, and slashed the Demon King with a sword in the state of despair. Each achievement is a fantasy that is out of reach for ordinary people, but Qin Xian has achieved them all. The group of geniuses could already guess what happened just by seeing that figure from behind. When the secret realm ends, the legend of Qin Xian will spread throughout Tiansong Daozhou. The white-robed swordsman has the demeanor of a saint. The demon kings have all been killed, and the Hidden Dragon ranking has been finalized. Why hasn't the secret realm ended yet? Yeah, what's going on? Isn't there any more danger in the secret realm?